The Zheng family villa. A girl with a hot body and alluring curves walked in from outside the door, loudly questioning the young man inside. Little brother, I heard you instigated Dad to make a move against the Mu family. Is that true? This fiery-figured girl's name is Zheng Qi. She continued unhappily. Zheng Bei, do you know how people will see us once this gets out? Who will dare to cooperate with us in the future? Zheng Bei, with the demeanor of a debauched playboy, didn't seem to care at all. He leisurely poured champagne and replied, Sis, what's the big deal? Why are you so tense? For years, the business world has always been about the big fish eating the small fish. Besides, the Mu family's business hasn't been doing well these past few years. Sooner or later, they'll be annexed by us anyway. It's better to make a move a little earlier, to avoid wasting time with them. Zheng Qi hesitated, wanting to say something more, but was cut off by her younger brother. Hey, you're not worried about that good-for-nothing Mu Qinfeng, are you? Don't worry, he'll never appear before us again. Do you know why? Because he's dead. Hearing her brother say this, Zheng Qi was horrified. What? Don't tell me you had him killed? That Zheng Bei didn't hide it, casually admitting, that's right. Who told him to have ideas about you? Mu Qinfeng, he's just an illegitimate son. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Don't worry, sis, even if he dies, no one will care. As long as the Mu family people aren't brain dead, they definitely won't be stupid enough to pick a fight with us over this. Oh, right, after discussing it, Dad has decided on a marriage alliance with the Wang family. Soon, you'll be the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Zheng Qi was a little unwilling. She turned her face away and said sadly, but I don't want to marry him. Zheng Bei immediately reminded her, Sis, you'd better be clear about your own position. This isn't something you can get out of just by not wanting to. Late at night, in a forest on the back mountain, for some reason, the moon tonight was unusually bright. It was almost 12 o'clock at night. In a dirt pit, the male protagonist slowly opened his eyes. This body originally belonged to the Mu Qinfeng that Zheng Bei had just mentioned. After digesting all the memories in his head, the male protagonist slowly sat up and observed the original owner's body. He said softly, Damn, I can't believe I've come a blue star. What a twist of fate. Unexpectedly, the original owner of this body was also named Mu Qinfeng. In his previous life, the male protagonist was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the cultivation world, cultivating to the immortal emperor realm in less than 1,000 years. Afterward, at the extreme limit of the Tao, he successfully comprehended the primordial Tao body. One must know that anyone who obtains this opportunity has the potential to break through to a higher realm. But life is not a dream. Precisely because he bore the title of a genius, the male protagonist was envied by countless people. One day, while he was in seclusion, cultivating to break through to a higher realm, the news unfortunately leaked out. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed by 3 immortal emperors who joined forces. They showed no mercy and then forcibly seized his primordial Tao body. Although the male protagonist fought back desperately, he ultimately succeeded in killing 2 of the 3 immortal emperors. He was still struck by the remaining one until his soul scattered. However, it was a blessing in disguise, as a wisp of the male protagonist's primordial spirit managed to escape, then traveled through space to this blue star, happening to merge with the original owner's body. After regulating his breath, the male protagonist looked around. I heard that the laws of Blue Star have long been incomplete, and the spiritual energy here is extremely thin. I didn't expect it to be this bad. With spiritual energy this thin, at most, I can only recover to the 5th level of Qi condensation. As if sensing the original owner's unwillingness, the male protagonist said resolutely, Since I have obtained your body, I will bear your karma. You can rest in peace. This grudge of yours, I will definitely repay it with interest. As for your family, I will also protect them to the end. The day I resolve the karma here will be the day I turn the immortal world upside down. Those who harm me, just you wait. Very soon, I, Mu Qinfeng, will return to settle the score with you. After receiving all of the original owner's memories and understanding the situation here, the male protagonist hurried home. On the way, he was attracted by a commotion nearby. He saw that in a small alley nearby, a pink-haired girl was being harassed by 3 thugs. This pink-haired girl was Cui Yulin, who had just turned 18 this year and was the daughter of a servant of the Mu family. The blonde thug was not at all afraid that the girl was from the Mu family. He laughed lecherously, grabbed Cui Yulin's hand tightly, and teased her. Of course I know you're from the Mu family. Coming out alone in the middle of the night. Aren't you here looking for me? Chui Yulin glared at the blonde man in disgust. Let me go. I have to find the young master. Haha, young master? You're not talking about that illegitimate son with no status, are you? Forget about him. Such a pretty little sister. Come here, come here. Let me check your body for you. See if you're tasty enough. With that, the blonde man started to get handsy, lifting Chui Yulin's skirt with one hand. The girl was now a little scared. She held her skirt tightly and shouted, What are you trying to do? The blonde man looked at her like a cat seeing a fish, his eyes glinting. What am I trying to do? Naturally, what men like to do. Haha. Seeing this, the male protagonist couldn't watch any longer and spoke up contemptuously. You bastards have nothing better to do than bully a girl. Looks like you're trying to do something dirty. A muscular guy, relying on his large build, stepped forward and arrogantly warned the male protagonist. Humph. The Zheng family is conducting business. If it's none of your business, get lost. Oh, is that so? But she came out in the middle of the night to find me. You're harassing her. Did you ask for my opinion? When Chui Yulin saw that the person who had arrived was Mu Qinfeng, she was overjoyed. Young master, thank goodness, I finally found you. Seeing his prey about to be snatched away, the blonde man was annoyed. Damn it, you dare to ruin my fun. You too, get it for me, beat him to death. Receiving the order, the blonde man's two lackeys, one pulling out a weapon, the other cracking his knuckles, advanced towards the male protagonist. You, surnamed Mu, if anything happens today, you can only blame yourself for walking into it. Don't blame us. I advise you not to make a move. Just stand still and let us beat you up. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg later, I won't be responsible. After speaking, both of them rushed forward, intending to surround and attack the male protagonist. Mu Chunfeng's eyes were ice cold, filled with contempt. Humph. A bunch of small fries who only know a few clumsy moves dare to fight a cultivator like me. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed a divine dragon swings, its tail kick, sending the big guy flying and slamming him hard against the wall. Under the force of this kick, the wall instantly cracked with countless fissures. The male protagonist had no wasted movements. His other hand quickly reached for the neck of the guy in purple and grabbed it. With just one hand, he easily lifted the guy in purple off the ground. His entire body exuded an incredibly strong, killing intent as he loudly questioned the blonde man. Hey kid, did you just say you wanted to cripple me? The blonde man was now breaking out in a cold sweat, his hand trembling as he pointed at him, stammering. I'm telling you, my cousin is Zheng Bei. And you're just an illegitimate son. Seeing the guy stammering and wasting time, he threw the guy in purple at him like a ball. Oof, I know your surname is Zhang. So cut the crap. Seeing the blonde man faint, Qinfeng slowly walked over to Yulin and wiped her tears. Don't cry anymore. You were scared, weren't you? Don't worry, it's okay now. Yulin no longer had her strong demeanor from before. She let out a sob and burst into tears, throwing herself into his arms. Sob, sob, sob. I thought I was going to be bullied by him. As the two were in close contact, Qinfeng was shocked to discover that this girl, Yulin, actually had an innate Dao body. This girl is truly a budding cultivator. As long as I teach her diligently, she can definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. Thinking of this, he reached out and patted Yulin's head, gently comforting her. It's okay now. From now on, I'm here. I'll always protect you. Well, it's getting late. We should go home. I'll take you home, young master, but the family head is still waiting for you to return. The image of the original owner's father flashed through the male protagonist's mind. He didn't pay much mind, pulling Yulin's hand to leave. Forget about that old man. Let's go quickly. Yulin's eyes were full of tenderness as she replied softly, Yes, young master. Watching the two of them leave, the blonde man was fuming with anger. Damn it, you dare to bully me. Mu Qinfeng, just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. And unable to die, he quickly pulled out his iPhone 15 Pro Max to call and tattled to Zheng Bei. Sob sob, Brother Bei, I was bullied. That lingering ghost, Mu Qinfeng, was too vicious. Fearing the fire wasn't big enough, the blonde man added more fuel to it. Bro, him hitting me is no different from slapping you in the face. If word of this gets out, where you put your face? Zheng Bei was currently busy fooling around with a woman. Hearing that Mu Qinfeng was still alive, he was startled. What? You were beaten by that brat Mu Qinfeng? Where is he? It's Tianhai Huafu, right? Okay, I got it. That's it. I'm on my way. Zheng Bei's face was now ashen as he cursed angrily. Humph, what a useless piece of trash. Can't even handle such a small matter. He lost his mood for fooling around and pushed the woman beside him away to vent his anger. You tactless thing. Get lost. He angrily pulled out his phone and called his underlings. Get some people over here. Come with me to Tianhai Huafu. At Tianhai Huafu, Yulin pushed the door open and walked in, happily saying to her mother, Mom, I'm home. Mom, look who's here. Yulin's mother lay weakly on the bed, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. Young master is here. I'll go pour some tea for the young master. Seeing her about to sit up, Qinfeng immediately reached out to stop her. There's no need. I happened to meet Yulin on the way, so we came back together. I can pour the tea myself. Auntie, you're a patient. Please rest and get well. I'm so sorry to have troubled the young master. At this moment, Zheng Bei and his lackeys had arrived downstairs at Tianhai Huafu. Zheng Bei pointed at Yulin's apartment and ordered his lackeys. That bastard must be up there. Big brother. But I don't see any movement up there. Forget it. You guys don't need to show mercy to anyone. If anything happens, I got your back. Go up and take care of him. Yulin was pouring tea for Qinfeng when she heard the door being kicked. Turning to look, she saw that the visitors were Zheng Bei and his lackeys. Seeing Qinfeng still sitting there, alive and well, Zheng Bei asked hypocritically, Well, great young master Mu, you're here too? Qinfeng immediately stood up alertly, shielding Yulin. Zheng Bei, who gave you the damn nerve? I'll give you half a minute. Get your hunting dogs and get the hell out of here now. Zheng Bei arrogantly approached, cupping his hand to his ear as if he couldn't hear. Huh? What a great young master, Mu. Just say. I didn't hear clearly. Could you please say that again? Hearing the noise from the living room, Yulin's mother asked, Little you, why is it so noisy out there? Qinfeng patted Yulin's shoulder, nodding to reassure her, then instructed, You go into the room with your mom. No matter what you hear later, don't come out, understand? Knowing she would only be a burden to him if she stayed, Yulin obediently nodded. Okay, then you be careful. Humph. It seems you'd rather drink a forfeit than a toast. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't want it. In that case, stay for a cup of tea. Seeing Mu Qinfeng dare to act tough in front of him, Zheng Bei frowned and ordered, Go on, guys, kill him for me. Just like that, countless sounds of fighting echoed through the apartment in Tianhai Huafu. A moment later, all of Zheng Bei's lackeys were passed out on the floor. Zheng Bei himself was also beaten black and blue. He timidly held up a cup of tea, smiling fawningly. Brother, you must be tired from fighting, right? Please have some tea. Qinfeng sat coolly with his legs crossed and ordered. All right, Zheng Bei, have a seat. If you keep standing, my neck will get tired for looking up to talk. Yes, thank you, brother. Under his pressure, Zheng Bei didn't dare to actually sit, but knelt on the ground instead. Qinfeng leisurely sipped his tea and asked, All right, speak up. How do you want to settle this? I'll offer you 30,000 yuan to appease your anger. What do you think? Mu Qinfeng wasn't going to let it go so easily. If he didn't take this chance to extort a sum, when would he? Thinking this, he held up 2 fingers. What the hell can 30,000 do? At least 2 million. Seeing him demand an exorbitant price, Zheng Bei, though so angry his chest hurt, had to endure and answer meekly. 2 million? Brother Feng, isn't that a bit much? Much my ass. You guys brought so many people, you scare me to death. Qinfeng spoke directly. When the money is in the account, you can all go home. Zheng Bei was so furious he could only vent his anger on his lackeys lying on the floor. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. What are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and arrange it. Turning to Qinfeng, Zheng Bei put on a fawning expression again. Brother, please wait a moment. They're going to make the transfer right now. Seeing Zheng Bei's hypocritical appearance, he felt a bit unaccustomed and exposed him. Well, I still prefer your defiant and unruly look from before. Oh, right, my neck isn't feeling comfortable right now. Come over here and massage it for me. Yes. After being beaten up, Zheng Bei was more obedient than a dog. Yes, Brother Feng, is this pressure okay? Qinfeng smiled with satisfaction, closing his eyes to enjoy it. Very quickly, his phone received a notification from the bank. Credit transaction plus 2 million. Seeing the money was in his account, Qinfeng didn't make things difficult for Zheng Bei anymore. Not bad, pretty fast. All right, like I said, you can go now. But if there's a next time, it won't just be this much money. Yes, rest assured, Brother Feng, I will absolutely never dare to offend you again. Then, I'll take my leave. Zheng Bei went downstairs, where a group of his lackeys were waiting. Even now, he still couldn't believe he had actually lost to Mu Qinfeng. Damn it. Since when did that piece of trash become so formidable? The lackey next to him immediately asked, Young Master Zheng, should we call more brothers to teach him a lesson? The lackey had barely finished speaking when he received a resounding slap from Zheng Bei. Shut up. If it weren't for you useless fools, would I have lost so much face? I'll deal with you when we get home. The Zheng family villa. At this moment, Zheng Qi had just finished her bath. Seeing her younger brother return covered in injuries, she asked the butler, Zheng Bei went out in the middle of the night. Why did he come back like this? Miss, I heard the young master had a conflict with someone and got the short end of the stick. The other party demanded $2 million to let him go. The master is currently disciplining the young master in the study. Oh, something like that happened, but that's good too. My brother is used to being arrogant. Suffering a small loss today is a good thing for him. Oh, right. Have you had someone investigate Wu Xiaofan's schedule? Wu Xiaofan is the precious young lady of the Wu family in Yanbei. Once we can establish a good relationship with her, it will only be beneficial for our Zheng family, with no harm. Our people have gathered information. It's said that Miss Wu will arrive in Yuzhou at 8 in the morning tomorrow, stay for 3 days, and then return to Yanbei. Her first destination is Yaidong. Zheng Qi sat in front of the mirror, calculated for a moment, then ordered, in that case, go and arrange a chance encounter. Back at Tianhai Huafu, after settling everything, seeing Yulin still looking worried and uneasy, Qinfeng comforted her. It's late, you should get some rest. Don't worry, from now on, no one will come to bother your family anymore. I promise. Seeing he was about to leave, Yulin quickly reached out to stop him. Young master, don't go. I'm scared, I can't sleep. All right then, I'll wait until you're asleep before I leave. Seeing Qinfeng pampering her like this, Yulin said playfully, Young master, you said it. Whoever lies is a puppy. Tricking someone makes you a puppy. Qinfeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, alright, go to sleep. If I trick you, I'm a puppy. While Yulin was sleeping, Qinfeng looked up at the sky and mused quietly. I didn't expect so many things to happen on the very first day. I heard there are people selling antiques in Yaidong. I must go there tomorrow. I wonder if I can find anything there to restore my cultivation. Early the next morning, Yaidong Antique Street. A girl with blue hair was walking while eating a skewer. She was the eldest young lady of the Wu family in Yanbei, Wu Xiaofan. Walking beside her was her bodyguard, Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung, you should try this, it's super delicious. Thank you, miss, but my duty is to protect you. I won't eat. Being rejected. Wu Xiaofan looked sad. Sigh, it's so boring playing by myself, more boring than a cockroach. Seeing a noisy crowd ahead, Xiaofan pointed with interest and suggested, Uncle Chung, it looks lively over there. Let's go check it out. Over here. Zheng Qi recognized Xiaofan at a glance. So she handed the microphone to the person next to her, walked up to Xiaofan, and began her act of a chance encounter. Hello, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Miss Wu in Yuzhou. Uncle Chung immediately stepped in front of Xiaofan, blocking Zheng Qi's attempt to get closer. Xiaofan also asked in confusion, Hello, Nova, who are you? I don't know you. Please go away. Zheng Qi was a bit embarrassed, but still didn't give up on approaching Xiaofan. I'm sorry. That was too abrupt of me. It's just that 3 years ago in Yanbei, I had the good fortune of meeting Miss Wu once. It's fate to meet Miss Wu again in Yuzhou today. I happen to be free, so how about I show you around Yaidong? Xiaofan was feeling bored, so when someone offered to be her guide, she didn't refuse. Oh, okay, sure. Having a local guide will make it less boring for me. Uncle Chung, just let her come with us. Yes, Mississippi. At this time, Qinfeng and Yulin had also just arrived at Yaidong, each holding a cup of bubble tea full of toppings, drinking as they walked. He didn't forget to look around, searching for things useful for his cultivation. Sigh, most of these things are antiques, but they're just mundane items of no use to me at all. Just then, his eyes landed on a deep green jade pendant displayed nearby. His eyes immediately lit up. The heavens are truly helping me. If I'm not mistaken, that jade pendant must be 1,000 years old. It contains an incredibly abundant spiritual energy. He happily walked over, picked it up to examine it, and then asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this jade pendant? Seeing he had his first customer, and a young man at that, the shopkeeper was secretly delighted. He held up 5 fingers and replied, Well, young man, you have a good eye. This jade pendant is from the Western Zhou dynasty. It's several thousand years old. If you really want it, just give this old man 5 million yuan. But who was Mu Qinfeng? He was a seasoned veteran, so of course he could see the origin of this jade pendant. He countered, Western Zhou? What Western Zhou? I think it's from last week. 500 yuan. If you agree, I'll buy it. Seeing he couldn't fool him, and that 500 yuan was still a good profit, the shopkeeper agreed. This truly is the era of QR code payments. Qinfeng took out his phone, scanned the code, and the payment was successful. Xiaofan had also noticed this jade pendant. She walked over, picked it up, and asked, This jade is so beautiful. Shopkeeper, how much is this? I'll buy it. Before the shopkeeper could answer, Qinfeng had already paid. He unceremoniously walked over and snatched the jade from Xiaofan's hand. Sorry, this is mine now. Seeing Mu Qinfeng appear, Zheng Qi froze. What's going on? Didn't Zheng Bei say he was dead? Why is he still alive? What's he doing here? Could it be? But thinking of something, Zheng Qi stepped forward to probe. Mr. Mu, if you don't mind, I'd like to buy this jade pendant from you for double the price you just paid. Would you be willing? Chenfeng looked straight at her. From the original owner's memories, he knew who she was. He turned to leave without hesitation, replying without looking back, "Of course I'm not willing." Seeing him so decisive, Zheng Qi thought in astonishment. Strange, it's like he's become a different person. Unable to get what she wanted, Xiaofan put her hands on her hips, pouted, and said, "Uncle Cheng, I'm not happy. Don't worry, miss. Please rest assured, I will definitely handle this." Uncle Cheng quickly used his lightness skill to block Xinfeng's path. "Young man, please stop." "What? You can't buy it, so you're going to rob me?" "Young man, I'll offer 5 times the price you paid to buy your jade pendant. How about it?" Hearing this price, the shopkeeper was heartbroken, regretting it to his core, and wailed while holding his face. "Boo-hoo-hoo, I've taken a huge loss. A huge loss." The surrounding crowd also started chattering. Amazing. A jade bought for 500 yuan was sold for 5 times the price in an instant. Wow. That person made a fortune in less than 5 minutes. No matter what price the other party offered, Chenfeng resolutely replied, "Not for sale." Then he took Yulin's hand and prepared to leave. "If you won't agree, then don't even think about leaving today." Afraid of involving Yulin, he turned his head slightly and instructed, "Yulin, you go back first. I'll be back soon." "Yes." "Then, young master, please be careful." On the other side, Uncle Cheng had already assumed a fighting stance. Chenfeng let out a cold laugh. "Oh, it seems you still want to rob me. Young man, let this old man give you a piece of advice. You must understand that there are people in this world you can never afford to offend. Remember, this world is just that cruel." After saying that, he quickly rushed towards him and attacked. My God, this man's aura is terrifying. It looks like that young man is about to be at a disadvantage. Uncle Cheng thought he had succeeded, but just as he was about to reach Chenfeng, his throat was suddenly grabbed by Chunfeng's lightning-fast hand. With just a slight exertion of force, his throat would be pierced. Feeling his oppressive aura, Uncle Cheng froze, not daring to move, beads of sweat forming on his face. "You're not wrong, but clearly, I'm also not someone you can afford to offend. Who are you?" Standing by, Xiaofan watched with wide, astonished eyes. Damn. Uncle Cheng is a Grandmaster Realm expert, yet he's no match for him? What on earth is this young man's background? Beside her, Zheng Qi didn't forget to explain to Xiaofan. He is the illegitimate son of the Mu family's head, Mu Chenfeng. An illegitimate son? This is getting interesting. Uncle Cheng, now cowering in fear, had to lower his stance. This outstanding young man, since you don't agree to sell the jade pendant, this old man won't force the issue. Just then, the phone in Chenfeng's pocket rang. Seeing the caller was Shui Yulin. He answered the call. "Sob, young master, as soon as I left, I was forcibly taken to the Mu family villa." Yulin hadn't finished speaking when a curse came from the other end of the line. "Damn it, you wretched girl, you still dare to make a call?" Then, the phone beeped a few times, and the call was disconnected. Hearing the voice on the other end, he immediately recognized it as Mu Shui's. Uncle Cheng saw him remain silent and turned to leave, so he chased after him, saying, "Young man, my master is from an orthodox sect, and my teacher is Taoist Xianfeng. Since you possess such skill, may I ask which master's disciple you are?" At this moment, Chenfeng was like a god of death descended, his entire body radiating a dense, killing intent, his eyes glinting red. He impatiently turned back and said, "Humph, none of your business. If you dare to bother me again, you will die." Just now, I felt the threat of death from this young man again. "Uncle Cheng, go get the car quickly. I've discovered that following him will definitely lead to something very fun." Seeing Chenfeng standing by the road hailing a cab, Xiaofan drove up, rolled down the window, and offered, "Get in, I'll give you a ride." "Why are you helping me? I like excitement. Why do you care so much?" Zheng Qi watched the car leave, thinking about how her plan to get close to Wu Xiaofan today had failed. She clenched her fists, furious. "Mu Chenfeng, don't you dare ruin my plans. Brother, drive over here quickly. We're going to the Mu family villa. Mu Chenfeng, once Miss Wu returns to Yanbei, I'll settle the score with you." Sitting in the car, Xiaofan got fidgety, turned around, and poked Chenfeng, asking incessantly, "Hey, how do you train to get such a firm body?" Seeing him react strongly and swat her hand away, she playfully covered her mouth and giggled. "Aya, this uncle is so cold." Very quickly, the car arrived at the gate of the Mu family villa. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by 2 guards. "The young master has given orders. You're not allowed to return to the villa now. He immediately went into domineering mode, coldly uttering a single word, scram. Immediately after, with a single kick, he sent the two guards flying. Uncle Chung, look quickly. He's even more formidable than you. Miss, I'm embarrassed. I'm old. How can I compare to the youth of today? In the Mu family's living room, Yulin was being berated by a man in green. What's the state of the family now? Don't you know in your heart? Besides, who gave you the guts to offend someone from Yenbei? Do you want to be the death of our Mu family? Young master, I was wrong. Hearing Yulin call him young master, the man flew into a rage. He grabbed Yulin's hair, yanking it back, and cursed through gritted teeth. What young master? Did you forget that I am the only young master of the Mu family? I'm going to beat you to death today. Just as Yulin thought she was about to take the full force of the slap, Chenfeng's voice rang out. She's my person. If you're not afraid of death, just try touching a single hair on her head. Am I right, my dear little brother? You're a bastard. Who do you think you are to order me around in this Mu family? I am the law here. I'll hit whoever I want. With that, he slapped Yulin as fast as lightning. Chunfeng, furious, strode forward and sent the man flying with a single palm strike. The man in green was hit hard, clutching his injured arm in pain, screaming incessantly. You slapped her once. I cripple one of your arms. Very fair. Seeing him stand up for her, Yulin's heart filled with emotion, and her gaze towards him was full of affection. The other members of the Mu family took the opportunity to gather and mock him. Mu Chenfeng, this bastard is truly a traitor. That's your younger brother. How could you be so heavy-handed? Why waste words on this nobody? Let's just kick him out of the Mu family. At this moment, a veteran expert of the Mu family came down from upstairs, extremely displeased to see the chaos in the house. The old man shouted, "You learned a few parlor tricks outside, and now you dare to come back to the villa to show off? You better remember, I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to do as you please here." This expressionless man was Grand Duke Mu. He helped Yulin up, faced the old man, and replied coolly, "I respect you as an elder, so I don't want to lay a hand on you." After examining the second young master's injury, the doctor came forward to report the young master's shoulder blade is fractured. I'm afraid it will leave a lasting impairment. The man in green clutched his painful arm, still shouting loudly, "Grand Duke, hurry up and kill that bastard." Haha, Grand Duke. He is a half-step Grandmaster expert, a veteran powerhouse of our Mu family. Oh, Mu Chenfeng, you're dead for sure today. Ouch, it hurts so much. Mu Chenfeng, kneel and accept the family discipline. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. In his eyes, Grand Duke Mu was nothing more than a jumping clown. Are you even worthy of making me kneel? It seems you've forgotten who really calls the shots in this Mu family, haven't you? Just as Grand Duke Mu was about to teach him a lesson, Uncle Chung and Xiao Fan walked in from outside, speaking up to dissuade Grand Duke Mu. I advise you not to lay a hand on him. Who are you two, daring to barge in here? How dare outsiders meddle in our Mu family's affairs? Me? Uncle Chung calmly introduced himself. My surname is Chung, and I am from the Wu family of Yenbei. Hearing this title, Grand Duke Mu was shaken, his heart full of doubt. Is he the Grandmaster ranked 43rd on the Dragon Country's Grandmaster ranking list? Why is he at the Mu family home today? Could it be? Could that young lady be the young miss of the Wu family? Hello everyone, I am Wu Xiaofan. Let me say a fair word. Seeing that they were from the Wu family of Yenbei, the Mu family members changed their tune faster than flipping a book, smiling and saying, of course, Miss Wu, please speak your mind. Don't mind us. That's right, please speak, Miss Wu. Why didn't you give us a heads up about your visit, so we could have prepared the VIP reception room? The man in green looked towards Xiaofan, a sinister smile on his face, secretly calculating. Damn, why would a great young lady like Wu Xiaofan come to our house today? If I can win her over, the position of the Mu family head will surely be mine. Meanwhile, Xiaofan looked at the bald old man and said leisurely, I've heard rumors that Mu Chenfeng has no status in the Mu family. Today, he even beat the future head of the Mu family and disrespected his elders. If this kind of person were in our Wu family, he would have lost his life long ago. The man in green, clutching his painful arm, stood up and chimed in. Miss Wu is absolutely right. That kind of arrogant bastard who doesn't know his place really deserves to die. Turning back to look at him, Xiaofan giggled and made a suggestion. But he is of Mu family blood, after all. To hunt him down and kill him would seem a bit inhumane. Therefore, I suggest we just expel him from the Mu family. Mu Chenfeng, did you hear what Miss Wu said? I won't kill you today. Kneel and accept the family discipline. After that, you and the Mu family will no longer have any relationship. He crossed his arms, domineeringly provocative. Oh, then you could try and make me kneel. Fine, fine, fine. Still talking tough when you're about to die. Let me see how much an illegitimate nobody like you is worth. Grand Duke Mu, it's the same advice as before. I advise you not to lay a hand on him, unless you're tired of living. This young man is a grandmaster expert. Even I am not his match. As soon as Uncle Chung finished speaking, everyone in the Mu family was stunned into silence. The man in green refused to believe it, immediately retorting, "How is that possible? He's just a bastard." That's right, could there be some mistake? Xiao Fan, who had been enjoying the show from the side, could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Ah, this is hilarious. The Mu family is a bunch of idiots, trying to kick out their family's newly promoted young grandmaster. It's the biggest joke in the world. Xiao Fan dropped her playful demeanor, walked seriously up to Chen Feng, and extended her hand with an offer. Mu Chen Feng, I sincerely invite you to be a guest at our Wu family home. Rest assured, our Wu family isn't blind like this bunch of fools here. Zheng Qi, arriving late, still didn't understand the full story. Only hearing the last part of the conversation, she was endlessly astonished. She was a bit confused. What's going on? What on earth happened? Miss Wu, isn't this a bit against the rules? Hearing Grand Duke Mu's hesitant tone, Xiao Fan frowned unhappily and retorted, "Humph, so nosy. He has no relationship with the Mu family anymore. So what this young lady, want to do has nothing to do with you? Mu Chenfeng, as long as you nod, the Wu family will provide you with immense resources beyond your imagination. I guarantee that within 5 years, you will become the #1 expert on the Dragon Country's Grandmaster ranking list." Although Xiao Fan's offer was very tempting, Chenfeng was extremely cold. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Seeing him reject her so decisively again, Xiao Fan unhappily crossed her arms and sighed. "Mu Chenfeng, you're so childish." At this moment, Grand Duke Mu shamelessly stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Mu Chenfeng, there was a small misunderstanding between you and the Mu family just now. On behalf of the Mu family, I apologize to you. I can let today's matter slide, but my things and the things I want to do in the future, no one is allowed to interfere with, including you." Fine, fine. As long as you don't leave, everything else is negotiable. I declare that from this day forward, you are the current head of the Mu family. I'm not interested in that. If it weren't for inheriting the karma of the original owner, I would have dealt with all of you long ago. Wu Xiaofan suddenly ran over, stood on her tiptoes, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, catching him off guard. "Shenfeng, you're really interesting. How about we go on a date?" He didn't refuse, just gave a perfunctory reply. "I'm busy right now. We'll talk after I'm done." Okay. Uncle Chung, let's go to the gate and wait for him." Zheng Qi watched everything unfold before her, standing stunned and muttering to herself, "What did I miss?" Wu Xiaofan, who happened to be passing by, sneered mockingly. "Haha, I see you're just another blind fool. The ancestors are watching over us. Haha, our Mu family is blessed from now on. Chenfeng, you must treat Miss Wu well. The family won't interfere in the affairs of you young people." Seeing the tables turn, the members of the Mu family began to flatter him. "If you marry into the Wu family, our Mu family will be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step." Haha, that's right. I've always found this boy Chanfeng very pleasing to the eye. Ever since he was a child, I knew he would have a great future. The man in green was so angry he gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Mu Chanfeng, you're something else. Since when did I allow you to meddle in my affairs?" "Chenfeng, don't be angry. We were only trying to do what's best for you." "How ridiculous. Best for me? If your shamelessness is considered what's best for me, then I'd rather do without it. I'm warning you one last time. If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, don't blame me for not showing any regard for our shared surname." At this moment, Zheng Qi still hadn't given up on the idea of getting close to the Wu family. Wu Xiaofan seems very interested in Mu Chenfeng. If I can get to know Wu Xiaofan through him, it would also be beneficial for our Zheng family. Having made her calculation, she turned and called out loudly, "Mu Chenfeng, let's talk." "Talk about what? I'm not free, nor am I interested." Hearing this, Zheng Qi suddenly recalled the days when Mu Chenfeng used to pursue her. "Zheng Qi, I like you. Let's be together. But I'm not interested in you." Mu Chenfeng, he has changed. Yulin, seeing his cold attitude, asked doubtfully, "Young master, didn't you used to like Miss Zheng a lot? She's actually a pitiful girl. Many things are beyond her control. But we shouldn't get too involved with her, lest we get struck by lightning. Do you understand?" "Young master, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Yulin, it's best that you don't understand." Wu Xiaofan, who was waiting for him, asked with a bright smile, "So, Mu Chanfeng, are you free now? Do you have time to think about us?" Yulin was very perceptive and found an excuse to leave. Before she left, she said sadly, "Young master, Miss Wu is a good girl. I think you can agree to be with her." Xiaofan chimed in, "That's right, that's right. So Mu Chunfeng, I'm not so bad, am I? You should think it over carefully." Without hesitation, Chenfeng pulled his hand out of Xiaofan's. "But, Miss Wu, I think we're better off as friends." "Damn it, you really are a cold man. But the more you're like this, the more interested I am in you. Please, Miss Wu, with your status as the only daughter of the Wu family, why do you need to waste your time on someone like me? If you just beckon with your finger, won't there be a shortage of people surrounding you?" "Haha, it seems your attitude is very sincere. But it's okay, you just my type. I think we still have a chance." Hey, what are you doing? Why are you searching me without permission? Stop, give me your phone. There, let's be friends. I've also saved your number for you. Hey, handsome, as long as you want to, you can contact me anytime. Mu Chenfeng, stop right there. Zheng Qi's voice rang out from behind. "Yulin, go wait for me at the gate for a moment. I have something to take care of," Chenfeng said seriously to Yulin. "That damn bastard. Mu Chenfeng, you scoundrel, this isn't over between us today. Doesn't he know how lucky he is to have caught Miss Wu's eye?" The man in green immediately sped up to chase after Xiaofan. "Miss Wu, please wait. It's you. What is it? Is something wrong? It's truly our honor that Miss Wu could visit the Mu family villa. How about you stay for a few more days before you leave?" Xiaofan wasn't interested and immediately refused. "I don't want to. What is it you really want to say? I heard everything you said to that bastard. I also asked that Miss Wu accept my request." Who are you calling a bastard?" "Miss Wu, you may not know, but that bastard's origins are not clean. He's not like me. In the future, I will be the true heir of the Mu family. If that bastard is with Miss Wu, he will only bring shame upon you and even tarnish the Wu family's name." "Oh, is that so? So you think you're more worthy of me than he is? Miss Wu, please give me a chance. I am sincere about my feelings for you, Miss Wu." "Uncle Chung, this guy's mouth is too foul. Go ahead and cripple his other arm." "Yes, young miss." The man in green finally knew what fear was. He trembled all over, knelt down, and begged, "Don't, please don't. Please have mercy." Then, with just a crack, the man in green's blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the Mu family estate. The man in green's two arms were now completely useless. Damn it, they're crippled. Although he was in pain, his hatred grew stronger by the day. "Mu Chenfeng, very good. Today you took everything from me. You must die. No matter what price I have to pay, I will definitely make you die." Does that guy really think he's the future head of the Mu family? Who the hell does he think he is, trying to hit on me? That's right, the people of the Mu family are indeed all fools, blind as bats. This time, Xiaofan was determined, having fallen for him at first sight, so she immediately took out her phone and called her father. "Hello, Dad. I don't want to go back to Yanbei this year. I've decided to stay in Yuzhou and find you a future son-in-law." Back to Zheng Qi, seeing his lukewarm attitude, she hurriedly brought up the past. "You didn't treat me with this attitude before." Chenfeng turned his head and poured cold water on her. "That was in the past. If everyone lived in the past, they would be destined to fail." Mu Chenfeng, what exactly do you mean by that? Why are you getting so worked up? Whatever I mean has nothing to do with you." He saw a notification on his phone, and as he picked it up to look, he saw on his WeChat moments that Wu Xiaofan had just updated her photo and status. "The road of life is long, and I happen to meet you in Yuzhou." Zheng Qi, standing behind him, continued to express herself. "You used to say you love me all the time, and now you treat me like this?" "I already said that was in the past, not now. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." "Hey, stop right there. Help me ask Miss Wu out. How strange. Why is he completely different from before?" Hey, Zheng Qi, is that the attitude you use when asking someone for a favor?" Zheng Qi's expression immediately changed, and her tone became much gentler. "If you can help me get a meeting with Miss Wu, I can give you a chance to ask me to a movie, a meal, or even go shopping with you. Of course, just for one day. And don't make unreasonable requests like going on a trip." As she spoke, she even winked at him, thinking smugly to herself, "Oh, Mu Chenfeng, I don't believe you can resist my charm." But his next words made her so embarrassed, she wished she could disappear. "Oh, in that case, I'll leave this opportunity for someone else. I'm not interested." "Hey, Mu Chenfeng, what do you mean?" He immediately got to the point, naming a price of 10 million. As long as Zheng Qi agreed, he would help her arrange a meeting with Xiaofan. "If you don't have the money, then let's just drop it. Don't waste any more words." This was the first time Zheng Qi had been so infuriated. She shouted, "Mu Chenfeng, don't go too far. You can refuse. I have nothing to lose either way, but I advise you to think carefully. You only need to spend 10 million to buy an opportunity to connect with the Wu family. I think for this price, your Zheng family is getting a great deal. Are you sure it's 10 million and not asking me out to dinner?" "Zheng Qi, I hope you're just stupid, not deaf. Fine, it's a deal. The money will be in your account within half an hour. I want results by tonight. After speaking, she turned and left, filled with anger. Haha, take care, I won't see you out. Thanks for the 10 million, Miss Zheng. Sitting in the car, Zheng Qi was still furious. Mu Chenfeng, you'll regret doing this. She recalled the last time she went to her father and questioned him. Father, that good-for-nothing Xiao Bei causes trouble for the Zheng family all day. On what basis does he get to be the rotating director? So what? Do you have a problem with it? Aren't you going to get married and leave someday anyway? Once you're married, you're no longer part of the Zheng family. Hearing this reason, Zheng Qi, unconvinced, puffed out her chest and said loudly, so that's why, no matter how hard I try, I'll never be acknowledged by you, right? Seeing his daughter dare to raise her voice at him, Old Master Zheng's face darkened as he yelled, get out. Fine. Then I'll prove to you that this is the biggest mistake of your life. Thinking of that scene, Zheng Qi became even more determined. No matter what method I have to use, I must get the Wu family's help at any cost. Just as Chen Feng stepped outside, he heard Xiao Fan waving and calling out to him. Hey, over here, over here. Huh, why haven't you left yet, Miss Wu? Hee, wasn't I waiting for you? This place is so remote, it must be hard for you to get a ride. Why don't you get in the car, and we can go back to the city together? Seeing that Xiao Fan had a point, he didn't refuse and got directly into the car. Brother Chen Feng, aren't you going to think about us at all? Miss Wu, please have some self-respect. I'm not a casual person. Is that so? But why do I feel like you're the more casual one? While holding his phone, Chen Feng received a notification that 10 million had been deposited into his account. It was from Zheng Qi. Xiao Fan looked out the window and asked casually, Zheng Qi asked you to help her set up a meeting with me, right? Oh, how did you know? Chen Feng, do you think everyone is as open-minded as your Mu family? What's this about the family business being passed down to sons, but not daughters? Good heavens, what era are we in to still have such archaic ideas? I think, for anyone, prejudice is like a great mountain in their heart. It will cloud their reason and push them into a mire from which they cannot escape. Xiao Fan thought that because he was not the firstborn son, his life must not have been easy. Perhaps he was reminiscing about what he had been through. What a pitiful man. Xiao Fan moved closer, putting her arm around his neck to comfort him. She sat up straight and proposed, Chen Feng, why don't you marry me? As long as you marry me, you will be the one in power in the entire Wu family. In our home, you will forever be the pillar. And I'll make sure no one dares to make you unhappy. Faced with Xiao Fan's enthusiasm, his heart was as still as water, and he coldly pushed her away. Oh no, stop joking, big sister. You have to remember, we're friends. Even if I agreed, would the Wu family really let me take charge? Don't you worry, as long as you nod your head. If anyone dares to object in the future, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Seeing Xiao Fan's sincere expression, he realized she wasn't joking and quickly looked out the window to change the subject. Miss Wu, don't say things like that anymore. After all, I'm still a member of the Mu family. Hee, Chen Feng, you're so gentle. I think I'm starting to like you more and more. Let's be serious. Stop talking nonsense. I've already received the money, so are you going to meet her or not? Just give me a straight answer. I can agree to have a meal with her tomorrow, but how are you going to thank me? Xiao Fan boldly touched Chen Feng's six-pack abs, sighing in admiration. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a firm body. You're totally my type. He covered his body with his hands and said, feigning fear, Hey, what are you trying to do? I sell my skills, not my body. Hee, you're so cute, handsome. Who wants your body? Go shopping with me later. I guarantee I'll make you exude charisma. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Zheng Qi. It's settled. Lunch with Miss Wu tomorrow. At this moment, he turned to tease Xiao Fan. If you don't want my six-pack, then I'm not going. This sentence made Xiao Fan laugh until her eyes crinkled. Extremely happy. Scene change. Mu Chenfeng, don't think you could take everything from me just because you have some skills. Once the Fei Xing Hui makes a move, Mu Chenfeng will surely die. In Yanbei, the leader of the Fei Xing Hui, Xiao Hu, was currently lounging around, reminiscing about the lover of his dreams. Xiao Fan has gone to Yuzhou. I must arrange a romantic setting and pretend to run into her by chance. Xiao began to fantasize about the prospect of settling down with Wu Xiao Fan. Oh, Xiao Fan, what a coincidence to meet you in Yuzhou. I think we must have been fated in a past life. Is that so? In that case, Xiao Hu, would you like to be my boyfriend? Thinking of this scene, Xiao Hu grinned smugly, drool dripping from his mouth. Just then, a subordinate walked in with a file to report. Brother Hu, we found news about Miss Wu. Today, at the Mu family villa, Miss Wu was seen acting intimately with a man. According to paparazzi photos, they are now shopping together, looking very happy. Damn it, which blind fool dares to touch my Xiaohu's woman? President, that person's name is Mu Chenfeng. Coincidentally, someone just placed an order offering 10 million to take Mu Chenfeng's life. Xiaohu was quite surprised to hear this. Oh, what a coincidence. Who placed the order? It's Mu Chenfeng's younger brother, Mu Lei. Ha ha, brothers turning on each other? Interesting. Go and reply to him. Our Fei Xing Hui will take this job, but on the condition that he adds more money. Haha, Mu Chenfeng, is it? You dare to steal my woman. Let's see if you'll still be alive then. Wu Xiaofan walked ahead, drinking a large cup of milk tea, and suddenly remembered Mu Chenfeng was still dawdling behind. The young girl turned her head and said, Hey, can you walk any faster? If you catch up to me, I'll reward you with a sip of my milk tea. Turning her head to look, she was startled. She saw Mu Chenfeng with more than a dozen large bags tucked under his arms, each one huge. He said with a pained expression, I'm telling you, big sister, you didn't even look at how much stuff you bought. You made me carry it all. My arms are about to break. My lady, the young girl, while sipping her milk tea and listening to him grumble, laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. I don't care, Suddenly, Mu Chenfeng noticed someone was following them from behind. They've noticed me this quickly? In the distance, there's a blurry figure. Mu Chenfeng reacted extremely quickly, lunging forward to grab Wu Xiaofan's hand and run. Wu Xiaofan, her hand held by him, asked with some surprise, What's wrong? Mu Chenfeng replied, Don't talk, we're being followed, let's go. Seeing Mu Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofan running like the wind, the female assassin with the equally super blurry figure appeared, looking extremely cool. As expected of the person the president is so concerned about, his vigilance is quite high. She smirked smugly and said, But whether you can escape is another matter. Back to Mu Chenfeng. He was pulling Wu Xiaofan's hand, running for his life, trying to shake off the stranger. After running for a while, Wu Xiaofan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, We've lost them, right? The moment she finished speaking, the girl from before appeared. Mu Chenfeng was stunned and said, Not yet. She appeared in a cool manner and said, Miss Wu, our target is Mu Chenfeng. If you leave on your own, we won't make things difficult for you. Wu Xiaofan knew at a glance that they were from the Fei Xing Hui. Who gave you such guts to dare touch my friend? Tell Xiaohu to come see me right now. Hearing Wu Xiaofan say this, the other woman crossed her arms and said with a smile, We're just accepting money to eliminate a problem for someone. Someone paid for Mu Chenfeng's life. So Miss Wu, please don't make things difficult for us. Wu Xiaofan shouted angrily, Let's see who dares to touch a hair on his head today. The Wu family will pay it back tenfold. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaohu arrived, hands in his pockets. He walked closer and said, Xiaofan, is it necessary to strain our relationship like this over a worthless man? Seeing him appear, Wu Xiaofan crossed her arms and said, What us? Our relationship is nothing more than strangers who met at my grandfather's party. A moment later, Mu Chenfeng turned to leave. It seems there are too many fools here. Even stray cats and wild dogs want to come and take my life. Miss Wu, you should go first. Seeing Chenfeng being ungrateful and speaking incomprehensibly, Wu Xiaofan angrily kicked him a few times. I'm helping you, and you don't even appreciate it? The Fei Xing Hui is not something your Mu family can afford to provoke. Seeing this scene, Xiaohu was speechless. Xiaofan, why are you rewarding him? I want it too. Mu Chenfeng struck an extremely cool pose and said, In this world, the person who can kill me has not yet been born. Hearing Chenfeng's confidence, the burly Xiaohu became furious, charging forward and shouting, Such big talk. Let me see if your fists are as hard as you claim. He had just charged forward, thinking he was about to fight, but ended up being tripped by Mu Chenfeng and fell flat on his face. After dealing with him, Mu Chenfeng said again, With such a hot temper, an unstable foundation, and insufficient skill, if you encounter a real master, you die instantly. I just tripped you, and you fell to the ground. What else can you do? He shouted angrily. Mu Chenfeng, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard, and someone said, Junior brother, if you make a move, our martial uncle will be angry. At this time on Longhu Mountain, two old men were sitting and chatting. Ah Chung said there's a young grandmaster in Yuzhou. I wonder if it's true or not. How can there be so many grandmasters in this day and age? Another old man replied, The kid from the Fei Xing Hui and the Holy Sun have clashed. Junior brother must be very worried, right? The other old man replied, He has learned at least 80% of what our ancestors passed down. I'm worried that kid will run into trouble. Another old man said, Junior brother isn't worried about his disciple. Why not give him a call? I've already said, the kid Ah Chung is with him. There won't be any problems. Let's not talk about it. These past few days, Junior brother has also gained some insight into the Lingxi finger. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. Senior brother, my Ren and Du meridians are 80% open. With a little more time, I might step into the heavenly, immortal chi gathering realm. After speaking, the old man suddenly pulled out a phone from somewhere and shouted, "Cut the crap, let's game. Let's have a 1v1 match." Being provoked, the other old man wouldn't back down. Since junior brother has issued a challenge, how can I, as a senior brother, not accept? But this time, if junior brother loses, don't you go crying. Haha. And so, the two old men threw all their elderly energy into the battle. You damn old geezer, save your boasting for after you've won. The other person was not to be outdone. Haha, junior brother, you don't understand. This is called awareness. The disciples behind them saw the two elders competing and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "Why are the sect leader and master so agitated? Their inner energy is even leaking out. Their tempers are really short-fused." Another person replied, "A few days ago, Master lost to the sect leader in a game and has been a bit down. We should hurry and leave, lest our martial uncle loses again and takes his anger out on us. We be dead for sure." Back to Wu Xiaofan. Uncle Chung said to Wu Xiaofan, "Miss, let's go." Wu Xiaofan pointed to the other side and asked, "What about him?" He replied, "Master and martial uncle already know about this." Xiao pointed at Mu Chunfeng and sneered, "What the hell is he? That master and martial uncle have to worry about him? Stop joking." Senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He answered, "Hello, junior martial brother." Listening to the phone, his face suddenly turned pale, stunned in shock. "What? Did I hear you right?" His face contorted as he said, "All right, I understand master's and martial uncle's intentions." Hanging up the phone, he immediately walked towards Mu Chunfeng, smiling brightly, and said, "My friend, it was all a misunderstanding. No fight, no friendship. My treat today as an apology to you, my friend. How about it?" Mu Chunfeng narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent, and replied, "Forget the apology. Tell me who sent you. Tell me, and we'll consider this matter dropped." Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, he became furious. "Mu Chunfeng, don't push it. The Fei Xing Hui absolutely does not disclose client information." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chunfeng made his move, grabbing him by the neck. Mu Chunfeng said menacingly, "I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words." At this moment, Mu Chunfeng thought to himself, the Taiyuan Dao flow can borrow the power of all things in heaven and earth, if one acts without principles. Reaching this level is considered the limit. Being lifted up by Mu Chunfeng like a little chick, he instantly became unusually obedient, stammering, "It was your younger brother, Mu Lei. He paid us to deal with you." To have cultivated control over Qi to this extent, even if he started in his mother's womb, it's impossible. After he finished answering, Mu Chunfeng said nothing more and dropped him. Walking away, a coin clinked on the ground as he said, "A coin for a piece of news. I don't consider this breaking your Fei Xing Hui's rules." With that, Mu Chunfeng tossed him a coin, considering it as payment. At this time, at the Mu family villa, Mu Chunfeng returned home, kicked the door open with one foot, and strode in coolly. As soon as Mu Chunfeng entered, a bald man inside spoke up. "Oh, why is our young master back here?" Mu Chunfeng sat down, propped his feet on the table, and said, "I remember you promised me you wouldn't interfere in my affairs. Condoning Mu Lei to find a Fei Xing Hui to cause trouble for me. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this matter?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, the old man stood up, slammed the table, and roared angrily. "Who gave him the nerve? Quick, bring him here to me." The subordinates hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Seeing the old man's furious attitude, Mu Chunfeng asked, "Oh? Are you putting on a show for me?" Tai Tsung immediately assured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter." Elsewhere, Mu Lei, a young man covered in injuries, was raising a glass of wine. He said, "Although I'll be scolded by Dad for secretly using the family's assets, as long as Mu Chunfeng is dead, all the family's money will be mine. Ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate from the front burst in, shouting, "Young master, run. Mu Chunfeng has fought his way to our door." Hearing the subordinate's urgent report, Mu Lei was so terrified that his wine glass fell to the ground. "My God, how can this be?" He was drenched in sweat, shouting, "The Fei Xing Hui absolutely could not have failed." At this moment, another group of people walked in and said, "Tai Tsung invites the young master over." After speaking, the two men rushed forward, grabbed Mu Lei by the arms, and dragged him away. He panicked, screaming frantically, "Let me go. It hurts so much." At the same time, a woman pulled open a cabinet, revealing an empty bottle inside. Relying on the family head being in Yanbei, a bastard dares to disgrace the family, and now he even dares to bully my son. With that said, She picked up a bottle of 7 Steps Fall and poured it into the pesticide bottle from before. She shook the bottle, muttering to herself, "Let's see, who dares to touch my precious son?" Back on this side, Tai Tsung was questioning Mu Lei. "You were the one who hired the Fei Xing Hui to act, weren't you?" With no other choice, he had to confess, yes. The old man asked sternly, "How much did it cost?" Mu Lei stammered and had to confess the truth. Initially, it was 10 million, but when they heard the target was Mu Chunfeng, they raised the price. Hearing this, Tai Tsung almost fainted from anger on the spot. The old man angrily pointed at his face and roared, "Where did you get the money?" Mu Lei replied, "I used the family's money." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a resounding slap from Tai Kong. The family head went to Yinjing to visit an important person to resolve the family's difficulties. Yet you were behind his back doing such a disgraceful thing. After receiving a heavy slap, Mu Lei panicked and shouted, "Who told the family to favor an illegitimate son?" Hearing this, Tai Tsung burst out laughing. "Haha, you really are a good young master. Truly a good young master of our Mu family." He then said menacingly, "Today, I must beat you to death and clean up the family." Just then, the woman from outside burst in, shouting, "Who dares to touch my son?" Tai Tsung turned to her and said, "Humph. Ask your good son yourself what wonderful things he has done." The woman rushed towards Mu Lei, hugged him, and said, "What could he have done? I only know he is my son. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Wait for the family head to return. Let's see how you'll explain yourself." A flame ignited in the old man's hand as he said, "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch him?" Seeing the old man reveal his weapon, the woman also pulled out the pesticide bottle, preparing to risk her life against him. "Don't force me. I'll dare to do anything." With that, the woman opened the pesticide bottle. Tai Tsung pointed at her and said angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" Watching the chaotic scene over there, Mu Chinfeng folded his arms and thought to himself, 7 Steps Fall again, putting on another show in front of me. Go on with your little drama. Immediately after, she took the pesticide bottle and poured it straight into her son's mouth. "Now I'll let you taste the pain of losing a loved one." Tai Tsung immediately waved to his subordinates. "Quick, call a doctor. Contact the hospital now." Mu Chinfeng watched this group put on a show for a long time, then finally stepped forward and said, "No need for all that trouble." After speaking, Mu Chunfeng rushed forward and grabbed his younger brother by the collar. Then, Mu Chunfeng carried Mu Lei away like a piglet. "I never said anything would happen to him." Walking to the front, Mu Chunfeng dragged Mu Lei along and jumped down from the 4th floor, causing him to scream in pain and fear. Back to the scene with the thugs from the Fei Xing Hui. "Senior brother, why do you think Mu Chunfeng wants to deal with Mu Lei?" "I think that kid Mu Lei is definitely dead this time. There's no way he'll survive." Uncle Chung replied, "Why do you think so, junior brother?" He spread his hands and replied, "He's a grandmaster level expert. Besides, aren't family struggles always like this?" The senior brother looked out the door and replied, "I don't think so. Mu Chinfeng won't kill him. If he wanted to kill, then in the Mu family villa, no one would have survived." Hearing this, Xiaohu's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "So, senior brother, you think this will be resolved peacefully?" Uncle Chung took a sip of water and replied, "That's right." Back to the Mu brothers. Mu Chunfeng was dragging Mu Lei forward by the collar. Seeing an old man selling stinky tofu by the roadside, Mu Chunfeng asked, "Boss, do you have any stinky tofu brine left?" The stinky tofu seller was startled and asked, "I have some, but what do you want it for? Even my pigs won't eat this stuff. It stinks." Mu Chinfeng immediately grabbed Mu Lei by the head and dragged him to the stinky tofu seller. Mu Chinfeng pointed at Mu Lei and said, "It's because this foolish younger brother of mine just drank pesticide." Hearing this, Mu Lei was scared out of his wits, thinking to himself, "What does he want to do? Why can't I say a word?" The stinky tofu seller opened the barrel of brine, and a foul stench immediately spread. "Quick, quick, give it to him. If it's not enough, I still have more at home." After hearing this, Mu Lei almost peed his pants. "Boss, give me a hand." The chubby boss immediately took the bottle of stinky liquid and poured it straight into Mu Lei's mouth, giving him no time to react. "I say, young man, you're so young. Why would you do something so foolish?" Force-fed the stinky liquid, Mu Lei was stunned and couldn't say a word. After drinking nearly half a barrel, the chubby boss said, "Open your mouth wider. Drink more. Why are you drinking so slowly?" At this point, Mu Lei was completely dazed, unaware of anything, tears streaming down his face like rain. After finishing a barrel of stinky tofu brine, Mu Lei vomited violently. Mu Chinfeng pinched his nose and said, "Boss, Your brine has a really strong smell. You didn't add any other spices, did you? Hearing this, the stinky tofu seller broke into a cold sweat and replied, No, not at all. We run an honest business. This is a secret recipe passed down for 3 generations. After speaking, he immediately jumped on his cart and fled, leaving Mu Chinfeng a little surprised. Boss, how much is it? Why'd you run off? This money. At this moment, the woman and Tai Tsung also caught up. Mu Chinfeng dragged Mu Lei by the collar towards them. Arriving in front of the two, Mu Chinfeng threw Mu Lei to the ground with a thud, startling the woman. You illegitimate son, what did you do to my son? Mu Chinfeng replied, Wasn't it you who poured pesticide into your own son's mouth? After speaking, Mu Chinfeng gave her a resounding slap. If he doesn't vomit it out, he will die. Stung by the slap, she said angrily, You dare to hit me. Just wait until the family head returns. I'll make you pay. Hearing this, Mu Chinfeng folded his arms and replied, Although Mu Lei is my half-brother, he still carries the blood of the Mu family. Second aunt, you poisoned your own son with your own hands. Wait for father to return from Yuzhou. You should first think about what kind of end you will face. Tai Tsung was standing behind. Only then did Mu Chinfeng remember, turning back to say to him, Tai Tsung, what do you think? He replied with a stern face, Take them back to the villa. Without my order, they're not to take a single step out. We'll deal with this after the family head returns from Yuzhou. As for Mu Lei, take him to the hospital first. After drinking that whole barrel of stinky liquid, he probably won't even be able to reincarnate. And so, the group returned together. On the way, Tai Tsung asked Mu Chinfeng, Do you think this handling of the situation is reasonable? Hearing him say that, Mu Chinfeng said nothing. After walking for a while, he replied, You're the head of the family now. You decide what to do. At this moment, Mu Chinfeng thought to himself, The big problem is solved. It's time to teach her the Tao of Tai Yuan Lu. At this time, at Tianhuafu, Mu Chinfeng walked in and saw Chui Yulin sitting and eating snacks. Oh, so relaxed are we? You have time to sit around eating snacks? Yulin replied while eating, No, it's nothing. I was watching a movie. Mu Chinfeng pointed behind him and said, Just in time. Go to the room. Mu Chinfeng entered the room and took off his jacket. All sweaty, it's so uncomfortable. Yulin sat on the bed, thinking to herself, What does the young master want to do? He's even taking off his clothes. But his figure is really nice. It's making me drool. At this thought, she blushed with embarrassment. Oh my God, could it be that he's planning to? Oh, this is so embarrassing. She walked up to Mu Chinfeng and saw that he had finished changing his clothes, which made her a little disappointed. Young master, how about we take a bath first? Mu Chinfeng placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Bathing can wait. Let's get down to business first. Hearing this, Yulin was startled, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Oh, getting right down to business? But this is my first time. I don't have any experience. Mu Chinfeng smiled and said, Everyone has a first time. It's okay. I'll teach you. Chui Yulin immediately lay down on the bed, getting into a ready position. Mu Chinfeng walked over, placed his hand on Chui Yulin's abdomen, and said, How do you feel now? Chui Yulin had an intoxicated expression, her eyes closed. The young master's hand is so warm. I hope the young master will be gentle later. I heard the first time is very painful. Hearing this, Mu Chinfeng was utterly astonished, his face blank, not understanding what Chui Yulin was talking about. As if he understood something, Mu Chinfeng flicked Chui Yulin on the forehead. What is this little head of yours thinking about all day? I told you to feel the changes in your body. What business are you talking about? Chui Yulin was in so much pain, she started to cry and said, Didn't the young master want that? Mu Chinfeng folded his arms and replied, You are a good seedling. I'm teaching you skills so that no one will dare to bully you in the future. Stop talking, close your eyes, and feel it carefully. Following Mu Chinfeng's words, Chui Yulin lay down and closed her eyes. Mu Chinfeng placed his hand on Chui Yulin's abdomen and said, Now tell me, what do you feel? What have you felt? Chui Yulin felt incredibly refreshed inside. I felt it all. Hearing Chui Yulin say this, Mu Chinfeng smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, truly worthy of being a Xiantian Dao body, to be able to sense the myriad things of heaven and earth so quickly. Finished, Mu Chinfeng turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and instruct. Feel the spiritual energy circulating in your body. I'm going out first. Mu Chinfeng walked out and finished the bag of snacks that Chui Yulin hadn't finished earlier. No wonder the people of Blue Star say that chips are a stress-relieving food. They're really delicious. Mu Chinfeng picked up his phone to check today's news. I read a piece of news titled "Thousand-Year-Old Tree Struck by Lightning." A material for artifact refinement like this, how could I possibly pass it up? As he was speaking, A rumbling sound suddenly came from upstairs, making Mu Chenfeng look up in confusion. He heard from Yulin that the upstairs unit was recently under renovation. It's already noon. Why are they still renovating? Don't they know the time? She is currently in a state of enlightenment and cannot be disturbed. I'll deal with this and then go. Mu Chenfeng went upstairs, knocked on the door, and said, "Hello, I'm her downstairs neighbor. Could you open the door for a moment?" As he finished speaking, a fat, heavily tattooed man with rough hands and feet opened the door and asked fiercely, "What's the matter?" Seeing this appearance, Mu Chenfeng hesitated slightly, raising his hand to explain. "When you took over the apartment, the management must have informed you that no renovations are allowed before 2 in the afternoon, right?" Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, the big guy sneered, picked up the wooden stick in his hand, and said, "So you're here to complain about me? If you got the guts, then make me stop." Seeing his defiant attitude, Mu Chenfeng said, "With an attitude like yours, I can only choose to call the police." He replied, "Go ahead, call them. Even if the police come, I'll keep working. Let's see what you can do to me." Mu Chenfeng pointed at the brick in his hand and said with a smile, "I don't think the quality of your brick is very good." Hearing the mention of the brick, he raised the brick, pointed at it, and said, "This is a specially made red brick. I made it myself. One hit with this, and your head will definitely blossom. Haha, come on, stick your head out and let's see if your head is harder or this brick is harder." Before he could finish speaking, Mu Chenfeng rushed forward and, to the man's horrified gaze, chopped the brick in half. The big guy was so scared his face turned deathly pale. He pointed at Mu Chenfeng and stammered, "Ew, what do you want to do?" "I'm calling the police." Mu Chenfeng replied, "I already told you, the quality of your brick isn't good. This is a society ruled by law. Young man, don't do anything illegal." Mu Chenfeng took out his phone and called someone. Haha, so he's calling the police. "Hello, is this the police station? I want to report a crime. Someone hit my hand with a brick." Yes. At Tianhuafu. Back to this side. Uncle Chung and Xiao Hu were eating and drinking to their heart's content. After eating his fill, Xiao Hu let out a long sigh and said, "Senior brother, it's been several years since we last met. This meal is on you, senior brother." Uncle Chung said, "Junior brother, you already have such a large Fei Xing Hui. Do you still have to worry about money?" Hearing his senior brother's words, Xiao Hu replied, "Senior brother, you don't understand. The Fei Xing Hui has several thousand people. That's several thousand mouths waiting for me to feed." After hearing this, Uncle Chung understood. "So you're suffering for the sake of face?" Xiao Hu replied again, "When I left the mountain, I swore an oath that if I couldn't make a name for myself, I would never return to the sect. You're on your own. Martial Uncle has also missed you very much these past few years. If you have time, arrange a trip back." On the way, Xiao Hu started gossiping again. "Did you see the news? The 1,000-year-old peach tree on top of South Mountain was struck by lightning 9 times. Such a good resource. Master will definitely like it. Next month is Master's birthday. Help me get to gift him." Hearing this, Uncle Cheng's expression turned grave as he said, "The sect has known about this for a long time. That 1,000-year-old lightning struck what has already been bought by the Laojun Temple. You'll have to go talk to the Laojun Temple." Xiao Hu replied, "Then let's go together. The Laojun Temple will give face to our sect." Hearing him say that, a hint of worry appeared on his senior brother's face. "But we still have to be careful. I believe the White Lotus cult has also taken notice of that news." Xiao Hu waved his hand, his expression unconcerned. "That bunch of heretics. I'll kill them as they come. I won't spare a single one. I think it's best to be a bit more cautious. That lightning struck what has already been bought by the Laojun Temple. If we negotiate properly with them, we should be able to buy a portion." At this moment, Mu Chenfeng was walking up to that giant tree to admire it. If possible, it's best not to use force. Mu Chenfeng looked into the distance and saw 2 familiar figures and asked, "Why are you 2 here as well?" Xiao Hu crossed his arms and replied with a smile, "If you can come, why can't we?" Mu Chenfeng pointed at the tree over there and said, "You're also here for the lightning struck wood?" Uncle Chung spoke up to Mu Chenfeng. "This time, don't even think about competing with us. This time I'm representing my sect, not the Wu family. I hope you can understand." Mu Chenfeng replied menacingly, "Who's afraid of whom? Let's just rely on our own abilities." As they were speaking, a young Taoist priest suddenly walked out. Mu Chenfeng cupped his hands and said, "Dao Zhang, Mu Chenfeng of the Mu family requests an audience with the abbot of the Laojun Temple." That young master replied, "My master already knows of your intentions. My master said that the temple cannot use all of this lightning-struck wood and is willing to give half of it to you all. As for how you divide it, the abbot does not care. Mu Chunfeng asked curiously. Didn't the abbot say anything else? The young master replied, No, my master only said that. After speaking, the young master turned and left, not forgetting to add before he went, Please negotiate amongst yourselves. I must return to continue chanting scriptures. Mu Chunfeng thought to himself. As expected of an old fox, he washed his hands of the matter with a single sentence. This abbot is no simple character. After finishing the conversation with the young master, Mu Chunfeng turned back to the other two and said, Let's negotiate a bit. If possible, I'd rather not resort to fighting. Xiaohu pointed towards himself and said, Senior brother, it's 2 against 1. We have the advantage. No need to be polite with him. His senior brother replied, Mu Chunfeng is very strange. I think we can agree to part of his request to avoid further trouble. With that said, he walked up to Mu Chunfeng and respectfully cupped his hands. How much do you want? Mu Chunfeng held up 2 fingers in a V sign, 2 meters. Hearing Mu Chunfeng say this, Xiaohu roared angrily. Impossible. 1 meter at most? Or there's nothing to talk about. Mu Chunfeng sighed and said, Fine, 1 meter it is. As he was speaking, Mu Chunfeng suddenly detected someone approaching from a distance. Be careful. In a flash, 2 people appeared out of nowhere. It turned out to be Venerable Zuoli and Venerable Zuofeng. Kid, your senses are quite sharp to actually detect our movements. However, let's negotiate a bit. This lightning struck will ultimately belong to our White Lotus cult. Mu Chunfeng calmly replied, It's not that I'm vigilant, but that your skills are too poor. Your breath control is weak. Xiao was also very angry to see the 2 uninvited guests. 2 venerables, and the rest are all half-step grandmasters. The Laojun Temple is as cunning as ever. Giving away half the lightning struck would to have us block the disaster for them. Uncle Chung immediately interrupted. Junior brother, watch your words. Xiao, who pointed at the group opposite them and shouted, You heretical rats. Your grandpa here is Xiao Hu of the Z sect. If you're not afraid of death, then come on. Zwoli laughed and said, Oh, the Z sect's reputation is quite great, but this grandpa here isn't afraid. Suddenly, Mu Chunfeng's voice came from behind. I can do without the lightning-struck wood. You all can sort it out yourselves. Uncle Chung asked Mu Chunfeng in astonishment. What do you mean? Mu Chunfeng replied, Can't you see? I don't want to get involved in your troubles. Seeing that Mu Chunfeng wanted to back out, Xiao was about to explode with anger. Senior brother, stop wasting words on him. That guy wants to fish in troubled waters. Give us a hand, and we'll give you 2 meters. Mu Chunfeng said again, I want half. Xiao, who gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and couldn't say a word. You're ruthless. Fine. Mu Chunfeng stepped forward with his head held high. I'll handle the 2 venerables. The rest, you deal with them. Seeing this kid's aggressive momentum, the 2 masters were furious and charged towards Mu Chunfeng, shouting, courting death. You dare to face the left and right protectors of our White Lotus cult alone. In an instant, the 2 of them rushed towards Mu Chunfeng at the speed of light. We brothers have joined forces since we were young. Even 5 grandmasters would be no match for us. They originally thought they could finish Mu Chunfeng in an instant. But when they stopped, they saw that both of them had been sent flying by a single move from Mu Chunfeng. After one exchange, the 2 were lying on the ground. Mu Chunfeng said disdainfully, Some left and right protectors, just a bunch of small fries. All show and no substance, only knowing how to act tough. Mu Chunfeng turned his head and saw that Xiao Hu and Uncle Chung were still struggling with the demonic cult subordinates. I'm done on my side. Are you 2 still not finished? How many are left? Xiao Hu was sweating profusely and said to Mu Chunfeng, Then hurry up and help. We're about to be overwhelmed. Mu Chunfeng leisurely crossed his arms and said, Oh, is this your attitude when asking for help? Uncle Chung was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, shouting, Young Master Mu, if the White Lotus cult succeeds, you'll have no shortage of trouble either. If you act now, I'll privately give you an extra 5 million. As soon as he heard 5 million, Mu Chunfeng was immediately energized and rushed out. Now that's more like it. Mu Chunfeng was seen making a move, and a giant hand appeared out of thin air, directly slapping towards the group from the White Lotus cult. In an instant, all the subordinates fell to the ground. Mu Chunfeng coldly turned and left, not forgetting to say before he went, Don't forget my 5 million. Those 2 left and right protectors are lying over there. Deal with them yourselves. The 2 were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Senior brother, in your opinion, compared to martial uncle and master, who is stronger? Uncle Chung replied in a daze. It's hard to say. Mu Chunfeng is probably stronger. The senior brother looked at the two protectors lying on the road and continued, call someone to take them back to the Z sect and wait for the sect to deal with them. Hearing this, Xiaohu immediately took out his phone to dial a number. Suddenly, Uncle Chung shouted, be careful. There are still people from the White Lotus cult. Xiaohu dodged a sneak attack as fast as lightning. Trying to sneak attack your grandpa? Dream on. At this moment, a voice came from an unknown direction. To be able to dodge one of my attacks, you have some skill. But what about this move? As the voice faded, a hidden weapon flew straight toward Xiaohu, hitting him. The injured Xiaohu knelt on the ground and shouted at his senior brother. Senior brother, be careful. This thing is sinister. At this moment, the one who appeared before the two was the saintess of the White Lotus cult, named Li Sisi. Little brother, if I, the saintess, want to deal with you, isn't it as easy as flipping my hand? Uncle Chung looked at her and shouted, Demonis, do you think no one can handle you? Li Sisi pointed at Mu Chunfeng and said, are you talking about him? Mu Chunfeng spread his hands, a look of non-involvement on his face. Don't look at me. I'm just a passerby. I don't know them. Li Sisi struck a seductive pose, looked at Mu Chunfeng and said, such a young Hotian expert. I've truly never seen one before. Do you want to join our White Lotus cult? Whatever you want. Big sister will satisfy you. Mu Chunfeng, not understanding what was going on, replied with a blank face. You're not my type. Li Sisi covered her mouth and giggled. You're still young. You wouldn't understand my pleasures. Mu Chunfeng replied, if you're relying on that magical artifact, I advise you to get lost quickly. Don't linger in front of me. Li Sisi's face darkened, a little angry. You really want to go against my White Lotus cult? Mu Chunfeng crossed his arms and said with his eyes closed, there's no other way. I took someone's money to help them solve their problems. I'm a man of my word. In short, you can't take these two people away. Li Sisi slowly made a move against Mu Chunfeng. Such a young warrior. What a pity. I haven't even had a taste yet. What a waste. Seeing Li Sisi's move coming, Mu Chunfeng immediately countered. You'd better not. I'm afraid you'll overexert yourself. Adults should know that health is the most important thing. The two moves collided. A moment later, the fog in front of them dissipated. Looking around, there was no one to be seen. Where's Li Sisi? Uncle Chung said, she's fast. It turned out Li Sisi had jumped into a car and sped away like the wind. She didn't forget to look back and shout, Mu Chunfeng, I'll remember you. My name is Li Sisi. We'll meet again soon. At this time, in the center of Yuzhou City, images of Mu Chunfeng were everywhere. At No Overtime Management Company, Ltd. Everyone has seen it. I want to hear everyone's assessment of this colleague, Mu Chunfeng. A general manager named Huang Li stood up to speak. From the battle with Li Sisi, I'm sure he might have entered the Xiantianqi gathering realm. But his file is very strange, extremely clean, like a master who appeared out of nowhere. The chairman of the board, Liang Sheng, stood up and said, our top priority is to stabilize the southwest region of the Dragon Country, not for you to investigate the detailed information of others. He immediately replied, I understand. I'll have someone handle it right away. I will talk to the media. The old chairman said thoughtfully, I will personally report this matter to the Yinbei side. As for Mu Chunfeng, you go handle it. If possible, have him join our company. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng was practicing his swordsmanship, continuously drawing and sheathing his sword. Although it's a bit unsightly, it's also driven by spiritual power, with flashes of lightning in front of him, which is not bad. Sheathing his sword, Mu Chunfeng then left. Just like that, as he walked, he suddenly looked into the distance. There's a car. This car looks a bit familiar. This car has been following me since I left the Laojun temple. Am I being followed again? Inside the car, Hu Huangli was on the phone with the head office. Reporting to Chairman Liang, based on current observations, it can be confirmed that Mu Chunfeng has methods for refining and controlling weapons. Yes, I will continue to observe. I have to go. I've been discovered. He saw me. Mu Chunfeng walked up to the car, knocked on the window, and said, Hey buddy, you've been following me for long enough. He had no choice but to get out of the car and walk towards Mu Chunfeng, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, friend. I'm from No Overtime Management Company, Ltd. I represent the company and would like to talk to you. Mu Chunfeng waved his hand in refusal. What the hell kind of company is that? I'm not interested. If you keep following me, I won't be polite. As Mu Chunfeng's hand swung out, it touched some kind of magical artifact, startling him. A magical artifact? Who on earth is he? The other person rubbed his hands and said, No Overtime Management Company Limited is a company under the relevant departments of the Dragon Country, responsible for maintaining social order and stability. Simply put, we manage freelancers like you and then balance the conflicts between different factions in the Dragon Country. Mu Chenfeng asked with a dangerous expression, "What if you can't make them submit?" The other person pushed up his glasses and said, "We have many extraordinary people. Moreover, the times have changed. We also have modern science and technology. You are very strong, but you can't underestimate our company's capabilities." Mu Chenfeng smiled and said, "You're absolutely right. I don't deny it." The other person extended his hand again and said, "So, can you consider talking to me now?" Having no other choice, Mu Chenfeng shook his hand and said, "You pick the place, lead the way." In the evening, in the center of Yuzhou City, Wu Xiaofan was on a date with Zhang Qi. "Miss Wu, we meet again." Wu Xiaofan sat down and said, "Well, you're the one paying. I'm just here for the appointment." Zhang Qi asked again, "Miss Wu, would you like to order anything else?" Wu Xiaofan got straight to the point. "I know you went to all this trouble to invite me to dinner for a reason, but I advise you to give up soon. The Wu family will absolutely not cooperate with the Zheng family." Hearing this, Miss Zheng closed her eyes and replied, "I don't know why, but hearing you refuse, I actually feel very relieved." Wu Xiaofan said, "Forcing yourself too much isn't good." Miss Zheng looked out the window thoughtfully and said, "There's some things where I have no other choice." Wu Xiaofan asked again, "So when you gave Mu Chenfeng a hard time before, was that also because you had no other choice?" Miss Zheng said nonchalantly, "Everything about him is not in my future plans. What he does is nothing more than wishful thinking." Hearing her say that, Wu Xiaofan said, "You're such an idiot." Being called an idiot, Zhang Qi was a little angry. "What do you mean?" "Mu Chenfeng is very strong. Don't you know that? It's true that from his past records, he is the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Country. So before he gave up on you, did you know he was that strong?" She was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Wu Xiaofan continued, "That's why I said you're an idiot. Mu Chenfeng's potential is far beyond your imagination, and yet you treated him like that. Do you regret it?" Zhang Qi, now a bit annoyed, said, "On what basis do you think so highly of him?" Wu Xiaofan recalled Mu Chenfeng and said, "Mu Chenfeng, a benefactor for many years, his character and patience alone surpass many people, even you." Hearing this, Zhang Qi frowned and said, "Isn't your judgment a bit too hasty?" Wu Xiaofan said again, "You're still not convinced. If you had half his patience with your current strength, at least half of the Zheng family would be yours by now." Wu Xiaofan stretched and continued, "Actually, before I came to this appointment, my family had already made an assessment, and the comment on the Zheng family was that cooperation could be considered. But as for me," Wu Xiaofan stood up again and said, "I don't want to cooperate with such a foolish family. It's too much of a headache." Zhang Qi replied, "No matter what you say, I have to thank Miss Wu for enlightening me. After all, Mu Chenfeng is pursuing me. My chances of winning are very high." Wu Xiaofan laughed loudly. "Although it's a bit of a pity that we can't cooperate with the Wu family, through Mu Chenfeng, I believe the Zheng family can advance to the next level." Hearing her say that, Wu Xiaofan held her head and laughed, saying, "Trust me, you don't stand a chance." Hearing Xiaofan say that, Miss Zheng was a bit stunned. "Oh, does Miss Wu look down on me that much?" Wu Xiaofan then stood up, preparing to leave, saying, "You think too highly of yourself. Mu Chenfeng is the one I've set my sights on." Before leaving, Wu Xiaofan didn't forget to add, "I have the standing to have the Wu family hand in power. What standing do you have? Just worry about your own affairs, you foolish girl." At this moment, Mu Chenfeng was following the man to No Overtime Management Company Limited. As soon as he got out of the car, Mu Chenfeng looked up and asked doubtfully, "Is this the company you were talking about? It doesn't look like much." Hearing this, the director, though unhappy, tried to remain calm and replied, "Well, we are indeed a management company. Please come in. The chairman has been waiting for you for a long time." Stepping inside, he saw an old man already sitting there waiting. Mu Chenfeng went forward to shake his hand, and Liang Sheng smiled, saying, "My friend, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Mu Chenfeng looked around, saw that the screen was full of data, and asked curiously, "What is this?" The director pulled out a chair for Mu Chenfeng. "Mr. Mu, please have a seat." The old chairman spoke up to explain, "Our friend here is new to the company, so he's not used to many things. It's all right, just make yourself at home." Mu Chenfeng sat down on the chair, habitually putting his feet up on the table, looking very relaxed. "I'm used to sitting like this at home. Is that okay with you?" The old chairman replied, "My friend, you certainly don't sweat the small stuff." He added, "I won't beat around the bush. The main reason I invited you here today is to invite you to join our company." Mu Chenfeng picked up the document and glanced through it. "Aha, not bad. 2 days off on weekends, 8 hours a day, no overtime on holidays, and there are 5 types of insurance and a housing fund. The old man replied, the company's employee benefits. That's the basic requirement to retain employees. Mu Chinfeng flipped to the back to look at the salary. A monthly salary of 2,100? I remember the minimum wage in Yuzhou is exactly 2,100, right? The old man stood up and said, those are just for show. The company's base salary isn't high, but the allowances and benefits are very good. The average employee salary is over 8,000. Hearing him say that, Mu Chinfeng replied, Chairman Liang, do you think I'm short on that little bit of money? The old man waved his hand and said, there's something I have to tell you. What we need to do is contribute to the company. How can we work for a salary? The company is giving you an opportunity to work. You should be grateful to the company. Hearing him say that, Mu Chinfeng was stunned, speechless. Work for passion? The old man continued, unless you're not the real Mu Chinfeng. The director then took out a document to explain to Mu Chinfeng. Mu Chinfeng, 20 years old this year, illegitimate son of the Mu family, has been miserably pursuing the eldest daughter of the Zheng family for many years. A few days ago, he was beaten unconscious by Zheng Bei's men and thrown onto a deserted mountain. Later that evening, while saving Cui Yulin from being harassed, he had a conflict with the heir of the Zheng family. Seeing all his information before him, Mu Chinfeng looked at the old chairman and asked, Chairman Liang, your investigation is quite thorough. The old man replied, please don't underestimate the company's capabilities. On behalf of the company, I ask you again, should I call you Mu Chinfeng? At this moment, at the Zheng group, Zheng Bei was reporting the situation to his father. Dad, the Yinbei side is under control. We can start the project at any time. The old man replied, I know. He spoke again. Dad, this time we're attacking on 2 fronts. The Mu family won't have a chance to counterattack. He replied, you've been tired these past few days. Go home to your mother, so she has someone to talk to. Hearing his father say this, he angrily slammed the table, stood up, and said, I've been working my butt off for this. On what grounds are you handing it over to someone else? He was furious at this moment and roared, I want to personally drive the Mu family to despair. His father laughed and replied, as expected of my son, I like this wolf-like nature of yours. This matter is yours to handle. With his father's approval, he happily replied, thank you, Dad, I won't let you down. In 3 days, I will make the Mu family fall apart. He then closed the door and left, his face full of confidence, saying with murderous intent, Mu Chinfeng, I will personally make you kneel and beg me. At this moment, at the Wu residence, Wu Xiaofan was scrolling through her phone, asking Uncle Chung behind her, Uncle Chung, what do you think he's doing? He was reading a book, turned his head, and replied, I'm not a worm in his belly. How would I know what he's doing? He's probably training hard somewhere. Wu Xiaofan said again, he's not that boring of a person. Just then, a message arrived. Wu Xiaofan opened it and read, Father Mu in Yinbei has had his freedom restricted. In 3 days, the Zheng family will officially make a move against the Mu family. After reading the message, Wu Xiaofan said to Uncle Chung, the Zheng family is about to make their move. Uncle Chung said calmly, with Mu Chinfeng there, the Zheng family won't be able to cause any big trouble. Wu Xiaofan said again, this isn't your era anymore. If Mu Chinfeng dares to act recklessly, the company won't just stand by. Uncle Chung, let's take a trip to the company. He closed his book. After the incident at Lao Jun Temple, the company must have already contacted him. Back to Mu Chinfeng. He was talking with that old chairman. After some preamble, he opened his mouth and asked, have you thought carefully about proactively confessing to the company? Mu Chinfeng leaned back in his chair and said, how should I put this? I'm not Mu Chinfeng, but I'm also Mu Chinfeng. Do you understand? Hearing Mu Chinfeng's vague words, the old man felt his mind wasn't sharp enough. At this point, whether you admit it or not no longer matters. I believe you're not that kind of foolish person. Hearing him say that, Mu Chinfeng smiled brightly like a flower. Have you ever heard of a reincarnated immortal? Hearing Mu Chinfeng say this, he put his water cup down on the table. If you put it that way, your change is also reasonable. Mu Chinfeng replied, you believe such a ridiculous reason? He stood up and said, the company regularly deals with many extraordinary and peculiar individuals. Saying you're a reincarnated immortal is indeed very absurd, but there's no more reasonable explanation, is there? Mu Chinfeng flipped through a book and said, your company indeed has quite a few talented people cultivating and controlling corpses. The old man then replied, in any case, the times have changed now. A new form is needed between people with abilities and ordinary people to achieve the goal of complete resonance. At this moment, the TV was reporting. An explosion occurred near Lao Jun Temple due to a gas pipeline leak. The current number of casualties has reached 20. Therefore, This is the meaning of the company's existence. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and replied, I'm not interested in anything you've said. This year, my spiritual veins were severed, my spiritual power dissipated, and it cannot be restored to its former state. I just want to live my own life. Whoever bothers me must die. Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, he was also a little surprised. You claim to be a reincarnated immortal. I now believe it's 70%. For the past few years, the company has been researching how to restore spiritual veins. Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng replied, spiritual veins are a manifestation of the energy of heaven and earth. You people think too highly of yourselves. If you want to use this to lure me into joining the company, then you should give up on that idea soon. He took a sip of water and continued, this is the second time I'm reminding you. Please do not underestimate the company's capabilities. I hope there won't be a third time. If restoring your spiritual power doesn't appeal to you, then with the next piece of information, I believe you will no longer be indifferent. He picked up the document and looked it over. Mu Chenfeng's expression clearly changed. Who gave Zheng Bei the nerve? Courting death. With that, Mu Chenfeng turned to leave. The old chairman didn't forget to say, if you go to the Zheng family now, the company won't let you act recklessly out of impulsiveness. Hearing him say that, Mu Chenfeng immediately retorted, are you threatening me? He also turned to leave. You guys talk, I have to get off work. The director then said to Mu Chenfeng, what Director Liang means is the company has a better way to help you overcome this crisis. Of course, the premise is that you must agree to join the company. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chenfeng said again, joining the company is fine, but I want you to give me the highest degree of freedom. I can also abide by the company's other regulations. Mu Chenfeng didn't forget to mention the salary. And one more thing, not a single cent of my monthly salary can be missing. Hu Huangli handed the contract to Mu Chenfeng and said, your requirements can be fully met by the company's intern position. Once you sign, the company can help you bring your people back from Yanbei. Mu Chenfeng picked up the contract and asked doubtfully, what kind of position is an intern? The director opened his mouth to explain, not an official employee of the company. A monthly salary of 1 million, with all benefits doubled. Unless there's a special mission, you don't need to come to work. Hearing his explanation, Mu Chenfeng immediately understood. It seems you've calculated everything. He replied, the company never makes a deal without preparation. Mu Chenfeng decided to sign immediately. Then the trade war with the Zheng family. How do you plan to handle it? He said while stamping the document. I'm very sorry about that. The company's greatest authority is to ensure the safety of everyone in the Mu family. Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng immediately flew into a rage. The fire in his body flared violently. You dare to trick me? Wu Xiaofan appeared at the door, walking in with a cheerful face. Leave the trade war to me. Seeing Xiaofan walk in, Mu Chenfeng was extremely surprised. You, why are you here? Xiaofan walked over, pulled out a chair, and calmly replied, the Wu family also has shares in the company. What's so strange about me coming to my family's company? With that, Xiaofan pinched Mu Chenfeng's cheek, leaving the young man stunned and speechless. Now you're also an employee of my family's company. If we fall in love, would that be considered an office romance? Haha. Mu Chenfeng was paralyzed by this series of actions, sitting there speechless. Big sister, oh big sister, stop messing around. I'm discussing serious business. Don't joke anymore. Xiaofan then stood beside Mu Chenfeng and said with a laugh, what I'm doing is also serious business. Our company can guarantee the safety of all Mu family members, and I can guarantee that all of the Mu family's assets are also safe. As long as the Zheng family dares to make a move, I'll pay them back double. Hearing Xiaofan say this, Mu Chenfeng also felt a warmth in his heart. He looked at Xiaofan and said with a smile, thank you very much. Seeing Mu Chenfeng's somewhat formal attitude, Xiaofan immediately put on a serious face and said, who told you to be the one I've set my sights on? If I don't help you, who will I help? While they were talking enthusiastically, they suddenly turned their heads and saw Hu Huangli still sitting there motionlessly, staring at them, which infuriated Mu Chenfeng and Xiaofan. What are you still sitting there for? Can't you see you're a third wheel? You're such an eyesore. After being told off by them, he was a bit embarrassed. Having no other choice, he had to step outside. Yes, rotating director. When only the two of them were left in the room, Xiaofan then went forward, hugged Mu Chenfeng's arm, and said, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. She pointed at Mu Chenfeng and said again, where did you hide it? You haven't taken it out for so many years. You really hid it well, haha. Hearing Xiaofan say this, Mu Chenfeng suddenly stood up and said, "Then do you know where Zheng Bei is? Judging by the time, he should be on his way to earthly paradise." With that, Mu Chenfeng turned and left. Xiaofan then said, "Mu Chenfeng, don't act recklessly. Don't do anything that would put the company in a difficult position or put me in a difficult position. Do you hear me?" Hearing Xiaofan shout like that, Mu Chenfeng stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." And so, Mu Chenfeng went to earthly paradise. On the way, he noticed two luxury cars rushing over from the left. As soon as the two cars screeched to a halt, a group of people rushed out. Seeing a familiar face, Mu Chenfeng recognized it was Zheng Bei. Across from him, hearing Mu Chenfeng call his name, he opened his mouth to mock. "Oh, isn't this our great young master Mu? Still enjoying yourself freely here?" Being mocked by this brat Zheng Bei, Mu Chenfeng immediately flew into a rage, rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up like a piglet. "Did you do the thing in Yanbei?" Seeing their young master being grabbed by the collar by Mu Chenfeng, the underlings behind him all rushed forward frantically, shouting, "Damn it, who is this guy? I'm pissed off. You guys hurry up. Save young Master Zheng." Seeing that guy rush forward to kick him, Mu Chenfeng shot him a glance as sharp as a bullet. "I'll cripple you first in a moment, and you're still acting pissed off." Being yelled at by Mu Chenfeng, the guy was scared out of his wits. Turning back to Zheng Bei, Mu Chenfeng continued to grab his collar and said, "I'll ask you one more time. Did you do the thing in Yanbei or not? Speak up." Being yelled at, Zheng Bei had no choice but to admit, Yeah, I did it. What can you do to me? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll spare you." "Oh wait, it also depends on whether your grandpa here is happy or not." He had just finished speaking when Mu Chenfeng sent him flying with a kick, causing him to let out a miserable scream. He knelt on the ground, unable to get up, crying his eyes out. What are you doing, Mu Chenfeng?" Mu Chenfeng, filled with murderous intent, said coldly, "Did I give you permission to talk such nonsense?" With that, Mu Chenfeng glanced at the guy who was acting tough. As soon as he heard, he was so scared he nearly wet his pants, standing there trembling like a leaf. "Young Master Mu, I didn't mean it just now." Overcome with fear, he picked up a brick from the roadside. Thinking he was about to fight Mu Chenfeng to the death, he unexpectedly resorted to self-harm. The young man smashed the brick against his own head to see if his head or the brick was harder. I've fainted." Seeing the young man pull this ruthless stunt, Mu Chenfeng had to concede. "I'll give it to you, you're smart." Mu Chenfeng turned back to the sobbing Zheng Bei. "I'll ask again. Was the matter in Yanbei your idea, or your old man's idea?" Having been dealt a painful blow by Mu Chenfeng, Zheng Bei roared in anger. "Mu Chenfeng, you broke my leg, Before he could finish his words, he received a thunderous slap from Mu Chenfeng, which dazed him. He regained some clarity and roared angrily, "You don't dare to kill me." As soon as he finished roaring, he received another slap from Brother Feng. Zheng Bei's face was now swollen like a steam bun. "If you've got the guts, don't let me live. I know where your family lives. Don't even think about running." As the enraged Mu Chenfeng raised his hand to hit him again, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Mu Chenfeng!" Zheng Qi appeared with a furious expression. "Stop it right now." Thinking the matter would subside, unexpectedly, Mu Chenfeng showed no mercy and slapped him hard a few more times. Finally, Zheng Bei collapsed on the ground. Zheng Qi anxiously rushed towards her younger brother, screaming like a madwoman, "Little brother, are you okay?" Mu Chenfeng walked over coldly, said menacingly, "You had a part in this too, and you're still here protecting your brother." Zheng Qi looked up at Mu Chenfeng and roared, "Mu Chenfeng, I must have been blind to misjudge you." Hearing Zheng Qi scream at him, Mu Chenfeng suddenly found it hilarious and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, get lost. I don't hit women." Caressing her younger brother's face, the girl named Zheng Qi said with a sob, "Mu Chenfeng, you knew Zheng Bei is my brother, yet you were so heavy-handed with him. Are you even human?" Seeing her brother was unresponsive, she suddenly roared in anger again. "Mu Chenfeng, apologize to my brother now. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing me again." Hearing Zheng Qi's entitled tone, Mu Chenfeng almost died laughing. "You really think too highly of yourself." As Mu Chenfeng left, he didn't forget to say, "You should consider yourself lucky you weren't involved. There are games you want to play that I can't even be bothered with. If you want to play, play by yourself." Treated like trash, Zheng Qi roared in anger. "Mu Chenfeng, you will definitely regret what you did today." Hearing her say that, Mu Chenfeng turned back and said coldly, "Today is just the beginning." At this moment, in a car by the roadside, a person was taking out their phone to report to Director Liang. He didn't make a big scene. Yes, Mr. Chairman," he continued, "I understand, sir. I will immediately make the arrangements in Yanbei." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zheng Bei, who had been rushed to the emergency room by Zheng Qi, had now woken up. The doctor said, at the earliest, it will take 3 months to fully recover. Just focus on recovering and don't worry about anything else. He recalled the scene of being beaten black and blue by Brother Feng, became purple with rage, and roared, "What the hell do you know? This is a critical time. How can I be in the hospital? How can I be lying in the hospital?" Zheng Qi looked at Zheng Bei for a moment and asked doubtfully, why wasn't Mu Chunfeng afraid of the two great families at all to act so ruthlessly? As she spoke and offered an apple to her brother, he suddenly pushed her away, startling her. "Get lost. There are some things you women shouldn't meddle in. Go home and take care of your own business." Being yelled at by her brother, Zheng Qi said, heartbroken, "But I'm your sister, Zheng Bei." Zheng Bei said angrily, "Once you're married, you'll no longer be part of the Zheng family. You should remember your place before you speak." At this moment, unable to bear it any longer, Zheng Qi sat in a corner and sobbed. "Just because I'm a woman, you treat me like this? Dad treats me like this too? Why is my life so miserable? Oh heavens." Zheng Qi suddenly recalled what Wu Xiaofan had said. If you had half of Mu Qinfeng's forbearance, at least half of the Zheng family would be yours. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Qi then smiled at Zheng Bei and said, "What are you talking about? Even if I get married, my surname will still be Zheng. I'm not changing my name, so why worry?" Zheng Bei had also calmed down a bit by now and said, "That sounds more like it." Suddenly, someone walked in from outside. It turned out to be Zheng Bei's father. As soon as he entered, he said coldly, "Get out." Hearing the old man say that, Zheng Qi forced a smile and replied, "Yes, father, I'll leave right away." Thinking he had come to comfort his son, she didn't expect the old man to slap him a few more times. It never rains, but it pours. Being slapped again, Zheng Bei was completely stunned. Looking at his father, he said, Dad, I must kill him. No matter the cost, I have to kill Mu Chunfeng." His father pondered for a moment, then lit a cigar. "I've contacted the Fei Xing Society, but the trouble is they won't take this job." Hearing the old man say this, he suddenly jumped up in anger. "Impossible. The Fei Xing Society works for money. They can't be like this. It must be because you offered too little money. They refused because you're stingy. I'm your own son." As soon as Zheng Bei finished speaking, he received a resounding slap from his father. "You damn brat, did I teach you to speak so disrespectfully?" Only after venting his anger did he slump down. After a while, he spoke again. "I may have some connections with the Fei Xing Society, but that's not important." The old man revealed a cunning expression and said, "I made my move long ago. The Mu group will definitely be thrown into chaos. Just you wait and see." Haha, just you wait and see. Chinfeng was practicing swordsmanship with Cui Yulin. He taught her some mental cultivation methods and practice stances, how to achieve a state of flowing like clouds and water, vivid and agile. Cui Yulin was overjoyed to be taught so attentively by the young master, but because they were standing so close, she felt a little shy. Mu Chinfeng coughed and snapped. "Stop letting your mind wander and focus on your sword practice." Hearing the young master say this, Cui Yulin had no choice but to obey, but she didn't understand why she had to practice these things. Mu Chunfeng also stated frankly that it was so she could have the ability to defend herself. As he spoke, he demonstrated with a swing of his sword. "If you can master this in the future, no one will be able to harm you again." Seeing the young master's dashingly handsome strike, Cui Yulin's eyes widened in immense gratitude. After they finished practicing, they were about to take a shower, but for some reason, the water was cut off. Mu Chunfeng flew into a rage, grabbed Yulin's hand, and went to find someone to settle the score. Seeing this slightly childish side of the young master, Yulin covered her mouth and giggled happily. Suddenly, as they stopped in the living room, Chinfeng noticed a different kind of beauty in Yulin. He couldn't believe he had been so blind for so long, only now discovering how beautiful this girl was. Yulin blushed and was about to say something when Chinfeng covered her mouth with his hand. He told her to be quiet and not say anything. After that, the two of them moved closer and closer together. Yulin also tacitly consented to her young master. Just as the two were about to touch, Mu Chinfeng's phone rang, completely ruining the mood. Seeing the moment interrupted, Yulin was so embarrassed she didn't know what to do, so she ran off to take a shower to avoid him. Seeing old Master Mu's name on the screen, Chinfeng thought to himself that it had better be something important or the old man was dead. The content of the call was that the old master wanted Chinfeng to return to the group because something major had happened. A moment later, in the main hall of the Mu residence, Chinfeng sat arrogantly while the entire family stood, putting on a solemn air. The old man began to question him about how he dared to hit the young master of the Zheng family a few days ago. He wasn't afraid at all, bluntly saying that he had already gone easy on him. Hearing this, his stepmother, standing beside him, pointed straight at his face and cursed him viciously. The sight of her was an eyesore to Chinfeng. He had locked her in her room last time. He didn't know who had the guts to let her out. Chinfeng looked at old Master Mu and asked him to speak his mind if he had something to say. The old man slammed his cane on the floor, demanding that he take responsibility for his actions. The second young master, who had already forgotten the pain from his last beating, held a piece of paper and clamored loudly, calling him a bastard. Because of him, the group stock price had dropped by 100 billion, and his father was being controlled by the Zheng family in Yanbei. After pinning all the blame on Chinfeng, Mu Lei began to complain tearfully to the old master. He said that while he might not have much ability, he would never destroy the family's assets like this. As he spoke, he glanced smugly at Chinfeng. The entire family stood up for Mu Lei, harshly criticizing Chinfeng. Old Master Mu also asked him if he had anything left to say. With boundless confidence, Chinfeng asked back, "What is there to be afraid of?" Elsewhere, Wu Xiaofan was lying down, looking at the Mu family's cash flow chart and muttering to herself, "I didn't expect the Zheng family to be so vicious. At this rate, the Mu family will go bankrupt sooner or later." Oh well, she picked up her phone to inform Aunt Feng and began to set a plan in motion. Seeing this, Uncle Cheng also said a word to her. "Miss, we're using the family's money to subsidize the Mu family. This is truly earth-shattering news." Hearing Uncle Cheng say that, Xiaofan blushed and told him, "Using it for the Mu family is indeed a waste, but if it's for Chinfeng, it's well worth it." After saying that, she prepared to leave. Xiaofan told Uncle Cheng that she had to make a trip to the Mu residence because Chinfeng was probably being bullied there right now. Back at the Mu residence, despite being accused of all sorts of crimes, Chinfeng showed no restraint or forbearance. He said that they had thrown the family into chaos these past few days, and he didn't want to take the blame for them. Seeing him dare to talk back, the second young master charged at Chinfeng with his uninjured hand. Unfortunately, before he could even get close, Chinfeng sent him a sobering slap. While he was at it, he gave him another kick. This guy, it seems, forgets the pain once the scar heals, forgetting that day when even old Master Mu couldn't save him. Now he was hugging the old master's thigh, provoking Mu Chinfeng to hit him again. But the old man wasn't as stupid as his grandson. He yelled at him to shut up. Then he turned to Chinfeng and asked how he could treat the family like this. After all, the blood of the Mu family flowed in his veins. Hearing this, Chinfeng flew into a rage, pointed at the entire family and asked, "Has anyone here ever treated me as family?" The old man, out of options, had to resort to drastic measures. He pointed to the door and ordered Chinfeng to kneel and crawl from here all the way to the Zheng group to apologize and beg for their forgiveness. Having listened to this old man's nonsense for too long, Chinfeng stood up and left directly, not wanting to waste any more time. Old Master Mu was also out of options now and had to play his trump card. He pressed a button on a remote, the curtains opened, and behind them was a group of men in black suits. It seemed they had been prepared in advance to deal with Chinfeng. He looked at the snail-like weaklings and almost burst out laughing. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the old man threatened loudly, "Without his order today, Chinfeng shouldn't even think about leaving. Whether you want it or not, you're going to the Zheng family." As soon as old Master Mu finished speaking, the door opened and Xiaofan walked in. She said that for an esteemed elder like the old master, how could he bully his own grandson? Seeing this rich young lady arrive at the Mu residence, the old master immediately became amiable. He asked Wu Xiaofan when she arrived and why she hadn't given him a heads up. Xiaofan ran over and hugged Chinfeng, saying that she and he were already family. So why was there a need for such trouble? Seeing this, he also went with the flow. Only his foolish grandson remained stubborn, insisting on forcing Chinfeng to go and admit his guilt. Chinfeng, annoyed by his younger brother's incessant talk, turned back to warn everyone if they continued to act recklessly, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Xiaofan, seeing Mu Chinfeng was too hot-headed, also advised him. She said his status was different now, and he shouldn't act like this anymore. Thinking about Xiaofan's meaning, Chinfeng calmly sat down and asked how much the shares of the Mu group were worth now. The old master quoted a price of 2 billion. Chinfeng directly settled on 3 billion to avoid haggling with those people. Mu Lei stood up again, laughing out loud, questioning where he got 3 billion. Mu Chinfeng looked at Wu Xiaofan, borrowed 3 billion from her, and said he would owe her his true affection in the future. Wu Xiaofan was very happy to hear that. It was only 3 billion. Why make such a big deal out of it? She told Mu Chinfeng to just consider her dowry. With the money secured, Mu Chinfeng asked old Master Mu where the contract was, telling him to bring it out for him to sign. The two sides began to sit at the table. Mu Chunfeng held the document and declared that from now on, the Mu Group was his personal property, telling this family not to bother him anymore. Mu Lei, at his side, mocked Mu Chunfeng, saying that for a group on the verge of bankruptcy, only a fool like him would buy it. Although they lost the group, this 3 billion was enough for him and old Master Mu to live for several generations. Not satisfied with mocking his brother, he turned to tease Wu Xiaofan. He said if she had chosen him instead of Mu Chunfeng back then, perhaps she wouldn't have lost everything now. Wu Xiaofan couldn't be bothered with a minor character like him, simply saying she bought it because she liked it and 3 paltry billion was nothing to regret. After selling all the shares, old Master Mu asked Wu Xiaofan why she hadn't left yet, wondering if she hadn't had enough of the show. She frankly said she hadn't seen enough of the good drama yet, so how could she leave? Just as Wu Xiaofan finished speaking, someone rushed in to report good news. The stock price of the Mu Group had rebounded, and it was projected to reach a market value of 50 billion after today. Hearing the 50 billion news, the grandfather and grandson were so shocked they jumped to their feet. They couldn't believe things had changed so quickly. Wu Xiaofan gloated as she watched this bunch of fools sell a $50 billion group for 3 billion. Indeed, fortunes turn like a wheel. Mu Chunfeng pulled Wu Xiaofan's hand to leave, not wanting to waste any more time there. At this moment, old Master Mu had completely cast aside his dignity, loudly demanding to speak with Mu Chunfeng as the family's representative. But he wasn't someone so easy to talk to. Mu Chunfeng glanced back at him and told him and his family to pack their things quickly. Within 3 days, he would replace the entire staff. Over at the Zheng family's side, Zheng Qi frantically ran into the hospital room, telling her father that something major had happened. But her father, who had always favored sons over daughters, saw his daughter barge in without permission and immediately ordered her out. Zheng Qi stood at the door and told him that the stock price had dropped and the group had now lost 30 billion. Hearing this, the old man's hands trembled as he took out his phone to check. He couldn't believe the Mu family had such capabilities. They must have the Wu family backing them. Seeing her father so furious, Zheng Qi poured a glass of water for him to cool down. Unexpectedly, he didn't drink the water but turned around and slapped his daughter across the face, scolding her for being useless, unable to even handle Miss Wu. Zheng Qi, aggrieved, held her face and cried. She tried to explain, but her father gave her no chance, telling her to shut up. Zheng Qi collapsed onto the floor, disappointed that her father treated her this way just because she was a daughter. Zheng Bei not only didn't say a single kind word, but also advised her to get married, to enter a political marriage to help the group. However, Zheng Qi was not such a weak girl. She stood up, ignoring her father. Zheng Qi said that no matter what, she would devote herself wholeheartedly to the family. Leaving the hospital room, she immediately called Mu Chunfeng to arrange a meeting. A short while later, the two were strolling in a park. Mu Chunfeng asked her if anything was wrong, why she had asked to meet him. Zheng Qi told him to stop pretending. Seeing this, Mu Chunfeng stopped acting as well. He teased Zheng Qi, saying it was thanks to her that he was able to take control of the Mu family so smoothly. Zheng Qi asked him what conditions he had promised Wu Xiaofan for her to agree to help him. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng lectured her. He said, as if everyone is as malicious as you. They are friends. They just help each other in times of difficulty. What conditions are needed? Zheng Qi said someone like her couldn't have friends. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng said, how can you make friends without being sincere? After beating around the bush for a while, Zheng Qi revealed the true purpose of this meeting. She wanted Mu Chunfeng to be her boyfriend. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng was also stunned for a moment. She said if he spared the Zheng family, she would be willing to be his girlfriend. Seeing she still thought so highly of herself, Mu Chunfeng turned to leave. He said, is this your purpose? You want me to spare the Zheng family? Still unaware of her standing in Mu Chunfeng's eyes, Zheng Qi asked him, since she was already willing to be his girlfriend, wasn't he satisfied yet? Mu Chunfeng slowly told her, first your Zheng family started trouble, then you came for revenge, and now you're here to sue for peace. After saying this, Mu Chunfeng turned to leave, telling her not to look for him about this matter again. Seeing this, Zheng Qi grabbed Mu Chunfeng's arm. What exactly do you want to spare the Zheng family? Mu Chunfeng turned his head and asked her, is it true that I can have whatever I want? After receiving Zheng Qi's assurance, Mu Chunfeng told her the condition is 51% of the shares. Hearing the number of shares Mu Chunfeng demanded, Zheng Qi immediately pointed at his face and cursed him for being unreasonable. Seeing that things were difficult to discuss, Mu Chunfeng left, telling her to talk to him again after she becomes the head of the Zheng family. Looking at the man's departing figure, Zheng Qi desperately wanted to stop him, but it seemed impossible now. The scene changes to the No Overtime Company. After leaving the Mu residence, Wu Xiaofan had been secretly monitoring all of Mu Qinfeng's movements. Chairman Liang informed her that Mu Qinfeng had just met with Zheng Qi, but in response to his concern, Wu Xiaofan just said, "Oh," and nothing more. The old man didn't understand and asked, "Aren't you worried, miss?" Wu Xiaofan asked him if the head of the Mu family had been rescued yet. He then projected an image onto the screen, showing her that the Mu family head was safe and sound on his way back to Yuzhou. Seeing the situation was stable, Miss Wu felt somewhat relieved. Old Liang asked her, if Mu Chunfeng didn't agree to make peace, wouldn't her efforts have been in vain? Wu Xiaofan asked again what Mu Chunfeng was doing. He told her he was strolling in the park with Zheng Qi. Although he said it in a very serious tone, Wu Xiaofan still replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm angry? It's not a big deal." As for the Mu family, making peace with the Zheng family is a matter of time. This time, it could be considered giving Mu Chunfeng a chance to gain some extra benefits. However, for Mu Chunfeng to dare to secretly meet another woman behind Wu Xiaofan's back, this was absolutely unforgivable. Seeing Wu Xiaofan was jealous, Chairman Liang teased her a bit and laughed heartily. She also said there was a generation gap between them and he wouldn't understand. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Hu Huangli brought new information. The Zheng family had contacted the White Lotus sect. This matter was now beyond their control. Chairman Liang took the report and read it, then ordered his subordinate to complete the preparations, saying he would arrange to handle the rest. Hu Huangli acknowledged the order and immediately turned to act. Wu Xiaofan looked at the photo of the woman from the White Lotus sect and asked, if things get out of control, how does your company plan to handle it? Chairman Liang told her not to worry, that no matter what happened, the balance of the southwest region could not be broken. Back at the Zheng residence, the old family head was anxiously running around, looking for friends to help. But unfortunately, as soon as the Wu family's name was mentioned, no one wanted to talk further. The old man was so angry he slammed the table. Before, they were as close as brothers, sweet as honey, but now it was hard to even get a word in. At his wit's end, he could only turn to the Wang family for help. He told the head of the Wang family that he agreed to the conditions the Wang family had previously proposed, hoping he could come over to discuss the details. By the way, he also reminded the Wang family head to bring his son along to meet his daughter. Just as he hung up, a purple-haired girl came to see him. She was the saintess of the White Lotus sect. She told the head of his Zheng family that her organization's fees were not cheap. He laughed heartily, saying you get what you pay for, and that meeting the saintess in person was truly worth it. Seeing this old man was lecherous, she went along with it, pulling down her collar to show off her figure and seduce him. She asked CEO Zheng, I wonder how much I am worth. He offered a price of 50 million, saying he didn't want to see anyone from the Mu family anymore. In addition, he also hoped to experience the saintess's other services, with the price being negotiable. Hearing the price he offered, the saintess gave a cold laugh and told him not to joke. She held up 2 fingers, signaling that he needed to add more money. CEO Zheng thought it was 200 million and was very happy. But the saintess poured a bucket of cold water on him. She said the price for this mission was 2 billion. Hearing this number, even this family head had to be silent for a moment. The saintess asked if he needed any other services, and the old man, extremely excited, immediately asked for the price. But the response to his sincere affection was that it would cost him his life. Hearing this from the mouth of an assassination organization, the old family head trembled with fear, not daring to resist, and could only force a smile. As she was leaving, the saintess told him that if he transferred the money tonight, they would act tomorrow morning. Otherwise, the deal was off. The next morning, as scheduled, the head of the Zheng family took Zheng Qi to meet the father and son from the Wang family. Before the father and son arrived, Zheng Qi expressed that there was no need to agree to the Wang family's conditions. But this old man had never listened to a word Zheng Qi said. He pointed to a waitress and said, to survive in this world, there is only money and power. Of course, one must also pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, you'll be like those servers, struggling every day to make a living. He asked Zheng Qi again, did she want the Zheng family to become like that? Zheng Qi could only stammer, unable to speak. At this moment, the father and son arrived. The head of the Wang family said he had just finished a meeting and was late, hoping for their understanding. Because he was flattering the Wang family, the old man of the Zheng family said he had also just arrived. As soon as old Wang arrived, he began to size up his future daughter-in-law. He said that the 18-year-old Miss Zheng Qi had changed a lot from before. Then he turned to his lecherous son and told him to greet everyone. Too busy staring at Zheng Qi to notice anything else. Wang Zizhong scratched his head in embarrassment and greeted Uncle Zheng. At this moment, a waitress walked over and accidentally spilled water on his sleeve. The waitress trembled and apologized, saying it wasn't intentional. Because he was in front of a beautiful woman, this young Master Wang acted magnanimously, saying it was nothing. Watching this performance by his precious son-in-law, the old head of the Zheng family praised young Master Wang for his magnanimity and talent. Truly a good person. This young Master Wang, having an admirer, explained that if he made a big deal out of it, they wouldn't be able to afford this suit even if they worked for a whole year, so there was no need to be petty with them. Most importantly, it would be very dangerous if there was retaliation. His life was, after all, more precious than those servants. The old head of the Zheng family praised old Wang for knowing how to raise his son, but old Wang humbly said he was not as good as him. The two of them went back and forth with their act for a while, and finally, old Wang said to let the younger generation talk among themselves today. Seeing his father give him the opportunity, young Master Wang did not hesitate to take Zheng Qi's hand, saying he was very pleased with her, so the wedding should happen as soon as possible. Furthermore, the dowry must be 51% of the Zheng group's shares. Hearing this number, the old man of the Zheng family asked if it wasn't a bit too much. Young Master Wang replied on behalf of his father that it was not too much, because if the Wang family didn't help them, no one else would be willing to help now, and the price to pay couldn't be lower than 40%. Hearing this, Zheng Qi couldn't take it anymore, directly pulling her hand back and asking, since when did she agree to marry him? The old man of the Zheng family was startled to hear this and quickly stopped her. What are you saying? Zheng Qi angrily slammed the table and shot to her feet. She knew best what she was saying. Her future path, she would walk it herself, and she didn't need anyone to manage it. As soon as she stepped out of the coffee shop, Zheng Qi immediately called Chen Feng, saying she wanted to meet him to discuss something and that she would wait for him at the Jinfeng Hotel. Scene changed to the Jinfeng Hotel. A moment later, Zheng Qi arrived first. She took a shower, wanting to relax her mind a bit. She told herself that her life must be decided by her. At this moment, Zheng Bei called to scold her. He said she was cutting off the Zheng family's lifeline. But Zheng Qi retorted that she knew what she had to do. He then asked if she was going to meet Mu Chenfeng. She replied that whoever she wanted to meet, she didn't need to report to anyone. Just then, Chenfeng arrived and knocked on the door. Zheng Qi went to open the door for him. Upon seeing the beauty who had just showered, Chenfeng also entered with excitement. Chenfeng walked to the window and drew the curtains. He told her not to overthink it. He was just afraid someone might misunderstand. Zheng Qi didn't pay much mind. Do whatever you want. When you're done, come over and have a drink with me. Chenfeng asked if she had thought it through. Zheng Qi said the most she could give him was 10%. Chenfeng asked her again, could she really do it? Without hesitation, Zheng Qi jumped straight onto him and sat down, saying seductively, if you can help me become the head of the family, I will definitely be able to do it. Chenfeng leaned back, feigning a cold demeanor, having to help her solve her problem and also support her in taking control of the family. Yet only getting 10% was truly too much of a loss. Zheng Qi no longer used words to persuade him, but used actions to show him her determination. She removed the outer towel, revealing a lace nightgown underneath. She seductively asked him, if you add me to the deal, is it still a loss? Chenfeng was so startled, he jumped up, pushing Zheng Qi aside and asking what she was trying to do. Feeling it still wasn't enough, Zheng Qi put on a pair of black fishnet stockings while saying all of her shares would also be his. Chenfeng warned Zheng Qi, you are awakening the demon inside me. As soon as the words were out, Zheng Qi lunged forward, embracing and kissing Chenfeng. She told him that this was what she wanted. Chenfeng pinned her down on the sofa and gave his final price, 20%, or I'm leaving. Zheng Qi found this price reasonable and agreed. After that, the two had a passionate and romantic night, returning to the old head of the Zheng family. While his daughter was busy, he and the Wang father and son were still waiting for a call, but there was no response. CEO Zheng awkwardly apologized to old Wang, then placed all the blame on Zheng Qi. Although the Wang father and son were unhappy, they still pretended to be amicable, saying they would discuss it next time. At the same time, before leaving, young Master Wang also told him that the conditions next time would not be so simple. He was so angry he gritted his teeth, roaring the names of the Wang family and Wu Xiaofan. As his body temperature soared, the old man informed the Saintess that 2 billion had been transferred. In a villa on the outskirts of Yuzhou, the Saintess looked at the transfer notification on her phone and grinned from ear to ear. The vice sect master of the White Lotus sect behind her asked, are you sure you want to make a move against the Mu family? She said the Mu family only has Mu Chenfeng. But Mu Zhou also told her that he was the one who captured 2 of the organization's protectors. The Saintess also stated her point of view. They were transferred by the company from Yinbei to Yuzhou, and now the sect master status is unknown. Without money, how can they grow and become stronger step by step? The vice sect master just said that they shouldn't clash with Mu Qinfeng right now. Hearing Mu Zhou say this, the Saintess angrily reminded him that he had once sworn that if he couldn't lead everyone, she had the right to kill him. The next morning, downstairs at the Jinfeng Hotel, Qinfeng walked while groaning about his sore body. He never expected to be tormented so miserably by the little vixen last night. It was truly unbearable. Checking his phone messages, Qinfeng learned that the White Lotus sect was about to make a move against his family. He also knew the Mu family was as weak as a snail and had no strength to resist. Therefore, Qinfeng rushed back to the company to check on the situation. As soon as he returned to the company, Qinfeng saw a familiar company employee already waiting. Seeing Qinfeng, he greeted him cheerfully, not forgetting to tease him. "You must have been tired last night, huh?" Qinfeng asked back how he dared to follow him. Hu Huangli said there was nothing the company didn't know, but he could rest assured Xiao Fan didn't know. Qinfeng sat down to get to the main point with him. The White Lotus sect is about to move against the Mu family members, and he hoped the company could send people to help. Hu Huangli handed him a report, saying the company had already taken action long ago. At the same time, a group of people stepped out and introduced themselves, saying they were the managers for a pre-booked service. Qinfeng asked back, "Is this service charged?" The other party also told him that the company has a policy to protect the relatives of its employees, so he could rest assured and trust them in this regard. Noticing the room was too quiet, Qinfeng asked where Xiao Fan was, as he couldn't see her. Hu Huangli told him that after hearing the news of his father's return this morning, Xiao Fan had disappeared. Hearing this news, Qinfeng panicked and urgently asked when the plane had landed. Hu Huangli told him they were on the highway heading home, but he could rest assured, as the company had made arrangements beforehand this time. Qinfeng was worried that the target this time was the Mu family, so his father was definitely the primary target. After that, Qinfeng immediately left to find them. On Xiao Fan's side, she was happily chatting with Mr. Mu. She asked if his journey was okay. Hearing this, Mu Yuanda expressed his immense gratitude. He said that if it weren't for her, he probably wouldn't have been able to return. Xiao Fan smiled shyly, saying everything was arranged by Qinfeng. After hearing this, the old man couldn't believe it. He told Xiao Fan not to speak up for him. How could he not understand his own son? Just as Xiao Fan was excitedly preparing to talk about Qinfeng's talent and potential, the old man interrupted her. He said he was very curious and wanted to know how the two of them met. Xiao Fan shyly twiddled her fingers and told the old man the story. A moment later, as the car passed a curve, Uncle Cheng noticed something unusual and warned the two that there was trouble. Uncle Cheng didn't expect these people to act so quickly. He told the two in the back to hold on tight, as he was going to speed up and get past. Uncle Cheng executed a beautiful drift, causing one car to crash into a utility pole on the roadside. He smiled smugly, praising his own excellent technique, wondering when those young punks would ever have driving skills like his. Just as he dealt with one car, the Saintess personally took action, riding a motorcycle. She shot out several needles to see where old Cheng would run. The tires were punctured, and the car couldn't go on. Uncle Cheng got out of the car, taking a stance to fight. He told the two to go on ahead. Seeing this, the Saintess also took off her helmet, mocking him for overestimating himself and wondering how long he could stop her. The head of the Mu family had just returned and was still unclear about the situation. He asked her who she was and why she was attacking the Mu family. Xiao Fan answered his question, telling him that those people were from the White Lotus sect sent to kill him. Having been a businessman for many years, the old family head's mind was very sharp. As soon as he heard, he guessed the mastermind was the Zheng family. The Saintess stepped forward, telling them not to blame her. Someone else paid $2 billion for their lives, so she had to act. She also told Xiao Fan that this matter originally had nothing to do with her, but once you meddle in other people's business, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Xiao Fan's expression remained unchanged as she boldly declared, "The Wu family has never been afraid of anyone." Then Xiao Fan shouted loudly, "Xiao Hu, get out here, or don't even think about me paying attention to you anymore." Seeing Miss Wu shout so loudly, the Saintess of the White Lotus sect was also startled. Hearing the call of the person of his dreams, a convoy of luxury cars immediately pulled up aggressively. Xiao Hu led his group of brothers forward. He looked at the Saintess, called her a demoness, and then offered a greeting, like a signal of challenge. She looked at Xiao Hu's group, waved her hand, and asked, "You think you can stop me with just your lot?" Brother Hu and old Cheng didn't answer, charging forward directly, leaving their brothers behind to protect Xiao Fan. The two rushed forward with fierce momentum, determined to capture her for revenge. The Saintess leaped up, laughing as she threw hidden weapons. Xiao used his leg to kick away her steel needles. This hidden weapon was formidable, but as long as you weren't hit, there was nothing to fear. At the same time, Old Cheng also attacked her lower body. The two coordinated their attacks perfectly, leaving the Saintess no opening to dodge. However, with her agile movements, she still escaped the attacks of both. Seeing she was still in the air, Xiao intended to take the opportunity to land another punch. But Old Cheng felt something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop his junior brother. Unfortunately, Xiao struck too quickly and fell into the trap. Just like that, the Saintess used a hidden weapon to take down one of the two. Xiao was hit and collapsed to the ground. Seeing his junior brother severely injured, Old Cheng angrily used a roadside rock as a weapon to prevent the Saintess from escaping. But this small attack was not enough to pose a threat. She counterattacked, shattering the rock and piercing Old Cheng's shoulder at the same time. He had no choice but to accept defeat, as the gap in their cultivation levels was too great. Seeing the situation was bad, Xiao quickly signaled for Xiao Fan to run. But how could a person's speed match that of a weapon? The Saintess reflexively threw 3 steel needles towards them. Xiao Fan could only cry out for Mu Chenfeng's help. Shortly after, a small explosion was heard, and dust filled the air. From within the smoke, Mu Chenfeng appeared with an extremely angry expression. He said that he originally didn't want to get involved with the White Lotus sect, but he didn't expect them to dare to make a move on his people first. The Saintess retorted, saying that the White Lotus sect only worked according to their contract, and if there was any issue, he should go settle the score with the Zheng family behind it. Chenfeng told her that he would not spare anyone. After dealing with her, he would go find the Zheng family himself. Seeing Chenfeng aggressively charging forward, Uncle Cheng worriedly reminded him that the hidden weapons she used were very fearsome. But how could he know that for a cultivator like Chenfeng, such petty tricks were not even entry-level? He used the 3 steel needles he had just blocked and shot them back at the Saintess. Due to his higher power, his attack gained the upper hand, piercing through the Saintess's body. Discovering that her opponent was a Xiantian master, the Saintess hastily fled. But Chenfeng thought it was too late for her to run. He channeled energy into his palm, but that cunning woman craftily attacked his people instead, forcing Chenfeng to change direction to block her hidden weapons. In another building, the leader of the White Lotus sect had witnessed everything. He never expected to see a Xiantian master appear with his own eyes in this era, and couldn't help but wonder if, after 1,000 years, the spiritual energy had finally recovered. Seeing the once incompetent son now become so formidable, old Master Mu couldn't help but ask, "Son, are you my son?" Chenfeng paid little attention to his father's words and ran straight to confront Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan saw the situation was unfavorable for her, but the old master was here, so Xiao Fan started playing the role of a deeply infatuated girl who was persistently clingy, being rejected by Chenfeng time and again in front of the old master. While the old master was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, Xiao Fan quickly ran to hug him, sobbing and calling out Dad. Seeing his gentle daughter-in-law being bullied, the old master immediately stood up for her. As for Chenfeng, standing at the side, he was astonished by her acting skills and asked what trick she was trying to pull now. Before he could finish questioning Xiao Fan, Chenfeng immediately received a slap from his father. The old master pinned his son down and gave him a sound beating, regardless of how he tried to explain or deny it. Seeing the results she wanted, Xiao Fan stood aside, gloating. The old master was truly kind-hearted. Even though his blows to Chenfeng were now like mosquito bites, he still tried his best to teach him a lesson. Chenfeng really couldn't take it anymore and also told his father to talk things over calmly. After venting his anger on Xiao Fan's behalf, the old master comforted her, saying that from now on, she didn't need to be afraid of Chenfeng anymore. Xiao Fan saw that the time was right, so she linked arms with him and flattered him with a few more words, completely ignoring the ashen-faced Chenfeng who had just been beaten beside them. Chenfeng stood up, and hearing Xiao Fan's deceitful words, he angrily shouted at her to stop acting, warning her that he might lose his temper. Xiao Fan started crying again. The old master had no choice but to rap his son on the head one more time. Chenfeng suppressed his anger, obeyed his father by saying sorry to Miss Xiaofan, and was then dragged away by the old master to be lectured. He imparted to Qinfeng some knowledge about having affairs and the rules of survival after getting married. Qinfeng felt his father's thinking was a bit skewed and tried to explain, but his father adamantly refused to listen. He said that Qinfeng could choose his own life, that was fine, but as for Xiaofan, he already considered her his daughter-in-law. Seeing that things had gotten out of control, Qinfeng could only hold his head and listen to his father finish his speech. After lecturing and imparting knowledge to his son, the old master left with Xiaofan, leaving Qinfeng and Xiaohu behind. The two stood motionless. One was annoyed at being tricked by Xiaofan, while the other was heartbroken, thinking Xiaofan hated him. Qinfeng put his arm around Xiaohu's shoulder and said, "I have a few things I want to know. I hope you'll cooperate." But Xiaohu, out of jealousy, didn't want to tell Qinfeng. Hearing this, Qinfeng used reverse psychology. He said Xiaohu was so childish. No wonder Xiaofan didn't like him. Provoked, Xiaohu told Qinfeng to get lost, not wanting to see him anymore. Qinfeng also explained to him that he could easily buy the information, but because there were some sensitive matters, it wasn't convenient to use the company. Xiaohu, seeing Qinfeng speaking mysteriously, told him to stop pretending. If it weren't for Xiaofan, he wouldn't even be here. Qinfeng bent down, picked up a small pebble, and told Xiaohu to think carefully before answering. With that said, he threw it gently, and the pebble pierced through a utility pole. Qinfeng asked if he had finished thinking, only to see Xiaohu stammering. Qinfeng decided to use a stronger measure. He channeled energy into his hand and threw a punch that grazed past Xiaohu's face. In the face of absolute power, all stubbornness becomes meaningless. Xiaohu submitted, agreeing to tell Qinfeng everything he knew, because with Qinfeng's last punch, although his eyes saw it, his body couldn't move in front of this person. Qinfeng's punch was aimed at the mysterious person standing behind Xiaohu. Seeing that the opponent had a cultivation level of half-step qi condensation, Qinfeng spoke up and asked who he was. The opponent revealed without hesitation that he was the sect leader of the White Lotus sect. Hearing the opponent's identity, Qinfeng drew his sword without hesitation, telling the guy that since he had come, he shouldn't even think about leaving. Seeing Qinfeng filled with anger, ready to kill at any moment, the White Lotus sect leader quickly waved his hands and explained that he had no hostile intentions, and moreover, if they thought about it carefully, perhaps the two of them were on the same side. Qinfeng took the opponent's business card, on which an address was written. Qinfeng asked what this meant. The sect leader said that was where Li Sisi would go, and the person he was looking for was also there. Qinfeng retorted, asking why he should trust a stranger like him, especially since the two sides had already had a conflict. And this address revealed the whereabouts of their saintess. No matter how he thought about it, this was very likely just a prearranged trap. The sect leader explained his reason for doing so. Internally, the sect was divided into two opposing factions. One faction, led by the Saintess, was the radical faction, wanting to take Qinfeng's life because they saw him as a stumbling block to their development. As for him, this sect leader, he believed they should ally with Qinfeng to gradually expand the sect outwards. In short, this sect leader wanted to befriend Qinfeng. This address was the sect leader's introductory gift to show his sincerity. After speaking, the sect leader bid farewell and prepared to leave. But unfortunately, Qinfeng hadn't given him permission. He moved above the sect leader and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Suddenly attacked, the sect leader panicked and asked Qinfeng what he was doing. Was it really impossible to negotiate? Hearing the sect leader say that if pushed into a corner, he would fight to the bitter end with Qinfeng, he retorted by asking if they were worthy. Ever since you appeared, you've been acting all high and mighty, saying what you want and leaving when you're done. You really don't take me seriously. Seeing Qinfeng's determination, the sect leader asked what he wanted. Qinfeng stated clearly that to expand one's influence and call the shots, one must have real strength. All things considered, what right did he have to negotiate terms with him? Reflecting on Qinfeng's words, the sect leader felt he had miscalculated. The other party had both strength and power, while he, someone in a completely inferior position, dared to propose conditions. It was truly a grave mistake. Thinking this, the sect leader clasped his hands and respectfully apologized to Qinfeng, while also expressing his sincere desire to form an alliance. The sect leader offered a price in exchange for this peace: the secrets of the White Lotus sect, and the reason why the spiritual energy in this place was so thin. Considering they had no real conflict and shared the common goal of restoring spiritual energy, the sect leader wanted to work with Chen Feng on this. As if by habit, the sect leader once again casually turned his back on Chen Feng. Chen Feng asked irritably, "Did I say you could go?" Chen Feng shouldered his greatsword and said, "Since we met, I don't know how much trouble the White Lotus sect has caused me. Because of you pests, I still haven't had a meal. So, calculating all the costs, travel expenses, lost work fees, emotional distress fees, everything, Brother Feng here will give you a friendly price, 10 million yuan. If you have the money, you can go. If not, you're staying." Hearing this astronomical figure, the sect leader, angered by such a trivial matter, told Chen Feng not to be too arrogant. Chen Feng said if he didn't like it, that was fine. Inviting the sect leader back for tea and to discuss the Tao wouldn't be bad either. Hearing this, the sect leader immediately took out a bank card and gave it to him. Chen Feng said goodbye again and hoped the sect leader would come to the company for tea, and while he was at it, chat with me about the members of the sect. Chen Feng tried his best to promote the company. Finally, the sect leader was able to leave. Seeing the other party had left, Xiaohu turned and said he was truly a money grubber, controlling an entire conglomerate, yet still greedy for this bit of pocket change. Chen Feng immediately told him, "What do you know? The Mu Group now has an additional 10 million in investment. Who knows how much its value will increase in the future?" After speaking, he said goodbye to Xiaohu and went home to see what Yulin was doing. Looking at the beloved disciple he had wholeheartedly taught, who was now a half-step grandmaster, Chen Feng praised her inwardly, indeed, a Xiantian physique. But the core problem was that Yulin's temperament was too gentle, which made her swordsmanship restrained. If she could become stronger in the future, there would be nothing left to criticize. Meanwhile, Yulin was practicing diligently, because she felt that with such an outstanding young master, if she didn't improve quickly, she would be left behind by him. Chen Feng once again held her hand to guide her, patiently teaching Yulin how to wield the sword both accurately and beautifully. After being taught for a while, Yulin asked if her aptitude was very poor, since he had already taught her, but she still couldn't do it. Hearing her say this, Chen Feng also comforted her, explaining that there were many people who cultivated much slower than her, and some who would never be her equal in their entire lives. The girl spoke her heart, saying she didn't want to be some female monster. She just wanted to be by his side for her whole life. To stimulate Yulin's martial spirit, Chen Feng said that as long as she was strong enough, she could follow him to the ends of the earth. Chen Feng also promised to take her back to the cultivation world, a place full of powerful experts and extremely dangerous. Even though Chen Feng said this, Yulin remained determined. As long as it was a place with him, she would go anywhere. On the road below Yulin's apartment complex, a luxury car suddenly stopped. The arrivals were none other than the second young master of the Mu family and his mother. His limbs having healed, he was now here to cause trouble again. Before even reaching the upper floor, his mouth had already uttered countless bad things about Chen Feng. As for his mother, she had a disdainful look on her face, holding her nose ever since she got out of the car, refusing to breathe the same air as the people here. After a round of muttering, the two of them finally reached Yulin's room. At this moment, Chen Feng and Yulin had just finished their training and were chatting happily. Yulin promised to try harder next time to please him. But his stepmother had just arrived and immediately made a sarcastic remark, talking about such things in broad daylight. All you know all day are these filthy matters. The two turned to look at her. Chen Feng stopped Yulin, not letting her step forward. He asked them what they were doing here. The woman didn't answer Chen Feng. Instead, with her hands on her hips, she arrogantly asked, "Guests have arrived and you don't invite them in? Is this how you treat your elders?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked around to see who had arrived, but he didn't see any elders. He asked the two of them to leave. But the kind-hearted Yulin invited them in, suggesting they talk things over slowly. Only Chen Feng knew they were only here for the shares. What was there to talk about? Hearing this, the woman got her way and immediately threatened him. She said that if Chen Feng didn't hand over the shares, the family head would. Chen Feng asked what he would do. What could the Mu family do to him? The mother was rendered speechless by the question, so Mu Lei shouted loudly. He immediately threatened that he had more than 100 ways to make Chen Feng move out. He even insulted Chen Feng, calling him a bastard who shouldn't dream of the Mu family's assets. As soon as she heard the young master being insulted, Yulin, using only the movement technique Chen Feng had taught her, immediately rushed forward and gave him a hard slap. Right after being hit, he cursed bastard again, and so he was immediately gifted a second slap. Yulin said loudly that he could bully her, but she would not accept the young master being insulted. If he continued, she would not show mercy. In too much pain from the beating, he whimpered and ran to tattle to his mother. "Mom, she hit me." His mother stepped forward and said, "My son is the heir to the Mu group. If you dare to hit him again, I'll fight that Chun Feng to the death." Although her threat was grand, it probably carried no weight because Chun Feng was overjoyed to see that Yulin had such a strong side to her. After that thought, he returned to the main issue. He grabbed them by their collars and said, "All right, that's enough nonsense. Time to go home." He brought the two of them to the window. The mother thought he was going to throw her from the 16th floor and immediately screamed. But Chun Feng didn't pay much attention. He said he would take them home. So, dragging one person in each hand, he carried the mother and son and jumped straight from the 16th floor to the ground. With the matter resolved, everything became quiet. He reminded the driver to tell Butler Kai on his way back to manage his people properly, or there won't be a next time. Seeing Chun Feng's power, the driver obediently and respectfully took the order. He didn't know if he was dreaming or awake to have witnessed with his own eyes someone jumping from the 16th floor without a scratch. After the car left, Yulin asked Chun Feng if they were okay, as the 16th floor was very high. After all, Chun Feng reassured her that everything was fine. They probably just suffered some psychological trauma, but it was guaranteed they wouldn't dare to come here and cause trouble again. After saying that, Chun Feng called a taxi, told Yulin to go back and rest, as he had something important to do tonight. In the car, he took out the address given by the White Lotus sect leader and told the driver to take him there. Upon arrival, Chun Feng stood on the roof of a large building and thought to himself that he had cultivated for 1,000 years and had seen all sorts of schemes and plots. But in the face of absolute power, those things were useless. This time, the White Lotus sect leader giving him the address was just a ploy to use him to kill someone else, to eliminate a future threat, not out of any kindness. Inside the building, the saintess of the White Lotus sect was meeting with old Master Zheng, discussing some errors in their previous business deal. The Zheng family head questioned her. Hadn't she previously guaranteed she would kill for money? Yet the result was the complete opposite. Although it was clearly a failure due to a lack of strength, Li Sisi still tried to save face, saying that the Mu family had another company backing them, so she needed a little more time. Seeing this, the old master's son approached and shouted loudly, asking her if she was given more time, then who would give the Zheng family time. Although his words were grand, and he seemed very concerned for the family, it was actually just a pretense to find an excuse to get closer and touch the saintess's thigh. He asked if she knew how heavily the Zheng family had suffered, and whether she intended to compensate with money or with herself. The saintess was silent for a moment, then asked, "My thigh, how does it feel to touch?" The old master knew his son was tired of living, and hurriedly ran over to pull him aside, giving him a scolding. Having been raised in a family that valued men over women, Zheng Bei was not convinced and retorted, "Dad, since when has our Zheng family been afraid of women? Isn't she just a woman?" Seeing the saintess stand up, the old master hurriedly bowed his head in apology, then pulled his son to bow with him, but he stubbornly refused. The saintess, with a stern face, asked again, "How does it feel?" 3 years ago, on a certain day, when she was not yet the saintess, she was raped by her own sect leader. She had followed him since she was a child, regarding him as her own father. But as she grew up, her body became too voluptuous, and the sect leader couldn't resist. She tearfully asked him why he could do such a thing to her. At this point, the old man finally said, "For hundreds of years in the White Lotus sect, the saintess has been chosen to serve and entertain the sect leader. Didn't you know?" At this point, she lost control, grabbed the sect leader's shirt, and asked why, out of so many people, she was chosen, why he had to destroy her dreams. Seeing that she wouldn't obey, the old man grabbed her hair and yanked her head back, punching her so hard she coughed up blood. He said today was just one night. There would be many more in the future. She had best get used to it. Even then, she stubbornly asked the sect leader why he chose her. Of course, it's because you have a voluptuous body and a pretty face. Otherwise, why would he have raised you for so long? The old man brought up the story of her father's death years ago, how he himself had taken care of her. As a responsible person, he would try to take care of her in every aspect, including the physiological one. Returning to the present, she told Zheng Bei to raise his head and look at her, asking if she was beautiful, if he wanted to possess her. If he didn't answer, he would pay with his life. He, who had been so defiant just moments ago, was now trembling, stammering that she was very beautiful, but he didn't dare have any improper thoughts. Only now did he realize that the woman before him was terrifyingly dreadful. Just a single glance made him tremble uncontrollably. The Saintess took out the golden hairpin she often used for killing to stroke her hair, and said that she was so charming. Yet this young master had no thoughts in his heart. It truly broke a girl's heart. As if understanding something, the old master immediately took out a check for 100 million, hoping the Saintess would calm her anger and forgive his son's ignorance. The Saintess glanced at the 100 million check and asked if he was looking down on her. Was her precious body worth only 100 million? In the end, to save his son's life, the Zheng family had offered 10 billion. The young master's one touch, worth 10 billion, became a glorious achievement, helping the Zheng family take another step towards decline. The Saintess turned to leave, reminding the old master to watch his son carefully in the future, as giving him too much freedom would bring disaster upon himself. Before leaving, the Saintess didn't forget to gift him a hairpin, but perhaps she used a bit too much force, as the hairpin stabbed straight into his lower body. Young Master Zheng Bei clutched his private parts in pain, trembling and crying. The old master shouted, asking the Saintess if she hadn't said she wouldn't kill him. She just smiled faintly and retorted, "I did promise not to kill him, but I didn't promise not to teach him a lesson." She told CEO Zheng to rest assured he wouldn't die. He would just lose half of his pleasure in the future. The old master angrily asked what she meant. Could it be that he couldn't have grandchildren to carry on the family line? Upstairs, Chen Feng looked at the location of the fatal blow just now and understood. He chuckled softly, not expecting this female god of death, Li Sisi, to be so ruthless. He feared that from now on, the old master's son could only be eunuch Zheng. Suddenly, headlights shone from downstairs. Chen Feng thought to himself, someone is still coming here this late? Looking closely, it was Zheng Qi. She had come here by tracking Zheng Bei's phone location. For some unknown reason, she had made up her mind. She had to achieve her goal. The Zheng family must be in her hands. At this moment, a supervisor from the White Lotus sect came in to report that someone had arrived outside. Li Sisi frowned, not expecting to be reported to for such a small matter. Clean it up quickly. The old master glanced at a tablet and realized it was his daughter. He panicked and ran up to beg the Saintess not to act. Li Sisi became even angrier. She scowled and said, "It seems CEO Zheng's mouth isn't very tight." Just then, Zheng Qi walked in and spoke up. "Don't blame him. This has nothing to do with him. After all, I'm the eldest daughter of the Zheng family. It's not difficult to investigate someone's whereabouts." She slowly turned to the old master, saying that this daughter of his was careful and thorough, and quite bold too, seemingly much more useful than that eunuch over there. As if by habit, every time he saw Zheng Qi, he had to slap her first. He asked Zheng Qi if she knew how dangerous what she was doing was. Zheng Qi held her face and said she knew very well, telling him to step aside. Zheng Qi proudly introduced herself as the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, the future helmsman of the Zheng group. Although Zheng Qi didn't know who Li Sisi was at the moment, she hoped the two sides could cooperate for Li Sisi to work for her. In return, Zheng Qi would give Li Sisi's people 10% of the group's profits each year. Sisi also introduced herself as the Saintess of the White Lotus sect, and that the price Zheng Qi offered was indeed very attractive. "But why don't you people consider this? I'll just wipe out your entire family and take all your assets." Hearing these words, the old master interjected. He told the Saintess not to joke. The White Lotus sect's assets were so vast. Why would they covet his family's small property? But if the Saintess agreed to the previous condition, the two sides could cooperate happily. After speaking, he turned to Zheng Qi again, slapped her one more time, and told her to quickly take her younger brother and leave. He threatened that Zheng Qi had better disappear from his sight before he got angry, or else she shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Zheng Qi held her face and said with a smile, "I can't believe that even at this point, father still won't trust me for once. If that's the case, I understand. I'll do as you say." As she walked towards Zheng Bei, he even threw a can of water at her head, telling her to get lost and hurling insults. Zheng Qi said calmly, "All right, I'll take you home, my good little brother." After saying that, she pulled out a knife and stabbed toward her younger brother. As long as he disappeared, her father would no longer be able to focus all his attention on him. Let's see how he would favor sons over daughters then. The family head saw this and screamed in horror. "What are you doing?" On Cece's side, however, it was the complete opposite, seeing a reflection of her former self in Zheng Qi. As she decisively eliminated the source of trouble without regard for family ties, Cece couldn't stop clapping in admiration. After dealing with Zheng Bei, Zhang Qi shed tears. From now on, you will only have one daughter left. You can entrust the Zheng Corporation to me with peace of mind. My abilities far surpass Zheng Bei's. I will manage it well. Don't be afraid. At this moment, Li Sisi discovered Zhang Qi's talent and invited her to join the White Lotus sect, saying that she would definitely be able to fully utilize her abilities. While they were still discussing business, the old master declared that this was the end of it. He wanted to take his son home. Li Sisi said he could go if he wanted, as long as he left Zhang Qi behind. Chen Feng, standing on the roof, silently assessed the situation. By revealing herself like this, the White Lotus sect would not let Zhang Qi off easily. Who said she's my person now? Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with such trivial matters. Chen Feng jumped down from the roof and intervened, saying, "Stop it. His son is dead. What's the point of keeping his daughter? You have to leave CEO Zheng with some motivation to live." Although Li Sisi couldn't defeat Chen Feng, she had a lot of spirit. She asked him what he was doing here. "I haven't even come looking for you, yet you've come to my doorstep yourself. Do you want to kill them?" Chen Feng was also speechless. He said that in the Mu family, he was the most capable one. Since she had caused such a huge mess, who else would he look for but her? Seeing that Chen Feng was determined and knowing she couldn't defeat him, the saintess resorted to using her charms. She asked him, faced with a rare beauty like her, could he really bring himself to strike? Chen Feng quickly explained that he was now a company man and had to show them some respect. It's just that the Zheng family spent tens of billions to hire you and just gave you another 15 billion. As for you, I want you as well. As for the small fries behind you, they can go play somewhere else. Their level is too low. They're no threat. It's fine to keep them. Only you have some real strength. I suggest you come back to the company with me for a cup of tea, and we'll call this matter settled. Li Sisi raised her hand to summon her men. She asked Chen Feng, "What if I insist on keeping this person?" She wanted to use her numbers to overwhelm Chen Feng. Unfortunately, relying on this bunch of ants was really not enough to hold him back. This time, Chen Feng didn't want to hide his strength anymore. He directly drew his long sword and struck with all his might. The force he unleashed created a 3-foot-deep trench in the ground, extending right up to Li Sisi's side. Witnessing this extraordinary power firsthand, even she herself felt terrified. She didn't understand how he knew she was here. Chen Feng also hinted, "Why think so much? You guys attack me in the morning, I'm attacking back at night. No matter how formidable the company is, its efficiency isn't that fast." Hearing this, the saintess understood that Mu Zhou was behind it. Then Chen Feng said Mu Zhou was willing to give up the address simply because he wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. This saintess is very smart, so Chen Feng thought she wouldn't just surrender and let others control her destiny. "Hurry up and think about my proposal and make a decision. As long as you come with me and answer one question, I guarantee you will live. Don't be afraid. To be blunt, I'm also a victim. Now that the mastermind is right behind you, surely you don't plan to let him go, do you? Doesn't he still have a daughter?" Chen Feng explained, "Right now, I'm afraid there's nothing that could make him suffer more. Besides, he no longer has the chance to manage the Zheng family. He's not worth my effort. His current suffering is enough." As for his daughter, Zhang Qi, Li Sisi understood Chen Feng's meaning. She covered her mouth and laughed, truly worthy of being young Master Mu, easily taking over 2 large corporations and now adding another company. Wealth, strength, and power are all in your hands. If that old man from the Zheng family had even a tenth of your ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state today. As she spoke, Li Sisi handed 2 bank accounts to Chen Feng. After some thought, the saintess also understood that Chen Feng's proposal was the best option. If he hadn't left her a way out, she would never have had such an opportunity. The saintess turned around and told her subordinates to return to Yuzhou and have fun, pretending to be good people, and wait for her return. Everyone responded in unison and immediately turned to leave. Before leaving, Sisi asked, "Are we just going to leave the father and daughter like this?" Chen Feng said, "Their family is pretty much ruined. Let go, give them some time. We should get to the car." Once only the family members were left, Mr. Zheng finally spoke. "I didn't want her to get involved in management for her own good. When she takes my position, she will have a much wider path. But at the same time, she will have to face more dangerous people." Zhang Qi said resolutely, "I know what kind of person I will become. I know what I want. From beginning to end, I just wanted to prove to you, Father, that I am capable, that everything I do is through my own efforts." He reminded her again, "This is a world where the big fish eats the small fish. Outsiders see me as infinitely glorious, with money and power, But in reality, it's like sitting on pins and needles. Not a single moment goes by without feeling fear. Every morning when I wake up, the first thing I think about isn't how much money I'll make today, but whether I've fed those people enough. If I don't feed them enough, they will turn around and devour me. And of course, that includes both of my children. Therefore, I can only use every means possible to protect my family. Your abilities are very strong, I know that well, but to let my own daughter endure that kind of suffering is just too cruel. It was better to let Zheng Bei bear the burden. Although his abilities were insufficient, he was at least diligent. Protecting the family wouldn't be a problem. But now, there's no need to calculate so much anymore. At this moment, Zheng Qi knelt down and said to her father, "Father, rest assured, I will take good care of the Zheng family. Don't be afraid." He was no longer concerned with much at this point. He said, "Tomorrow, I will transfer all the shares to Zheng Qi and then announce to the public that Zheng Bei died in a car accident." He slapped his own face, blaming himself. "I'm truly a failed father." In the end, Zheng Qi could only promise her father that she would lead the Zheng family to fly higher and farther. Before taking Zheng Bei away, he left Zheng Qi with a piece of advice. Follow Chunfeng. Even if it's just to be his lover, it's worth it. At least by his side, you will be safe for the rest of your life. After saying that, he left, leaving Zheng Qi all alone. At this moment, Chunfeng also ran over and asked, "Can you still drive? Let me take you home." But Zheng Qi shook her head, saying, "You all go back first. I want to be alone." In the car, Cece said to Chunfeng, "You're so heartless. After all, she's considered your person now." Chunfeng turned his head and said, "What do you know? Zheng Qi is very strong. Instead of listening to empty words of comfort from outsiders, it's better to let her pick herself up. The effect will be much better." Chunfeng turned to tease her, hearing Miss Cece say that you must not have anyone by your side, right? Seeing that he had hit a sore spot, Cece said, "What's the point of relying on men? It's better to rely on yourself to live longer. You just said that one of your conditions was a question you wanted to ask me. What is the question?" Chunfeng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Why is the spiritual energy on Blue Star so thin? Did something happen in the past?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng say this, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes and stopped. Li Sisi flew into a rage, roaring, "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? Even ordinary martial artists know the Dragon Tiger's secret. Why do you need to ask me?" Hearing Li Sisi's words, Mu Chunfeng calmly crossed his arms and replied, "You think if I went and asked someone else, they would tell me? The White Lotus sect is, after all, the legacy of an ancient sect. It's impossible that you don't even know this secret, right? Or has the lineage of your White Lotus sect been broken, and you no longer have the answer?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng's taunts, each word like a stabbing knife, Li Sisi angrily replied, "It's fine to tell you, but don't play psychological games with me. It's useless. It's not that I won't tell you, but that the White Lotus sect also knows very little about this matter." Mu Chunfeng replied nonchalantly, "Just tell me what you know. In any case, I will keep my promise, don't worry." The Saintess restarted the car and replied while driving, "You should know, the current identity of the White Lotus sect is the Pure Land School, also known as the Lotus School. This secret was discovered by the 9th patriarch of the Lotus School more than 1400 years ago. 2000 years ago, the founder of the Zhengyi School, Zhang Daoling, had already ascended and left Blue Star, but he suddenly returned to Kunlun and shattered the dragon veins. Actually, it was fine at first. The signs of weakening spiritual energy weren't very obvious, but 2000 years have passed, and now it's become extremely difficult for us to even cultivate to the Qi condensation realm." Hearing Li Sisi's explanation, Mu Chunfeng rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Why would he do that? Shattering the dragon veins of heaven and earth is an act that neither heaven nor earth would tolerate, and the heavenly Tao would not allow him to do it. Why did he have to be so reckless? The Saintess then turned her head to ask Mu Chunfeng, "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Our White Lotus sect only knows this much. If you still want to know the real answer, then go to the Zhengyi School. Their lineage is even older than the White Lotus sects. They will surely have a clearer answer." "Young Master Mu, we've arrived at the company. Do you want me to go up by myself, or will you take me up?" Mu Chunfeng then got out of the car and said, "Let's go. I'll take you up." So the two of them started walking into the company. Just as they saw someone walking out of the door, Mu Chunfeng said, "Old Hu, this is the Saintess of the White Lotus sect, Li Sisi." Old Hu was quite surprised to see Li Sisi. "You did a good job on this matter. CEO Liang has already written a report and sent it to Yanbei." After that, Old Hu grabbed Li Sisi's wrist and pulled her away. "You come with me. Someone will take you where you need to go next." Seeing him about to leave, Mu Chunfeng grabbed his shoulder and said, "Old Hu, she came willingly. Don't play any tricks on her." The two of them left, with him pulling her along. Mu Chunfeng chased after them, shouting, "Old Hu, remember not to play any tricks." She basically turned herself in, after all. Old Hu then turned his head back and said to Mu Chunfeng, "CEO Liang is waiting for you in the office. Don't keep CEO Liang waiting." Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng headed towards the office to meet CEO Liang. Entering the office, Mu Chunfeng said, "CEO Liang, why are you still waiting for me this late? If there's something on your mind, just say it. I still have to go home." CEO Liang smiled and said to Mu Chunfeng, "In such a hurry? Are you rushing back to Tianahua Mansion or back to comfort that little girl from the Zheng family? Come, let's have a cup of tea." At his invitation, Mu Chunfeng sat down to drink tea. "You guys investigate even such trivial matters so clearly. Can't you give me any privacy?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng complain, he said, "After all, you're an intern at the company. It's only natural for the company to care about its employees." Then, he pushed a file in front of Mu Chunfeng. "Next month is the birthday celebration of the Zhengyi School's elder, Daoist Xianling. The company plans to send you." Mu Chunfeng reached out and took it. "I remember the Zhengyi School isn't our territory, is it? Why send a big shot like me on such a long trip?" Mu Chunfeng glanced through it. "Who are these people? There are even immortals. Couldn't the other branches send someone?" At this moment, he said with a serious face, "These people are all top figures from the major powers in Manhwa. For major events like the birthday celebration of the Zhengyi School's head, they will definitely want to attend." He stared at Mu Chunfeng and continued, "Where there are people, conflict is inevitable. You know, the company's purpose is to maintain regional stability. With your skills, the Yinbei side will also be at ease." Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng shot up and asked, "CEO Liang, you mean I have special permission to make a move?" He beamed. "If you want to make a move, how many people can stop you?" He raised a finger to instruct, "But you must also have restraint. Although the company allows you to use force, there are limits. The company absolutely forbids killing." Mu Chunfeng revealed a dangerous look and asked, "You mean as long as no one dies, everything else is up to me? Regardless of who the opponent is, regardless of their status, anything goes?" He took a sip of tea and replied, "I've already said the company absolutely forbids any deaths." Hearing him speak without really saying anything, Mu Chunfeng closed his eyes and asked helplessly, "But CEO Liang, you know my current status. For a big shot like me to go on such a long trip, how much money will I lose?" The old man, while continuously pouring tea into the cup, said, "Are you trying to bargain with me? Don't even think about money. You've just taken over the mess at the Mu Group. Now is when you're short on people. The company will help you select the most outstanding talents to complete all of the Mu Group's projects. Although Xiao Fan can help you, it's ultimately not suitable. Rest assured, the company will definitely send people you can trust." Mu Chunfeng stood up and replied, "Then I'll take this job. I'll set off in a few days." Mu Chunfeng turned to leave, not forgetting to hold up 3 fingers before he left, saying, "But I want those people to be at the group within 3 days. I agree to your condition. At most 2 days, and the people will be there." At this time, in the living room of the Wang family's house, just got the news that Brat Zheng Bei got into a car accident and went to see King Yama. But internal sources say he was stabbed to death with a knife. For a fool like him, dying a sudden death was only a matter of time. What's so strange about it? Wang Zizhong, looking gleeful, said. However, the fact that this news could leak out proves it's not simple. The Zheng family's attitude is too strange. I guess there's an internal problem in the Zheng family. Hearing his son's words, his father thought to himself, this is definitely a huge blow to that old man. He poured all his heart into his son, and now all his hopes have gone down the drain. Wang Zizhong stood up and said with a smile, "Tomorrow, I'll pay a visit to the Zheng family. Now is the time when Zheng Qi needs comfort the most." Hearing his son being so sensible, his father replied, Right, you're truly my son. To think of this. Dad is very happy. In the future, the Zheng family will surely be controlled by that little girl, Zheng Qi." Then, he continued to open a bottle of wine and pour it for him. "Once my son conquers Zheng Qi, the Zheng group will also belong to our Wang family." He was extremely smug at this moment. "Dad, what are you saying? I fell in love with Miss Zheng at first sight. I just want her to be my woman." He laughed and held out his hand, saying, "However, I want the Zheng group, and I want the person too." The next day, at the Zheng family's villa, Wang Zizhong had come to comfort Zheng Qi. "I'm also very heartbroken that something like this happened to Xiao Bei. Please restrain your grief and take good care of yourself." He extended his hand and said, "Is Chi-Chi free today? I'd like to have a few drinks with you. Whatever is troubling you, you could tell me. I'm an excellent listener." Zheng Qi closed her eyes and replied, "I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood recently. In the future, please call me by my full name. We're not close enough for you to call me that." As they were talking, Mu Chunfeng suddenly walked in. "A guest has arrived. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me." forgive me. Seeing Wang Zizhong standing there, Mu Qinfeng thought to himself, this man is not simple. He could be very useful. Seeing Mu Qinfeng had also come, Zheng Qi was stunned and asked doubtfully, what are you doing here? You coming here is a bit inappropriate. Mu Qinfeng heard the bluntness in Zheng Qi's tone, but still tried to act as if he was fine. I came to pay my respects to Xiao Bei and to fulfill my promise to you. Wang Zizhong spoke up at this moment. So, it's young Master Mu. Recently, young Master Mu has taken control of the Mu group and even climbed up to the Wu family. Truly a glorious sight. This kind of luck. Even I greatly admire it. Mu Qinfeng scratched his head and replied, I'm also very surprised. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome? Sai, what's wrong with being handsome? Now Miss Wu is even crashing at my place and refuses to leave. It's such a headache. Hearing Mu Qinfeng's veiled mockery, Wang Zizhong was about to speak out in anger. But can you guarantee your luck will last forever? Do you think climbing up to the Wu family means you can do whatever you want and continue to pester Chi-Chi? That's too naive. He rushed forward angrily and shouted, with me here, don't even think about getting close to Chi-Chi. Seeing his rather agitated attitude, Mu Qinfeng simply replied lightly, you seem to have strong feelings for Chi-Chi. He answered smugly, I fell in love with Chi-Chi at first sight. The first time I saw her, I couldn't control myself. Chi-Chi and I are also well matched in social status. No matter how you look at it, we are a very suitable pair. He looked at Mu Qinfeng and continued, I'm not like some people who don't know their own limits and spend all day daydreaming about fantasies. It's truly ridiculous. Mu Qinfeng swept past him like a gust of wind. I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. Mu Qinfeng leaned into his ear and whispered, Chi-Chi has a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her thigh. You can imagine how I would know that. Ha! Wang Zizhong was thunderstruck after hearing this. Mu Qinfeng walked up to Chi-Chi and said, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Zheng Qi replied again, a guest has arrived. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me. Wang Zizhong couldn't take it anymore and roared, what am I still doing here? Standing here to be humiliated? Mu Qinfeng stepped into the house. The young master of the Zheng family was never on good terms with her. Isn't it a bit much for us to come here? Mu Qinfeng immediately replied, I mainly came to find Zheng Qi. I'll leave as soon as we're done talking. Just as he mentioned Zheng Qi arrived. There she is, look. Zheng Qi walked over and took out a file. Sign it. Didn't you come here for the shares? I've already prepared it. Taking the contract, Mu Qinfeng replied, it's still warm. Do you always carry it with you? After looking at it, Mu Qinfeng handed it to Yulin. Yulin, give me the contract. Yes, young master. Mu Qinfeng also took out a contract for Zheng Qi to see. As long as you sign, 10% of the Mu Group's shares will be yours. I hope the Zheng and Mu families can cooperate long-term. After all, cooperation leads to mutual victory. Zheng Qi looked at the contract, a little surprised. The market value of the Mu Group now far exceeds the Zheng Group, yet you're giving me shares. Are you sick or something? Picking up the pen to sign the contract, Zheng Qi continued, Miss Wu was right. If I had half of your ability, things absolutely wouldn't have turned out this way. Mu Qinfeng stood up and turned to leave. I have no choice either. I can't protect the Mu family forever. Sooner or later, I have to go where I need to go. It's better for the Mu family to have one more friend than one more enemy. Hearing Mu Qinfeng say this, Zheng Qi's cheeks flushed slightly. Just friends? In the days you're not here, I will help you protect the Mu family well. Will she always follow you in the future? Hearing Zheng Qi's words, Mu Qinfeng turned his head back and replied, Yulin is a very talented person. Don't be fooled by her young age. After my training, she's already very formidable. Hearing Mu Qinfeng say this, Zheng Qi was a little disappointed. As expected of you, you also have outstanding abilities when it comes to women. Mu Qinfeng, on the other hand, was startled and thought to himself, has she misunderstood something about me? While she was talking to Mu Qinfeng, Zheng Qi's father suddenly walked over. Chi-Chi, go and do your work. I have a few words to say to young Master Mu. Seeing that the old man wanted to speak with him privately, Mu Qinfeng turned his head and said to Yulin, Yulin, you go wait for me in the car too. Yes, young Master Mu. The old man spoke first. You endured for many years with the status of an illegitimate son, only to feign ignorance and then shock the world with a single move. Besides admiring you, I have no other thoughts. Mr. Zheng sat down and continued. Actually, I've thought more than once how great it would be if you were my son. Mu Qinfeng smiled and replied, Uncle, saying these useless words now is really unnecessary. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Looking at Zheng Qi walking in the distance, he continued, I have given up a lot. In the end, the only identity I haven't given up is that of a father. He placed his hand on his chest and said, I have done many outrageous things, but my ultimate goal was only to protect the people of the Zheng family. I hope you don't blame our Zheng family. If you must blame someone, blame me. My life, you can take it if you want. Mu Chenfeng replied, I can understand this point. As long as the Zheng family doesn't come looking for trouble with us in the future, that will be enough. I still hope to resolve the enmity with the Zheng family. Just now, I had Chi-Chi sign the Mu Group's contract for 10% of the shares. With this vision alone, no one in the Zheng family can compare to you. No wonder the young lady of the Wu family admires you so much. You are very outstanding. I assure you, as long as I am alive, the Zheng family will not oppose the Mu family. Even if I die, that will absolutely not happen. Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng stood up, waved his hand, and said, Your words are enough. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Please restrain your grief. Before Mu Chenfeng left, the old man had one more thing to say and said it directly. I have one more request. I hope you won't let Chi-Chi down. Hearing this sentence, Mu Chenfeng suddenly stopped, turned his head, and replied to him, She and I have only ever had a transactional relationship. I hope you won't overthink it. As for what happens later, we'll talk about it later. After saying that, Mu Chenfeng walked towards the car with a cold expression. Getting into the car, Mu Chenfeng said to Yulin, Yulin, go back and tell your aunt that in a few days, you'll be coming with me to the Zhengyi school. When I get back, I'll talk to CEO Liang and get you into the company. Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, Yulin beamed like a flower. Yes, I'll follow the young master's arrangements. Meanwhile, Wang Zizhong was driving. After receiving a report, he was so angry he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Mu Chenfeng, you bastard! You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? Thinking about the words that bastard Mu Chenfeng said, Wang Zizhong trembled with rage. Damn that Zheng Qi. She looks so prim and proper on the outside, but deep down, she's a promiscuous bitch. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He picked up his phone and said, Hello, who is this? I'm busy. If it's nothing, I'm hanging up. Ajin, it's Zizhong. Your Sima family is skilled in setting up formations. I want you to help me send someone to meet King Yama without anyone knowing. A young man on the other end of the line replied, Who's so blind as to provoke our great young Master Wang? This person was Sima Jin. He chuckled. An illegitimate son? Mu Chenfeng? How'd he piss you off? Hearing young Master Wang say this, Sima Jin on his end stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Old Wang, I can't help you with this. It's a bit troublesome. Don't you know Mu Chenfeng is with the company? You know it too. Our Sima family is managed by the company. If I kill him, my old man will skin me and gouge out my eyes. It's terrifying. He panicked and continued, What? He's joined the company? With the company backing him. No wonder he's so arrogant. I'm telling you, old Wang, how about we just drop this? You're not unaware of the company's background. Forget the Sima family. Even the Zhengyi school has to show them some respect. Hearing the price Wang Zizhong offered, Sima Jin's resolve wavered a little. What about 3 million? If you agree, whether you succeed or not, I'll still pay you 3 million. Sima Jin was startled by this price, thinking of those beautiful women. Don't you like that famous singer from Hua Nation? Next month, I'll bring her to Long Nation for you. Just thinking about it, he was ecstatic. Sima Jin was so excited he was about to drool, but he still tried to act refined. What do you mean like? I appreciate her, understand? He hurriedly ran into the house. I'll reluctantly agree to this. I'll come find you in Yuzhou next month. Entering the house, seeing the wall full of sensual photos, he couldn't contain his excitement. Damn it, next month is the Zhengyi School's sect master's birthday celebration. If that darling comes too, wouldn't it be even better? Mom, Dad, wait for me at home. We still have 30 acres of fields left to plow. Downstairs, his mother was furiously shouting, Damn it, you goddamn brat. All you do from morning to night is laze around. When you get to the Zhengyi school, you better behave yourself for me. Don't expect your father and me to clean up your messes. 2 days later, at the airport, Mu Chenfeng and Yulin were walking when Yulin suddenly said, Young master, how long will we be gone this time? Didn't you say we were attending the birthday celebration next month? We're already setting off now. Isn't it a bit early? Hearing Yulin say this, Mu Chenfeng replied, Although the birthday celebration doesn't start until next month, quite a few people have already set off. Besides, I heard that before the birthday celebration, the Zhengyi school is also preparing some kind of anniversary ceremony, so it's fine to leave early. Moreover, we're traveling on the company's dime. Isn't that better? After walking a short distance, Mu Chenfeng suddenly noticed someone secretly watching him from a distance. I didn't expect someone to be tailing us so soon. Yulin, go check in the luggage first. I'll go see who it is. After speaking, Mu Chenfeng turned and left. Yulin chased after him, saying, "So, will this trip be dangerous? Young master, you've offended many people now. Will it cause trouble for the company?" As he was walking, he suddenly heard Yulin say this. Mu Chenfeng turned his head and replied, "Don't worry, it's an acquaintance. There won't be any major problems. Moreover, this person won't cause us trouble. On the contrary, they'll help ease a lot of our worries on the road." The person standing in the distance turned out to be our great young miss. This bastard Mu Chenfeng secretly ditching me again. If Uncle hadn't told me he had left, I really wouldn't have known. While she was bad-mouthing Mu Chenfeng was already standing behind her. Just wait until I get my hands on you, I'll show you." Mu Chenfeng suddenly spoke, startling the great young miss. "So tell me, how are you going to show me?" "Oh my god, who's there? Of course I'm going to show you." The great young miss jumped in fright, turning her head to find Mu Chenfeng standing right behind her. How did you find me?" "Big sister, you're standing there so conspicuously. Am I the one being followed? Besides, I'm attending someone else's party and going on a business trip. What are you following me for?" "The situation in Long Nation has been unstable recently. Don't you know how dangerous that is?" Xiaofan took off her hat and said angrily, "Mind your own business. You're going to a party, and I'm also going to a party of the 4 great families of Yanbei. The representative for the Wu family is me." Wu Xiaofan walked up to Mu Chenfeng and continued, "You go your way, I'll go mine. What makes you say I'm following you?" Mu Chenfeng flicked Xiaofan on the forehead. "All right, if you want to follow, then follow. With me here, you'll be much safer. Where's your private jet? Take us on board." Xiaofan cried out a few times. That hurts. How did you know I have a private jet? I don't think I ever told you. Besides, why should I let you on my private jet?" Mu Chenfeng pushed Xiaofan forward. "Stop making a fuss. As long as you don't cause trouble, we're still good friends. A super rich young lady like you not having a private jet? Who would believe that?" Meanwhile, Xiaohu witnessed this scene, trembling all over. All right, Xiaohu cried like a child. "Let's stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry to the Zhengyi school. My Xiaofan, she's getting further and further away from me. Boo-hoo-hoo." Hearing him urge, he shouted angrily, "President, Wu Xiaofan has left. Should we take a private jet to follow them? Is a private jet something I can just take? Do you have any idea how expensive that is? A private jet? What a broke loser, acting all high and mighty." On the way, Wu Xiaofan said to Mu Chenfeng, "All right, let me tell you something. My dad is also coming to the Zhengyi school this time. He wants to meet you." Hearing that her father wanted to meet him, Mu Chenfeng calmly replied, "A meeting is just a meeting. It's not like he's meeting his future son-in-law. Why the advance notice?" Wu Xiaofan laughed and replied, "That's right, he is meeting his future son-in-law. My dad and your dad have already spoken on the phone. My dad plans to use Daoist Xuanling's birthday celebration as an opportunity to meet you. You have to make a good impression and try to pass the test." Mu Chenfeng, we've known each other for a while now, right? I have something I want to ask for your help with." Mu Chenfeng asked curiously, "What is it?" "As long as it's not borrowing money, anything is fine. I'm dirt poor." "Miss." Wu Xiaofan rested her chin on her hands and said, "Let me have a child for you." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng almost fainted on the spot. "I think we should have a child." "What the hell? I see you as a friend, and you want to have a child with me. Are you crazy?" "Miss, I just feel that we should have a child to elevate our friendship. Look, I met your dad, and you're about to meet my dad. They will definitely agree." Mu Chenfeng clutched his forehead in panic. Good heavens, I shouldn't have taken the same flight as this woman. After that, the plane took off. Meanwhile, Xiao was still talking with that interesting fellow. "President, it seems you haven't eaten anything all morning. Do you want to get a bite to eat?" Having been startled by this guy several times, Xiao replied irritably, "Scram, scram, scram. Don't talk to me. I'm in a bad mood." Xiao raised his fist at the interesting fellow. "Tell me, do you think Xiaofan likes guys who are a bit thinner? Do you think I look much thinner now than before?" The other guy replied, while gnawing on a chicken leg, "President, you just weighed yourself last night. You gained 5 kilograms. What do you mean, thinner?" At this moment, the scene shifted to the Zhengyi school. Inside, an old man was sitting as a subordinate entered to report. "Does this marksman even know how to position? Got caught right at the start of the fight. I could play better with my feet than you." It turned out this old man was in the middle of a heated 300-round gaming session. "Jungler, where's the jungler? We're about to lose. Hurry up and figure out how to farm creeps. What are you just standing there for?" Top lane is the same, gave up first blood right at the start of the match, and got killed by those trash players. Where's the support? I didn't even notice we had a support. Haven't we been fighting 4 versus 5 the whole time? At this moment, A notification appeared on the screen. Dear player, you have triggered the health system limit. Please log in again in 2 hours. What the hell is this? The old man angrily threw his phone on the ground. Damn it, what kind of trash game is this, not letting people play? This old master can't be bothered to play with a bunch of noobs. I'm not playing this broken game anymore. Get lost. Seeing the old man shouting and cursing, the person who had just entered jumped in fright and hurriedly reported, Elder, the guest list from Long Nation for the birthday celebration has been sent. Please take a look, Elder. The old man turned around and said, just leave it on the table. I'll look at it later. He put the list down and suddenly discovered that Mu Chanfeng would also be coming. The old man stroked his beard and said, I wonder what will happen when he clashes with these chosen ones from Long Nation. It seems the Zhengyi school is about to get lively this time. After speaking, the old man ordered the other person, give me your phone. The person replied, Elder, you always teach the disciples that indulging in games will neglect one's cultivation. Hearing this guy dare to lecture him today, the old man angrily snatched the phone from his hand and scolded, Stop nagging me. I'm almost 100 years old. How many more years can I play? You're not going to let me play? Get out of my sight. The old man continued to play his game and walked out to the balcony. He said, Celestial Master Zhang, 2,000 years ago you defeated the world's dragon veins and single-handedly shouldered such immense karma. No one in this world can understand your suffering. As for me, my aptitude is dull, and I still don't know if that time has come. Mu Chenfeng's group had also arrived. If you truly have a spirit, please show this disciple the way, so that we juniors can continue to move forward. Just as they arrived, Wu Xiaofan spoke first. I just received news that Sima Jin of the Sima family, Zhuge Tingfeng of the Zhuge family, and the father and son of the Hu family of spirit mediums have also arrived. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng asked curiously, looks like they arrived even earlier than us. I suspect they're here to freeload. What do you think, Miss Wu? Let's go. We'll go pay our respects at the mountain gate. Inside, seeing a crowd of people kneeling there, Mu Chenfeng turned and said to Wu Xiaofan, this famous sect is so different from what I imagined. Are you sure we've come to the Zhengyi school? Something feels off to me. Isn't this some tourist attraction? And paying respects at the mountain gate like this is truly one of a kind. After hearing this, Wu Xiaofan extended her hand and said, the Zhengyi school has long been a 5-level national scenic area of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it's recently the 100th birthday celebration of the Zhengyi school's old ancestor, Taoist Xianling. So many people from the business world have come to borrow some good luck, but they can only stay at the foot of the mountain, unable to do anything. The Real Mountain Gate of the Zhengyi school isn't here. But inside, seeing a crowd surrounding a man practicing his fists, Mu Chunfeng turned to look at the senior brother. How old are you to still be in such great shape? The old man immediately boasted smugly. I'm over 80. See how I'm as strong as an ox? Then he waved his hand at someone who was live streaming. Hey, everyone, don't film. And if you do, don't post it online. My master will scold me to death if he sees it. Seeing this, Mu Chunfeng stepped forward to greet him. Taoist friend, I am an employee of the Mu Chenfeng Company. They are all my friends here, especially to celebrate Taoist Xuanling's birthday. When the old man saw guests arriving, he enthusiastically pointed inside and said, we have been waiting for a long time. Please enter the main hall, turn right and go straight. You will see a small path. Go to the end of the path and cross the bridge, and you will see the mountain gate. Going inside, they only saw stair bridges suspended on the precipitous cliffs. Looking at this strange sight, Wu Xiaofan pointed in that direction and asked, Is this a bridge? Why does it look so scary? Mu Chenfeng calmly replied, I'm afraid this is because the Zhengyi school is reclusive, so they deliberately set up such a difficult path. Ordinary people can only reach the front mountain, while only those with real abilities are qualified to enter the back mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man from before was seen, like a gust of wind, swiftly gliding across the precarious steps. This is a newly initiated disciple of the Zhengyi school, who can also only cultivate on the front mountain. Only after crossing this Duanmen Bridge does one have the qualification to enter the back mountain for cultivation. After a few steps, that old man turned his head and said, Young lady, you should go to the front hall to rest. I'll go pay my respects to my master first. As soon as he left, Mu Chunfeng confidently crossed his arms and said, Want to see the back mountain? If you want, I'll take you. Wu Xiaofan was extremely excited. Mu Chunfeng, let me tell you, I've been to the Zhengyi school many times, but this is the first time I've seen the Duanmen Bridge. I've never seen the back mountain before. A voice sounded from behind the two. They don't even know their own status. This young man is none other than Sima Jin. Does any kind of person think they can enter the Zhengyi school? If there were any more of you, wouldn't the old celestial master be bothered to death? This guy knew at a glance that the person in front was Mu Chenfeng, who didn't look like much. Hearing that guy's sarcastic words, business, Wu Xiaofan angrily retorted. What does it have to do with you where I want to go? You're really a nuisance. Besides, it didn't stop you. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Mu Chenfeng looked at Yulin and said, Yulin, you go first, we'll be right behind you. Mu Chenfeng put his arm around Wu Xiaofan's waist and said, Xiaofan, you have to hold on tight. If you accidentally fall, don't blame me. Sima Jin thought to himself, if Mu Chenfeng falls to his death from this cliff, it would be as if it happened without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Yulin was seen gliding like the wind, effortlessly overcoming the obstacles. At this moment, a person clapped and said, not bad skills. This guy is Zhuge Tingfeng. He said, I wonder which senior's disciple she is. Looking at her age, she's only about 18. Yet she's already a half-step grandmaster. Sima Jin, beside him, also chimed in. You've taken a fancy to her? She's only 18. But compared to her, I'm more interested in her master. It would be great if I could befriend such a senior. Hearing the two of them talk, Mu Chenfeng cut in. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Mu Chenfeng carried Wu Xiaofan in a princess hold and jumped onto the obstacle. Yulin was single-handedly taught by me. Although your aptitude is mediocre, as long as you call me master, everything is negotiable. Seeing Wu Xiaofan and Mu Chenfeng showing off, Sima Jin used a hidden weapon. Don't make me laugh. How old are you? You say you trained a half-step grandmaster. So are you at the Hotian or Xiantian level yourself? You can't possibly be bragging that you've entered the Qi condensation realm, can you? Young man, don't just talk big. Your feet are on the stakes. Be careful not to slip. That would be very embarrassing. Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng stopped. Mu Chenfeng thought to himself, I didn't expect this kid to know how to use formation arrays. The spiritual energy is so thin, yet it can still make people feel so real. He has activated a troop deployment formation. Setting up a formation requires a spiritual artifact containing spiritual energy to act as the formation's eye. My strength has now reached the infinite realm, but these things are still useful for Yulin. The man in glasses looked towards Mu Chenfeng and said, what do you think is wrong with him? He suddenly stopped on the bridge and isn't moving. Sima Jin pretended not to know, replying, how would I know? He's probably scared stiff. As soon as he finished speaking, quick as a flash, Mu Chenfeng zipped over and was standing on the other side. He helped Wu Xiaofan down, then took out a round spiritual energy bead, pointing at Sima Jin. Your bead isn't bad. It's mine now. See you later. Sima Jin was so angry he pointed at Mu Chenfeng's face and shouted, I am Sima Jin of the Sima family. If you know what's good for you, return the spirit-fixing bead to me. Seeing Mu Chenfeng pay him no mind and turn to leave, he became furious and cursed. What a bastard. The Zhengyi school strictly prohibits private duels. You've broken the rules by making a move. If you still chase after me, not even your parents will spare you. Zhuge Tingfeng spoke up to advise him. Sima Jin, you should say less. Sima Jin took out his things, turned back, and said, stop meddling in other people's business. Since when is it the Zhuge family's turn to manage the Sima family's affairs? Then he turned his head back, his face pale with anger. Mu Chenfeng, this isn't over between you and me. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng was thinking to himself, from the very beginning, Sima Jin has shown great hostility towards me. It feels a bit abnormal. Mu Chenfeng took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Xiaohu, this is Mu Chenfeng. Help me investigate someone named Sima Jin. Yes, that's him. I want to know who he has been in contact with recently. Going inside, Wu Xiaofan asked Mu Chenfeng in confusion. I keep feeling like something big is about to happen. I don't know why. It's just my intuition. Like the calm before a storm. Mu Chenfeng spoke to reassure her. It's very normal. The Dragon Kingdom has been peaceful for so many years. Now all the demons and monsters want to take the opportunity to cause trouble. That's just human nature. If they were all well-behaved children, what would the company be needed for? Mu Chenfeng looked at his phone and said, let me see, a few days ago Sima Jin called Wang Zizhong. That explains it then. At this time, Xiaohu was chatting with that old man. Senior brother Lingsheng, we haven't seen each other for many years. You're about to enter the Xiantian realm. The old man, being praised, laughed and replied, Junior brother, your aptitude is the best of our generation. Although you started late, if you hadn't left the mountain back then, I'm afraid you wouldn't be any worse than me. This time you've returned, you should sincerely admit your mistake to master and beg for senior uncle's forgiveness. Let's not leave the mountain again. After hearing this, he replied, Senior brother, it's not like you don't know. Your junior brother has a knot in his heart. Besides, have you met Mu Chenfeng? That kid has come to our territory. Senior brother, you have to help me vent my anger. Junior brother, don't you know that your senior brother is not allowed to engage in private duels? Then he whispered to the old man, I brought the latest model, the one you've always dreamed of. I brought it all for you. We don't want to beat Mu Chunfeng to death. Just have a friendly exchange with him. If this works out, next time I'll bring you the latest S.P model. Master will definitely not find out. As soon as the senior brother heard there was a bribe, he secretly stuffed the item into his sleeve. All right, leave this matter to your senior brother. Exchanging pointers with a talented young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Master finds out, he will only support me. Then the two of them slowly walked inside. Oh right, senior brother. In 2 days, the Flying Star Society will send over the lightning-struck wood. Don't forget to receive it. At this time, in the guest room. After Mu Chenfeng's group went inside, they were welcomed. Please rest here for now. The Wi-Fi password is ZY666666. If you have any other needs, the Zhengyi School will quickly accommodate you. In your free time, you can also visit the martial arts training ground. There are quite a few people there for exchanges. Wu Xiaofan pulled Mu Chenfeng's hand and said, I want to go, take me with you. Mu Chenfeng looked at Yulin. All right, Yulin, you come along too. Watching others spar will also be beneficial for you. So the whole group went to the martial arts training ground. Wu Xiaofan watched while eating snacks, saying, I've been watching for half a day, and I don't see anything impressive about them. They're far worse than Uncle Chum. What do you think? Yulin, after hearing this, Yulin gave her opinion. Their skills are not yet perfected. They still have a long way to go to reach the Grandmaster realm. But at their age, reaching half-step Grandmaster is already very difficult. A person pointed at Mu Chenfeng's group and said, Young lady over there, what do you know? I have trained hard for so many years. No one has ever spoken to me like that. Another person heard this and was also furious, retorting, I don't know who brought you here, but I'd like to test his eagle claw skill. Hee. At this moment, Yulin huddled close to Mu Chenfeng and said, Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward and said to the crowd, she's not wrong. Your aptitudes are mediocre. Cultivating to this level can be considered your limit. She was taught by me. You want to fight me? I have no interest in bullying the weak. Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, the people behind them angrily started discussing. Did he not brush his teeth this morning? Such an arrogant tone. I think his head is just for growing hair. These two are very famous in the martial world. Just looking at them gives me a headache. Two old men sitting up high were talking to each other. A disciple just came to report. He is Mu Chenfeng. What do you think, senior brother? After hearing this, the other old man stroked his beard and replied, extraordinary above a grandmaster. The other old man heard this and was extremely shocked. Impossible. How old is he to have reached that realm? I wonder how powerful his master is. Qi condensation realm? It seems he has no ill will toward Xiao Hu. Otherwise, that kid would have died 100 times over. Then he turned to the other old man and said, how about you test his skills, senior brother? Let's just watch for now. No rush. Mu Chenfeng said to the others, she can have a little exchange with you all, but I'm warning you first, don't cry if you lose to a girl. That's very embarrassing. A burly man charges up, beats his chest, and announces himself. All right, let me see how formidable this young lady is. Mu Chenfeng steps forward, pats Yulin's head, and says, young master, can you really do it? I'm worried. Yulin, don't be afraid. Just use what you've learned. Just show them what I usually teach you. Sparring with others is also beneficial for you. Yulin immediately bends down and leaps, her body flying down. Yes, I won't embarrass you, young master. Yulin jumps down, and when the other two men see this, they say contemptuously, you go first. I don't want to lay a hand on such a beautiful girl. You should also hold back. Don't hurt her. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. He rubs his chin and says to Yulin, a girl as beautiful as this, just right to introduce to my good-for-nothing son. Yulin clasps her hands and says respectfully, I misspoke just now. Please don't take it to heart. This is my first time fighting someone else. I will try my best not to hurt you too. This statement infuriates the burly man. He charges forward. Young lady, just bring out your real skills. Yulin's eyes widen, observing her opponent's movements. He throws a punch, and Yulin quickly leans back to dodge. Suddenly, she pushes out a palm, striking the man. With your footwork being so unstable, you won't be able to hit me. After being sent flying, he shouts loudly, let's attack together. She's a half-step grandmaster. Hearing this, the old man uses his eagle claw technique and rushes forward to block. So what if she's a half-step grandmaster? Our experience is far richer than hers. The old man immediately attacks Yulin. Uncles, I already said it just now. You won't be able to hit me like that. Yulin executes a move and says, actually, I don't like to fight, but in order not to disappoint my young master, I will definitely defeat you too. The two men are angered by Yulin's words. Let's go together. You attack from the front. I'll attack from the flank. Don't let this little girl look down on us. You're courting death. Yulin moves like a flash, launching a powerful sweeping kick towards the two men. Uncles, be careful. I'm about to get serious. The two men are terrified and exclaim, Heavens, how could she be so fast? Yulin stomps one foot down, causing a loud explosion that sends the two men flying far away. The two men lie on the ground, look at each other, and say, Do you still want to introduce your son to her? No. I'm afraid my son would be beaten to death by her. Too terrifying. Yulin hurriedly steps forward to help the two old gentlemen up. I'm sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed just now. It's fine. We're not injured. The burly man gives a thumbs up in praise. Miss Yulin is so formidable at such a young age. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. I'm impressed, truly impressed. The people above are buzzing with discussion. Isn't she just 18? A half-step grandmaster at such a young age? In the future, she will surely have a place on the Dragon Kingdom's expert ranking list. Don't forget, that young man said he taught her himself. If she's already this powerful, doesn't that mean he has already entered the grandmaster realm? Hearing their conversation, someone from behind says, I have inside information. A while ago in Yangzhou, the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom appeared, named Mu Chenfeng. Could it be him? At this moment, old man Lingsheng also speaks up. It's so lively today, this old Taoist will also join in the fun to spar with the young talents. Seeing him about to enter the arena, the surrounding crowd erupts in discussion. What? The senior brother of the Jingyi school is also making a move? This trip wasn't in vain. We get to see a spectacular duel. He's the future successor to the Celestial Master. He hasn't fought in 35 years. He was already a Grandmaster 35 years ago. Mu Chenfeng cleans his ear, steps out, and says, Why are you looking at me? I came here to celebrate the old senior's birthday, not to fight. At this moment, Sima Jin aggressively rushes up, pointing at Mu Chenfeng's face. Mu Chenfeng, Taoist Lingsheng is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. The old man still replies with a smile. I'm only inviting everyone to spar with me, not singling anyone out. But to be able to spar with the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, I would also be very happy. He walks up to Mu Chenfeng and says, Don't feel pressured. Perhaps this old Taoist can even give you some pointers. But to be able to spar with the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, I am extremely delighted. Despite his repeated invitations, our Mu Chenfeng just lets out a long yawn and replies, Not interested. The two old men sitting above look at each other. Senior brother, I think these brats conspired beforehand to put Mu Chenfeng in his place. But I see Mu Chenfeng is impervious to persuasion. He doesn't care about these things at all. Junior brother, don't you want to find out more? Let your senior brother add some fuel to the fire. Then the old man steps forward and announces, Esteemed guests, today you have come to my Zhengyi school to celebrate my junior brother's birthday. And as his senior brother, I am extremely happy. Seeing such an outstanding younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom today, my heart is greatly comforted. He raises a finger and says, How about this? Here today, regardless of whether you are a disciple of the Zhengyi school or not, for the final winner, I can answer one question for that person. At this moment, Sima Jin is the first to stand out. Me first. He points at Mu Chenfeng and says, Mu Chenfeng, do you dare fight me? He clasps his hands and continues, My apologies, senior brother Lingsheng. As one of the top 10 young experts of the Dragon Kingdom, I also wish to have a match with this youngest grandmaster. Sima Jin looks at the two old men sitting above and thinks to himself, a figure as revered as Taoist Xianfeng. If I could get a few pointers from him, wouldn't my mother go crazy with joy? By then, my mother would go and tell all her close friends I'd lose all my face. Mu Chenfeng leaps forward and says, Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't provoke anyone, but since you want to spar with me, I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Mu Chenfeng thinks to himself, Taoist Xianfeng is the celestial master of the Zhengyi school. He must know the secret about celestial master Zhang breaking the dragon veins back then. If I find a reason, I'll also know how to restore the dragon veins, and then I can return to the immortal world. Seeing both sides with weapons drawn, about to fight, the old man sitting above thinks to himself, the Sima family's formation technique was passed down from Sima, a formation derived from battlefields, specializing in offense and killing. Although Sima Jin is only a half-step grandmaster, an ordinary grandmaster who falls into the formation would have a hard time escaping in a short period. Mu Chenfeng, for my mother's sake, I can only apologize to you. He takes out a bagua plate and says, Mu Chenfeng, return the spirit-settling pearl to me, and then obediently admit defeat. As soon as he finishes speaking, his formation has conjured thousands of celestial soldiers and horses. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite later. Seeing his flashy formation, Mu Feng says, this killing formation is quite miraculous. Wherever the formation covers, it seems one must face an army of thousands alone. But is that all? Being looked down upon by Mu Feng, he immediately orders the formation to charge. Then I'll beat you into a pulp and take back what belongs to me. Let's get this over with. This is taking too long. After speaking, he launches his attack. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. As soon as he makes his move, he suddenly discovers that Mu Feng has appeared right behind him at some unknown point. What do you mean? What belongs to you? Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Why don't you call it and see if it answers? Seeing Mu Feng, Sima Jin is utterly terrified. You, what did you get over here? As soon as he finishes speaking, he is sent flying by a slap from Mu Feng. With just one slap, he is knocked to the ground, unconscious. At this moment, a few junior brothers arrive with a stretcher to carry him away. Mu Feng looks up at the crowd and declares, "Are there any other experts who wish to spar with me?" The old man sitting above strokes his beard and says, "Sima Jin is too weak. He was knocked out with a single palm strike. We couldn't see anything clearly at all. How boring." The other senior brother says, "Mu Feng is at the Xiantian realm." The old man asks in astonishment, "What the hell?" Then he angrily points down and says, "Are you kidding me, senior brother? How old is that kid to be at the Xiantian realm? We brothers have been cultivating for decades." Recalling Mu Feng's move, the old man speaks up. That palm strike of his just now used vigorous chi. To be able to control vigorous chi with such precision, only a Xiantian expert can do it. I didn't expect the organization to recruit such an expert. The days ahead will likely not be peaceful. The other old man angrily slams his palm on the chair. What's not peaceful about it? With us brothers standing guard. If anyone is blind enough to cause trouble, I'll skin them alive. But I think Ling Sheng might also suffer a loss. Teaching him a lesson would be good, so he won't go looking for trouble with Xiao Hu all the time. At this moment, the senior brother steps out, long sword in hand, and greets Mu Feng. "I specialize in swordsmanship. I'm not skilled in fists and kicks. If you need a suitable weapon, the Zhengyi school can provide one for you." Hearing this, Mu Feng calmly replies, "No need. I have my own." Mu Feng looks over at Yulin and says, "Yulin, throw my sword down here." In an instant, the sword is in Mu Feng's hand. Seeing that wooden sword, the old man on this side is extremely shocked. A weapon made from lightning-struck wood is already a Dharma tool. But as a Dharma tool, I'm afraid one must enter the Qi condensation realm to unleash its true power. Do you know how to use it? Mu Feng immediately gets into a stance. You can find out by trying. The old man immediately rushes towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng remains extremely calm, while the old man continuously launches fierce attacks at him. He slashes his sword straight at Mu Feng, but it is dodged by him. Seeing that his move had no effect on Mu Feng, the old man says, flustered, "This sword technique of mine is the Divine Sun Sword, divided into 3 realms in total. This sword strike is called the Sun-Absorbing Wind-Riding Sword." Mu Feng replies, "Although the power of this strike is weak, its speed is extremely fast, very formidable." The old man immediately slashes his sword towards Mu Feng. Luckily, he dodges it. The sword strikes the ground, cracking a large area. Mu Feng follows his momentum and casually throws a kick. The old man is kicked backward. Mu Feng says with a smile, "This sword strike infuses vigorous chi into the sword, releasing it upon slashing. Its power is 3 times that of the previous strike. But if you think you can defeat me with just these few moves, you're still underestimating me a little." The old man replies again, "Such agile movement. Truly worthy of being the youngest grandmaster." He immediately uses his strongest move. "It seems I must look at you in a new light. My next sword strike is my strongest, named the Divine King Four Spirit Sword. Even I cannot withstand this strike. You must be careful." Mu Feng replies again, "This sword strike is driven by the vigorous chi in your body, extremely firm and yang. A fatal strike, but unfortunately, Mu Feng's move is even stronger. Your opponent now is me, so consider yourself unlucky." Mu Feng swung his sword, and a dazzling golden light flashed. The old man's head flew from his neck, a life ended by the sword. The master standing high above could no longer hold back, jumping up and shouting, "Senior brother, are my eyes deceiving me? How can someone reach this level?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "Although I dare not believe it, he has indeed broken through the Xiantian realm and entered the Qi condensation realm. Even if it was just for a moment, without the impetus of spiritual energy, that one sword strike could never have unleashed such a powerful sword aura." After speaking, he turned to leave. Junior brother, we should go meet the company's intern. At this moment, at the foot of the Jingyi School's mountain, the leader of the heavenly demon cult was leading his followers up the mountain. In a few days, the lightning struck wood will be brought to the Jingyi School. Whether the plan succeeds or not all depends on whether we can seize the lightning struck wood. You must all infiltrate the Jingyi School on your own and before the official operation. No one is to reveal their identity. A subordinate picked up his phone and said, "How are the preparations on that side?" The lightning struck wood will arrive at the Jingyi School in 2 days, I know. You make it clear to Jiang Kai. After this is done, he must give us half of the lightning struck wood, right? At this moment, a loud shout echoed in the living room. I've lost. It turned out to be Sima Jin's voice. He had been knocked unconscious by Mu Chunfeng's punch. He tremblingly took out his phone and said, Mu Chunfeng, you're forcing me to call for backup. At this time, outside the arena, Yulin, overjoyed, threw her arms around Mu Chunfeng. The young man was startled and said, be modest, be modest. So many people are watching. It doesn't look good. Yulin paid no mind. I don't care. I'm happy that young master won. Even a grandmaster of the Jingyi School is no match for young master. I admire you more and more. The old man who had just been defeated was now clasping his hands in a salute to Mu Chunfeng. I am no match for you. The future belongs to your generation. I am thoroughly convinced of my defeat at your hands. Mu Chunfeng also humbly clasped his hands in return. You went easy on me. It was just this junior's luck. But I wonder why senior wanted to fight me? The old man casually glanced at Xiao Hu and said, wasn't it because of my useless junior brother's pleading? I'll definitely deal with him properly later. Mu Chunfeng replied, so it was Xiao Hu. His aptitude isn't bad. He's just a bit dishonest. You, his senior brother, must discipline him well. Standing high above and seeing the two discussing him, Xiao Hu thought to himself, even senior brother is no match for Mu Chunfeng. How can I possibly pursue Xiao Fan? I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Senior brother is looking this way. Maybe I should go down the mountain and lie low for a while. At this moment, the senior brother was charging towards Xiao Hu. Even his game console fell to the ground. Junior brother, we brothers haven't seen each other in years. Let your senior brother test if your skills have improved. Senior brother, let me explain first. Help. Yulin picked up the game console and said, young master, that Taoist master dropped his game console. I'll return it to him. He's a cultivator. How could he like this kind of thing? Mu Chunfeng walked over and said, it probably belongs to some young Taoist apprentice in the sect. Take it back for Xiao Fan to kill time. It's getting late. Let's go back. Watching Mu Chunfeng and Yulin leave, a group of young people behind them started chattering. This time, countless disciples from famous families came to celebrate the birthday, wanted to take the opportunity to show off their strength and family background. But unexpectedly, Mu Chunfeng ended up stealing all the attention. To forge iron, one's own body must be strong. Sima Jin is a young expert in the top 10 of the Dragon Country. Wasn't he still knocked out by Mu Chunfeng in one move? Someone spoke up. Mu Chunfeng is so powerful at such a young age. I think he'll at least be a celestial master level expert in the future. Mu Chunfeng, I want to have your babies. Hearing someone wanted to have Mu Chunfeng's babies, Wu Xiaofan angrily turned around and brandished her fist. Still want to have his babies? Go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. By now, the sky had darkened. In the room, one of the two girls was playing a game. The other was fiddling with her phone. Wu Xiaofan spoke up. Hey, you surnamed Mu? My dad just texted, said he's coming next week. You better prepare yourself. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng turned his head and said, we haven't even figured things out between us. There's really no need to meet your dad. After hearing this, Wu Xiaofan turned back and said, I don't care. You can choose not to see me, and I can go complain to your dad. I can't handle you, but you think your dad can't handle you either? At the mention of his father, Mu Chunfeng shuddered and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I surrender. Will do as you say. Wu Xiaofan immediately sat on Mu Chunfeng's lap and asked seriously, how are you going to explain that other girl to your family? Then, Wu Xiaofan leaned into Mu Chunfeng's ear and whispered, I can tell Yulin really likes you. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng immediately turned his face away. Don't talk nonsense. We have a pure relationship. There's nothing that can't be said. Wu Xiaofan tugged on Mu Chunfeng's shirt and said, don't think I don't know anything. The matter between you and her is ambiguous. It's because I'm magnanimous enough that I've never made a fuss or exposed you. You need to think carefully about our matter. You don't just have to think for yourself, but also for your status and for your family. Hearing her say this, Mu Chunfeng was startled and turned his face away. I know what you mean. Let's talk about it later. Wu Xiaofan rested her chin on her hand, pondering, of course, if you can convince your dad and my dad, you can have whatever you want. After all, I still have to make a choice. She rested her head on Mu Chenfeng's shoulder and continued, I'm very scared, but I also really like you. At first, I only wanted to be with you because you were interesting, but now I'm very sure I like you. Saying this, Wu Xiaofan cried like a child. Your abilities, your everything. I like everything about you so much. Very, very much. Mu Chenfeng patted Wu Xiaofan's head and said, Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to explain it to everyone. Wu Xiaofan smiled and said, I want to have 100 babies for you. Yulin suddenly interjected, I just want to be by young master's side. Wherever young master goes, I'll go. Mu Chenfeng pinched Wu Xiaofan's nose, still talking about 100 babies. Do you think you're Sao? As they were talking and laughing, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Watch out. Hearing the shout, they were startled and looked into the distance. Yulin immediately said, We're at the Zhengyi school, yet someone dares to launch a sneak attack? Who would be so bold? Mu Chenfeng spoke up. Xiaofan is an outsider to this world. After all, their target is definitely me. After speaking, Mu Chenfeng quickly rushed out the door. I'll go out and see. Yulin, you protect Xiaofan well. Before his voice had faded, Mu Chenfeng had already chased out like a bolt of lightning. Still trying to run at a time like this? On the Zhengyi school's territory, where can you run? Are you idiots? Launching a sneak attack on someone else's turf, even if I don't deal with you. Do you think the Zhengyi school will let you go? Mu Chenfeng chased after the person, and suddenly felt the surrounding scenery become blurry, knowing he had fallen into a trap. Mu Chenfeng said, Interesting, Sima Jin actually set up a formation. Mu Chenfeng spoke up, I don't know what benefits Prince Wang has given you to keep coming to bother me. You're not tired of it, but I am. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Sima Jin angrily raised his fist and said, At first, it was for old Master Wang. But now this is a personal grudge between us. He pointed at Mu Chenfeng's face and said, You stole my spirit-fixing pearl and made me lose face in front of everyone. The enmity between us is to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, two people appeared behind Mu Chenfeng. A few small fries want to come and bother me too? Besides, is your brain working properly? You're this old and still playing games of to the death. How ridiculous. Hearing this, he gave a cunning smile and said, This formation is isolated from the outside world. No matter how powerful you are, you can't use secret arts to contact the outside. Just take your time and enjoy the service of us brothers, haha. Mu Chenfeng stomped his foot hard, and the rocks and soil on the ground immediately shot out, charging straight towards Sima Jin. Seeing that the opponent was unharmed, Mu Chenfeng said, This formation is a bit interesting. He thought to himself, Although I can use brute force to break the formation, this is someone else's sect mountain after all. I should restrain myself a bit. I'll use that method to notify the Zhengyi school and let their people come and handle it. Sima Jin immediately threw hidden weapons at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng dodged left and right like lightning, jumping up and down, avoiding Sima Jin's moves. Sima Jin's brothers also attacked one after another. One of them shouted, Sima, how long can the formation hold? He's so powerful. I'm afraid we can't trap him. Sima Jin mustered his courage and shouted, Half an hour at most. I don't believe he can still dodge if we focus our attacks. We can fail many times, but he only needs to slip up once. Everyone attack. While dodging, Mu Chenfeng took the opportunity to pull out his phone and call Yulin. Go find that senior. Just tell them I'm trapped in a formation by Sima Jin and need their help. Being able to dodge while casually putting a hand in his pocket to make a call, that's just too cool. Hurry up. I'm afraid things will escalate later. Sima Jin fought so hard his pants were about to fall off, yet he couldn't even scratch Mu Chenfeng. He shouted in panic, How is that possible? How can you still make a phone call? Mu Chenfeng said with an amused expression, Of course, what era is it now? Is there any secret art better than a phone? You have to believe in technology. It's already the 4.0 era, and we even have 5G, 6G. They're here. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man tapped him on the head. Kids these days are getting more and more disobedient, daring to fight privately at the Zhengyi school. Xiao Hu led a group of disciples from behind. You kids had better behave yourselves. Just follow us obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. Xiao Hu's face darkened as he said, We'll call your parents later and have them come to the Zhengyi school to pick you up. Mu Chenfeng couldn't stop laughing, pointing at Xiao Hu and saying, Xiao Hu, what happened to you? Why is your face all bruised? Being teased by Mu Chenfeng in front of everyone. Xiao Hu waved his hand and turned to leave. Go, I don't want to talk to you. The old man behind him spoke up. Luckily, you didn't escalate the matter, otherwise the Zhengyi school really wouldn't know how to handle it. The two shook hands. Don't worry, I have that much magnanimity. It's just a few kids causing trouble. I won't report it to the company. Thank you so much. Otherwise, the Jingyi school really wouldn't know how to explain this to their elders. I have a request. I wonder if you'll have time later? My master and martial uncle want to meet you. Mu Chenfeng smiled and said, perfect. I also have business with them. Lead the way. Mu Chenfeng walked over and saw the two old gentlemen already waiting there. Just now, some ignorant kids wasted a bit of time making you two wait. I've kept you waiting. The old man replied, not at all, not at all. My senior brother and I haven't been waiting long. Mu Chenfeng shook hands with the old man beside him. This must be Daoist Xianfeng, right? I've long admired your great name. The other old man replied, not at all, not at all. You are the true young hero. We are ashamed. Then, the three of them went inside together. Mu Chenfeng spoke first. We've exchanged pleasantries. Let's get down to business. Please sit. We can talk over tea. At this moment, the old man looked at Mu Chenfeng and said, you and I are both in the Dharma ending age. My senior brother and I are very curious. How did you manage to cultivate to the Qi condensation realm? It's truly astonishing. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms. Why should I tell you? Coincidentally, I'm also very curious. Back then, why exactly did Celestial Master Zhang shatter the world's spiritual veins, leading to the current Dharma-ending age? Seeing the two old men remain silent, Mu Chenfeng continued. The Jingyi school has a 1,000-year heritage. I believe you two respected seniors must know the reason. The other old man had a difficult expression, sighed, stroked his beard, and said, if you wanted to ask about something else, my senior brother and I would tell you what we know. But this matter, it concerns the Jingyi school. We cannot reveal any information. Seeing him hesitate, Mu Chenfeng said again, you two don't need to worry that someone will use this information to cause trouble if it gets out. It's been thousands of years. Who still cares about these things? What is there to hide? Mu Chenfeng held out his hand, his expression turning serious. Besides, if I don't clarify the cause, how can I restore the spiritual veins? Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, the old man laughed loudly. You alone want to restore the spiritual veins? That's hilarious. Little friend, it's true you have extraordinary talent. I admit that, but you are too arrogant and conceited. The old man revealed a sinister look, pointing at Mu Chenfeng. Not to mention whether you can succeed or not. Even if you could, little friend, on what basis should I tell you? And on what basis can you force me to speak? You tell me. Seeing the old man's ill intentions, Mu Chenfeng turned to leave. If you can't say it, then don't. Shut your mouth. Seeing this kid being so arrogant, the two old men looked at each other and said, Junior brother, for hundreds of years, no one has stepped into the Qi condensation realm. He might be our last chance. Are we just going to watch him leave like this? The other old man stroked his beard and looked at his senior brother. Senior brother, of course I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him a clue. Whether he succeeds or not depends on whether he can return alive. The old man took out his phone to check. It was 10 o'clock at night. Damn it, I forgot today was the free skin giveaway in League. The event just ended. Damn it, why didn't I get online earlier? It's too late now. The other old man was so angry, he clenched his fists, circulating his true chi. You damn old geezer. Why didn't you say so earlier? I won't forgive you. You've ruined my important business, damn it. Junior brother, isn't it just a skin? It's not necessary. Not necessary. The two old men in the room started cursing at each other wildly. What the hell do you know? That's a limited edition epic skin. I've been waiting for over half a month. See if I don't teach you a lesson. How dare you not inform me? Junior brother, you're going too far. Witness my civil fire refines the double heaven. What? You dare use civil fire refines the double heaven? I'll use the poisonous dragon drill. See if you can block it. Hee, you missed. Junior brother, I'll be careful of your jade tree coiling roots. Mu Chenfeng walked outside, looked up at the sky, and said, the heavenly demon's spiritual vein originates from Kunlun. But where is the ultimate source of everything? But I feel things aren't that simple. A trip to Kunlun is probably just the first step to restoring the spiritual veins. As he was walking, suddenly Yulin ran over breathlessly. Young master, Miss Wu is looking for you urgently. Seeing this, Mu Chenfeng was also very alarmed and followed Yulin back to check on Wu Xiaofan's situation. As soon as he entered the door, Mu Chenfeng asked doubtfully, why did you call for me so urgently? Going inside, Mu Chenfeng saw Wu Xiaofan lying down playing a game, and he was furious. Seeing Mu Chenfeng, Wu Xiaofan acted displeased. I'm upset too. I'm a blue-blooded lady. After all, I have the figure, I have the looks. The line of my suitors could stretch from Bei, Yin to Japan. Why are there always so many women around you? Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Seeing her angry, Mu Chanfeng gave a sly smile and said, if you want to know why, come here. Listening to Mu Chanfeng, Wu Xiaofan stood up and walked over. What? Trying to win my favor now? It's too late. It won't be that easy. Wu Xiaofan walked over, originally thinking Mu Chanfeng would gently caress her, but instead, he flicked her on the forehead. Wu Xiaofan was furious. I gave you an inch, and you took a mile, didn't you? You try that again. Mu Chanfeng chuckled, held out his hand, and said, don't be hasty, don't be hasty, take another look. She stopped, thinking something was up, only to see Mu Chanfeng turn his head back and flick her on the forehead again. What followed was a scene of the two chasing each other around playfully. Mu Chanfeng and Wu Xiaofan stopped fooling around. Let's talk about serious business first. Yulin on the side cheered enthusiastically. Go, Miss Wu, you're about to touch the young master. Damn it, you damn Mu Chanfeng. I'll fight you to the death. Wu Xiaofan sat down, crossed her arms and said, my dad just called. He's outside and wants to see us. Mu Chanfeng replied, since we're already at the Zhengyi school, let's just go straight in. After saying that, Mu Chanfeng suddenly remembered the important matter. I almost forgot. Mu Chanfeng picked up Wu Xiaofan, quickly dashed past the wooden stakes, and rushed outside. Just as they landed, in the distant bushes, a group of people was secretly watching Mu Chanfeng. Mu Chanfeng, why are you everywhere? Mu Zhu and the blonde kid saw Mu Chanfeng, so angry they could barely breathe. Mu Chanfeng has opposed us time and again, so on the day of cult master Xuanfeng's birthday celebration, we'll just get rid of him for good. The cult leader then turned to the blonde kid and said, if you're not afraid of death, you can go up now. He broke out in a cold sweat and replied, I was just kidding, why so serious? After speaking, he coldly turned and left. Cult leader, I'll go prepare first. When the time comes, we'll act in concert, inside and outside the mountain, to deal the Zhengyi school a fatal blow. The cult leader replied with a sinister expression. On the day of the birthday celebration, masters from the Dragon Kingdom will gather. Your actions are a suicide mission, but without big baits like you, how can I get that thing? The scene shifts to the inner mountain disciples' room. At this moment, Ling Cheng and Xiao were lying down and chatting. After sparring with Mu Chanfeng, I realized there's such a genius in this world. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hu and said, if someone were willing to train hard, even if not as good, they might have already reached the threshold by now. After hearing this, Xiao Hu replied, Senior brother, if you want to praise someone, just praise them. There's no need to put your junior brother down, right? Don't beat around the bush like that. He looked up, held out his hand, and said, it's to make you feel ashamed and advance bravely, lest you waste these beautiful youthful years. But honestly, with Mu Chanfeng coming to our company as an intern, I always feel something big is going to happen this time. On our master's birthday, Xiao Hu replied, a bit unconvinced, no way. On our turf, who would dare to cause trouble? I think the company just sent him as a representative, nothing more. Ling Cheng sat up and replied to his junior brother, have you forgotten? The matter of the White Lotus cult's leader eyeing the Zhengyi school a year ago? Recalling the scene, Xiao was a little horrified. I remember Master and Martial Uncle joined forces to seriously injure him. But in the end, it was junior brother who suppressed him and sent people to take him to the company. 200 years ago was the peak of the White Lotus cult, bewitching the populace and bringing disaster to the world. The founding ancestor couldn't bear to see the people suffer, so he came down from the mountain and destroyed the White Lotus cult. Since then, the White Lotus cult hasn't been able to cause any trouble, not even a ripple. Besides being suppressed by many parties at that time, there was another main reason, which was that the founding ancestor brought back a magical artifact from the White Lotus cult. It is said that if activated with the White Lotus cult's techniques, it can unleash immense power. Xiao Hu then patted his senior brother's shoulder and said, I didn't expect the declining White Lotus cult to have such a hidden story. What is the magical artifact you mentioned, senior brother? Why have I been on the mountain for so many years and never heard of this? Xiao Hu pondered with a serious expression, saying, the founding ancestor was truly a badass. He pacified the White Lotus cult all by himself. Thinking about it is exciting. After hearing this, his senior brother calmly replied, how would I know what magical artifact it is? Only the sect master Martial Uncle has seen it, and only the sect master Martial Uncle knows what is hidden inside. This information, if you stay on the mountain for a few more years, you'll sooner or later learn about these old matters. At this moment, Mu Chanfeng and Wu Xiaofan were stepping into a room. As soon as they entered, they saw Wu Jiangwo kneeling and offering incense. Seeing the two enter, The two bodyguards outside raised their hands to stop them. Miss, the family head has ordered for young Master Mu to enter first. Mu Chenfeng looked at Wu Xiaofan and said, "All right, Xiaofan, wait for me for a moment." So Wu Xiaofan let Mu Chenfeng go in first, not forgetting to make a victory gesture from outside, saying, "Good luck, try your best to pass the trial." Mu Chenfeng walked in. As soon as Wu Jiangwo saw him, he spoke first. "You're here. Come and pay respects with me." Mu Chenfeng looked up and calmly replied, "I can't. He cannot bear a bow from me." Seeing this kid being so arrogant, Wu Jiangwo turned around and said, "The leader of the Dragon Kingdom's younger generation, an intern at the company, and also the current chairman of the Mu Group. You are very outstanding, worthy of Xiaofan, but you are still too young, and youth is arrogant." Hearing him say that, Mu Chenfeng held out his hand and replied, "Young people should act like young people. If everyone were as mature as you, then what meaning would life have?" Wu Jiangwo said, "I've already spoken with your father on the phone. As a father, I respect Xiaofan's choice, but you must answer a question for me." Wu Jiangwo sat down at the table, his expression stern, and said, "What will you use to give Xiaofan happiness?" Mu Chenfeng clasped his hands and replied, "Uncle, for you to ask me this question, it shows that you don't understand Xiaofan very well either. Do you think Xiaofan needs to rely on others?" Wu Jiangwo replied, "It is precisely because I understand that I do not object to you two being together. But I have one more request." He took a sip of tea and continued, "I hope you will leave the company. After all, as a father, I don't want my daughter to live in constant worry and fear because of you. Drink your tea." Mu Chenfeng took a sip of tea, looked at Wu Xiaofan standing outside the door, and said, "For you to say that, you also don't understand me at all. I have mandatory work at the company. Besides, the Mu family needs the company as a backdrop." Wu Jiangwo heard Mu Chenfeng's words and replied, "With the Wu family here, you don't need a company. Moreover, you must understand, I am not making you a proposal, but informing you. You know well that I am a shareholder of the company and have the right to fire you." After speaking, Wu Jiangwo put down his teacup and replied, "According to company regulations, you will receive a notice soon." "What's my strength now?" Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and calmly replied, "You can fire me, but after I leave the company, I'm afraid the shareholders won't be able to sleep peacefully at night." He took his phone out of his pocket and looked at a notification. Seeing that notification, old man Wu Jiangwo almost fainted on the spot. Mu Chenfeng's true strength was actually Xiantian. He looked at Mu Chenfeng in disbelief and said, "You really have this strength. But in that case, I must carefully consider the matter between you and Xiaofan." Mu Chenfeng replied nonchalantly, "You still want me to comply?" Seeing Mu Chenfeng stand up, Wu Jiangwo continued, "Leave Xiaofan, and in return, I will cooperate with the Mu Group. Otherwise, I will use my full power to suppress the Mu Group." Hearing him threaten him, Mu Chenfeng was furious and said in a dangerous tone, "I advise you not to do that, or you will see that no one in this entire dragon country can stop me." Mu Chenfeng coldly turned and left, not forgetting to say, "Let me tell you one last thing. It's not that I want to be with Xiaofan, but that she's clinging to me. Moreover, from beginning to end, we have never been together. Chatting with you in the middle of the night has made me a little unhappy. I'm going back first." As soon as he stepped out the door, a bodyguard saw Mu Chenfeng come out, placed a hand on his shoulder, and held him back. "Mr. Wu hasn't given the word. Who allowed you to leave? I've long heard that you are the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Country, but in front of me, you're just helpless to resist. What's there to show off?" Mu Chenfeng immediately kicked out, sending the man flying. The force of Mu Chenfeng's kick was immense. The man fell directly to the ground in a messy heap. Mu Chenfeng said with a dangerous expression, "If it weren't for Wu Jiangwo's sake, you'd be dead already." Mu Chenfeng coldly turned and left. "A mere Hotian expert dares to act presumptuously in front of me? Wu Jiangwo, control your people better. Don't let them go out and embarrass themselves." Seeing that something had happened, Wu Xiaofan rushed inside in a panic, asking, "What's wrong? Why did you start a fight here?" Mu Chenfeng said coldly, "It's nothing. Your father told me to stop clinging to you. It's clearly you who's clinging to me. You tell me, is this my fault?" Wu Xiaofan was so angry, she wanted to rush in and beat up her own father. "That damned old man. I'm going to find him and settle the score." Mu Chenfeng was startled. Was this girl going to hit her own father? Mu Chenfeng immediately rushed forward, grabbed Wu Xiaofan's hand and said, Just don't. This is a matter for us young people. It's not worth it." Over here, two old men were fiercely competing with their techniques, looking like they could start a physical fight at any moment. The bald old man now had a very dangerous expression, his body not lightly injured. "Senior brother, you have 1 foot in the chi condensation realm. but you haven't gained any advantage against me," the other old man retorted. "Humph. If I weren't considering our shared sect background, you would have been crippled long ago." While fighting, the two old men noticed a commotion outside. The senior brother raised his hand to stop the aggressive old man on the other side. "Junior brother, let's stop for now. Some restless kids have arrived. They've come at just the right time. I'll go deal with them." The senior brother stroked his beard and said, "You are over 100 years old, yet you still have a childish and impetuous nature. If you could fix this temper of yours, you would have entered the chi condensation realm long ago." The other old man walked over and picked up the teapot from the ground. "Junior brother, don't you worry about the kids' business. Just let them solve it themselves. Why should old men like us interfere?" The bearded old man said, "That's true. I wonder if they are targeting our Orthodox sect, or if they are targeting Mu Chinfeng. Who knows? Just let Mu Chinfeng have a headache. Actually, the company's money isn't that easy to earn. But then again, after all, this is the territory of our Orthodox sect. I'm still a little worried." The old man, called senior brother, took a large gulp of tea, startling the other old man. "My good senior brother, leave some for me." "You old man, why are you drinking so fiercely? This is precious tea, nearly 100 years old. You've wasted it all by drinking it like an ox." The two old men immediately started brawling. "What are you looking at me for? So what if I look at you?" The two old men inside fought without giving an inch, while the group on this side was focused on observing. "Senior brother, watch my tiger subduing Dao heart technique." "Old Bay, you dare use monkey steals the peach on me? I won't let you off." Followed by a one finger enters the soul. The heretical cult leader observed for a while and then said, "I didn't expect the sect master and elders of the Orthodox sect to still be fighting at this time of night." "Cult leader, these two masters are just sparring. It's a bit improper." "What the hell do you know? These two have reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Every move they make contains profound and subtle martial principles. If we could learn even a fraction of it, we would benefit greatly." The man was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Is it really that profound? People fight like this all the time at my club. I don't see any special martial essence." Afterwards, the group of people turned and left, leaving only two to continue observing in secret. "The rest of you, follow me. Try not to attract attention." A person behind said to Mu Zhou, "Cult leader, if we encounter an emergency, can we act according to the situation?" The White Lotus cult leader said again, "You may. If he exposes himself first, then don't let him appear before me again." He turned his head, his face ferocious, and said to the person behind him, "Otherwise, I will kill him." Over here, two people were waiting. "Old Hu, just waiting like this isn't a solution. I'm thinking of a plan to prepare a little beforehand." Hulai looked up at the person with teary eyes. "Our mission is only to observe in secret. If you ruin the cult leader's grand plan, the cult leader will not spare you." The person patted Hulai's shoulder and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't forget you have great Master Hu behind you. As long as that old master makes a move, nothing is difficult. I was thinking we could secretly intercept Mu Chanfeng outside the mountain, so he can't ruin the cult leader's good work. When the cult leader succeeds, he will surely give you great credit. In the future, when you meet people from a Ming cult in the northeast, won't you have a chance to show off? Or is it that you old Hu are scared?" Hulai angrily kicked the chair away and shot up. "Damn it, don't provoke me. Is your old man scared? If I were scared, I wouldn't have personally attacked that little bastard back then." He angrily clenched his fists. If it weren't for that shameless third wife of the Hu family, how could the position of the Hu family's young master have fallen into the hands of that little bastard? He stormed off. Hu Tianlong, great master who has already made his move. Even if we can't catch Mu Chinfeng, we can make him wander around the mountain for a few days." Hulai looked into the distance and already saw the figures of Mu Chanfeng and Wu Xiaofan slowly approaching him. He showed a contemptuous look and performed a technique. "Let's invite Great Master Hu Tianlong to the stage to perform." Behind him, an extremely ferocious wolf shadow appeared. "Disturbing my dreams in the middle of the night? If it's not an important matter, don't blame me for tearing out your heart. Great Master Hu, we've encountered someone we can't handle. We could only ask you to take action." The member of the Hu clan now walked towards Mu Chinfeng with a fierce expression. But on Mu Chinfeng's side, he was still unaware, still smiling as he walked forward. But suddenly, he felt that something was not right. "This bastard," he roared angrily. "Kid, are you trying to harm this young master, or are you trying to harm Great Master Hu? This humble one doesn't want a direct confrontation with him. I just want him to wander around the mountain for a while." The fox demon now looked behind and said, "All right, in 2 days, bring this great master 10 roasted chickens, 10 fried dough sticks, and a bucket of tripe. Hearing this, the man nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. Yes, I will definitely make the offering to you in the temple. The fox demon thought to himself, oh my god, this request from great master who makes my already not so well off situation even worse. What a poor ghost. At this time, Mu Chenfeng was walking with Wu Xiaofan. Xiaofan spoke first. Dad is really something, always using his old-fashioned ideas to interfere in my affairs. Mu Chenfeng spoke to comfort her. Try to understand him. After all, his good intentions are for your sake. After walking for a while, Mu Chenfeng suddenly stopped. Wu Xiaofan turned her head in surprise and asked, why did you stop walking? Mu Chenfeng raised his head and said, Xiaofan, have you noticed that we keep walking in circles, unable to get out no matter which way we go? Mu Chenfeng held out his hand and said, the road from the main hall to the Duamen Bridge only takes about 20 minutes. But we've been walking for almost an hour now and still haven't arrived. Instead, we've returned to where we started. Hearing what Mu Chenfeng said, the cheerful Wu Xiaofan was suddenly startled with fear. Brother, did we run into the legendary ghost-built wall? I'm scared of ghosts. Mu Chenfeng lightly tapped Wu Xiaofan's head. We are on the territory of the Orthodox Zhengyi sect. What little ghost would dare come here? Mu Chenfeng rubbed his chin and said, this is not the power of a formation. Instead, I feel a spiritual energy similar to that of a living creature. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofan panicked and hugged Mu Chenfeng tightly, shouting, what do we do? What do we do? Are they trying to kill us? Brother, I'm so scared. Can I hug you for a bit? Seeing this, Mu Chenfeng was not moved at all. The opponent's goal is probably not to take our lives, but just to make us get lost in the mountains for a while. To prevent us from noticing, his power is also very hidden, but it's not very strong in comparison. It should be easy to deal with. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's comfort, Wu Xiaofan relaxed a little. That's right, we can just contact Uncle Chung. Opening the phone, a voice rang out. Cheetah Maps has been turned on. Please enter your destination. Mu Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofan slowly walked forward. Brother, you're really amazing. Other people who encounter this kind of thing would invite a master to find a way to break it. But you're so domineering, you just pull out your phone for navigation. Even Google Maps would be ashamed. Mu Chenfeng looked at his phone and said, there's a more convenient way. Why bother with all that trouble? Sometimes technology is also reliable. Please turn left ahead. Mu Chenfeng pointed to the left and said, let me tell you, as a girl, be a little more serious. Don't always be so clingy. Seeing Mu Chenfeng blush, Wu Xiaofan rushed forward and hugged him tightly. No, I don't care. I'll cling to you for the rest of my life. Mu Chenfeng carried Wu Xiaofan on his back, following the directions on Google Maps. This secret technique can bewitch a person's senses, used somewhat like an illusion. Suddenly, he spotted a figure running very fast in the distance. Wu Xiaofan pointed in that direction. Him. You look at him. Quick, catch him and bring him back to the company. How dare he make this young lady take so many detours? I'll have to skin him and pull out his tendons to vent my anger. This little girl of mine has quite a temper. Mu Chenfeng flicked her on the head again. You're a girl, yet your killing intent is even stronger than mine. No matter who he is, he can't hop around on the Orthodox sect's territory for long. We could just watch the show. Wu Xiaofan pouted and replied, but I'm really angry. That fox demon was running at a dizzying speed. Great master who, perhaps we should think of another way. He roared angrily. Think of another way, my ass. This great master is not his match. He's already discovered me. This great master has to scram. If I don't go, should I stay here and wait to die? The fox demon revealed its true form and said angrily, Kid, I'm leaving first. Don't forget what a huge mess you've caused me today. After saying that, the fox demon vanished without a trace, leaving Hu Lai scared out of his wits. The other guy also hurriedly fled. If I hadn't used a formation to tie up those guards, I really wouldn't have escaped so easily. He was drenched in sweat. I have to hide and wait for my mother to come. I'll be bedridden for at least half a year. He was running so hard his pants were about to fall off. Well, he crashed right into Hu Lai. He trembled and asked, where did you come from? Where are you going? Hu Lai angrily pointed at the young man and roared, I am Hu Lai of the White Lotus Cult. You just got here and you're already asking this and that. Are you checking my household registration? You're being too nosy. The other person replied, Hu Lai, a disciple from a branch of the Hu family? 3 years ago, you failed in your attack on the Hu family's young master, then fled the Hu family, your whereabouts unknown. To think you've joined the White Lotus Cult, what a disgrace. He thought to himself, since I have to take refuge anyway, maybe I should go to the White Lotus Cult. Hu Lai replied, oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Who are you? Looking at your state, you must have caused trouble at the Orthodox sect and are now on the run, no better than me. Hearing him say that, the other person angrily clenched his fists. I am Sima Sun of the Sima family. The reason I'm in this state is all thanks to Mu Chinfeng. If I get the chance, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Hulai slowly walked towards Sima Sun. So you're the son of the Sima family's third mistress. If you have nowhere to go right now, why not come to the White Lotus cult? Later, I will recommend you to the cult leader. Just say you have a grudge against Mu Chinfeng. Mu Chinfeng also has grievances with the White Lotus cult. Our goals are the same. Let's join forces. The two shook hands, appearing extremely friendly. All right, then the two of us will join forces and find a way to deal him a heavy blow. The two men then sat down together to discuss. One was smoking, while the other spoke up. I also want to eliminate him, but even Great Master Hu Tianlong said he's not his match. Besides, we're on the Orthodox sect's territory. The difficulty is at least as high as a 3- or 4-story building. The dazed-looking man smoked, his expression heavy. We can't deal with Mu Chinfeng. So what about the people beside him? Thinking of the two girls beside Mu Chinfeng, he said despicably, that Miss Wu's family background is too powerful. We can't touch her. But the little girl next to her, I remember she's only a half-step grandmaster. If we capture her, I don't believe Mu Chinfeng won't leave the Orthodox sect. At that time, no matter how powerful he is, he'll have a hard time fighting against our numbers. The scene shifts to Mu Chinfeng and Wu Xiaofan. After walking for a while, Mu Chinfeng suddenly stopped, looked at Wu Xiaofan, and said, Your Wu family in Yanbei has abundant resources and extensive connections. You must have a way to investigate the backgrounds of the guests attending the birthday party, right? Hearing this, Wu Xiaofan immediately replied, Wouldn't it be more efficient to just have the company investigate? Why are you asking me? Mu Chinfeng walked to the door, reached out to open it, and said casually, Right now, I'm just an employee. If I run to the leadership every time I face a problem, how will the leadership look at me later? How could I get a promotion and a raise? Hearing this, Wu Xiaofan was a little surprised. You need a promotion and a raise? What a joke. Let me check for you. Just as the door opened, Yu Lin rushed out in a panic. Young master, why are you back so late? Did President Wu bully you again? The two girls looked at each other, with a hint of hostility in their eyes. Mu Chinfeng quickly explained, No, we ran into a little trouble on the way. It wasn't Miss Wu giving me a hard time. Mu Chinfeng entered the house, waved his hand, and said, You two get some rest. I'm going back to my room. And so, the two began to prepare for bed. Lying in bed, Yu Lin and Wu Xiaofan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yu Lin, do you have a crush on that bastard Mu Chinfeng? Hearing Wu Xiaofan say this, Yulin's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. I'm just the young master's servant. How could I dare to have such thoughts? I don't. Seeing Yulin suddenly blush, Wu Xiaofan teased. You still pretending with me? You think I can't see through that little thought of yours? Wu Xiaofan continued thoughtfully, but let me remind you, given Mu Chinfeng's status, not just any girl can stay by his side forever. She looked at Yulin and continued, If you really like him, then just keep it to yourself for now. Wait until I don't like him anymore, then you can say it. Hearing Wu Xiaofan say this, Yulin was extremely flustered. She began to stammer. Miss Wu, before she could finish, a knife suddenly flew in from outside. Yulin immediately shouted, Watch out, with quick hands and sharp eyes. She grabbed Wu Xiaofan and forcefully pushed her to the ground, saving her from disaster. Yulin said to Wu Xiaofan with a serious expression, Miss Wu, I don't know the opponent's background or numbers. In a moment, I'll find a way to buy you time to go find the young master. Wu Xiaofan also replied, It's probably the one who attacked us earlier. You must be careful. Yulin grabbed Wu Xiaofan and rushed out of the room. Outside the door, Sima Sun had been waiting for a long time. Seeing someone lying in ambush, Yulin shouted in panic, You, go quickly. Leave the others to me. He formed a hand seal in front of him, his expression extremely cunning. I'm here, and you still want to run? Formation. Activate. In an instant, a prearranged formation appeared under Yulin and Wu Xiaofan's feet. If it weren't for you people, why would I be in this state? If I can't live, don't even think about living either. Before running off, Wu Xiaofan turned her head back and said to Yulin, You must be careful. No matter what happens, you have to protect yourself. Yulin picked up a brick, preparing to rush forward and smash it on him. Sima's son, you are sinking deeper and deeper down the wrong path. At this moment, she thought to herself, I'm not as strong as the young master. I can't break the formation by force. I can only deal with Sima Sun first. Sima Sun looked amused. From childhood to adulthood, I've done whatever I wanted. Besides my mother, who dares to control me? As soon as he finished speaking, He ordered the formation to start attacking Yulin. Yulin didn't back down, charging at him with a brick. Yulin was furious. You won't escape. The young master didn't bring you back to the company out of respect for the Orthodox sect. But now, I will take you back to face justice. As soon as she finished speaking, she forcefully threw the brick at him. It hit him right in the head. Sima's son was knocked backward, letting out a tragic scream. "Ah, help me, Mom." His head was smashed open, fresh blood pouring out. Sima's son cursed furiously. "Damn it, you dare hit me? Besides my mom, not even my dad has ever dared to hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yulin rushed forward and kicked him in the face, knocking him to the ground again. "Today you will learn that besides your mother, I can also handle you." The young man lay sprawled on the ground. Anyone who makes a mistake must face punishment. At this moment, Xiaohu appeared from behind, throwing a hidden weapon at Yulin. "You're too careless." Yulin was hit by the hidden weapon and immediately fainted. Xiaohu had used a spell. It was that fox. The fox, now a little impatient, said to Xiaohu, "Kid, you've bothered me twice tonight. The condition for before I want double." Sima's son also got up at this moment, looked at the unconscious Yulin before him, and said despicably, "Such a beautiful little girl. I must make her wear black silk stockings and admire her to my heart's content. I have to taste her from head to toe." Xiao, who started to lift Yulin up, turned to Sima's son and said, "Whatever perverted hobbies you have, hurry up and take her away. At that time, you can force her to wear fishnet stockings for all I care. I don't mind. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Unexpectedly, all of this was clearly seen by Mu Chenfeng from his side. The young man crossed his arms and said, "Humph, what a mess. I wonder how the Orthodox sect will handle this." Looking in that direction, it seems to be where Yulin and Xiaofan are. Surely they're not foolish enough to get caught up in it? As soon as he finished speaking, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Mu Chenfeng, wake up." Wu Xiaofan ran in with a panicked expression and reported, "Sima's son escaped, and he even ambushed me while I was resting." Hearing Wu Xiaofan say this, Mu Chenfeng's expression became extremely grave. He asked, "Where's Yulin? Isn't she with you?" Wu Xiaofan was also extremely worried. "To buy time for me to come find you. She was taken by that guy." Mu Chenfeng immediately ran outside. "I'll go over there first. You go find Xiao Hu and the others. Remember to protect yourself." Mu Chenfeng ran to the place where Wu Xiaofan and Yulin had just been. Arriving at the breach, Mu Chenfeng reached out his hand to feel. There was the residual power of a formation, and also the scent of a demon. Mu Chenfeng used his sensory ability and saw an image of Xiao Hu fleeing. "Originally, I wanted to give face to the Orthodox sect and let the Taoist master in charge handle these matters. But it seems it made some people think I'm gentle and easy to bully." He headed in another direction, from the direction of the lingering scent. They must have fled this way. As he was walking, the sound of a group of people running up suddenly came from behind, catching Mu Chenfeng's attention, and he turned to look. The senior brother stepped forward to report, "We just received a call from outside the mountain, saying 2 men were carrying a girl and forcibly broke their way down the mountain. Disciples have already gone in pursuit." He bowed his head to apologize to Mu Chenfeng. "Regarding what happened today, I feel extremely sorry and remorseful." Mu Chenfeng was a little angry and said to him, "Someone went missing in the Orthodox sect. What kind of explanation are you going to give me? If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will give myself a satisfactory explanation. When that time comes, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing this, the old man was scared out of his wits and took out his phone, saying, "I need to take this call first." Just as he answered the phone, the senior brother's face turned extremely panicked. "What? You said you lost them?" The other party used some unknown method, causing all the pursuing disciples to get lost? How could this be? Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, he continued to turn to Mu Chenfeng, bowing his head repeatedly. "Now that things have come to this, our Orthodox sect will exert all our efforts to investigate the other party's whereabouts. Please give us some time. For giving you an unpleasant experience, I once again sincerely apologize to you." Mu Chenfeng did not accept these explanations and angrily replied, "One apology, 2 apologies. Besides that, what else do you know how to say? Are you apologizing to me on your own behalf, or on behalf of the entire Orthodox sect? Speak." Mu Chenfeng couldn't hold back anymore, and angrily pointed at his face, roaring, "If you represent the entire Orthodox sect, what qualifications do you have? I'm in a very bad mood right now. Don't bother me with these words. How ridiculous." The 2 old men who had received the call had also rushed over by now. "Director Liang, about what just happened." "Yes, I hope you can advise Mu Chenfeng to control his emotions. It's all right. He's a young man. I can understand. The two old men walked up to Mu Chenfeng and said, "In the name of the Celestial Master, representing the Orthodox sect, I offer you our sincerest apologies. I have just discussed this with Director Liang. The Orthodox sect will coordinate with the company and fully investigate the news of that girl. All expenses incurred during the investigation will be covered by our Orthodox sect." Mu Chenfeng pointed at the old man and roared angrily, "I'm giving face to the company. Before dawn, you must tell me where Yulin is. For every injury she has, I will cripple one of your fingers." The old man nodded in agreement. "Fine, we'll do as you say. No matter how she is injured, I will take full responsibility." The other old man with disheveled hair was not as calm. Pointing at Mu Chenfeng, he said, "Senior brother, why waste your breath on him? Our Orthodox sect has a 1,000-year legacy. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Let's join forces to drive this brat out of the Orthodox sect, then call Director Liang's people to come here and talk in person." Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng had a flash of anger in his eyes. His face darkened as he said, "Are you even worthy of fighting me? I'm in a very bad mood right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength and might accidentally kill you." The old man was enraged by Mu Chenfeng, immediately channeling his power and shouting, "Senior brother, I can't stand it anymore. Today I must tear his mouth apart." The old man charged straight towards Mu Chenfeng. "Brat, today I'll teach you a lesson. You can eat the wrong food, but you can't speak carelessly." Mu Chenfeng gently raised his hand, blocking his move. "No matter how much glory the Orthodox sect represents in your eyes, in my eyes, it's all trash. Don't come and provoke me." Mu Chenfeng gently waved his hand, and with just a few moves, the old man was spitting blood, collapsing to the ground. "You want to use the company to pressure me? Then you should consider yourselves lucky, because I'm still giving some consideration to the company's attitude." Mu Chenfeng looked extremely dangerous at this moment, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura. "I'll tell you a truth, in this entire dragon country, no one can stop me from doing anything, including slaughtering your entire Orthodox sect." Mu Chenfeng walked towards the remaining old man. "Celestial Master, do you understand my attitude now?" Mu Chenfeng took out his phone to answer a call. "Oh, Director Liang can't sleep in the middle of the night and is calling me? I don't have a habit of chatting on the phone with men." The person on the other end of the line replied, "Mu Chenfeng, we've found Yulin's whereabouts. The location will be sent to your phone right away. Also, Mu Chenfeng, I'm warning you, I'm returning to Yinbei tomorrow and will drop by the Orthodox sect. Before I arrive, don't cause any more trouble for me." Mu Zhou saw that Mu Chenfeng had just caused a huge scene and thought through gritted teeth, just because a girl went missing, he's making the entire Orthodox sect revolve around him. This is too much. He then thought of Hulai. "Hulai, if you ruin my grand plan, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The demon sect leader immediately called someone and said, "Where are you guys? All right, I will immediately send people to support you. Don't make any rash moves before they arrive." He clasped his hands towards the old man and said respectfully, "Sect Master, a disciple from our sect just reported that they have found out the identities of those two people. One is Sima, Sun, who escaped, and the other is the successor of the Hu family, Hulai." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng angrily said, "Xin Feng, have the people from the Hu family and the Sima family all come here before dawn. If not, they will only get to see a dried-up corpse." The old man stepped forward, stroked his beard, and said, "To move with false truth is to achieve nothingness. To move with profound mystery is not for the sake of fame. To move with divine might is for unpredictable use. The three movements, above and below, share the same profound meaning." These words did not move Mu Chenfeng at all. The old man spoke again. "Brat, you are a cultivator of the three movement stage, and also at the Mayana realm?" Hearing his question, Mu Chenfeng turned his head and replied, "What the hell does that have to do with you? If you want to step onto the path of qi condensation, you say, fine." At this moment, Xiao Hu and Wu Xiaofan had also rushed over. Seeing Wu Xiaofan, Mu Chenfeng asked, "Didn't I tell you to protect yourself? Why did you follow me?" Wu Xiaofan immediately replied, "I heard about it. Yulin was taken by them. I also want to find a way to save her, so I came to find you." Mu Chenfeng suddenly made a move, tapping the center of Wu Xiaofan's forehead. "What I'm doing next will be very dangerous. You can't come with me." Struck by Mu Chenfeng's sudden move, Wu Xiaofan went limp and fell to the ground. Xiao Hu, standing beside them, asked in confusion, "Mu Chenfeng, if you didn't want her to go, you could have just let me watch over her. Why go to such lengths?" Mu Chenfeng handed Wu Xiaofan for Xiao Hu to hold, and explained, "Could you really watch over her? Do you know her father is here? I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and take Xiaofan over there. Looking at the unconscious Wu Xiaofan in his arms, Xiao Hu said, Do you know that Xiaofan will resent you for a long time for this? Mu Chenfeng closed his eyes and replied, That's still better than losing her life. Mu Chenfeng angrily pointed at the crowd and shouted, Someone quickly call the Hu family and the Sima family. Also, bring a chair to the Duamen Bridge for me. I'll wait there for the people from the Hu and Sima families to arrive. The scene changes to the place Mu Chenfeng mentioned. At this time, 3 chairs were placed on the ground. Mu Chenfeng sat in the middle one, and next to him was an old man, who was that senior brother. Mu Chenfeng turned his head to look at the senior brother and said, Great master of the Orthodox sect, instead of resting, what are you doing out here enjoying the breeze with me? Mu Chenfeng held out his hand and said to him, Supervising me? Afraid I'll cause trouble? If I was determined to make a move, do you think you could stop me? Hearing this, Uncle Chung replied, Whatever you want to do, I certainly can't stop you. But a master's order is hard to disobey. I hope you can understand. Mu Chenfeng crossed his legs and replied with his arms crossed. I know that what happened last night wasn't necessarily your Orthodox sect's doing, but I'm in a bad mood and need a place to vent. You can only blame your bad luck for running into the line of fire. Hearing him say this, the senior brother took out a cigarette and offered it to Mu Chenfeng. The Orthodox sect has already made arrangements. I will have my disciple go with you to save you Lin. If you have any arrangements, you can come directly to me. Mu Chenfeng raised his hand to refuse. Thanks, I don't need it. The young man continued with his arms crossed. If you want to send people to follow me, I only have one request. Just don't mess up my business. At this moment, a guy with orange hair slowly approached Mu Chenfeng. He walked up in front of Mu Chenfeng, held out his hand, and said, Mu, young master Mu, I am Zhuge Tingfeng. For this operation, would you mind if I joined? The young man began to introduce himself. Our Zhuge family is proficient in Chimen Duanjia, the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. To deal with the Sima family's formations, with me along, the journey will be much smoother. Seeing how articulately he spoke, Mu Chenfeng seemed to pay some attention, saying to him, This matter doesn't concern your Zhuge family. You don't need to participate. Although you might be somewhat useful, just forget it. It's not necessary. Zhuge Tingfeng replied, I want to ask young Master Mu for a recommendation. I want to join the company. Realizing his intention, Mu Chenfeng asked, With your family background, getting into the company shouldn't be difficult, right? A talent. But your company is also very welcoming to everyone. The young man named Zhuge Tingfeng seemed very shy and awkward. I have a bit of social anxiety. The elders in my family all told me to go out and train, but I don't really dare to do it alone. Usually when I'm outside, I have to force myself to act tough, not daring to speak, afraid that if I expose myself, people will laugh at me. Hearing him say this, Mu Chenfeng was extremely surprised. What's the situation? Little brother, sit next to me for now. Director Liang will be visiting the Orthodox sect today. I'll have a word with him then. You just follow me for now. The young man named Zhuge Tingfeng immediately nodded his head repeatedly in thanks. Thank you, Brother Mu. I definitely won't let you down. At this moment, an Annie was walking towards the main gate, entering the Orthodox sect. Seeing her lingering around, Mu Chenfeng called out loudly, This Annie, which family are you from? As soon as he finished speaking, that auntie rushed towards Mu Chenfeng, easily clearing the obstacles, which startled the young man. The auntie laughed and said, Oh my, this must be Mu Chenfeng, young Master Mu, right? Truly worthy of being a master. One look at this young man, and you know he's no ordinary person. I am Sima Sanyang. I rushed over immediately after getting the call last night. You can rest assured, after we catch that brat and bring him back, I'll absolutely make sure he has an unexpected accident. He won't be getting out of bed for 2 or 3 years. Hearing her say this, Mu Chenfeng frowned and asked, Who gave you permission to take him back? Is it your decision or the company's decision? Step aside and wait. The Annie then awkwardly walked to Mu Chenfeng's side. Yes, young Master Mu is right. My goddamn son made a mistake. I'll accept the punishment. Everything will be handled according to the company's regulations. His father and I have no objections. At this moment, a thud was heard, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, attracting Mu Chenfeng's attention. An old man appeared before him, causing him to ask in surprise, So, you are from the Hu family? This old man is the head of the Hu family, named Hu Zhan. Head of the Hu family, Hu Zhan. Brat, you used the company's name to demand my presence here. You've got quite some nerve. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and calmly replied, Quite the tone you have. I am now officially informing you on behalf of the company that an inspection will be conducted in 1 month. Until the inspection is over, no one is to enter or leave the Hu family residence without permission. You can call home to inform them and prepare well. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, the old man flew into a rage, summoned a spirit beast, and furiously pointed at Mu Chinfeng's face, roaring, wielding a chicken feather as a command arrow. You want to seal off my Hu family with just one sentence? What company rule has my Hu family violated? Director Zhao is at the Yinbei headquarters. We just had tea together last night. Mu Chinfeng also became furious at this moment. The spiritual energy around him surged, his expression extremely grim. My rules are the rules. If you're not convinced, you can try to change my decision. Or let the spiritual seal behind you come here and use its power to test my depth. The Annie behind him interrupted. Oh, young Master Mu, we are all here to resolve the disaster caused by the children in our families. Right now, the most important thing is to catch those kids first. We could talk about the rest later, don't you agree? Zhuge Tingfeng, who was behind, chased after Mu Chinfeng, saying, Brother Mu, wait for me. Mu Chinfeng replied as he walked, In half a month, I will personally visit the Hu family. You all get ready for my inspection. After speaking, Mu Chinfeng leaped over those obstacles. Zhuge Tingfeng also chased after him from behind. That senior brother stood up and said doubtfully, Xiao Hun, call the senior brothers. We are preparing to depart. At this time, Sima Jin was on his way back. As soon as he entered, he saw Hu Lai sitting there. Sima Jin asked, How is that young lady? Is she behaving? Hu Lai replied, The great master of the Hu family has sealed all her strength. She's as soft as noodles now. Then he walked over, patted Sima Jin's shoulder, and said, Kid, you can do whatever you want to her. I'll be out for a stroll for 2 hours. Go and enjoy yourself, young man. He laughed and left. Sima Jin's face flushed red, and he hurriedly said, Brother Hu, it's really not what you think. Hu Lai laughed heartily. This old brother is an experienced man, I understand. Then he turned and left. I've already informed the cult leader. The experts from the White Lotus cult are also on their way. You should make the most of your time. As soon as Hu Lai left, Sima Jin walked in and saw the young lady sitting on the bed. As soon as she saw Sima Jin, the young lady began to curse wildly. You bastards! Just wait until my young master arrives. Not a single one of you will escape. Sima Jin, with a despicable look, lifted her chin and smirked lecherously. Since we dare to bring you here, we're not afraid of anything. It's fine if that Mu Chinfeng doesn't come. But if he dares to come, he won't be leaving. You shouldn't hope to escape either, because you can't run at all, so don't waste your energy. Then he threw a set of clothes on the bed and said to Cui Yulin, Change. Next, it's our happy time. Then he turned away, raised a finger, and said to Yulin, If I finish changing into my battle robe and see you still like this, I will use the cruelest method in the world to slowly torture you. You better think it over. Cui Yulin picked up the clothes and said, crying, Young master, no matter what happens, I must hold on until you come to save me. If he really wants to do that, I will absolutely not let him have his way. After that, Cui Yulin changed into the bunny girl outfit, looking quite hot. Sima Jin changed into his battle robe, expecting to look majestic and imposing. But when he opened the door, he looked like a child, even wearing a mask on his head. Cui Yulin looked at his appearance and almost fainted. She was only heard screaming, Get out, you pervert. Sima Jin rushed forward, saying to Cui Yulin with a despicable expression, Hee, baby, I'm here. Yulin cried and screamed, Get out, pervert, get out of here. Then he knelt on the ground, handed a horsewhip to Cui Yulin, and said lecherously, Please command me as you wish, my master Daji. As soon as he finished speaking, someone kicked the door open and burst in. It turned out to be Mu Chinfeng's group. Seeing this scene, the brothers were all stunned on the spot, unable to move for a long time. This guy is too much a pervert. Mu Chinfeng, with his head full of sweat, asked Yulin, how about we come back in half an hour to let you two finish this game? Xiao Hu and the brothers immediately took out their phones, taking all sorts of pictures and videos. If Mu Chinfeng wants to leave, he can go by himself. I have to record such a stimulating scene to post on Douyin and study it later to learn from the experience, so I can apply it when the opportunity arises. As soon as Mu Chinfeng finished speaking, Cui Yulin rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying her eyes out. Young master, you're here. Don't abandon Yulin. The Annie saw this scene and was furious. It turned out that this lady was Sima Jin's mother. The young man saw his mother and was stunned on the spot. Mom, why? Why are you here? The young man had just finished speaking when he was hit by her thunderous punch. You brat, my face, your father's face, the face of our Sima family, the face of the entire village. You've shamed us all. Truly a prodigal son. She rushed forward and beat the young man relentlessly. Sima Jean couldn't dodge a single blow. I'm 70 years old this year, and I've never seen such a scene. Sima Jean was beaten black and blue, crying like crazy. Mom, I was wrong. It's not what you think. It was Hulai the White Lotus cult. It was all his idea. He said to trick this girl here, lure out Mu Chunfeng of the Z sect, then gather the forces of the White Lotus cult to ambush him. Mom, not there. Don't hit there. Stop hitting me. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng stroked his chin and said to Yulin, you look quite hot in this outfit. In the future, could you wear it more often and try different styles for me to see? Cui Yulin, upon being praised, immediately started doing a Douyin dance, swaying in all sorts of ways, looking extremely cool. Does young master really think it's beautiful? If young master likes it, I'll wear it more often in the future and let you see it every day. Chunfeng watched for a moment, then walked over and said to Yulin, this is not good. Have I opened the door to a new world? Yulin immediately replied, not at all. Young master just knows how to tease me. You think that means I won't wear it anymore? Mu Chunfeng gently tapped Yulin's nose with his finger, making the girl's face blush. No, Yulin, just stay like this. It's very beautiful, very charming. On the other side, the scene of the mother beating her son finally ended. The young man who was just cosplaying in a student uniform was now stripped naked, with only a pair of shorts left. Young Master Mu, I've dealt with this brat. We are country folk. We don't like to beat around the bush. Since my son hasn't caused a major disaster, can I take him back, young Master Mu? Sima Jean was lifted up by his ear, crying and saying, he's still young. If this leaves a record at the company, his whole life will be ruined. Boo-hoo. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng crossed his arms and replied, the company has its rules. He's almost 20. An adult must pay the price for his actions. I can't decide this matter. As soon as Sima Jin's mother heard this, she immediately rushed forward to hug Mu Chunfeng's leg, begging, young Master Mu, he's still just a child. Young Master Mu, please let him go. Chunfeng, frightened, rushed to hug Cui Yulin and cried, why do I have to endure this? I'm just a child too. Seeing Mu Chunfeng's childish act, Cui Yulin couldn't stop laughing. Sima Sanyang, the young master really can't decide this matter. Director Liang is stopping by the Z sect today. How about you wait for him to arrive and try begging him? The auntie, failing to get her way, turned to scold her son. It's all your fault, you ignorant brat. If it weren't for you, would I have to lose face like this? I'll deal with you when we get home. Sima Jean cried and said, I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong. The young man turned to Mu Chunfeng and kowtowed desperately. I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I've caused trouble for the company. I'm sorry, Miss Cui. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Hearing this, the auntie kicked him with the force of her Ronaldo-like leg. You're the only one who's ignorant. Stop you from talking nonsense. Tell young Master Mu everything you know. The young man obeyed his mother, immediately knelt before Mu Chunfeng and began to confess. I was always trying to cause trouble for Brother Mu, mainly because Wang Zizhong of the Wang family in Suzhou instigated me to make the call. Wang Zizhong promised that besides giving me money, he would also let me have a geisha from the Yinghua nation for a night. After that, Brother Mu already knows what happened at the Z sect. After leaving the Z sect, I met Hulai. He has now joined the White Lotus cult. During my contact with him, I could sense that the White Lotus cult seemed to have some kind of plan for the Z sect, but I don't know the specifics. Sima Jean raised his head and looked at Mu Chunfeng, who was stroking his chin. Brother Mu, can this be considered redeeming myself through meritorious service? After listening, Mu Chunfeng replied, whether it counts or not, the company will evaluate your information. As long as your information is valuable, the company might. Mu Chunfeng asked doubtfully, where did Hulai go? Sima Jean replied, I don't know what he told me, but as you just saw, he left me and Miss Cui alone and went out. It should be about time for him to return. The scene shifts to the airport. On the roof of a building, Hu Huangli walked up to the old director and said, Director Liang, the tracking device has been installed on Li Sisi. But letting her go out like this, isn't it too risky? Director Liang said with a calm expression, from the current information, what the White Lotus cult is planning to do with the Z sect is related to that thing. In the company, besides Li Sisi, who understands that thing better than her? Hu Huangli looked towards Li Sisi, who was putting on makeup over there, and said, Director Liang, no matter what, Li Sisi is also the holy maiden of the White Lotus cult. Traveling in a helicopter with you is truly too dangerous for you. Director Liang crossed his arms and said, we have already agreed on the terms. As long as she cooperates with the company, she could be allowed to stay by Mu Chunfeng's side later, giving her appropriate freedom. Li Sisi heard their conversation, finished her makeup, turned around, and smiled like a blooming flower. Director Liang continued, besides, with Mu Chunfeng there, she won't be able to cause any trouble. Isn't that right, holy maiden? Hearing him say that, Li Sisi replied, Director Liang is right. It was so hard to get a chance to regain my freedom. Why would I do something so foolish? Then she turned to leave. It's getting late. Director Liang, we should depart now. Don't you have business in Yinbei? Director Liang turned, patted Hu Huangli's shoulder, and said, arrange for some cleaners to make a trip to the Z sect to prepare for the final cleanup. There are some things the company still has to handle. Don't push everything on a mooch and phone. The helicopter then took off and departed. The man with glasses took out his phone and ordered someone. All cleaners in Yuzhou, except for those on assignment, are not allowed to take leave. Report to the Z sect within 24 hours. Returning to Hu Lai walking on the street. The young man's mind was now completely filled with that matter. By his calculation, the cult leader should have contacted him by now. Why hasn't he called yet? He was walking when he suddenly looked up, stunned by the scene before him. The rented house was no longer safe. Although Mu Qinfeng had already prepared to mobilize the company's forces, he hadn't expected the company to be so fast. As he was speaking, two old men suddenly appeared behind him and said to Hu Lai, "You are surrounded. Raise your hands and surrender. Come back with us to the Hu family, and your crime may be reduced." After hearing the old man's words, Hu Lai immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Humph, old man, I didn't expect you to be here too. Do you really give the company that much face? But you want to capture me with just the 2 or 3 of you? Ha, what a childish thought." Hu Lai pointed at him and declared arrogantly, "You know me. I am the once-in-a-century genius of the Hu family. Give me some time, and surpassing you will be no problem." The old man replied angrily, "Hu Lai, a genius who has gone down the wrong path is not even as good as a useful fool." At this moment, Zhuge Tingfeng stood on high, witnessing this group of people's verbal sparring. Head of the Hu family, the Chiman Arts formation has been set up, isolating external influences. Zhuge Tingfeng's face showed delight as he said, "We can make our move now." The old man immediately formed a hand seal and said, "We invite the great master of the Hu family to show himself." In an instant, the spiritual energy around the old man erupted, and the spirit beast within his body awakened along with it. "Hu Tianlong, I still have to ask you to step in and suppress him." The two began to charge forward, preparing for close combat. Hu Lai angrily pointed at the old man and roared, "Hu Qianba, you never stop bothering me. Force in my hand. I must go and ask third great-granny Hu to uphold justice." Hu Qianba, not to be outdone, cursed back at the young man. "Hu Tianlong, in front of outsiders, I still saved you some face. I don't want to speak of your trivial matters. Framing your brothers, stealing tributes. Come with me to confess your crimes before third great-granny Hu." Hu Lai immediately rushed forward to fight the old man. "When I left the Hu family, I never thought I would return. I will show you my efforts over these past years." The two sides fought fiercely. "Your heart is not righteous. Even if I give you another 3 to 5 years, with your improper cultivation methods, you will never achieve true enlightenment." The old man finally managed to control Hu Lai, pinning him with both hands, preparing to finish him. But this Hu Lai was no ordinary person. He repelled the old man with a single move. As for this so-called true enlightenment, I don't need it anyway. Watching the two fight up high, Mu Qinfeng said, "It seems that the spirit mediums take the path of the spirit body, entering a person, making a pact with them, and controlling the physical body to fight enemies, accompanied by some divine abilities and soul power." Mu Qinfeng thought for a moment, stroking his chin, and said, "In this era of thin spiritual energy, where the rules of Blue Star are shattered, this can be considered a very good method." Within the formation, Hu Lai still had the upper hand. "Hu Qianba, I'm still not your match. Give me another 15 years, and I will show you how formidable this great master is." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qinfeng threw a coin, shooting it towards Hu Lai. He was struck by Mu Qinfeng's coin, his whole body trembled, and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, Mu Qinfeng also walked over. "I haven't given my permission. Who allowed you to leave?" Seeing Mu Qinfeng arrive, Hu Lai looked up and said, "Kid, meddling in my Hu family's affairs. Do you have a death wish?" Mu Qinfeng waved his hand, scaring him out of his wits. Everyone in the Dragon Country circle is managed by the company. Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on the company? Speak up. Should I call you Hu Lai or Hu Tianlong? But it doesn't matter anymore. Mu Qinfeng immediately rushed forward, grabbed the young man by the collar, and said, "I'll kill you in front of the Hu family head and Hu Qianba. Do you think they would dare to make a sound? Would third great-granny Hu dare to come looking for trouble with me?" Hu Lai was so scared he spoke incoherently. "I was wrong, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to any request." Mu Qinfeng angrily pushed the young man to the ground. "I spared you once, Not only were you ungrateful, but you continued to plot against me behind my back. If I don't teach you a lesson, you rats from the White Lotus cult will really think I'm just a clay figure. Hu Qianbao walked over from the side and said, "Hand him over to me to handle." Mu Qianfeng glanced at him and said, "Is the Hu family very influential? Or are you giving me an order?" Hearing Mu Qianfeng's words, Hu Qianbao was a little surprised. Gulai is a member of the Hu family, and Hu Tianlong must also be brought before third great-granny Hu for judgment. This has been the unwritten rule in the North for many years. Whether in terms of sentiment or reason, handing him over to me is the most reasonable choice. Mu Qianfeng stomped one foot on him, causing the ground around to crack. "Get lost. I'm on a good mood right now. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too, and don't blame me when that happens." Mu Qianfeng pointed to himself, declaring firmly, "This is my answer, and this is my rule. If you're confident you can take him from my hands, you can give it a try." Hearing him speak so harshly, Hu Qianbao was a bit stunned. "I will relay your exact words to Director Liang. You should think this through carefully." Threatened by the old man, Mu Qianfeng's anger flared, and he rushed forward to kick him, making him cough up blood. "It seems you don't understand the relationship between me and the company." The old man was knocked to the ground. "It's not that I want to stay in the company now, but that the company needs me to stay. Otherwise, the company's leadership will not be at ease." Mu Qianfeng walked up to him, pointed at his face, and said, "If you're not convinced, you can call third great-granny Hu to come and fight me. I will make you understand why I have such great confidence." At this moment, the plane had also arrived. Director Liang and Li Sisi got off the plane, walked towards Mu Qianfeng, and spoke to stop him. "Mu Qianfeng, that's enough. Handing Hu Lai over to the Hu family is a decision from the company's upper management. It seems Yuzhou was too thoughtless to make our brother Mu so angry." Li Sisi walked up to Mu Qianfeng, reached out to lift his chin, and said provocatively, "Handsome, are you free? I can help you relieve some stress tonight." Mu Qianfeng pushed her hand away and said to the old man, "Director Liang, why did you release her so quickly?" Director Liang replied, "This time, the White Lotus cult is at the Z sect mainly for a magical artifact that has been passed down through generations of the White Lotus cult. Li Sisi is the holy maiden of the White Lotus cult. She has a good attitude in admitting her mistakes and has confessed. After careful consideration by the company, I brought her here to coordinate with your work. The company's cleaners are on their way, and other regions have also sent people to assist. You have full authority to handle this matter. The contact numbers have been sent to your phone. Call if you need anything." Li Sisi interjected, "Director Liang, don't forget the conditions you promised me." Director Liang then returned to the plane and said to those below, "As long as you ensure that the White Lotus cult no longer violates the company's regulations in the future and periodically provides talent to the company, I can decide to let the White Lotus cult have a stable foothold in Yuzhou. I still have to go to Yanbei for a meeting, so from now on, you just follow Mu Qianfeng." Li Sisi looked at Mu Qianfeng with a lustful expression. "Brother Mu, we're colleagues from now on. You look so delicious." Mu Qianfeng then rushed forward and kicked Hu Lai one more time. "Take him away. After I've dealt with the matter at the Z sect, I will pay the Hu family a surprise visit." The old man Hu Qianbao picked up the young man like a piglet. "You go, I don't want to see you anymore." Mu Qianfeng turned and left coldly. "Miss Li Sisi, tell me about that magical artifact." Li Sisi immediately replied, "That magical artifact is actually a jade pendant. Combined with the secret arts of the White Lotus cult, it can trigger the power of lightning. But only the core members of the White Lotus cult know that the jade pendant is just a key. Only the lightning it triggers can open the gate to Kunlun." She rushed forward, pressing her chest against Mu Qianfeng's back, startling the young man, who said, "In other words, as long as we can trigger the lightning, we can open Kunlun?" She suddenly stumbled. "Why did you stop so suddenly when we were walking just fine?" "You're not wrong, but in this age of Dharma's decline, using divine abilities is not that simple." The young man took out a small sword from his bosom, which with a swing transformed into a long sword, incredibly sharp and radiating spiritual energy. "Please don't compare me to other people, or you will discover just how skewed your perception is." Seeing Mu Qianfeng's powerful display, she immediately rushed up to hug his arm, cooing coquettishly, "Wow, you're really so powerful. Can you teach me?" "As long as you teach me, you could do anything you want with Sisi. I'll give you everything." Li Sisi thought to herself, "The times have changed. The White Lotus cult must also keep up. The company has an official background, and Mu Qianfeng can be said to be the strongest person of this era. Only by cooperating with them can the White Lotus cult gain a firm foothold in this era." The young man immediately pushed her hand away and said, "I don't care what schemes you have. I just want to remind you, as long as you maintain an honest and upright attitude, I don't mind letting you stay by my side." But on the contrary, if you have other intentions, don't blame me then. Mu Chunfeng held out his hand, his expression cold, speaking to Li Sisi with a hint of a threat. Really, true power can sweep away all conspiracies. Then he turned and walked away. Li Sisi followed behind, saying, "What bad intentions could Sisi have? Sisi just adores you." Returning to the apartment, Mu Chunfeng walked in and saw Sima Jin kneeling in front of his aunt and Chui Yulin. Yulin didn't cause any trouble, did she? Sima Jin's mother saw Mu Chunfeng return and immediately said with a smile, "Brother Mu, with me here, what would this brat dare to do? He's been very obedient. I saw Director Liang arrive earlier, so I didn't dare to disturb you while you were discussing official business. How does Director Liang plan to handle my son?" Mu Chunfeng looked towards Sima Jin and replied coldly, "Director Liang doesn't need to concern himself with such a small matter. I've been given full authority to handle things here." Then Mu Chunfeng gestured and introduced Li Sisi. "Let me introduce you. This is the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult, Li Sisi, my new colleague." As soon as Sima Jin heard this, he almost fainted. "What? The Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult has joined the company?" Mu Chunfeng replied calmly. "The Holy Maiden has reached a long-term cooperation agreement with the company. In the future, she will periodically provide talent to the company. In return, the company will recognize the legitimacy of the White Lotus cult." When Sima Jin heard this news, he was stunned on the spot. "What? How is this possible? Isn't that right? Isn't the White Lotus cult still conspiring with the Z sect right now? How did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye?" Sima Jin's mother rushed up and gave him another kick. "You're such an idiot. Is the company's vision something an ignorant brat like you can understand? The White Lotus cult is trying every way to cooperate with the company, and you've caused such big trouble. Do you still want to join the White Lotus cult and be a leader? You can run, but you can't hide." Li Sisi turned to say to the woman, "Brother Sima is still young and doesn't understand things. Annie, don't be too harsh on him. He's a young man, after all." Then Sisi stepped forward and lifted his chin. "You don't need to be too scared. As long as you confess honestly, the company will give you a light punishment." Sima Jin's face lit up with joy as he looked at the fiery girl before him. Holy Maiden, how can there be such a kind big sister like you in this world? I'm willing to tell you everything I know." Li Sisi whispered to him with a hint of charm. "Then tell your big sister, is Mu Zhou at the Z sect right now?" As if mesmerized by Li Sisi's beauty, Sima Jin confessed everything. It's him. I heard from Hu Lai that he planned to steal the lightning-struck wood today, intending to bring it. But I don't think it's that simple." Li Sisi stood up, turned to Mu Chunfeng and said, "It seems I wasn't wrong. Mu Zhou is using the theft of the lightning-struck wood as a pretext. His main goal is that magical artifact. But I guess Mu Zhou's thinking is, even if he can't get the magical artifact, he must get the lightning-struck wood." Mu Chunfeng turned around and said, "The company's cleaners are on their way. As for you, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult, how do you plan to deal with the leader of the White Lotus cult?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng's question, Li Sisi was a little worried, then replied, "How else can it be handled? We'll deal with official business first." Sima Jin rushed up to hug Li Sisi's thigh, saying fawningly, "Big sister, let me follow you. Whatever you instruct, I will definitely get it done." He thought she would agree, but unexpectedly, Li Sisi sent the guy flying with a kick that made him cough up blood. What a disgusting thing. The Annie stepped in front of Mu Chunfeng, pleading, "Young Master Mu, my son, however you decide to deal with him, we will accept it. Whatever punishment the Sima family receives, we will accept it all." At this moment, Zhuge Tingfeng also opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, Mu Chunfeng said, "The Sima family is also a prominent family in our circle, and I don't want to make things difficult for everyone. You and Zhuge Tingfeng take him to the Southwest branch. Sima Jin will cooperate with the company in the upcoming investigation, after which you will pay a fine and he will be banned from leaving the Sima village for 3 years. This matter will be considered settled, and I won't make things difficult for you." Sima Jin, who was paralyzed on the ground, fainted upon hearing this, lying motionless, unable to even stand up. Fortunately, the trouble he caused was still manageable, and the company has shown your Sima family some face. This matter ends here. The old woman rushed up to grab Mu Chunfeng's hand, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, young Master Mu. When you come to the Sima village in the future, I will definitely treat you with the utmost hospitality." Mu Chunfeng turned to Zhuge Tingfeng and said, "Zhuge Tingfeng, regarding what I said about you wanting to join the company, do you have any thoughts? I'll call old Hu in a bit. With your abilities, it won't be a problem." Zhuge Tingfeng shyly scratched his head. Yes, Brother Mu." At this time, on the slope of Longhu Mountain, next to the truck carrying the lightning-struck wood, The leader of the White Lotus cult was instructing the group of people behind him. The lightning struck what has arrived. No one is to hesitate, strike fast, and win fast. At the same time, a car was also driving on the road. It was Mu Chenfeng's group. Mu Chenfeng turned to Cui Yulin and said, Yulin, do you know what a big mistake you've made this time? Your decision to help Wu Xiaofan stall for time was reasonable, but you didn't guard against the potential dangers. Your experience is still too lacking. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's criticism, Yulin bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry, young master. I know I was wrong. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and continued. This time, if it hadn't been extremely dangerous, I wouldn't have intervened. Li Sisi turned to Mu Chenfeng and replied, Hey, handsome. Are you criticizing me or praising me? Mu Chenfeng replied, a bit embarrassed. Don't overthink it. I meant you have rich combat experience, which is passable. Hee. The driver picked up the phone, and a message came through. We've detected someone tailing the truck with the lightning struck wood. I'm heading over to provide support immediately. After hanging up, he stepped hard on the gas and said to the people in the car, Everyone, hold on tight. Those scumbags have started to make their move. In the car, Mu Chenfeng spoke up to tease the holy maiden. He said, I'm talking about you. Li Sisi replied with her eyes closed. What the hell does it have to do with me, big brother? Mu Chenfeng said, I just saw the news. Mi Jinjun of the White Lotus cult is among the people tailing the truck, but Mu Zhou is not present. He's probably still at Longhu Mountain right now, waiting for an opportunity. Mu Chenfeng suddenly spoke up. Stop the car at the intersection ahead. You go support the transport vehicle. I'll head straight back to Longhu Mountain. The driver replied, Got it. Mu Chenfeng took out his phone and said, Yulin, in a moment I'll send you the contact information for the person in charge of the cleanup. After you arrive, contact him and tell him your location. Mu Chenfeng called someone. This is Mu Chenfeng. In a moment, a colleague will contact you for support. This time, the people from the White Lotus cult are causing trouble at the Jingyi sect. Try to capture them alive. The scene shifts to the peak of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, two old men were looking into the distance. One said to the other, Senior brother, have you received the news? The people from the White Lotus cult have started to act. The old man addressed as eldest senior brother said, Just let them cause a ruckus. The company has already called me. This matter is now entirely in Mu Chenfeng's hands to deal with. Let that brat have a headache over it. The other old man was a bit displeased upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's name. The lightning struck what is so precious, and it's my birthday gift. If they really manage to steal it, this junior brother of yours will feel truly aggrieved. He said to his eldest senior brother, The more I think about enduring this, the more I feel I'm losing out. The more I think about backing down, the angrier I get. Senior brother, let's go down a mountain with me. Hearing this, the eldest senior brother laughed heartily. Junior brother, when will you ever learn the composure of this 100-year-old man? He paused for a moment, then turned as if to leave. Let's just leave these matters to the young ones. We can retreat behind the scenes and manage the overall situation. The junior brother said, 2 family heirloom epic poems, plus the Alliance's blueprints for agricultural tools. He stepped in front of his eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother asked, For real? Junior brother, I'm not well read. Don't you trick me. The junior brother held up 3 fingers. 3 family heirloom epic poems. The eldest senior brother was convinced, stroked his beard, and laughed loudly. Since junior brother is so concerned about the filial piety of the young ones, how can I, as the senior brother, sit back and do nothing? Let's go. We must hurry down the mountain. He clapped his junior brother on the shoulder and said, I'm telling you now, those 3 family heirloom epic poems, you have to give them to me when we get back to the mountain. If you dare go back on your word, this senior brother of yours will turn hostile. The junior brother, like a child, retorted stubbornly, Haven't you turned hostile enough over the years? The eldest senior brother laughed loudly. As expected, you understand me best, junior brother. Seeing this, the leader of the White Lotus cult on the other side said, The 2 masters of the Jingyi sect have both gone down the mountain. Mu Chenfeng has been lured away by Hu Lai's group and won't be back in time, and the masters of the Jingyi sect have all gone to support the lightning-struck wood. The Jingyi sect's strength is now depleted, and no one can stop me from getting the White Lotus pendant. His expression turned grim as he continued. Li Sisi, when it comes to scheming, you couldn't catch up to me even on a motorcycle. Otherwise, how could I be the leader of the White Lotus cult, while you are just a decorative holy maiden? Back to the scene of 2 cars chasing the truck, carrying the lightning-struck wood. The driver in front received an order. President, quickly send people to support. Hurry to the Jingyi sect. They're about to make their move. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of the car, forcing him to slam on the brakes. The person on the phone was still saying, "We're on our way to support you. You must hold on." Before he could finish, a powerful stomp descended from the sky, causing the road surface ahead to crack open, and the car flipped onto its side. This person was the bald guy with the strange tattoo on his face. He looked at the people in the car and said, "Something the White Lotus cult has set its sights on. Where do you think you're taking it?" The driver crawled out, asking in a panic, What happened?" He yelled into the phone, "President, the enemy has a Grandmaster-level expert. Hurry over here." The bald guy rushed forward and sent the man flying with a kick. Still daring to send a report? "Is it too late for you now?" He picked up the phone, crushed it in his hand, and said to the person on the other end of the line, "President, the lightning struck. Wood is ours now." The people from the White Lotus cult had also arrived by this time. The bald guy ordered, "Hurry up, contact the truck with the lightning-struck wood." At this moment, the leader of the White Lotus cult didn't see it, but the Holy Maiden had arrived. Lee Cece slammed on the brakes, threw a hidden weapon, and shouted, "During my absence, what kind of mess has Mu Zhou led the White Lotus cult into? Since when did I give you permission to do this?" The bald guy dodged Lee Cece's hidden weapon and looked at her angrily. "Holy Maiden, have you betrayed the cult?" Lee Cece stepped out and said to him, "I have never betrayed the cult. The real traitor is Mu Zhou." Yulin took out her phone to report, "We have arrived. They haven't succeeded yet. I'm sending you the location. You guys come over and handle the cleanup." At this time, a car came speeding straight towards them, the person inside shouting, "Old man, get out of the way. They've already made a move on Junior Brother's birthday gift." It turned out the two old men had become street racers, driving at an astonishing speed. The senior brother said, "It's not that I don't want to go fast. This electric car is limited to 35 kilometers per hour. I can't go faster even if I want to." "Junior brother, let me advise you. Since we can't change reality, it's useless to rush. We might as well accept the present and take it slow." "What's the rush?" The bald guy was secretly furious. "The company's people are here. Even the two titans of the circle have come. I'm afraid it's all over this time." He shouted, "Everyone, split up and run. Every man for himself." The company's people had also arrived. The one in the lead said, "Captain, we have reached the designated location. The enemy has not yet succeeded." The captain ordered, "You take the lead and control the situation. Capture all these White Lotus cult members and bring them back to the company. Don't let a single one escape. If one gets away, I'll deduct your entire bonus." The scene shifts to a room guarded by two guards. They were chatting, completely unaware that the leader of the White Lotus cult was right above their heads. "Master and Junior Marshal Uncle have both gone down the mountain. I'm really worried something might happen." The short-haired guard said to the guard with a bun, "We are the Zhengyi sect. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Speak of the devil." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the White Lotus cult descended from above, striking him on the head with a palm. The short-haired guard jumped back, taking a defensive stance. "You're not from the Zhengyi sect?" The leader of the White Lotus cult immediately launched a kick towards the short-haired guard, then rushed forward to grab his throat, lifting him up like a chicken. The other guard stammered, unable to speak. "You are the leader." The leader of the White Lotus cult knocked him out with a single palm strike. "Shut up." Then, the leader pinned the short-haired guard to the ground, leaving him no time to resist. Having dealt with the two guards in an instant, the leader confidently pushed the door open and walked in. "This time, no one can stop me anymore." He stepped into the room and took off his outer cloak. The Zhengyi sect has accumulated quite a few treasures over the years, but in this era, few of them can be of any use. He looked around, admiring all sorts of rare and precious treasures. Picking up a sword, he thought he had found something good, but he suddenly frowned and said, "This thing has a history of 100 years, but it's just a fake." He then picked up a command token. This 5 thunder token isn't bad. Next, his gaze fell upon a box on the bookshelf. He walked over, picked up the box, and opened it, his face showing extreme joy. "After that fool lost it back then, it has finally returned to my hands today." Just as he was smugly admiring the treasure, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. It turned out to be Mu Chinfeng. "This is a magical artifact of the White Lotus cult. What is its name?" The leader blurted out, "White Lotus pendant." He immediately turned his head, shocked to realize someone was watching him. "Aren't you supposed to be over there? Why are you here?" Mu Chinfeng brought a hand to his nose, snorted softly, and said, "Do you take everyone for a fool? But the truth proves that you are the biggest fool. Will you come with me on your own? Or should I cripple you before taking you away?" The leader of the White Lotus cult was not afraid at all, seemingly not taking Mu Chenfeng seriously. I thought my arrangements were flawless. I didn't expect you to still find out. Mu Chenfeng said loudly and confidently, "You evil cultists are too complacent, always underestimating the power of the company." The leader turned to face Mu Chenfeng, clenching his fist. "That's true. The company has infiltration channels in both the righteous and evil paths, so it's normal for you to find some clues." A stream of lightning spiritual energy emanated from the leader's fist. "But if you think you can win just like that, then you are gravely mistaken." The leader, with his lightning fist, charged straight at Mu Chenfeng, shouting, "In this era, my divine power is something you absolutely cannot imagine." In an instant, the leader's fist was in front of Mu Chenfeng. I used the secret technique of the White Lotus cult to activate the lightning power within the White Lotus pendant. No matter how strong you are, you can't be my match. Our Mu Chenfeng raised one hand and blocked his fist. This magical artifact isn't bad. It's of mid to high grade. But the user's skill is limited, unable to unleash its greatest power. Mu Chenfeng gave a light push and sent the leader back. He asked in panic, "How could you block this punch?" "The lightning power, your body can't withstand it unless..." At this moment, his face turned pale, his mouth agape, stammering, his eyes wide. "Could it be you are at the Qi condensation realm?" Mu Chenfeng immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the leader. The lightning glow on Mu Chenfeng's sword was incredibly dazzling to the leader. "You only just realized, isn't it a bit too late? Leave the White Lotus pendant, come back to the company with me, and I can make your suffering a little less." The leader suddenly laughed loudly. I didn't expect the company to send you alone to stand guard. I thought the company was finished. Turns out I was the clown. So what?" The leader spat out a mouthful of essence blood, then immediately caught it. Powerful spiritual energy erupted around him. "Now I will use this to surprise you." "So what? I'm using my essence blood to boost it. Even if you are at the Qi condensation realm, you're no match for me." Seeing him use such a desperate move, Mu Chenfeng couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Your cultivation is already insufficient, yet you use essence blood to power a magical artifact, damaging your foundation. Don't even think about advancing another inch in this lifetime." He paid no heed to Mu Chenfeng's words. Right now, he only wanted to use his lightning fist to defeat Mu Chenfeng. The leader charged towards Mu Chenfeng, throwing a devastating punch. "As long as I can get to that place, restoring my foundation will be as easy as flipping my hand." Mu Chenfeng immediately swung his sword to block, using the lightning divine power as a key to reach Kunlun. "Your holy maiden has already made this very clear." He told the opponent a secret that shocked him. Then the two engaged in close combat. A terrifying collision of spiritual energy erupted. Li Sisi has now cooperated with our company to find the most suitable path of survival for the White Lotus cult. The leader was sent flying by Mu Chenfeng's powerful spiritual energy, crashing into the wall and spitting out fresh blood. The leader shakily stood up, muttering, "Truly a traitor." Mu Chenfeng calmly said to him, "This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You are too stubborn and extreme." He still clutched the jade pendant tightly and said to Mu Chenfeng through gritted teeth, "Those with different principles cannot conspire together. I originally intended to use you to kill Li Sisi. It seems I have underestimated you all." The leader suddenly threw the magical artifact out, turned and fled. "We'll meet again someday." Mu Chenfeng immediately rushed forward, reaching out to grab that magical artifact. The leader of the White Lotus cult dashed straight out the window, escaping outside. I am no match for Mu Chenfeng. I can only escape first and figure things out later. Mu Chenfeng held the magical artifact and said softly, "Having been forcibly pushed by Mu Zhou to expend all its remaining spiritual power, there's not much spiritual energy left in this artifact." Mu Chenfeng held the magical artifact, his eyes firm. Mu Zhou is adaptable, I'll give him that, but within the Zhengyi sect, escaping is not that easy. Meanwhile, in another place, Li Sisi and the girl named Yulin were talking. "Sister Sisi, aren't we going to help?" Li Sisi calmly waved her hand and replied, "Yulin, today I'll teach you your first lesson. Sometimes we don't need to act ourselves, just leave it to the people below." At this moment, a group of janitors were fighting fiercely with a group of men in black. They're all janitors from the company. This is actually their main job. My goodness, if the janitors are this formidable, how terrifying must the official staff be? Li Sisi pointed towards the two old masters standing nearby. "Look at those two seniors. They haven't made a move either. have they? What are these two old men doing? Yulin said a bit timidly. I'm also a janitor for the company. If I don't go help, I feel uneasy in my heart. Li Sisi lightly tapped Yulin on the head. You silly girl. You'd still be helping the young master count the money after he sold you. You are not the same as them. Your role is different. Yulin, having been tapped on the head, blushed as red as a monkey's bottom. I don't know how it's different. Li Sisi looked in another direction and said, just based on your relationship with Mu Chunfeng, your status in the company is already completely different. Based on Mu Chunfeng's strength, along with his relationship with the Wu family, it won't be difficult for him to enter the company's leadership in the future. Li Sisi turned to Yulin and continued. At that time, you'll be by Mu Chunfeng's side, and I'll be his little secretary. Thinking like that, don't you see that there's no need for us to act ourselves anymore? Hearing her words, Yulin became excited. Sister Sisi, it seems you're right. Li Sisi raised her hand and said shyly, little sister, take it slow. Whether it's something you can learn today or not, I will slowly teach you. Seeing the two girls chatting animatedly, the two old masters looked over curiously and asked, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult has cooperated with the company? I wonder what her intentions are. The old man next to him replied to his senior brother, TSK, whatever her intentions are, let the company worry about it. But the company really acts fast. We can't let them allow our birthday gift to fall into the hands of these evil cultists. Then he looked at the other old man and said angrily, Senior brother, the person who called you back then, it seems it was this Li Sisi, right? The other old man stroked his beard and replied, that's right, I recognized her voice. It's this voice, no mistake. Then he said with a sharp gaze, Junior brother, you rushed all the way here, didn't make a move, and instead went to chat with a young lady. Don't forget you're already 100 years old. The other old man was so angry he looked up to the sky and lamented, I'm a master. Masters always act at the last moment. At this moment, two men in black were still trying to resist the group of janitors. Grandmaster, there's a kid who's about to break through. These two seem very stubborn. One person said seriously, things are getting more and more troublesome. Let's join forces and break out. The person next to him asked doubtfully, what about the others? The other person replied, they lack strength on their own. They deserve to be caught by the company. Let's go. At this moment, a man spoke into a walkie-talkie. Two grandmasters have broken the encirclement. The others have been cleaned up. Team 2, tighten the encirclement. Yulin put her hand to her mouth and said timidly, Sister Sisi, actually I don't quite understand. After all, you are fellow disciples. Why did you betray them? Li Sisi said with a serious expression, because they are all Mu Zhou's people. Recalling a scene from the past, back then, Li Sisi was still young. She had to endure all the pain and suffering of life. The leader of the White Lotus cult at that time was Mu Zhou. Though young, he was extremely cunning. He tried his best to entice her. Come with me. I can give you food to eat and warm clothes to wear. Li Sisi was young then and didn't think deeply. She naively replied, but my parents are sleeping. If I go and they don't see me, they will be very worried. Mu Zhou continued to use all sorts of tricks to lure her. They are dead. They will never wake up again. Li Sisi, with tears in her eyes, cried and said, I won't go. I have to wait for my parents to wake up. Mu Zhou rushed over and shook the little girl. They are dead. You will never see them again in this life, never hear their voices, and never be able to hug them again. Reality is cruel, but that's how it is, like a knife stabbing into you. Li Sisi rushed to hug Mu Zhou, crying her eyes out. Mu Zhou relentlessly enticed her. Come with me. Become the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult. The White Lotus cult will help you investigate who killed your parents and also help you get revenge. You can rest assured. Recalling Mu Zhou's word from the past, Li Sisi commented on him. Mu Zhou is very good at manipulating people's hearts. Then Li Sisi started to leave. Little sister, don't worry about staying here. With two grandmasters here, nothing major will happen. I'm going over to the Zhengyi sect to check things out. At this moment, Li Sisi sped off at an astonishing speed. From a distance, Li Sisi spotted the leader of the White Lotus cult, Mu Zhou, rushing towards her. Seeing his desperate attempt to flee, Li Sisi questioned loudly, Mu Zhou, where else do you think you can run? Mu Zhou was heavily injured. He panted and said, Li Sisi, the scene changes to another place. The sound of a girl's footsteps echoed on the stairs, approaching the main gate. The girl thought to herself, I gave him so much information, yet Mu Zhou still failed. The White Lotus cult is truly a motley crew, incapable of achieving anything great. Then the girl smiled calmly, but I already have a better choice. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng was also walking down with an authoritative posture. Mu Chunfeng and the girl who was slowly walking up met face to face. This person was Lu Chun. Seeing Mu Chunfeng coming down from above, Lu Chun raised her hand in a polite greeting. Hello, may I ask what happened to the Jingyi sect? I feel the atmosphere is completely different from before. Hearing her question, Mu Chunfeng asked in return, Who are you? The girl took out her phone and said with a smile, My surname is Liu. My name is Lu Chen. I came from the Central Plains to celebrate Daoist Xian Ling's birthday. You're really handsome. Let's be friends. Mu Chunfeng appeared uninterested. He walked past the girl, then turned his head back and said, I am Mu Chunfeng from the company. This place is no longer safe. Follow me for now. After everything is handled, you can go wherever you want. Hearing this, Lu Chun ran after Mu Chunfeng. I guess being so young, you must be a janitor for the company, right? Unlike me, I want to join the company, but don't dare to. Mu Chunfeng replied as he walked, I'm an intern at the company, not a janitor. You should watch what you say. Seeing Mu Chunfeng walk away angrily, Lu Chun pointed to the other side and said, Big brother, when I was coming up the mountain, I saw a man covered in blood and a beautiful girl meeting in the forest over there. Lu Chun had a serious expression. I was a bit scared, so I didn't dare to go over. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng suddenly turned to Lu Chun and asked, Who are they? Lead the way quickly. At this moment in the forest, Li Sisi was fighting with Mu Zhou. Li Sisi, resting her hands on her knees, said, Back then, when you sent people to kill my parents, did you ever think this day would come? Mu Zhou gritted his teeth and replied, The White Lotus cult acts by looking only at the results, not questioning the process. You should understand this. The cult leader values you. You were destined to become the holy maiden of the White Lotus cult. Li Sisi replied confidently, If it weren't for you people, perhaps I would be just like any other ordinary girl, going to school, working, falling in love, and then getting married. It might be ordinary, but it would be more real than this. I could bring my husband and children home to visit my parents during the holidays. However, Li Sisi angrily pointed at Mu Zhou and shouted, All of it was destroyed by you. Get back to me. 3 silver needles flew from Li Sisi's hand, shooting straight towards Mu Zhou. He leaned to the side to dodge. Without us, how could you have what you have today? Mu Zhou was severely injured and coughed up fresh blood. He thought in horror, I already risked my life in a fight with Mu Chunfeng, which left me heavily wounded. I can't afford to get entangled any longer. Li Sisi threw another needle, hitting Mu Zhou right in the thigh. Let me tell you another secret. The year the cult leader snuck into the Jingyi sect, it was I who secretly reported it. Mu Zhou clutched his painful leg, trembling, and looked at Li Sisi with tears of anger. The cult leader raised you for so many years. How could you have the heart to betray him? Li Sisi threw 3 more silver needles, shooting them towards Mu Zhou. At the age of 18, I was taken by the cult leader. After so many years of humiliation, I hate the White Lotus cult. I hate you. Mu Zhou was hit by Li Sisi's attack and continued to cough up blood incessantly. She took out 6 more silver needles. Li Sisi was determined to finish Mu Zhou today. This 9 Emperor needles set was a gift from you back then. Now I will use the flying needles you gave me to kill you. Do you have anything to say? Mu Zhou, clutching his pained body, replied, I only regret not being able to kill you sooner. It's just a pity that even after cooperating with that person, the White Lotus cult still couldn't be revived in my hands. I hate it. Li Sisi charged towards Mu Zhou with all her might, throwing a handful of silver needles. The cult leader at the company has had his powers crippled and even contracted syphilis. You just wait for him in the underworld. In a few years, he'll come down to keep you company. As soon as she finished speaking, the pile of silver needles pierced through Mu Zhou's body, causing him to cough up blood non-stop. Mu Zhou died just like that. He fell to the ground, his face blank, his role officially over. At this moment, a handsome young man walked over and said, Li Sisi, unless absolutely necessary, the company strictly prohibits carrying out personal executions. Li Sisi replied nonchalantly, I'm not yet an official employee of the company. You can just report this to Boss Liang. I will accept any punishment from the company. At this time, Mu Chunfeng and the other girl had also arrived. Mu Chunfeng asked Li Sisi doubtfully, What you did puts me in a very difficult position. Li Sisi crossed her arms and replied casually, Difficult position? Then don't deal with it. Just follow the rules. Mu Chunfeng looked at the young man and said, Report back to Boss Liang. Just say that the acting leader of the White Lotus cult, Mu Zhou, resisted to the death and was eliminated by me on the spot. The young man looked panicked, scratching his head, and ended up scratching his hat. How can this be okay? Don't be afraid. Whatever the superior's reaction is, just report the truth. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility. Li Sisi looked at Mu Chunfeng gratefully, then immediately rushed over to hug his arm, saying, Young Master Mu, doing this has moved Cece's heart so much. How should I thank you? How about we go for a few drinks tonight, and then have a few rounds? Mu Chenfeng immediately pulled his arm back and said, I don't want this to happen a second time. If the White Lotus cult wants to continue developing in the Southwest, it must abide by the company's regulations. That is the bottom line. Li Cece confidently put her hands on her hips, looked towards Lu Chun, and said, No wonder you rejected my advances. It turns out you've already tricked another pretty little sister. Then Li Cece walked over, caressed Mu Chenfeng's chest with her hand, and said, What about your Xiao Fan? And what about little sister Yulin? What about me? You really are a womanizer. Mu Chenfeng angrily swung his arm. We met on the road. It has nothing to do with her. On the side, Lu Chen's face turned bright red. Big sister, please don't say that. I'm so embarrassed. Mu Chenfeng looked at Li Cece and asked, before he died, did Mu Zhou say anything useful? Li Cece looked towards the young man who was cleaning up the aftermath and replied, Mu Zhou said the reason he was so audacious this time was because he was cooperating with someone, but I don't know who specifically. Scene changed to the company's meeting room. Currently, the Zhengyi sect incident has been dealt with, and the involved members of the White Lotus cult have also been effectively brought under control. The boss, surnamed Liang, angrily slammed the table and said, The White Lotus cult leader, these cults are truly outrageous. The company has mobilized the scavengers to eliminate the White Lotus cult. Don't forget what our company's original purpose is. According to the investigation by the Southwest branch, behind this incident lies the shadow of Team A. At the mention of Team A, the people in the meeting room immediately broke into a commotion. Impossible. Team A was the predecessor of the company, but didn't all its members sacrifice themselves in the final mission? Director Liang, the shadow of Team A you mentioned, could be ghosts crawling up from the underworld? Director Liang immediately presented the evidence, projecting it for everyone to see. According to Skynet's investigation, half a year ago, Mu Zhou had contact with this person. This symbol, the veteran employees must be very familiar with it. Seeing the symbol on this watch, how could they not be familiar? Director Liang continued. Team A's mission was to secretly resist and eliminate foreign enemies. Even if there were survivors, they must report to the company. Therefore, I request authorization to investigate Team A's mission from 10 years ago. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the speaker. Company's top secret SSS level mission. The Southwest branch's request is denied. The Southwest branch is granted a level authorization to investigate information related to Team A and to bring any surviving members of Team A back to headquarters, dead or alive. Director Liang thought to himself, in recent years, quite a few high-level leaders of the company and clan sects have been assassinated, and the company has always used its influence to rule them as accidents. Could this be related to Team A? The people in the meeting room discussed. Director Liang, the matter of the White Lotus cult hasn't been clarified, and you're already planning to leave? Director Liang turned his head and said, The Holy Maiden of the White Lotus cult is cooperating with the Southwest branch. I guarantee that as long as the White Lotus cult does not leave the Southwest region, the company will give them space to survive. Anyone who is not convinced can come to the Southwest branch to have tea with me. After speaking, Director Liang opened the door and walked out. He answered a call from Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng, after you've completed the handover, go to the Hu family to investigate Hu Jia. Mu Chenfeng received the message and said, Hu Jia, what's his background? Hearing the name Hu Jia, Li Cece, who was standing beside him, spoke up to explain, I've heard of him before. Didn't he suddenly disappear 10 years ago? Hearing what Li Cece said, Mu Chenfeng was a little surprised. You know a lot about Hu Jia? Li Cece immediately said, I don't know that much. I can only say he was a once-in-a-century genius. It's said that the Hu family's guardian immortal also disappeared along with him. You should go find 3rd Grand Madam Hu. If you can find that guardian immortal, you will surely know Hu Jia's whereabouts. Mu Chenfeng took out his phone to call Yulin. Yulin, your school is about to start. You should go back to the company with everyone else. Next, Li Cece and I will be acting together. Then Mu Chenfeng turned to Li Cece and said, Since you know so much about Hu Jia, you must know where the Hu family lives, right? Li Cece replied, Please, young Master Mu, how would a heretical cult leader like me dare to provoke those major families? At this moment, the girl named Lu Chun spoke up from behind. Brother Mu, I know where the Hu family lives. I've been there as a child. Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng smiled and asked Lu Chen, Perfect, can you lead the way for us? Lu Chun brushed her hair, hesitating slightly as she said, Grandpa Hui, you must miss Brother Jie a lot too, right? At this moment, Lu Chun was wearing a pair of strangely shaped earrings. The Hu family shrine has been established for over 300 years. Little Jie is the only descendant I've ever been pleased with. It's just a pity. Mu Chenfeng is go to 3rd Grand Madam, who's placed to investigate. Will the Grand Madam be able to find you? After that day, I already broke away from the Hu family. Unless I reveal myself voluntarily, the Grand Madam won't be able to find me. Scene changed to the airport. Mu Chenfeng and the 2 girls were pulling 5 suitcases, fully packed to go to the Hu family's home. At this time, the people on both sides were very influential. An old man stood in front of a car, clasped his hands, and said, Young Master Mu, the old family head knew you were coming and specially sent me to pick you up. Mu Chenfeng asked doubtfully. He reacted so quickly. Could there be a mole in the company? The old man opened the car door and said, That is not something I can inquire about. Please get in the car. Seeing Mu Chenfeng in the distance, the crowd on this side started chattering. What's the background of those people to be picked up by the Hu family's private car? I don't know. Probably some young master from Yanbei. The Hu family has a strong backing in Yanbei too. What young master could have such great prestige? Mu Chenfeng handed the luggage to the old man and said, Let's get in the car first. Let's see what kind of show the Hu family wants to put on for me after setting up such a grand display. At this time, the car had arrived at the Hu family's home. An old man was standing at the entrance, waiting. As soon as Mu Chenfeng got out of the car, he immediately went forward to greet him. Oh, Hu family head, why have you come out personally? The old man's expression was a bit displeased as he said, Young Master Mu has come to inspect the Hu family, so of course I must be present, lest someone intentionally frames the Hu family with additional crimes. It would be difficult to explain to the company, and that would be troublesome. Mu Chenfeng walked in calmly. I came personally also to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Mu Chenfeng and his group walked into the main hall. The old man followed behind and said, The worship in this hall is permitted by the company. There's no problem here. Mu Chenfeng turned his head and questioned, How is there no problem? There are problems everywhere. Mu Chenfeng immediately pointed to a table over there and said, The ancestral hall has an open flame. According to fire safety regulations, you haven't placed a fire extinguisher, nor have you set up an escape route. If a fire breaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable. After speaking, he looked at the old man and warned, Hu family head, with you doing things this way, it's very difficult for me to report my work achievements to the company. Hearing what Mu Chenfeng said, Li Sisi covered her mouth and snickered. Young Master Mu is really nitpicking. The ancestral hall is guarded by celestial beings. How could a fire possibly break out? What you've said is a bit of an exaggeration. When the Hu family head heard Mu Chenfeng, his heart skipped a beat, and he said with suppressed anger, We will rectify it immediately. Before the old man could finish his words, a young man who had been holding back for a while in the back rushed forward, pointed at Mu Chenfeng, and cursed loudly, Mu Chenfeng, don't you abuse your authority. The Hu family head only gives face to the company. He's never been afraid. Who the hell do you think you are to be so arrogant and bossy here? Don't mess with me. I'll deal with you first. You brat. Hearing the person's vulgar words, Mu Chenfeng glanced at the Hu family head and said, Hu family head, is this the attitude of your Hu family? When the old man heard Mu Chenfeng, his face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly explained, He is in charge of the main family, young Master Mu. Please don't take it to heart. The holy maiden of the White Lotus cult looked at Lu Chun and whispered, I think Hu Jin deliberately arranged this to make things difficult for young Master Mu. But this time it's really interesting. After a brief show of force, Mu Chenfeng walked inside. The Hu family members also slowly followed behind, and the 2 girls also walked while carefully observing Mu Chenfeng's attitude. What nonsense is this brat spouting? An adult wouldn't stoop to his level. Hearing what Mu Chenfeng said, that guy thought he was being looked down upon and immediately put his hands together in front of his chest, assuming an attack stance. This brat dares to look down on my Hu family? I invite the great immortal to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Mu Chenfeng, wanted to finish off the person who dared to be arrogant in front of him with one move. He originally thought he could beat Mu Chenfeng half to death to establish his dominance. But unexpectedly, before he even touched Mu Chenfeng, he was sent flying by a painful slap. It hurts so much. Mom, save me. After dealing with the Hu family's young man, Mu Chenfeng calmly looked at the Hu family head, pointed at him, and said, Hu family head, if you want to compete with me, you can invite that one to give it a try. The Hu family head looked at his grandson lying on the ground like a pile of mud, frowned, and said to Mu Chenfeng, When has there ever been a precedent of a celestial being invited to possess a body being sent flying by a single slap? What trick did you use? Speak up. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and replied gently, "Want to learn? I can teach you, and you'll know in a moment." The Hu family head waved his hand, calling for the Hu family members to carry that guy away. He looked at the young man, who was as limp as a noodle, frowned, and said, "You all withdraw first. Young Master Mu and I have a few words to say in private." Mu Chanfeng looked at the holy maiden and Lu Chun, and also gave an order. "You two also go outside and wait for me for a moment. I want to speak privately with the Hu family head." And so, the two of them slowly walked inside. The Hu family head spoke first. "You came to the Hu family not just to vent your anger, right?" Mu Chinfeng immediately replied, "At first, it was just to vent my anger, then my superior ordered me to investigate Hu Jie." As soon as he heard the name Hu Jie, the old man's whole body trembled, and he stared at Mu Chinfeng. Little Jie has been missing for 10 years. Even the celestial being who followed him disappeared along with him. What is there to investigate? You have the opportunity to interact with the company's upper management. You can go ask them, and you will naturally understand. Then he pensively walked forward, reminiscing about Hu Jie's past as he walked. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve 15 years ago, little Jie received a phone call and immediately left home. He returned late at night. At that time, before leaving, Hu Jie had asked his father for permission. "Dad, I have something to attend to and must go far away. I will have to be absent from the incense offering ceremony for our ancestors tomorrow. Please help me take care of it." Hearing Hu Jie's words, the Hu family head was a little surprised. "It's almost the new year. What's so urgent, son?" Hu Jie immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, which surprised his father even more. "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't say. But please believe me, I will absolutely not do anything against my conscience. And I will absolutely not betray the motherland." Hearing his son's words, the father felt a little comforted. He stepped forward to help his son up. "You haven't eaten yet. No matter how urgent it is, eat something before you go." Hu Jie didn't say anything at that time, just stood up and walked to the door. "No, I'll eat on the way." After that, the Hu family head entered the room. From that day on, the next time little Jie returned was 10 years ago, and he has been unheard of since. He walked into the room and took out a box. He gave me a box, said to wait a few years, and hand it over when a dedicated person comes to investigate. Seeing him take out the box, Mu Chinfeng said, "I remember the company was established 10 years ago. Before that, the company never investigated these matters." He handed the box to Mu Chinfeng. "Although I don't like you, you're the only person who has come to investigate little Jie in all these years. So, you should take this box." The old man closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Sometimes I also think, have I gone down the wrong path?" Mu Chinfeng said to the Hu family head, "I can tell you one thing. Hu Jie secretly joined Team back then, silently protecting the Dragon Kingdom." Looking at the contents of the diary, Team A encountered many unpredictable things that year. Annihilated all the Onmyoji of the Sakura country. Expelled the believers of the Eagle country. The diary records that the restoration of the spirit veins is closely related to Kunlun. Hearing this, the Hu family head's eyes filled with tears, yet a radiant smile appeared on his face. Truly worthy of being my son, he did not bring shame to his father. Mu Chinfeng flipped the book to a page and read aloud. "It seems the reason for Hu Jie's disappearance back then is the missing content on this last page." Hearing this, the Hu family head replied to Mu Chinfeng, "After little Jie gave it to me, I never opened it." Hearing that, Mu Chinfeng stood up and walked to the door. "I believe you. Now that I have what I came for, I won't disturb you any longer." Seeing that Mu Chinfeng was about to leave, the Hu family head reached out to stop him. "Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Third granny who wants to see you." At this moment, in Yinqing, Wu Xiaofan was sunbathing, but her expression was not the least bit relaxed. She angrily muttered to herself, "That damn old man is getting more and more outrageous, not letting me leave the house for even a single step." She sat up angrily, looked at an old man, and said, "Do you know what the most outrageous thing he did was? He won't let me contact Mu Chinfeng. He even confiscated my phone. Uncle Chung, you tell me, is this something a human would do? I feel like I'm worse off than an animal." Uncle Chung smiled bitterly. "The family head has his plans. Young miss, please try to be understanding." The girl sat back down on the chair, crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said, "I'm understanding of him. So who will be understanding of me?" Then the girl asked again, "How are things with the Wang family?" Hearing this, Uncle Chung reported, "The Wang family stock has already dropped by half. I believe they have learned a well-deserved lesson this time." Hearing this news, Wu Xiaofan was a little smug. They deserved it. If we continue to suppress them, even if we don't make them go bankrupt, we must make them feel frantic and terrified whenever they think of me. At this moment, Uncle Chung received a message. The company just sent news. Mu Chinfeng has gone to the Hu family to investigate Hu Jia. The truth about Team A from back then. Will he be able to uncover it? Wu Xiaofan was extremely calm, not surprised at all. If it's him, it definitely can't be hidden. Find a way to give him some clues. Uncle Chung agreed with Miss Wu's words. The Wu family was also involved back then. The implications are too broad, young miss. I'm worried the resistance from all sides will be immense. Wu Xiaofan stretched and replied with a smile. For the man of my family, I won't give any face to those old geezers. Wu Xiaofan's expression turned cold, and she continued, if they dare to come and bother me, I don't mind getting my hands a little bloody. Returning to the Hu family's main residence. At this time, Mu Chenfeng was following the Hu family head. I say, Hu family head, third granny who doesn't even know me. Why do you say she wants to see me? Hearing this, the Hu family head replied, she has her profound reasons for meeting you. As a junior, it's not convenient for me to speculate. After walking for a while, they finally arrived. Ahead was a pavilion tower. The Hu family head stood below, his hands clasped behind his back, and said, it's up ahead, go in by yourself. Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng confidently strode towards the pavilion tower. Stepping inside, he saw a fox lying on a round bed. The legendary third granny, who is a nine-tailed white fox, a daughter of the Tushan clan from the time Pangu created the heavens and earth. Why do I see you only have one tail? As soon as the fox heard this, it angrily jumped to the ground. In this Dharma-ending age, it's already not easy to maintain a true form. Who knows how many years it's been since my Dharma manifestation dissipated. Then the fox slowly circled around Mu Chenfeng. Young man, to have entered the Qi condensation realm at such a young age, you are the most talented person I have met in several hundred years. Faced with Granny Hu's praise, Mu Chenfeng's expression remained extremely cold. By your meaning, there were others you regard highly before? If you met me just to say these things, then we don't need to waste our time. Granny Hu continued to explain. Back then, that child, little Jia, regardless of his talent or temperament, made me extremely satisfied. That's why I let Hu Hui follow him. This child is very good. He was determined to restore the spirit veins since he was young. Mu Chenfeng didn't understand Granny Hu's explanation and asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Granny Hu continued to explain. 10 years ago, little Jie returned to see me, saying he had to go to Kunlun to carry out a secret mission. After that, both little Jie and Hu Hui disappeared, and it has been 10 years now. I think your purpose is also very simple. You don't want such a good seedling to be destroyed, right? Mu Chenfeng raised his hand and replied, your spiritual power contains soul power. As long as you wish, everything within 100 miles is within your attack range. Mu Chenfeng's eyes became fierce, and he loudly questioned the old fox. Do you want to take my life? Only then did Granny Hu begin to make her move. You came to the Hu family to investigate little Jia. Sooner or later, I knew you would go to Kunlun. As soon as she finished speaking, the old fox shot several streams of spiritual power towards Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng leaped up as fast as lightning to dodge. If you can't even pass this old woman's test, going to Kunlun is just a path to death. Mu Chenfeng made a move to defend himself. He drew a wooden sword and slashed towards the old fox. Old fox, you attacked me without provocation. Can you bear the consequences of angering me? At this moment, from behind Mu Chenfeng, 3 hidden spiritual energy projectiles from the old fox shot towards him, accompanied by a ferocious laugh. Haha, young man, you can't kill me. Mu Chenfeng swung his sword, and immediately a flash of light appeared. Lightning is the greatest weakness of all beasts that have cultivated into spirits, don't you know? Only then did the old fox reveal its 9 tails as a show of force. This little bit of lightning magic of yours can't hurt this old woman. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Chenfeng charged forward, unleashing a move. He was extremely confident. Is that so? Mu Chenfeng's thunder sword and the 9-tailed fox's spiritual power clashed. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. The power of the thunder sword and the 9-tailed fox could be said to be evenly matched. Seeing that the young Chenfeng possessed such terrifying power, the old fox's face turned pale, looking utterly disheveled. A magical artifact made from 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, and your soul is even older than the primordial era. Who on earth are you? As soon as the fox finished speaking, Mu Chenfeng rushed forward and grabbed her by the throat. He pointed the wooden sword at the fox, and Mu Chenfeng said with amusement, how many of these peachwood swords do you think I have? The fox was now lifted up like a puppy, choking and sputtering. unable to speak. Seeing this, Mu Chenfeng said, I only dodged your attacks just now because I wanted to observe how your cultivation method works. If I wanted to, I could have crushed you directly with my power. The Yintang point is where your spiritual energy circulates. If I stab my sword here, what do you think will happen? Haha. Granny, whose face turned green with fear, and she cried and begged, please don't do anything rash. If you kill me, the entire Hu family will not let you go. Even the company won't tolerate you. Don't you want to know what mission Shao Jie went to Kunlun for back then? If you kill me, no one will ever tell you. Mu Chenfeng replied angrily, who's the one being rash? I wanted to reason with you, but you wanted to fight me. I want to fight you, and now you want to reason with me. Aren't you a bit too shameless? Granny, who trembled all over. Mu Chenfeng continued to threaten, I won't kill you. I just want to know what happened back then. If you dare to lie to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Monsters like you, I've killed countless. The old fox returned to her seat. That year, ninjas and Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom Country snuck into the Dragon Country, wanting to find something in Kunlun. Hearing this information, Mu Chenfeng was a little surprised. According to you, team, it was surely formed by the Dragon Country's finest elites. So how could they be completely wiped out by people from the Cherry Blossom Country? She replied calmly, the most terrifying thing in Kunlun isn't people, but the soul miasma there. If you can't even handle this little trick of mine, going to Kunlun would just be throwing your life away. Mu Chenfeng immediately asked, then let me ask you, the restoration of the world's spiritual veins, is that also in Kunlun? She recalled for a moment before answering, not entirely. I'm not too clear on what method Celestial Master Zhang used back then. You'll only know when you get to Kunlun. After hearing this, Mu Chenfeng immediately turned to leave. All right, I understand. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said to her, tell your descendants to be a little smarter when they see me. If there's a next time, I won't be so lenient. The scene changes to the Zheng group. Transfer this month's profits to the Mu family as usual. Pay more attention to the orders with the Wu family. Zheng Qi was currently strolling leisurely on the street when she picked up her phone. What? Do I need to teach you this too? Don't leave any market share for the Wang family. Grab as much as you can. As she was walking, a fashionably dressed young man suddenly rushed out to block her. Chairman Zheng, our young master has something to discuss with you. A bodyguard immediately rushed out to block him. Protect Chairman Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man sent him flying with a kick. You damn dog. Don't get in the way of the young master's business. He turned coldly to Zheng Qi and asked, Chairman Zheng, can we talk now? Zheng Qi immediately understood and gestured for her bodyguards to stop. It's not good to make a scene here. Let's go somewhere else. Then Zheng Qi got in her car, and the young man followed, saying, Chairman Zheng is indeed decisive. I get to ride in your luxury car for once. This is great. The car drove for a while and stopped at a tea house. Zheng Qi and the young man walked in. He downed a cup as soon as he sat down, then turned to Zheng Qi and said, Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy, Chairman Zheng? She calmly took a sip of tea and replied, You're from the circle. If you wanted to do something to a normal person like me, could I possibly resist? Hearing Zheng Qi's words, he laughed heartily and said, As expected of the person Miss Wu told me to take care of. Miss Wu asked me to pass on a message to you. If you trust her, then follow me to Yanbei. I will ensure your safety along the way. Hearing Wu Xiaofan's name, Zheng Qi asked in surprise, Didn't she say anything else? The young man waved his hand casually and said, For a high-level figure like Miss Wu, it's already great that she gives us a job to make a living. I just focus on doing the work and getting paid. I don't care about other things. But I did hear some news. I heard it's related to Mu Chenfeng. Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's name, Zheng Qi immediately stood up to leave. Give me 2 days to hand over my work. In 2 days, wait for me downstairs at the Zheng Group building. After saying that, she left, leaving the young man utterly confused. He suddenly stood up and cursed. Damn it, these rich people are so stingy. She ran off without even paying for the tea. Back on the other side, Mu Chenfeng, along with Li Sisi and Lu Chun, were carrying their luggage, preparing to leave. Young Master Mu, you two young ladies, this is the Hu family's property. Everything has been arranged. If you need anything, just call the front desk. Faced with the person's enthusiastic attitude, Mu Chenfeng turned his head in great surprise and asked, I've caused the Hu family so much trouble, yet they're still so courteous to me? Then, Mu Chenfeng clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK. This makes me feel a little uneasy staying here. A female attendant came out and said, The 3 of you, please leave your luggage to me. She said with a smile, I'll help you take it to your rooms. As she was pulling it away, a suitcase suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. She quickly bent down to pick up the suitcase. I'm sorry. Mu Chenfeng said, It's all right. Just take it to the room first. Although he said that, her actions did not escape Mu Chenfeng's eyes. Watching her push the suitcase forward, Mu Chenfeng shouted, "Who are you? What did you put in my luggage?" Hearing Mu Chenfeng's voice, she immediately abandoned the suitcase and clothes and fled for her life. Li Sisi, who was standing behind, quickly chased after her. "No matter who she is, let's catch her first, then we can find out anything." Mu Chenfeng quickly stepped forward to pick up the suitcase and pulled out a phone from inside. Mu Chenfeng said, "Usually, thieves take things from luggage. Why would someone put something into my luggage? This is a bit strange." Lu Chan stepped forward from behind and said, "It seems what's on the phone is what's worth pondering." When Lu Chan saw the phone, she cried out in alarm, "Oh my god, this is Brother Jie's phone." Mu Chenfeng was extremely surprised. "Brother Jie? You know him?" Mu Chenfeng continued to question the girl. "I'm very suspicious of your motives for approaching me. You better tell me everything you know." Mu Chenfeng continued with his arms crossed, saying, "Otherwise, I'll take you back to the company for investigation." Left with no choice, the girl had to answer everything truthfully. The Liu family and the Hu family have always had a very good relationship. Brother Jie really liked to take me out to play. Mu Chenfeng then took out the phone and replied, "All right, I understand. On Hu Jie's phone, there must be information about the members of Team A." The girl continued to answer, "Team A is so mysterious. Its security must be very high." Mu Chenfeng and the girl sat together on the bed. "How can the security from 10 years ago compare to now?" "Found it. Zhang Heng, He Qinggu, Luo Yucheng, Xiao Hong. I'll send the list to the company later to have them investigate first." Mu Chenfeng then discovered child. "Who is this child? Hu Jie's last call was to this child." She replied with a sad face, "That child is me." Little did Mu Chenfeng know at this moment that he was being watched by someone through binoculars. "The phone has been delivered to Mu Chenfeng, but I've discovered that someone else is targeting them. Do you need me to send people to assist?" "Hee, we've been cooperating for so long. We can negotiate the price later." A notification sound came from the phone again. "Your mission is only to deliver the phone. You don't need to worry about anything else." At this moment, Li Sisi had also returned. She walked leisurely through the door. Mu Chenfeng turned and asked, "Why did you come back alone?" Li Sisi looked panicked. That woman's movement technique was very agile. She got away. Mu Chenfeng turned his head in surprise. The opponent was prepared. "It's fine if you couldn't catch her." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 throwing knives flew in from outside, shattering the glass door. Mu Chenfeng lunged like a flash of lightning, pushing Lu Chen away. "Be careful." Immediately after, 2 men in black broke through the door and rushed in, shouting, "Grab the phone and the girl. Our people are all outside. Charge." Mu Chenfeng immediately grabbed the wooden sword and charged forward, then turned back to tell Li Sisi, "Li Sisi, protect Lu Chen well. I'm going to capture these guys alive." Mu Chenfeng chased after the 2 men with his sword. One of them was reporting on the phone while running. Mu Chenfeng has been lured out. Team 2 can make their move. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden sword flew over and pierced through his leg. He fell flat on the ground. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward and questioned, "Who sent you?" He was drenched in sweat, but he tried to remain calm and replied with a smile, "If you continue to investigate, your family will be next." Hearing his threat, Mu Chenfeng's voice turned cold. What era is this that people are still raising death warriors? The mastermind behind this is truly stubborn. After speaking, Mu Chenfeng turned and left. They have a second team, so it seems their real target isn't me. Inside the house, Li Sisi was holding Lu Chen's hand and said, "Little sister, don't be afraid." Although Mu Chenfeng has a strange personality, he's not a bad person. Whatever secret you have, you could try trusting him once. Lu Chen's face was full of sorrow. Can I really trust him? At this moment, 2 men in black were rappelling down from outside the glass window, preparing to break in. Lu Chen stammered, I actually don't know." Noticing the 2 men about to rush in, Li Sisi was a step faster. She charged forward, throwing needles at the 2 men. "We'll talk later. There are still people here." The 2 men hit by Li Sisi's throwing needles fell in pain, but one of them quickly rushed forward, grabbed Li Sisi by the throat, and lifted her up. "Your surprise needle attacks have a higher success rate outdoors." The other 2 rushed in to restrain Lu Chen. "Captain, we've captured the target." Upon hearing the 2 report that they had captured Lu Chen, the captain threw Li Sisi hard against the wall. "Let's go." Immediately, the 3 of them rushed out the window and jumped straight down. Seeing Lu Chen's expression remain unchanged, the captain was extremely surprised. This girl is really calm. I hope he can maintain this calmness later. The scene changes to an abandoned factory. After capturing Lu Chun, the captain started tying her up and interrogating her. Who are you? What's your relationship with Hu Jie? How do you know him? He punched and kicked her in the stomach, roaring angrily. If you still won't talk, don't blame me for using dirty tricks. Lu Chun was beaten black and blue, but she kept her lips tightly sealed, not uttering a single word. Memories came flooding back. Lu Chun was brought before Hu Jie by a woman. Old Hu, the higher-ups have sent a new person. Lu Chun, from the Lu family of the Central Plains. According to the rules, you have to be the one to guide her first. Hu Jie was frantically lifting weights at this moment. Hearing her words, he put the weights down. He walked over, squatted down, and observed the little girl closely. Is there some mistake? Why send such a young child here? The woman standing beside him heard this and said with a smile, "Don't look down on her. She entered the Hotian realm at just 10 years old. Since she's been sent to our team for training, she's bound to achieve great things." Hu Jie suddenly stood up, frowned at the little girl, and said, "Kid, do you know what Team A does?" Lu Chun, very naive at the time, replied, "I know we might meet a lot of bad guys, but I want to protect the country and contribute to the nation." Hearing Lu Chun's naive yet heroic words, Hu Jie was extremely pleased. He bent down, patted the little girl's head, and laughed heartily. He, I'm also following orders from above. From today on, you'll follow me for now. You're so small, from now on I'll call you Little Brat, and you can just call me Brother Jie. Then Hu Jie turned around, raised a finger, and looked back, saying, "Well then, let's begin our first test." Hu Jie immediately summoned the golden fox. Hu Jie's face suddenly became extremely fierce. Chuma Xian emphasizes cooperation with the immortal families. Besides merging one's soul with an immortal, one also needs a strong soul to unleash the immortal's true power. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jie moved like lightning. 1 second, he was in front of her. The next, he had zipped behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun was terrified. So fast. Brother Jie's performance was completely different from others. Seeing Lu Chun standing there stunned, Hu Jie flicked her ear. The rule of Team A is that new members must learn skills from old members. When you've satisfied me, I'll take you to Sister Qing to continue your training. Hu Jie continued to channel his true qi, and a fox appeared beside him. Old Hui, let's first let this child experience what it's like to be in action. The fox immediately rushed towards Lu Chun. The fox comforted her. Little girl, don't be afraid. Relax, let me in. Back to the present. At this moment, Lu Chun was still tied to the chair. Suddenly, her will became incredibly firm. Lord Hui, let's do this together. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sharp claws, and the ropes binding her to the chair snapped. Lu Chun lunged like a flash towards the captain, delivering a powerful blow that knocked him to the ground. Lu Chun stood over him, looking down, and said sternly, "Tell me who sent you, and I will grant you a swift death." The captain was utterly horrified by Lu Chun's actions. "Chuma, I've never heard of the Hu family having someone like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun rushed forward and landed a punch, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. Lu Chun seemed to have become a different person, laughing strangely. "You ask who I am? I'm a specter that crawled up from the underworld." At this moment, Lu Chun's entire body emitted a powerful golden aura, leaving the lackeys standing stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Lu Chun raised her head, opened her mouth, and drained the vital essence of those men. The captain was terrified beyond belief, using the spiritual power contained in the smoke to tear souls apart. If Third Granny Hu finds out, she will absolutely not spare you. After hearing his words, Lu Chun slowly approached and said, "We are all wandering, wronged souls. If we truly meet, let's see who can escape whom." Lu Chun spoke again. "I'll ask you one more time. Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll give you a swift death." At this moment, the captain finally showed his true colors. He flexed his power, his muscles bulging, tearing his shirt apart. His face showed a smug expression. "Little girl, after killing so many people, do you really not take me when Tai of the Thunder Department seriously?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun rushed forward, punching him repeatedly, each blow solid and heavy. Lu Chun continued to drain his vital essence. "Since you won't talk, there's no point in living. I'll see you off." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. The golden spiritual energy around her began to dissipate from her body. Lu Chun returned to her original appearance. "Lord Hui, I've cultivated for so many years, yet I still can't do what Brother Jie did back then." Lord Hui spoke to comfort Lu Chun. "That kid was a special case. You're already doing very well." Lu Chun could only look up at the ceiling and say, "Back then, besides the Cherry Blossom Country, our own people also made a move. I'm afraid my strength isn't enough, that I can't get revenge. At this moment, Mu Qinfeng and Li Sisi had also arrived outside. Mu Qinfeng turned to look at Li Sisi and said, "You're injured." Li Sisi said, "The injury is nothing to worry about, just a small wound. I'm more worried about that little girl." As the two of them burst through the door, they saw Lu Chun standing inside. Mu Qinfeng turned to instruct Li Sisi, "You go in and check the situation first." Li Sisi rushed in like a flash. Mu Qinfeng, meanwhile, walked up to Lu Chun. Seeing Mu Qinfeng approach, she said, "If you want to ask something, just ask." Mu Qinfeng was stunned for a moment, then asked, "So, who are you? What is your purpose?" Lu Chun answered honestly, "I am Little Brat, and I want to go to Kunlun to complete Team A's final mission." Li Sisi finished checking the situation, walked out, and said concisely 3 words. "They're all dead." Mu Qinfeng took out his phone and called President Hu. "President Hu, we've run into a bit of a problem here. The investigation into Team A has hit a snag. The people, I killed them all." Hearing Mu Qinfeng not expose her, Lu Chun turned her head in surprise and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Mu Qinfeng crossed his arms and replied, "You've caused such a huge mess. You've put me in a difficult position." Hearing Mu Qinfeng's worried words, Lu Chun teased, "Young Master Mu has his troubles too?" Mu Qinfeng turned away and said, "In any case, if I want to use the company's resources to do things, I have to follow the rules. At least on Blue Star, I'm not yet strong enough to disregard all the rules here." Mu Qinfeng thought to himself, Blue Star's technology is another way of wielding power, comparable to a full-force blow from a core formation realm cultivator. In a place with such thin, spiritual energy, it's truly difficult to improve one's strength. Feeling the surrounding air turn a bit chilly, Lu Chun looked at Mu Qinfeng and asked, "Young Master Mu, are you planning to just keep standing here talking to me? I'm cold." Mu Qinfeng gallantly took off his coat and draped it over Lu Chen's shoulders. "I'll find a hotel and book a room for you." Lu Chen replied, "That's fine." Seeing the intimate gesture between the two, Li Sisi on the other side was dumbfounded. What the hell? What is this bold and suggestive talk? The youth of today, I really understand them less and less. The scene changes to a hotel at night. Mu Qinfeng booked a room for the two of them. He brought a glass of water to Lu Chun. "Your immortal is too powerful when it fights. If you don't restrain your own power, it will consume a great deal of your vital energy. Drink some water to calm down." Lu Chun replied, "Thank you." Mu Qinfeng walked to a chair and sat down. "This is the immortal who followed Hu Jie back then, isn't it? Can you ask him to come out for a talk?" Hearing Mu Qinfeng's request, Lu Chun lowered her head sadly. After the Kunlun mission, Lord Hui voluntarily broke away from the Hu registry. If he manifests alone, he will attract a lightning tribulation. Mu Qinfeng rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the rules of Blue Star are flawed, and to such a profound extent. With that thought, he turned to Lu Chun and said, "You don't need to overthink why I'm helping you. I'm not interested in your past. I just want to know what exactly happened back then, and whether the spiritual veins of Kunlun can be restored. That's all." Lu Chun sighed and lay down on the bed. "So that's your real purpose? But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. The spiritual veins of Kunlun cannot be restored. At least, we didn't find anything there." Then she continued sadly. The information came from the Zhengyi school, saying that Kunlun held the way to restore the spiritual veins. But Team A didn't find any clues. I don't know who was lying. That year, Team has suddenly received an urgent mission to retrieve an item from Kunlun. Hearing this, Mu Qinfeng asked curiously what the thing Zhang Daoling left behind was. She opened her eyes, her tone a bit hesitant. The secret to becoming an immortal. At this moment, Li Sisi came out after a shower. She overheard their conversation and interjected. "Zhang Daoling wanted to teach us how to become immortals? Then why did he shatter the spiritual veins of heaven and earth back then? Was he just wasting his energy taking off his pants to fart?" Li Sisi dried her soaking wet hair and said again, "And becoming immortals, no less. I see you have long hair, but short knowledge. It's one thing for you to be a fool, but was the entire team a full of fools like you? That's really disappointing and quite a surprise." Hearing Li Sisi's contemptuous words, Lu Chun shot up in anger, clenching her fists. "You can insult me, but you are not allowed to insult Team A. Apologize, or I'll beat you to death." Li Sisi was not one to back down. "Yo-yo, little sister is getting serious. You're very strong, but this lady here isn't weak either. Who's afraid of whom?" Seeing the two girls about to fight, Mu Qinfeng rushed out, grabbed both their hands, and stopped them. "That's enough. Sisi, without my permission, you are not to interfere in this matter. Seeing Mu Chenfeng's firm attitude, Li Sisi relented and turned away. Fine, I won't interfere. I'll let you talk. Lu Chan thought to herself. Just now, I could feel a stream of power enter my body, travel along my meridians, and instantly suppress my protective chi. Seeing that Mu Chenfeng had subdued her with just a few light moves, she walked over to Mu Chenfeng and said, "You are indeed very powerful." She sat down on the bed again. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and said, "That item, did you manage to bring it out of Kunlun in the end?" Lu Chen recalled the past events and recounted them from beginning to end. "We didn't find anything. Afterward, ninjas and Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom country ambushed us in Kunlun." Mu Chenfeng listened, continuing to rest his chin on his hand. "That's not right. A place like Kunlun, how could people from the Cherry Blossom country sneak in without anyone knowing? Unless..." Hearing this, Lu Chen interrupted, "You've thought of it too. There was a mole among us. It could have been a member of Team A, or it could have come from the higher-ups. But I don't know. In any case, now I'm the only one left from Team A, surviving while shouldering everything." Mu Chenfeng sighed and said, "According to the investigation, all members of Team A died in Kunlun. So how did you survive?" At this moment, outside, a white-haired, sword-wielding man was looking at the hotel through binoculars. "Target spotted. The target has appeared. Prepare to move." He waved his hand, and a group of ninjas rushed forward. He instructed, "Besides the target, leave no one alive." This masked assassin, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, thought angrily, "I didn't expect the pawn left behind in the Dragon Kingdom to be so useful. What the Imperial Army couldn't find back then will finally fall into the Empire's hands." He turned to one side and said, "The 12 Kogan ninjas have set out. Without that person's help, we wouldn't have been able to get here so smoothly." The ninjas, having received the white-haired man's order, rushed towards the hotel. But I'm afraid he won't live to see that day. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng and Lu Chen in the room were startled. Looking out the window, they saw ninjas' hidden weapons shooting in, shattering the glass. Mu Chenfeng placed his hand on the table, preparing to fight. He pulled the table, quickly blocking the ninjas' shurikens. Shurikens from the Cherry Blossom country's ninjas. Quick-witted, Mu Chenfeng threw a hidden weapon at the light bulb, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness. He thought angrily, what kind of job are the company staff doing? Enemies are infiltrating, and there's not a single alert? Mu Chenfeng used the table for cover, letting the two girls run out first. He turned back and said, "You two go first, I'll cover the rear. Cece, protect Lu Chen well." Mu Chenfeng thought to himself, this is bad. An infiltration of this scale couldn't have been completely silent. There must be a mole in the company's leadership. Li Sisi pulled Lu Chen's hand and ran out. "Let's go. Your energy is too depleted. I'll clear the way. You provide cover." Just as Li Sisi finished speaking, she turned around to see a ninja assassin with a blade rushing towards them like the wind. Li Sisi drew a silver needle and thrust it at him, quickly dodging. Li Sisi continued to pull Lu Chen's hand. "Hurry!" At this time, the white-clad, masked assassin outside was observing the hotel with binoculars. "The little bird has flown out of its cage. The rest of you, go catch the little bird." After speaking, he pushed off with his foot and rushed towards the hotel. Back in Mu Chenfeng's room, he held a wooden sword, surrounded by a group of ninjas. "Stop playing tricks in front of me. Hurry up and call your master out." He had just clapped a few times when a voice rang out, as expected of young Master Mu. This aura, the younger generation of Koga, is far inferior. The white-haired leader spread his arms and walked towards Mu Chenfeng. However, this aura alone is not enough to deal with our encirclement. He stopped in front of Mu Chenfeng, crossed his arms, and said, "I'll give you a choice now. Submit to Koga. With your talent, the Cherry Blossom country will also welcome you warmly." He even threatened Mu Chenfeng. Otherwise, there is only the path of death. After hearing his words, Mu Chenfeng let out a cold laugh. One idiot. After speaking, he raised his wooden sword, and several bolts of lightning swept out, rushing straight towards the group of ninjas. Those who were struck by the lightning all screamed miserably. The white-haired man was not spared either. He struggled to lift his head and said, "How can you be so strong?" Mu Chenfeng's face was stern. "You just entered the Hotian realm, and you dare to speak to me like that? Who gave you that confidence? Fish Liang?" Mu Chenfeng stomped his foot, leaped into the air, and prepared to deliver a kick towards him. The 12 Koga ninjas? As his foot landed, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Mu Chenfeng said, with a ferocious expression, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to block my path to restoring the spiritual veins has only one path, death. Go meet King Yelma." The next day, at the airport, an old man was standing in front of the airport, hailing a taxi. Just as the taxi arrived, a young man wearing a hat and a backpack rushed over and and stole his cap. The young man said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." This old man was one of the 12 Koga ninjas, Fujiwara Shigeru. He was very angry. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so rude. I wonder when they'll learn the etiquette of our cherry blossom country. At this moment, a stylishly dressed young man slowly approached the old man from a distance. He was one of the 12 Koga ninjas, Aikawa Kotaro, Senior Fujiwara. The Dragon Kingdom has developed very quickly in recent years. We can use ride-hailing apps now. Old man Fujiwara replied with a grim expression, "We are on a mission. Try not to leave any traces." Aikawa Kotaro pointed at a camera and said, "There are cameras everywhere in the Dragon Kingdom now. Senior, you could learn a thing or two from the younger generation." He adjusted his clothes. "We're just taking a woman back to Koga. There's no need to be so cautious. Just think of it as a relaxing trip to the Dragon Kingdom." Old man Fujiwara said unhappily, "A Koga ninja always takes completing the mission as their highest goal. I will report what you just said to the leader, word for word, without mercy." Seeing the old man say this, the young Aikawa Kotaro retorted angrily, "Senior, there's no need for that. We have someone in the company's upper management helping us. How could our mission possibly fail? Otherwise, the leader would have sent Lord Aoyama with me long ago." And not. Hearing the name Aoyama, Fujiwara said, "She was merely the first person to be acknowledged by Kiritetsu. Otherwise, the position of leader of the 12 Koga ninjas would have been mine long ago." At this time, Aikawa Kotaro had also managed to hail the car that Fujiwara had been waiting for so long. Fujiwara received a phone call. "The target has escaped and is currently missing." "Understood. Kotaro, and I will be there shortly." The driver in the car rolled down the window and said, "Excuse me, are you the passenger with the number ending in 9527? Hearing the confirmation, Aikawa Kotaro immediately got into the car. "Senior, let's talk about it when we get there. Let's get in the car first." The scene shifts to the hotel in the evening. Old man Fujiwara was wiping his katana. "This trip has been hard on you." Aikawa Kotaro heard his words and replied, "Kimura died at Mu Chinfeng's hands earlier. Now he has left the hotel and is near us." "Did you know about this, sir?" Old man Fujiwara, with a sinister expression, looked at Aikawa Kotaro and said, "There are a few geniuses among the Huaxia people, but what I enjoy most is drinking the blood of geniuses." After speaking, he opened the door and went out. After Fujiwara left, Aikawa Kotaro reached out to call him back. "Senior, I'll go with you." Old man Fujiwara turned his head and said to him, "A true Koga warrior needs no assistant. You go and bring our target back here." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. Aikawa Kotaro said, "Senior is too arrogant. Perhaps it is this arrogance that prevented him from being acknowledged by Kiritetsu." After saying this, Aikawa Kotaro jumped out of the window. However, Mu Chinfeng will probably be very easy to deal with. And so, a group of ninjas all rushed towards Mu Chinfeng. Mu Chinfeng was surrounded by them. He turned and replied, "These ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Country are as persistent as dogskin plaster. You can't shake them off. If I weren't worried about Lu Chun and the others, I'd really like to clean them all up once and for all." Mu Chinfeng, holding his wooden sword, rushed into a deserted alley. Observing the situation, Mu Chinfeng said decisively, "Since you're here, stop hiding. Show yourself." At this moment, old man Fujiwara staggered out. Mu Chinfeng, of the Mu family in Yuzhou, Dragon Kingdom, 20 years old, the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. However, according to our current investigation, you have definitely entered the Hotian realm and are the greatest future threat to the Empire. Mu Chinfeng slung the sword over his shoulder and replied to him, "Not showing yourself and letting the ninjas attack me from the shadows? A fine calculation." Fujiwara now assumed a stance, ready to attack. "I've already sent them away. To deal with you, I don't need the help of any assistance." Seeing that the man was looking down on him, Mu Chinfeng replied arrogantly, "You've investigated me quite thoroughly, haven't you? But you're still not smart enough. Knowing my strength, you still dare to come alone? What's your name? I don't kill nameless people." As he spoke, Mu Chinfeng pointed his wooden sword at old man Fujiwara. Mu Chinfeng thought to himself, "The news that I've entered the Qi condensation realm must have reached the company's senior management. But the information about me is still so outdated. Is it because the information hasn't been passed on, or is there another reason?" Fujiwara drew his katana. In an instant, a gleam of light covered the blade. He introduced himself. "I am Fujiwara Shigeru of the 12 Koga ninjas." He continued his introduction. "I began practicing the sword at the age of 3, swinging my sword 3,600 times every day just to pursue the highest realm of the way of the sword. At 30, I reached the Grandmaster level. 10 years ago, I entered the Hotian realm, and I'm only one step away from the Xintian realm. You don't stand a chance of winning against me. Mu Chenfeng lifted his wooden sword slightly. Using a wooden sword against a katana this time is a bit much. All right then, let's compare swords. I will, in the area you are most proud of, make you utterly despair. As soon as he finished speaking, old man Fujiwara gripped his sword tightly and shot towards Mu Chenfeng like an arrow. Both sides decisively unleashed incredibly sharp sword moves, clashing against each other with resounding clangs. The two fought fiercely. After a moment of grinding blades, both sides recoiled. Old man Fujiwara was a little smug. See, my sword can cut through steel. What do you have to fight me with? Mu Chenfeng, still carrying that wooden sword on his shoulder, calmly replied, Are you under some misunderstanding? The one that cut through steel was my sword. Recalling the scene just now, with a single strike, he had cleanly sliced a steel pipe by the roadside into 2 pieces. Fujiwara turned his head to look and almost fainted on the spot. Huh? How is that possible? You cut through steel with just a wooden sword? How can that be? Mu Chenfeng picked his ear and teased with his eyes closed. With your intelligence, it would be difficult for me to explain. Fujiwara laughed loudly and rushed towards Mu Chenfeng. Haha, I will step on your corpse to comprehend the highest realm of the way of the sword. Fujiwara had just slashed out a few streams of sword chi when they were shattered by Mu Chenfeng's sword move. The shock caused him to vomit blood, and he couldn't even hold his sword steady as it fell to the ground. Fujiwara lay motionless on the ground. Mu Chenfeng said, With this attitude of yours, it means your path of the sword can never go any further. Fujiwara was slashed across the midsection. He clutched the wound on his abdomen, his body trembling uncontrollably, muttering, However, you no longer have a chance. This one strike of mine has destroyed your Dantian and your Run and Du Meridians. Now you don't even have the strength to get up, let alone practice the sword and comprehend the Tao. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward, pointing his wooden sword at old man Fujiwara. Speak. I've already gone easy on you. This strike won't take your life. I want you to tell me who sheltered you to sneak into my dragon kingdom. I can consider giving you a swift death. Fujiwara's breath was faint. A Koga warrior is never a traitor. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenfeng immediately started dragging him on the ground. It's fine. I especially like tough-mouthed people like you. Mu Chenfeng took out his phone to call someone. Mu Chenfeng, ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country have infiltrated the Long Kingdom and have arrived in your city. You must be careful. Hearing this lightning-fast news from the company, Mu Chenfeng couldn't help but get angry. What the hell is this? I've been fighting them for a whole month, and you're only telling me now? One of them, named Fujiwara Shigeru, has already fallen into my hands. Receiving the news sent back by Mu Chenfeng, the company was extremely astonished. He is the second-ranked master among the 12 Koga ninjas. I will immediately send someone to take him over. Mu Chenfeng replied disdainfully, No need. You all think about it carefully. Why was the intelligence delayed for so long? How did they secretly infiltrate the Long Kingdom? I don't trust the company anymore. This rotten company. After saying that, he hung up. Mu Chenfeng sat down and said to old Fuji, Sorry, I was interrupted just now. I'll find a safe place for you to slowly enjoy yourself and then tell the truth. Old Fuji replied angrily, You're wasting your time. Your comrades will be in danger. Mu Chenfeng continued, dragging him down the street. There's a mole from your side in the company, but my people aren't the type to just sit and wait to die. Right now, a cleanup team is already in action. Mu Chenfeng turned his head back coldly and said, Besides, you've underestimated the women of our Long Kingdom. They are very strong too. The scene shifts to Zheng Qi's side. She and that young man are riding in a car home together. Zheng Qi got out of the car, preparing to go inside. The young man called out from behind, We're here. You can go in by yourself. I'll be leaving now. After speaking, he jumped into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped off. The Wu family's power is so great. They can even mobilize people from the inner circle. It's hard to imagine. Uncle Chung walked out from the house and said, People from the inner circle are still people, and as people, they must survive. The Wu family in the Long Kingdom was previously one of their top choices. Uncle Chung came out and shook hands with Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi spoke first. Uncle Chung, I wonder what Miss Wu's request is? Uncle Chung replied, Please come in. We'll talk as we walk. On the way in, Uncle Chung said, Mu Chunfeng is touching upon a huge vortex in the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom. The young miss is under house arrest by the family head, so her movements are restricted. That's why she chose you to be her right hand. Uncle Chung pointed to the side and said, please rest assured, the area around the farm is filled with our people. You're very safe now. After this is over, the young miss will give you an unexpectedly great gift. The two entered the house and sat down at a table. Zhang Qi asked, but I still don't understand. Why choose me and not someone else? Uncle Chung explained while pouring tea. The young miss knows that you and Mu Chinfeng were in the hotel together all night. Although the young miss is a little unhappy, she still finds you and your abilities very trustworthy. Zhang Qi was a bit surprised. Isn't Miss Wu worried that I'll steal Mu Chinfeng from her? After all, I've already taken the first step. Uncle Chung laughed and replied, if President Zheng is that confident, then feel free to try. Next, he took out a laptop and a phone and said, there's a number in this phone. Calling this number can mobilize a portion of the Wu family's resources. The tablet contains documents related to this vortex. Mu Chinfeng's latest movements will also be continuously updated. If you don't want the Zheng family to disappear overnight, please keep these documents and this matter secret. Zhang Qi picked up the tablet, too shocked to speak. She angrily slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, are you people crazy? How could you do something like this? Uncle Chung thought for a moment, then replied, you don't understand how terrifying that person is. Back then, the family head had no other choice to protect the family. Then he walked outside, his expression heavy. After Mu Chunfeng arrived, the Wu family has been fighting with ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country. He is currently facing Shibara Genji, one of the 12 Koga ninjas. You can decide how to help Mu Chunfeng based on the situation. I must go back and report to the young miss first. Back to Mu Chinfeng's side, he was dragging old Fuji towards the car. A woman opened the car door and stepped out. Mu Chinfeng was very surprised. Reinforcements arrived this quickly? The woman who got out of the car said, young Master Mu, rest assured, the ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country have already been secretly dealt with by my people. We are not enemies. Mu Chinfeng asked doubtfully, you're the cleanup crew? She explained, I was sent by Miss Zheng to help you. I've already prepared a safe house, young Master Mu. There. No one will know whatever happens between you two. She continued, the location of the safe house has been set in the car's navigation system. Young Master Mu can drive there himself. Hearing her words, Mu Chunfeng asked, Miss Zheng? Zhang Qi, why should I believe you? The woman turned around, winked playfully, and replied, Miss Zheng told me to pass a message to young Master Mu. About that night, Miss Wu already knows. As soon as Mu Chinfeng heard this, his mind went buzzing. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, sweat pouring down like rain. That night, women are truly troublesome. Just a little bit of fun leaves behind such endless consequences. Mu Chinfeng arrived at a warehouse and tied old Fuji to a chair inside. Mu Chinfeng folded his arms and said, you little Japanese devil, now we can have a proper talk. Seeing that he was about to be entertained, the old man snorted. After I disappear, both the Koga ninjas and the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom will not let you go. Mu Chinfeng propped up his chin and said mockingly, oh, which big shot from the Long Kingdom won't let me go? Tell me, let's see if you can scare me. Old Fuji was a little scared now. Don't use these petty tricks on me. They're useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chinfeng tapped a finger on the center of his forehead. Now, let's see how long you can last. The old man trembled uncontrollably, but then burst out laughing. Is this your trick? It's a bit weak. Mu Chinfeng replied confidently. Then let's continue. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Don't turn into a madman. At this moment, Director Liang from the company had parked his car in front of the warehouse. He took out his phone and called Mu Chinfeng. Mu Chinfeng, it's me. I'm right outside the door. Very quickly, Mu Chinfeng opened the door and stepped out. Well, if it isn't Director Liang, what brings you here so quickly? He asked with a serious face. Rest assured, no one discovered my tracks, and I came alone. He walked inside. Mu Chinfeng closed the door and said, can I trust you? Director Liang? He replied, you can. Stepping inside, he saw old Fuji with his head bowed, his expression dull, looking as if he had become a simpleton. Director Liang said, hand him over to me. The mole is not in Yuzhou. Mu Chinfeng sat down on a chair and replied seriously, all right, but you have to prove that you're worthy of my trust. Director Liang sat down and replied, the company's headquarters is in Yanbei, but its roots are in Yuzhou. Although the headquarters and the Yuzhou branch are part of the same system, they operate independently of each other. He lit a cigarette. Mu Chinfeng looked at him and asked, still not enough. At the very least, you still haven't explained how you found this place. Director Liang took a drag from his cigarette and replied, I prepared this safe house for the Wu family. No one in the company knows about it besides me. You and Wu Xiaofan have a very good relationship. When you started suspecting the company and disappeared, I guess you might be here. I attended a meeting at headquarters and proposed investigating the squad's mission from that year, but was rejected. At the same time, people from the Cherry Blossom country infiltrated the Long Kingdom. From that moment on, I suspected that there was a mole in Yanbei. That thing in Kunlun is said to be related to achieving immortality. In this day and age, how could there be such a fantastical thing? But according to the company's years of investigation, that thing definitely has special abilities. Mu Chenfeng pondered his words. The immortality that ordinary people understand is eternal life. So the special ability of this thing could be extending one's lifespan, or even curing illnesses. Director Liang turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, I know that with your strength, you're definitely not interested in joining the company. At first, I also suspected your true purpose. He looked at Mu Chenfeng seriously again, questioning, it wasn't until you showed your strength at the Zhengyi sect that I fully understood. You joined the company to use the company's capabilities in order to restore the spiritual veins. Mu Chenfeng replied, when you reach my age and have my strength, you would surely also seek ways to advance further. He walked towards Mu Chenfeng and continued, my strength isn't great, I walk a different path. But one thing is very clear. Your goal and the company's goal do not conflict. Then he walked towards the bowing old Fuji, patted his shoulder, and said, you hand Shibara over to me, and at the same time, you should take a trip to Kunlun. No need to hide your movements. I believe the mole and the ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country won't be able to resist jumping out. The two stood up and shook hands. All right, I can trust you one last time. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly became extremely fierce. But if you dare to deceive me one more time, I will destroy the Yuzhou branch, and then personally pay a visit to Yanbei. The scene shifts to Lu Chen's side. She is hiding behind a wall, looking very tired. These ninjas are really hard to deal with, forcing me and Li Sisi to split up. But luckily, I finally managed to shake them off. Yuchuan was wearing headphones, walking and grooving down the street. Yuchuan? Is that him? Seeing him, Lu Chun was a little surprised. Seeing the pretty girl on the side of the road, Yuchuan reached out his hand and said, beautiful lady, may I ask if you need any help? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun launched a kick at Yuchuan. You little devil, I could smell your stinky feet from a mile away. It's truly nauseating. Attacked unexpectedly, he immediately got into a stance, emitting spiritual energy, and said, beautiful lady, how can you be so rude to a handsome man like me? Lu Chen was no pushover either, charging straight at Yuchuan. My enemies have only one fate. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Yuchuan. I must kill you. He blocked the attacks steadily. What a pity, a beauty like you. I'm a little reluctant to kill. He advanced and retreated, moved up and down, making Lu Chun break out in a sweat. Pushed back by a hidden weapon thrown by Yuchuan, Lu Chen dodged it. You use poison? Yuchuan introduced himself loudly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuchuan, one of the 12 Koga ninjas, specializing in poison. At this point, Lu Chun had fallen to the ground. He walked over, held out his hand, and said, the poison I use will spread throughout your body along with your vital energy. But rest assured, I am very measured with my poison. You won't die. Lu Chun was growing more and more tired, sweat pouring down like rain. He poisoned me. She recalled a scene from her childhood. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Back then, Lu Chun was also very confused. Sister Xiaqing, what are you doing? Xiaqing raised her 10 fingers, which were holding vials of poison, and said, now, I will let you absorb these poisons, and at the same time, circulate your vital energy, letting the poison spread throughout your body with it. Help you cultivate the heavenly poison body. Then she said, come, let sister help you take off your clothes. Lu Chen was placed into the bathtub to soak. Not bad, you're adapting very quickly. Once you've cultivated the heavenly poison body, you'll be able to pass the challenge here. Xiaqing turned to leave, then looked back and said, in a quarter of an hour, you will follow me to learn how to use poison. After the New Long Kingdom was established, didn't the higher-ups forbid the Tang sect from continuing to practice poison arts? Even the Tang sect's mechanisms were dismantled, and now they're only allowed to craft hidden weapons. Xiaqing bent down, placed a finger on her lips, and said, "That rule does exist, but the higher-ups also agreed to let the Tang sect choose its own outstanding juniors to pass down the poison and mechanism arts. I am a practitioner of the poison arts." Hearing Xia Qing's explanation, Lu Chun was extremely surprised. "Sister Xia Qing, I have one more question for you. If someone were to poison you, how would you cure it?" Xia Qing stood up, crossed her arms, and replied, "Once I've cultivated the heavenly poison body, what poison could possibly defeat me?" Then Xia Qing bent down and patted Lu Chen's head. "However, our physiques are not perfectly suited for cultivating the heavenly poison body. Even if you succeed, when you encounter someone who poisons you, you will still be weakened for a few minutes." Back in the present, Lu Chun was lying on the ground. Yu Chuan said, "For someone as outstanding as you, I will still be very gentle. I don't mind telling you, my smooth arrival in the Long Kingdom this time was thanks to the help of an elder from the Su family. Once Kobe gets that thing, we will give him some benefits, depending on the situation." He slowly approached, reaching his hand toward Lu Chun. "Now, how about I take you back to the cherry blossom country?" Just as he thought he could take the beauty back, as he reached out his hand, a flash of light shot out, piercing through Yu Chuan's palm. It turned out to be a flying needle. Yu Chuan clenched his hand and laughed. "Trying to struggle with just a flying needle? Beautiful lady, are you underestimating me too much?" Just as he finished laughing, his face suddenly turned dark, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, and screamed, "What did you do to me?" Lu Chun stood before him and said calmly, "You've been hit by my poison." Yu Chuan tremblingly reached out his hand and begged, "I was wrong. Please spare me. The Su family are just that person's hunting dogs. As long as you spare me, I can help you find out who the traitor in the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom is." Lu Chen replied, "You only need to know that you're about to die." She turned and walked away. "The Su family, huh? Then let's start from there." At this moment, Mu Chinfeng was driving, thinking to himself, "A small temple attracts great demons. A shallow pond is full of turtles. Those people from the cherry blossom country have nothing better to do all day, so they come to cause trouble for me." Mu Chinfeng drove while resting his chin on his hand, pondering. To restore the spirit veins and perfect the rules of the blue star in this Dharma-ending age, it's indeed very difficult to accomplish without the company support. While driving, he suddenly saw a woman with a familiar figure standing by the road. After leaving the safe house, I contacted her, but I don't know how Lu Chun is doing now. Mu Chinfeng recalled the scene of being chased by ninjas. The ninjas from the cherry blossom country, although not very strong, stick to you like leeches, which is truly troublesome. The car slowly stopped in front of Li Sisi, attracting that gaze. Mu Chinfeng gestured for her to get in the car. The woman heard him, opened the car door, and got in. She pointed straight ahead. After Lu Chun and I separated, she ran in that direction. Li Sisi said, pointing toward the 11 o'clock direction. Li Sisi angrily slammed her hand on the car. "Damn it, if I ever see those cherry blossom country ninjas again, I'll definitely teach them a lesson." Seeing Li Sisi grinding her teeth in anger, Mu Chinfeng turned to tease her. "Beauty, don't you need to maintain your image? Don't mind it too much. The enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, so suffering a small loss is normal." Li Sisi was still extremely annoyed. "Young Master Mu, can you really swallow this insult? How should I put it?" Mu Chinfeng smiled and turned his head, saying, "I can't swallow the insult, but we and them will meet again sooner or later. When we meet next time, we'll get our justice back then." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chinfeng fell into deep thought. The cherry blossom country's target is Lu Chun, and the mole's target is that thing. What exactly is wrong with his body? I can remind Director Liang to start investigating from this direction. Mu Chinfeng suddenly braked hard. But I can't wait until next time. Looking back, he saw a young man collapsed on the ground. Mu Chinfeng got out of the car to check. He's a man from the cherry blossom country, dead from poison. Li Sisi crossed her arms and speculated. There are no cherry blossom country ninjas around either. Who is he? Just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind. He is one of the 12 ninjas, named Yugawa Koda, skilled in using poison. The surrounding ninjas have been dealt with by the sanitation workers. Yulin jumped down and said, "I've also checked the surrounding situation, but I didn't find any useful clues." Li Sisi thought to herself, how did she mature so quickly? I haven't seen her for a few days, and she's already at the Grandmaster realm. A girl turned to Mu Chinfeng and shouted, "Young master, I missed you so much." Yulin said, rushing over to hug Mu Chinfeng's arm. He turned his head and asked, puzzled, "You're not at school? What are you doing here?" Yulin smiled and looked up, replying, "The company has arranged for my internship at the school. I just need to go back and get my diploma after graduation. Young master still has to go to Kunlun Director was authorized me to coordinate with you. Yulin looked up again and continued. Director who also told me to pass a message to you. Through the interrogation of Shibara Yuji, we've learned that other ninjas are sneaking into the Long Kingdom. Mu Chunfeng replied with satisfaction. As expected of the company, this kind of interrogation work should be left to the professionals. After speaking, Mu Chunfeng pointed forward heroically. If they dare to come, I dare to bury them. Let's set off. Time for a trip to Kunlun. Then Mu Chunfeng turned back and tossed the keys to Li Sisi. Yulin, you and Cece drive over there. Someone is cleaning up the operations in the dark. There won't be any problems. Don't worry. I'll take the high-speed train over. Let's see if they have the guts to block my way. Li Sisi caught the keys, looked at Mu Chunfeng, and said worriedly, Young Master Mu, so we're not looking for Luchin anymore? What if she runs into the Cherry Blossom Country Ninjas? Mu Chunfeng immediately replied, she's a member of the A-Team. Her abilities are enough for self-protection. Besides, she has her own plans. Her objective is different from ours. Mu Chunfeng turned to another direction and said, we will rendezvous with her in Kunlun. The scene changes here. Zheng Qi was sitting in a room. At this moment, Uncle Chung walked over and said, of the 12 Koga ninjas, one is dead and one is injured. Mu Chunfeng is heading to Kunlun alone. But according to reliable intelligence, Yamagami Ikiya, ranked 3rd among the 12 Koga ninjas, has set out to assassinate Mu Chunfeng. Zheng Qi remained very calm and replied, I know. Uncle Chung sat down and said coldly, oh, you're not worried about Mu Chunfeng at all? Zheng Qi kept her eyes fixed on the content on the tablet. Mu Chunfeng is very strong. She will regret this decision. Compared to the Koga ninjas, the high-level mole in the company is the more important target. She looked up at Uncle Chung and said, back then, the Wu family was forced to cooperate and did such a thing. Even if you don't know who that person is, so what? Uncle Chung clasped his hands and bowed his head in thought. Sigh, the Wu family back then was not as powerful as it is now. Everything was done on the family head's orders. Besides, even if the Wu family knew who that person was, they wouldn't dare to say his name. Zheng Qi continued to focus on the content on the tablet. Based on the current documents, the thing we are looking for in Kunlun should be something that person is using for his own private benefit. This kind of person is in a high position, not lacking money or power, so the only possibility is a health problem. As Zheng Qi said this, she suddenly shot up from her seat and continued urgently. Uncle Chung, I need the entry and exit records and health examination reports of all the high-level leaders in the company. Uncle Chung rested his chin on his hand and thought, these are all top secrets of the company. It's a bit difficult. Hearing this, Zheng Qi laughed out loud. Haha, for the Wu family, although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Mu Chunfeng was sitting on the high-speed train in thought when a woman walked past, swaying her hips coquettishly, making Mu Chunfeng freeze up. This woman was Yamagami Yuya, one of the 12 Koga ninjas. She walked up to Mu Chunfeng and, feigning a delicate demeanor, said, Oh my, handsome, could you help me lift my luggage up? Mu Chunfeng was sitting in the window seat at the time, and he said, Sorry, I'm busy. A fat guy appeared out of nowhere, carrying a suitcase and walking past Mu Chunfeng. What's wrong with you? Seeing a girl and not lending a hand, what a sissy. Mu Chunfeng glanced at him. What, you want to fight me? Bring it on. The girl walked up to Mu Chunfeng and said, How could anyone hit such a handsome man? We've known each other for a minute and you haven't reacted at all. Can't you be a little cuter? Mu Chunfeng immediately pointed at the fat guy and said loudly, I suggest you sit next to him. The girl turned to Mu Chunfeng and said, There's a principle in the Long Kingdom, which is that you shouldn't go against a woman's wishes. Have you heard the saying, the more you can't have something, the more you want it? The more you act like this, the more interested I am in men like you. After hearing this, Mu Chunfeng shivered and replied, Someone for the Cherry Blossom Country? The woman replied coquettishly, Handsome, what's your type? Lowly, older sister type, or cosplay? I can satisfy all of them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Mu Chunfeng rested his chin on his hand and replied, I'd like you to be a little quieter. Can you do that? The girl immediately sat down next to Mu Chunfeng, held a bottle of water towards him, and replied, Thirsty? Want to drink my water? There's still plenty of water. She thought to herself, as long as you drink my water, combined with my illusion techniques, the most talented genius of the Long Kingdom will become my slave. The thought of being able to play with such a handsome man, I can't suppress my excitement. How interesting. Mu Chunfeng seemed to completely ignore her words. Your water, keep it and drink it yourself. And cut your little tricks. I'm not falling for that. I've been waiting for you this whole trip, so sit still for me. Mu Chunfeng turned to her, thinking to himself. So that's what this girl was thinking. Seeing Mu Chinfeng's firm attitude, she took something out of her fruit basket, her eyes turning sharp. It seems you don't like Yuya's gentle style, but prefer it rougher. Is that right? On this train, who knows how many innocent people will be hurt? The moment he saw she was about to make a move, Mu Chinfeng immediately reached out and grabbed her hand, controlling her with his spirit energy. No matter how beautiful the exterior, it's just a venomous heart. Suppressed by Mu Chinfeng's power, the woman seemed to have lost all her strength, her head resting against him. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, a triumphant look on his face. The young men nearby glared at Mu Chinfeng with angry eyes. In a public place, can't you be a little more considerate? What are you doing? This kid is something else. I don't see how I'm any worse. Why are you still single after 30-something years? Hearing this, Mu Chinfeng immediately retorted, wait until you're as charming as I am. Then you'll know what it's like for girls to take the initiative. You don't have to do anything. Girls just come to you. That's what you call real skill. At this moment, the girl from the cherry blossom country slowly regained consciousness. What did you do to me? Why don't I have any strength left? Did you poison me? How could you use such a trick on me? After speaking, she slowly leaned her head against Mu Chinfeng again. Mu Chinfeng calmly replied, a petty trick not worth mentioning. By the way, what should I call you? The woman snorted, don't get cocky. When we get off the train, what awaits you are the Koga ninjas. I, Yuya, am not your match, but your life. I'll let the 12 Koga ninjas come and take it. Mu Chinfeng touched her nose with a finger and said, I was just thinking about how to lure you all out. This is even better. Once you all jump out, I'll deal with you all at once, saving me time. Mu Chinfeng thought to himself, with the Koga ninjas' attention focused on me, Yulin's side will be much safer. At this time, the high-speed train was crossing a large bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching Qing Shui Station. Please prepare your luggage and get ready to disembark. Looking into the distance, Mu Chinfeng discovered that the Kunlun Mountains were right ahead. The woman nestled in Mu Chinfeng's arms, gritted her teeth, and said angrily, once we get off, the Koga ninjas will tear you to pieces. Mu Chinfeng chuckled and replied, if looks could kill, I'd be deader than dead by now, haha. He reached out one hand, grabbing into her fruit basket, and said with a sly smile, all of your strength is sealed by me now. I could do whatever I want to you. You wouldn't want your comrades to know about this, would you, Yuya? Seeing Mu Chinfeng's action, Yuya blushed and replied, you, what are you trying to do? Steal my fruit? But in her heart, she found it quite interesting. From this angle, he's actually quite charming. Mu Chinfeng stood up, pulling her up with him. Let's go, we're getting off. At this moment, Mu Chinfeng was walking towards the carriage door. Above, a ninja was intently watching his figure. He put both hands in his pockets and said confidently, quite a few of you came this time, huh? Ya turned to Mu Chinfeng and said, a handsome man like you, I really don't want you to die. Koga's determination is very strong this time. You can't stop them. Come join our Koga. Mu Chinfeng turned around, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, using a honey trap on me? You do have some looks. I wonder about your other skills. But you should save your energy. Can you tell me who the mole is? I can help you escape the cherry blossom country. After teasing her, Mu Chinfeng continued, aren't you envious of a normal life like falling in love, getting married, and having children? The woman replied, Koga ninjas have no traitors. Mu Chinfeng walked toward the taxi and said, no need to answer me in a hurry. Let's find another place first. Just as the car left, two people approached. One pointed at the car and said, Matsutani-kun, it seems Senior Yamagami Yuya has been captured by Mu Chinfeng. This orange-haired young man was Matsutani Shin, one of the 12 Koga ninjas. He confidently watched the car drive away and replied, you've underestimated her. Yuya is ranked 3rd among the 12 Koga ninjas, and she's extremely skilled at seducing men. Mu Chinfeng has fallen for her bewitching arts. It must be so. He confidently strode forward, saying, everyone, follow. Mu Chinfeng is already in our grasp. The Dragon Kingdom has lost a trump card. At this moment, the ninjas had also gathered at Matsu's call. One ninja said, Matsu-kun, we still haven't found any trace of Mu Chinfeng. He replied, Mu Chinfeng must be nearby. He couldn't have vanished without a trace after getting out of the car. Keep searching. There must be a company stronghold around here. Just as Matsu finished speaking, Mu Chinfeng suddenly appeared. You fools, I deliberately let you follow me here, precisely to save myself the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Ha! As expected, catching you all in one net is faster. Hearing Mu Chinfeng's provocation, Matsu angrily replied, you have betrayed the leader. Mu Chinfeng turned to the woman and said, don't blame her. She fell for my trick. Yuya bowed her head and replied, I'm sorry, Matsu. I have failed. Matsu immediately threw a shuriken at the two of them. Koga ninjas don't fail. They only die. The shuriken had just flown over when Mu Chinfeng easily caught it between two fingers. He snorted and said, "Humph. With me here, your lives and deaths are all in my hands." Mu Chenfeng gave Yuya a look. She watched Mu Chenfeng fighting to protect her and thought to herself, "My comrade wants to kill me, while my enemy, Lord Mu Chenfeng, is saving me. Your Excellency, could it be that I was truly wrong?" Matsu ordered the ninjas to charge, then laughed loudly. "There are so many of us. Let's see how you'll fight me." Mu Chenfeng flicked his finger, and Sword Chi immediately appeared before him. "Ah, yes. Whatever you say is right." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light in Mu Chenfeng's hand flashed, neatly dispatching the charging ninjas. "You have numbers, I can't argue with that. But if we can fight, don't just talk." Matsu watched his subordinates fall like wheat, scared out of his wits, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He tried to calm himself and said, "Your strength is indeed surprising, but this is as far as you go." Mu Chenfeng picked his ear and replied, "It's so hot, yet you're wearing such a thick mask. Has your brain been cooked?" Matsu immediately took off his hood, and countless insects instantly appeared on his body. "Are those divine bugs? In the face of my divine bugs, you have only one path, death." The divine bugs on Matsu's body swarmed down and immediately devoured the corpses on the ground. Ya, standing behind, quickly shouted a warning to Mu Chenfeng. "Chenfeng-kun, be careful. He's very skilled at controlling insects. Even a Xiantian master would have a lot of trouble facing these bugs." Mu Chenfeng replied with utmost confidence, "Just for that sentence, perhaps you won't have to die." Matsu was still smug, taking off his glasses, grinning from ear to ear, and replied, "Tremble, be afraid. Use your bodies to make my pet bugs even more terrifying." Mu Chenfeng began to mock him. "Oh my, so many bugs. You scare me so much I have to laugh." Hee. His laughter was extremely strange. Ha. You won't have a chance to speak again. I'll let the god-devouring bugs slowly eat you and slowly torture you. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion occurred right in front of him, terrifying him to the core. He stammered, "They're the god-devouring bugs. Why are my god-devouring bugs like this?" Before he could finish, he saw Mu Chenfeng standing imposingly behind him. "I was just thinking you raised so many bugs. I wonder if they would eat you?" Mu Chenfeng immediately rushed forward and slammed Matsu's head to the ground. With his head held down by Mu Chenfeng, Matsu turned and said, "You are at the Qi condensation realm?" Mu Chenfeng said nothing, grabbed a bug, and slowly stuffed it into Matsu's mouth. "You like your divine bugs killing people so much, then die in the mouth of your beloved divine bugs." Seeing this scene, Yuya's face turned pale with fear, cold sweat dripping down. After dealing with Matsu, Mu Chenfeng walked towards her. "If I had known you were this strong, I would have advised the leader to abandon this mission." Mu Chenfeng walked over, patted her shoulder, and said, "You have to pay the price for your mistakes. I'm crippling the meridians in your limbs, so you'll follow me. Someone from the company will come to pick you up later." After speaking, he walked forward, and Yuya quietly followed behind. "Chenfeng-kun, are you really at the Qi condensation realm?" Mu Chenfeng said, "What's it to you?" Yuya was still extremely curious about Mu Chenfeng's strength. "Chenfeng-kun, what are the procedures for changing nationality? Also, Chenfeng-kun, do you have a girlfriend?" At this moment, the two of them arrived in front of a building with a large, tightly shut gate. Mu Chenfeng was surprised. Since when did even cultivation have a technical academy? Returning to Lu Chun, she was in a large courtyard of the Su family. "Quick, stop her. How could she be so strong?" A terrified cry came from inside. "It's as easy as taking something from a bag." After dealing with a few people, Lu Chun slowly walked forward. "Little girl, from now on, this will be your workplace in the Su family. There's no place for you in Huaxia." Lu Chen's face was ice cold as she said, "Then do you know that I came here to take your life?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, the man immediately condensed spiritual energy around his body and said confidently, Kids these days are getting more and more arrogant. Come, I'll give you 3 free moves." Lu Chun instantly rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Appearing at his side, he immediately raised his hand to block Lu Chen's attack. Northern School's Galloping Horse. After blocking Lu Chen's move, he said in surprise, "Your cultivation skill is not bad, but your physique is not strong enough to unleash its full power. You're too weak to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun aimed a kick at his lower body. He immediately dodged to the side. "Oh, you have some knowledge, knowing that the weak point for practitioners of this art is the Huin acupoint, but mine is not. You've miscalculated." Seeing Lu Chun preparing another move, the man asked in surprise, "You have other moves?" Lu Chun threw a dart at him. but it was immediately deflected. He replied confidently, "Too naive. I have practiced the blood refinement art my whole life. How could my fatal point be in my eye?" As soon as the old man finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch, and the clothes on his body instantly tore apart, revealing incredibly solid muscles. "Next, it's my turn to take good care of you." He rushed forward, a devastating punch hitting Lu Chun, sending her flying backward. Lu Chun was slammed into a pillar, which broke in two. "Little girl, I'm very curious where you learned these skills." Lu Chun was heavily injured. She snorted and replied, "The blood refinement art? I've seen it 10 years ago." Looking at the man's terrifying power, Lu Chun said in horror, "The blood refinement art is the Zhang family's ancestral technique. Are you practicing the internal or external art?" As soon as she finished, Lu Chun charged straight at him. Lu Chun got behind him and struck his acupoint. He was a little surprised. "How do you know the location of the fatal point?" Lu Chun calmly attacked and replied, "Seeing you use the blood refinement art, I was certain." That year, after Ixan died in Kunlun, it was the Su family who took the opportunity to annihilate the entire Zhang family overnight. The external practice method of the blood refinement art fell into your hands, right? Seeing you didn't answer, Lu Chen knew she had spoken the truth. She shouted angrily, "You really deserve to die." He suddenly exerted his power. A terrifying force radiated in all directions. So what if you know the fatal point? I have already cultivated the blood refinement art to the indestructible body realm. Then he angrily pointed at Lu Chun and said, "I recognize you now. You're that little girl from Tima back then. You must die." The wound on his body miraculously healed on its own. Seeing his body automatically recover, Lu Chun was extremely shocked. "The indestructible body? Even if I don't kill you, the company won't let you go. The memory returns. This is all the blood of wild beasts from the mountains. Every time you finish your body tempering, soak yourself in it to aid your external training. Once you reach the realm of being impervious to blades and spears, I will teach you the internal training method." The young Lu Chun asked in surprise, "Brother Han, can the blood refinement art really make someone impervious to blades and spears?" Seeing Lu Chen's doubt, Han immediately pulled a knife from his back, saying, "Let me show you and you'll know." He immediately held the knife to his stomach, under Lu Chen's astonished gaze. Brother Han, don't." As soon as she finished speaking, the knife at his stomach stabbed hard into his solid abdominal muscles. Strangely, the knife broke in two, which was incredibly impressive. Seeing this astonishing scene, Lu Chun cheered happily. "Brother Han is so amazing. Doesn't that mean even a Jia is no match for you?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Han threw the knife behind his back, closed his eyes, and replied, "I can't beat him. His marksmanship is better than mine. The blood refinement art can't block bullets." Hearing this, Lu Chun said dejectedly, "Then what's the use of me practicing the blood refinement art?" Han immediately drew a gun and fired a shot at that boulder, shattering it to pieces. Han laughed loudly. The internal training method of the blood refinement art can channel hidden force into a weapon, creating greater power. After firing a shot, Han blew on the muzzle of the gun. "In this aspect, your Jia is no match for me." Lu Chun thought to herself at the time, "Isn't it because his aim isn't good enough that he has to compensate with power?" Then Han turned and said to Lu Chun, "Internal and external training complement each other. The stronger the external training, the greater the internal force the body can use. You have cultivated the heavenly poison body, which is also very beneficial for your external training." Then Han didn't forget to remind her, "But after you've mastered it, you must never use human blood to practice. Remember?" Hearing Han's instruction, Lu Chun asked back in surprise, "There can't be anyone that perverted, right, brother?" Han continued to pour blood into the basin, saying, "The Xian Long Kingdom is a bit better. We have high-level leaders managing us. But there are some people who, after getting old, have gone down a dark path in search of power. Using human blood to aid external training, one can achieve the indestructible body, able to quickly self-heal no matter the injury." Then Han turned back to remind Lu Chun, "But you don't need to worry. This method has two major weaknesses. One is the back of the neck, which is the fatal point of the external training. The second weakness is that it cannot withstand the hidden force of the blood refinement art." Recalling those words, Lu Chun gathered her strength, and her body immediately erupted with power. She rushed forward like a flash, her face grim as she said, "If you hadn't used human blood to aid your external training, I wouldn't have truly killed you." Seeing Lu Chen's fierce charge, the old man shouted, "You little brat, for the past 15 years, I have used all the resources of the Su family to cultivate the blood refinement art." The two clashed, and their two powerful streams of true qi collided violently. His arm was struck by Lu Chen's power and instantly shattered. How is this possible? I have cultivated the indestructible body. How could I not withstand this one punch? Lu Chen said confidently. Hidden force. I used hidden force. She confidently walked slowly towards the old man, saying, "Your body will slowly turn into a pool of pus. You're as good as dead." The old man finally began to feel fear. He knelt before Lu Chun, saying, "I beg you, I don't want to die." He raised his head, desperately pleading. It was Xia Shizhong. He was the one who tipped me off back then, telling me to help those ninjas get to Kunlun. He was so scared his hands and feet trembled. The old man stood up, raised his head, and said to Lu Chun, "It was all his doing. I've told you everything I know. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." No matter how he begged, Lu Chun was unmoved and turned to leave. You can take these explanations to the underworld and tell them to a Jia. The scene changes to a farm resort. At this moment, Xiao Fei, after assessing the situation, said, "Xia Shizhong, one of the company's founders and executive director of the group. He was diagnosed with terminal bone cancer 10 years ago and once used a secret Xiamen technique to forcibly extend his life. A month ago, his condition suddenly worsened and he was admitted to the Yanbei Military Region Hospital. 3 days ago, he was suddenly discharged and his current whereabouts are unknown." Zheng Qi took out her phone to make a call. "He's very suspicious. I must find a way to inform Mu Qinfeng immediately." Suddenly, an uncle ran in to report to Zheng Qi. "Miss Zheng Qi, follow me. The farm resort is under attack. Our people are trying to resist, but they won't last much longer." Hearing the report, Zheng Qi immediately ran after the old man. She asked, "Where are we going?" The old man replied, "To the Wu family village. The Wu family has Uncle Chung guarding it. They won't dare to act recklessly." After a short distance, Zheng Qi suddenly stopped. "We can't go to the Wu family. They found me so quickly, which means they've already anticipated this step." Zheng Qi said very decisively, "Go to Kunlun and find Mu Qinfeng now." Mu Qinfeng looked up at the door and said, "These days are truly full of demons and monsters. All sorts of things exist." A young man opened the door from the inside and stepped out. It was Wu Neng, the gatekeeper of Kunlun. Seeing Mu Qinfeng and a girl walk in, he immediately rushed out, pointed inside, and said, "Oh, are you two here to enroll? Cool me. Let's go inside and talk slowly." Seeing the enthusiastic young man rush out to greet them, Mu Qinfeng thought to himself, a faint spiritual energy emanates from his body. The Long Kingdom actually has someone who can step into the qi condensation realm. Mu Qinfeng said, "How are the tuition fees calculated?" Yuya, behind him, hugged Mu Qinfeng's arm and said, "Qinfeng Kun, this person is definitely a scammer. Let's keep going." Mu Qinfeng turned back to comfort Yuya. "No rush. Let's go in and see." Wu Neng immediately took out a pen and paper to write down the tuition fees, living expenses, accommodation fees, food fees, 18,640 yuan per person. The total for 2 people is 37,280 yuan. Not a single cent less. Then he handed the tuition bill to Mu Qinfeng. "Seeing as you are the rare students we've had in 15 years, I'll waive the change. I won't take the 80 yuan. Let's round it to 37,200 yuan. Seeing Mu Qinfeng take the bill, the young man rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Transparent pricing, honest with young and old alike." Mu Qinfeng said, "I'm not short on money, but I'm not a fool." Then the two suddenly turned and left, leaving Wu Neng extremely surprised. He reached out his hand and said, "We can negotiate the tuition fee." At this moment, there was a commotion in the forest in front of the gate, and birds flew up in a panic. Mu Qinfeng saw that something was amiss and turned to Wu Neng. "Your people got here fast." Turning his head, he saw that Wu Neng had already channeled his qi. "Damn it, these shameless dogs. Can't you let me rest for a moment?" He shouted angrily. "Wifey, time to work." Immediately, a girl walked out from the house. It was Tan Xiaoqing, another gatekeeper of Kunlun. She walked out with a sour look on her face and said, "Hold on, throw away our son's diapers first." Seeing the two strangers, Tan Xiaoqing said suspiciously, "I'll count to 3. Get back where you came from. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3 and seeing no movement, Tan Xiaoqing channeled her qi, clenched her fist, and said, "You dare to disobey me? I'll deal with them first. Then I'll deal with you slowly." Tan Xiaoqing immediately rushed out the door. Yuya, standing behind, was extremely shocked. "They're that strong?" Mu Qinfeng turned to Yuya and said, "The Long Kingdom is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who knows how many more masters are yet to appear in this world? Do you still think Kobe can win?" Yuya thought to herself, if it were her, perhaps she could win. At this moment on the highway, a car was speeding along. Inside the car was an old man. It was Xia Shizhong, the executive director of Family Responsibility Company Limited. He was lying on a bed, looking very tired, wearing an oxygen mask, with 4 drips in his hands and feet. Beside him, a woman holding a sword was looking out the window. It was Binza, the leader of the 12 Koga ninjas. The old man turned to Binza and said, "Binza, Dad is about to die. Are you still unwilling to call me Dad? Dad? Would that be all right?" Xia Shizhong was lost in thought. Back then, at the crucial moment when the high-level leadership of the Long Kingdom established the company, my hands were tied. Over the years, the information the company leaked to you was my compensation to you and your mother. Then he turned back to look at Binza, saying, "Compensation? Don't be so self-indulgent." She continued to face the window, replying, "When you abandoned my mother and me in pursuit of ultimate power, the father in my heart was already dead." She drew her sword, her face as cold as ice, and said, "You are just a partner of Sakura. You chose to cooperate with us only to survive. Instead of thinking about these things, you should think about how to deal with the current situation." The old man looked dejected. "They are merely jumping clowns. Once I'm cured at Kunlun, I will slowly deal with the Wu family and the Yangzhou branch. As for Mu Qinfeng, I don't think Koga wants him to leave Kunlun either." Binza looked out the window and continued, "It's undeniable that the Long Kingdom has some talented people, but in front of Koga, they are nothing. Sakugawa and Azukin must have already fought him. Over here." Mu Qinfeng was watching the ninjas rushing towards him. He said, truly unrestrained, setting fires to mountains, "You'll only end up in prison." Hearing Mu Qinfeng, Ya thought to herself, "Koga, is nothing in front of them? Was the leader's decision really wrong?" At this moment, hundreds of snakes appeared from nowhere, slithering towards Mu Qinfeng and Yuya. "Your people have arrived again, and more than just one." Mu Qinfeng turned and patted Yuya's shoulder, saying, "I probably won't have time to look after you. I'll unseal your internal force first. You're a smart person. You know what to do, right?" The woman immediately seemed to understand Mu Qinfeng's meaning, turned to one side, and pulled down her shirt in front of his astonished face. A moment later, the girl began to change her clothes. Mu Qinfeng blushed beet red, like a monkey's bottom. "We were having a serious conversation. Why did you take off your clothes?" Ya turned back and replied to Mu Qinfeng. "The one who came as Masaru Sakugawa, ranked 4th among the 12 Koga ninjas, proficient in serpent arts. He's a madman. I have to protect myself. Qinfeng-kun, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished without a trace, leaving Mu Qinfeng very surprised. He rested his chin on his hand and said, "Sakura's secret arts are indeed very interesting. Their form and aura are very difficult to detect." At this moment, the spiritual energy under Mu Qinfeng's feet surged. "Since you two have arrived, do I still need to invite you out?" As soon as Mu Qinfeng finished speaking, 2 old men rushed out from the bushes. One is Masaru Sakugawa of the 12 Koga ninjas. The other is Siren of the 12 Koga ninjas. "We've been discovered. Inji Kuin, let's join forces and win." The old man coughed a few times. Ahem, ahem, this is all a matter for you young people. This old bag of bones of mine should focus more on recuperation. The scene shifts to Zheng Qi, who is being pursued by a group of ninjas. She turned her head and said, "Mu Qinfeng is on the mountain. As long as we can meet up with him, we'll be safe." As soon as she finished speaking, a ninja rushed forward, grabbed one of Zheng Qi's subordinates, and threw him far away. The remaining people panicked and surrounded Zheng Qi. "Protect Ms. Zheng well. Be careful of our surroundings. No matter what, we must protect Ms. Zheng's safety." Damn it, these Koga ninjas. Just wait until I get a chance. I'll definitely skin them alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a ninja star flew straight at him. Quick as a flash, he picked up a rock to block, forcefully throwing it at the ninja star. The 2 objects collided and ricocheted forward. He angrily clenched his fists and shouted, "You only know how to use sneaky tricks. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." Immediately, a ninja appeared behind Zheng Qi, slashing at her with a blade. 2 men quickly rushed forward to protect Zheng Qi. "Miss, golden bell shield, iron shirt, let's see how you block this." As soon as the words were spoken, a splash of blood landed on Zheng Qi. She was stunned. Could it be that those 2 had already been dealt with? Zheng Qi stammered, Why are you people doing this?" The ninja replied, "The trash of the Long Kingdom only deserves to die under the blades of the Koga ninjas." With only 1 man left, seeing his 2 comrades fall, he charged forward, shouting, "Second brother, third brother, I'll take your lives." 2 ninjas rushed forward, slashing him twice and sending him to meet his maker. Immediately, a crowd of ninjas appeared in front of Zheng Qi. Now, all of her people have been captured by the Koga ninjas. On behalf of Mr. Xia, We've come to take your life. Zhang Qi sobbed and said, "Why did you come to the Long Kingdom to do these things? Isn't it good to live peacefully in your own country? I just want to be valued. I just want to live the life I imagined. I don't want to die." A ninja raised his blade, preparing to finish Zhang Qi off. She cried and screamed, "I want to live." At this moment, Yulin rushed over and kicked the ninja away, sending him flying backward, and was extremely confident. Finally made it in time. The ninjas began to take a defensive stance. "Just you alone? No matter who it is, in the face of the mighty Koga ninjas, there is only the path of death." Yulin replied with a stone-cold face. "Who said I'm alone?" Immediately, several silver needles flew straight towards the ninjas, causing them to collapse. It turned out to be Li Sisi, appearing like an angel descending from heaven. "So many Koga ninjas. I wonder if your blood can make me a little more excited." A helicopter appeared. The company's people had also arrived. "Brothers, go." The armed men surrounded the ninjas. Yulin raised his hand and said, "All cleanup crew, clean this up quickly. Don't miss a single corner." Zhang Qi stood behind, reaching out her hand and saying happily, Why are you all here?" Yulin stepped forward, extending his hand to Zhang Qi. "Let's go. The young master is still waiting for us up there." Meanwhile, Mu Chenfeng was talking to Yuya. "See, this is the power of the company. Koga still wants to confront us. How foolish." Yuya replied with a somber expression. "Actually, our leader also opposed this decision, but Miss Nei's attitude was firm, plus her relationship with your people, led to this final decision." Mu Chenfeng understood the whole story and turned to ask Yuya, "Missin, is she the head of your 12 Koga ninjas? She's in such a hurry. I wonder what her intentions are." Yuya began to explain. "She's a lunatic. She wants to kill every single person in the Long Kingdom." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Not to mention whether she has the strength to do it. Even if we stood still and let her kill us, it would take her 3 days and 3 nights to finish." Haha. Mu Chenfeng took out his phone and said, "In the end, she's just a frog in a well. Is there another star in the sky?" At this moment, the wife was dragging her husband back by the ear. Gently, my ear is about to fall off." The wife roared at her husband, "Don't you yell at me. Run. The more you run, the harder I'll hit." The young man cried and replied, Stop. There are outsiders here. Leave me some dignity. How will anyone respect me like this?" The wife entered the house, and the husband dejectedly followed behind. "Come on, get in the house with me." "Oh God, who did I provoke? Heavens, they're trying to kill me." Mu Chenfeng immediately rushed up to block him. Who can stand this every day? Wu Ning saw Mu Chenfeng standing in front of him and looked up to ask, "Friend, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Chenfeng showed him his phone and said, "The company just investigated you too, but the results came up with no information. Care to explain?" He walked past Mu Chenfeng and replied, "Get out of the way. I'm in a bad mood. Don't block my path." Quick as a flash, Mu Chenfeng dashed forward and raised a hand to block him. Seeing Mu Chenfeng block him, he angrily channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body. "I'm losing my temper. I advise you not to provoke me." Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "You can get a try and see if this flame can burn me." Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, he angrily channeled his powerful, true qi. He was as fast as the wind, rushing towards Mu Chenfeng, who was waiting with a wooden sword. Mu Chenfeng was no pushover either. He quickly leaned aside and dashed away at extreme speed. "Your flame is the power of a secret art, and you also have the strength of the half-step qi condensation realm." Mu Chenfeng, with an imposing aura, retorted, "But for a master like you to resort to a sneak attack is truly outrageous." Wu Neng was astonished, and he shouted, "Who on earth are you?" Mu Chenfeng didn't answer, only unleashing unpredictable sword moves, one strike slashing down on the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Mu Chenfeng announced loudly, "I am Mu Chenfeng from Yuzhou." Wu Ning's expression changed drastically. "My God, this guy is at the peak of the qi condensation realm?" Mu Chenfeng extended his hand and explained, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to enter Kunlun. I sincerely hope you can lead the way for me." Wu Ning now assumed a defensive stance, preparing to counterattack Mu Chenfeng. "I don't know what your purpose is, but to me, that is completely unimportant. My wife and I are the guardians of Kunlun. Any troublemaker here will meet only one end, and that is death." At this moment, a blood-curdling scream came from inside the house. "Oh, my child, it's over." Hearing his wife's frantic screams, Wu Ning hurriedly rushed into the house, calling out loudly, "Oh my God, Daddy's precious son. It's Daddy's fault for accidentally waking you up. How about Daddy gives you a piggyback ride later? In the blink of an eye, Wu Neng had vanished. He had rushed into the room and closed the door. He was seen coaxing his son, playing the piggyback ride game. Good boy, be obedient. Daddy will give you a piggyback ride. Mu Chenfeng was stunned by the scene before him. My God, to think a top master of the Long Kingdom has a side like this. Yu Ya spoke up from behind. Mu Chenfeng. Chenfeng likes children. Is there anything I can do to help? Don't joke with me, sis. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng's 3 women also walked over. Yu Lin went first, raising his hand and saying, Young Master, we've arrived. Li Sisi said with a seductive look, Young Master Zheng, I spent quite a bit of effort on the way here, so think about how you're going to compensate me. She threw a card over, struck a seductive pose, and said, I'll be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. We can discuss it in more detail. Thinking Mu Chenfeng would catch the card, he unexpectedly tossed it aside. A man who doesn't know how to appreciate romance. So boring. What a buzzkill. Mu Chenfeng said coldly to Zheng Qi, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this. It's beyond the Zheng family's capabilities, unless you want the Zheng family to disappear overnight. Zheng Qi replied calmly, I didn't think that far ahead, I just wanted to help you. So I agreed to her request. Li Sisi, standing beside them, also chimed in, what a passionate young lady. It's a pity someone doesn't understand romance at all. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward, patted Zheng Qi's shoulder, and said, all right, since you're already here, come with us from now on. Inside the house, the couple was still playing with their child. The mistress of the house walked out and said, we need to clarify their origins now. She slowly approached Mu Chenfeng and said, they're a couple who are the guardians of Kunlun, a single line of succession, and they rarely go out. They only associate with the great families of medicine, the Long family and the Gu family, for many generations. Lu Chun stepped forward and said, the previous generation's guardian passed away 15 years ago. I thought this line had ended, but unexpectedly, there is still a successor. Wu Neng stood up, holding his son, and said, have we met before? Lu Chun immediately threw a box towards him. Since you are still alive, I should also return this old item that a friend asked me to deliver. He caught the box and asked doubtfully, warms the kidneys and invigorates the essence, consolidates the foundation, and cultivates the origin. This is the Gu family's non-transmittable Gu Jin Huang formula. Since he passed away, this formula was long lost. He looked at Lu Chun and shouted in alarm. Where did you get this? Lu Chun replied coldly. Of course, he taught me. Recalling a past scene in the wooden house, when Lu Chun was learning the formula from him. Brother Luo Yu, your martial arts are a bit weak. Do you have to run away every time you fight an enemy? Luo Yu, who was focused on examining the medicine, replied, that is a biased view of the secular world. You must understand that medicine can save people, and it can also kill people. Hearing this, Lu Chun asked curiously, then isn't that like Sister Xiaqing, who also uses poison? Luo Yu sat down and flicked Lu Chen's forehead lightly. Don't listen to Xiaqing's nonsense. She is very skilled with poison, but I, on the other hand, can save people. Long Kingdom medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. If medicine is used to break this balance, then no one can be saved. Lu Chun was puzzled again, using an antidote to cure the illness. Wouldn't that work? He pushed up his glasses and said, if I use medicine to kill someone, using an antidote on top of that will only make them die faster. Lu Chun asked, Brother Luo Yu, I don't quite understand. Luo Yu stood up and walked towards the pile of medicinal herbs. You follow me and learn for 3 to 5 years, and you will gradually understand. Lu Chun looked at Luo Yu and asked, so, Brother Luo Yu, what medicine are you preparing now? Luo Yu turned his head, smiled, and replied, I'm preparing medicine for a friend of mine. He and his junior sister are a bit unrestrained. If he doesn't quickly use the Gu family's ancestral Gu Jin Huang to replenish his body, he would die from exhaustion before reaching the age of 30. Luo Yu was startled. He explained to Lu Chun for half a day, but she still didn't understand. Why are you telling me these things? I'm still too young. I'll understand when I grow up. Hearing Lu Chun recount these old stories, Wu Neng burst into a wide smile, pointed at Lu Chun, and said, ha ha ha, so you're that little girl? You're still alive? Lu Chun smiled and replied, I came this time partly to make a trip to Kunlun and complete Brother Jie's mission for back then. Seeing Mu Chenfeng's group approaching, Wu Neng asked, is that them? Lu Chun turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, everyone, come inside with me. Wu Neng handed his son to his wife. We're all family here, you go in first. Then he slowly led Mu Chenfeng, Lu Chun, and the others inside. Let's go together. The entrance to Kunlun is right inside. Tan Xiaoqing saw Mu Chunfeng walk past and said, "Back then, Brother Jia sacrificed a lot to protect her. I hope you won't let anything happen to her." Hearing her words, Mu Chunfeng turned and replied, "As long as she doesn't get in my way, I won't let anyone harm her." Then Mu Chunfeng led the women inside. From behind, Tan Xiaoqing continued to remind him, "I hope you remember this promise. Please come in. There's a wine cellar in the back. The entrance to Kunlun is in there." Mu Chunfeng went first, leading the women into the cellar. Wu Neng stepped in, pointed at 2 doors, and explained, "I've never been in a Kunlun either, but my master said that Kunlun is divided into 3 levels. This left door uses a key to open and can lead directly to the 3rd level. The right door doesn't need a key, but you have to go up 1 level at a time." He pointed behind him and said, "Back then, Brother Jia entered through the right door. I will use a secret technique to open the door for everyone." A stream of true qi emanated from him as he said, "I don't have many living friends left. You all must protect yourselves well." Mu Chunfeng took out a glowing wooden sword. "If we could go straight to the 3rd level, why take the long way around?" Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, he rushed forward, raised his hand, and shouted, "This door can't be opened without the key. If you force it open, you'll be killed by the door's backlash." As fast as lightning, Mu Chunfeng had already struck the door with his sword. Instantly, a portal of light appeared. As long as one has a sufficiently powerful lightning divine ability, this door can be opened. What's so difficult about it? Mu Chunfeng slowly stepped into the portal of light. "And I'm the only person in this world who can open that door." Wu Neng was stunned. Did Master pass away too early, not even having time to tell me this secret? My goodness. Yulin also immediately rushed into the portal of light, then turned back to say to Li Sisi, "Sister Sisi, I'm going in first. Don't keep the young master waiting." The scene shifts to Yanbei. Uncle Chung walked to his young Mrs. side. She said, "Uncle Chung, old Master Xia, and his illegitimate daughter have already gone to Kunlun. I wonder if that person named Mu Chunfeng can deal with him." Hearing this, Uncle Chung replied, "Yan Qinan is a born martial arts master, and with the demon blade Gui Xia, his strength has reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. I'm only at the Grandmaster realm, so I can't judge at all. However, President Liang has already sent people to clean up in the Cherry Blossom country to put pressure on Jia Xia. I believe there won't be any major problems." She stood up, stretched, and said, "Speaking of which, there are a few restless old men in Yanbei who have been secretly playing some petty tricks at the farm, which really annoys me." Uncle Chung raised his hand in alarm. "Young miss," the family head has already said, "you are not allowed to leave the manor." The girl picked up a piece of fruit and said to Uncle Chung, "The company is in a mess right now, and my father is swamped with work. How about you time to manage me?" She held the fruit and crushed it in her hand. "Although there isn't much time, it's enough for me to cause a bloodbath in Yanbei." After this display of incredible skill, she wiped her hands, closed her eyes, and said to Uncle Chung, "Uncle Chung, you don't need to get involved in this. Otherwise, the pressure will fall on the Jingyi sect, and it will be difficult for you to explain. You don't need to stop me either. I don't dare to touch old Master Xia, but those who killed me must pay a heavy price." After speaking, she turned and left. Uncle Chung watched the young Miss's departing figure and thought to himself, "The young Miss has rarely taken action these past few years. It seems some people have forgotten her true face." She took out her phone and called someone. "D phone, bring some people to the Sihiyuan to pick me up. We're going to visit the old master of the Liu family first." The scene shifts to the Liu family's home. At this moment, she had arrived and was walking into the house. I think, besides the Liu family, the Wang family, the Li family, and the Zhao family were also involved in the attack on my family's farm. Xiaofan calmly said to old Master Liu while eating an ice cream bar, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" The old man sitting on the chair heard this, remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Humph, since when does a little brat who still smells of her mother's milk get to talk to me? Get the head of your Wu family over here." Her expression turned icy. Old Master Liu is highly respected. For a junior like me to do this is indeed against the rules. But it seems the old master has forgotten why no one in Yanbei dares to touch me. As soon as she finished speaking, a bald man rushed forward and slapped the old man, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The man kicked the old man a few more times, roaring, "Old man, you think you're so tough? How dare you act tough in front of my young miss?" Another subordinate pointed at a fat man opposite them and yelled, "Don't move. Whoever moves dies." The beaten old man's body went limp as he trembled and stood up. In life, there are many things one wants to do and also many things one doesn't want to do. But if you refuse to do the things you don't want to do, you won't be able to accomplish any of the things you want to do. She sat down in a chair. "Old master, do you understand my meaning?" The old man walked right up to Wu Xiaofan, pointed at her face, and said, "In a matter back then, your Wu family also had a part. If you do this now, neither side will accept the Wu family in the future." Wu Xiaofan, expressionless, said coldly, "Wait until Xia Dong returns to the Wu family. You all will be completely annihilated." She threw the finished ice cream stick at the old man's face, startling him. The old man angrily snapped the stick in his hand and roared, "Wu Xiaofan, do you want our two families to go to war?" Wu Xiaofan crossed her legs, sitting leisurely in the chair, and said, "Go to war with the Wu family? Are you even worthy? Your only backer is Xia Shizhong, but he already has 1 foot in the grave. Do you still expect him to return? Don't make me laugh. 10 years ago, the Wu family in Yanbei was just an insignificant clan. 10 years later, we can sit on top of you all. Have you ever thought about the reason why?" She placed a pill on the table and opened it. The old man just glanced at it and was so scared he almost wet his pants. The Wu family has chosen the right side every single time. Now, behind the Wu family, there's the company, the Zhengyi sect, Shun Sheng, and deep connections with the top families of the Long Kingdom. You want to fight me? What right do you have? With that, Wu Xiaofan stood up and put on her coat, looking incredibly cool. Wu Xiaofan turned to leave. "Old man, from now on, Yanbei is mine to command." The old man watched Wu Xiaofan leave, still trembling over here. "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you die. 2, the entire Lu family dies with you." Wu Xiaofan turned her head back and said with a mocking smile, "I hope tomorrow's front page will feature the old master's great name. I hope the old master doesn't choose wrong this time." Wu Xiaofan walked out the door, and her maid followed behind, asking, "Young miss, where are we going next?" Wu Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "The old lady of the Zhao family is always afraid her grandson will pursue me. Let's go there. It'll be a bit of fun." Wu Xiaofan thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Di-Feng, I've helped Mu Chenfeng clean up so many threats. How do you think I should have him thank me? What do you think about me making him agree to an engagement with me?" Then Wu Xiaofan walked towards the car. "Young miss, for such a big matter, shouldn't you still ask the family head first?" Meanwhile, Wu Neng and his wife were still sitting on their chairs. "Wife, do you think they'll succeed this time?" The wife, holding their child, said thoughtfully, "The world's spiritual veins all originate from Kunlun. Only in Kunlun can these shattered spiritual veins be repaired. This rumor has been circulating for many years, but Master once told us that Kunlun's spiritual veins originate from Penglai. I think they will fail." Wu Neng looked at his wife and asked, "You can't say that. At least in Kunlun, one can still find the path to Penglai." Then he looked in another direction. "In this era, it's uncertain if that path can still be opened. The world no longer has that much spiritual energy." The wife replied again, "It should be possible. After all, back then, Celestial Master Zhang left a section of spiritual vein in Kunlun, perhaps for future generations to open that path. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in Kunlun wouldn't be denser than in other places, and we wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the half-stepped Qi condensation realm." At this moment, an old man was being carried in on a stretcher, led by an aggressive-looking girl who was walking through the door. Seeing this scene, the young man said to his wife, "Wife, we've got business again. We can't even get a moment's rest." The wife placed the child in the cradle and said with a smile, "Good boy, mommy is going to beat up the bad guys. I'll be back in a bit." Wu Neng walked to the door, crossed his arms, and shouted loudly, "Little brat, it's not too late to turn back now. I can pretend you were never here." The girl in the lead didn't say a word, rushing forward and slashing with her sword. A stream of black spiritual power shot forward. Wu Neng immediately dodged to the side, avoiding her attack. Wu Neng released his spiritual power, furious. Was Master assassinated by this very blade back then? Wu Neng unleashed a powerful, true Qi. A giant golden broadsword descended from the sky as he shouted, "Wife, we must destroy this blade." Seeing the immensely powerful broadsword slashing down, the girl immediately raised her blade to block. The subordinates behind her were all restrained, screaming one by one as if they had gone mad. It turned out Wu Neng's wife had rushed forward to deal with that group of people. Not only must she die, the traitor must also die. The wife's face was flushed with anger. A blood feud as deep as the sea can only be washed away with blood. The old man was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Go! Let's go quickly! Hurry, or we'll die here." That girl was still very stubborn, raising her blade forward and saying, "Back then, my mother was able to kill your master. I can just as easily kill you." Then she rushed forward, slashing ahead. "You foolish people of the Long Kingdom. You thought Guei Chia's ability was to control fire, but its true power is slashing. Understand? Have you ever seen a true powerhouse? I once longed to take the blame for a weakling, and I witnessed my mother's death with my own eyes. Therefore, I sought power. Now, I'm a powerhouse. My blade can shatter mountains." After unleashing a world-shaking attack, the girl laughed so hard her jaw nearly dropped, trembled beneath the power of Guei Chia, beg for forgiveness, and then die in fear. Watching the attack come at him, Wu Neng reached out his hand and easily crushed it. The girl saw this scene, and while she was laughing her head off, her expression suddenly changed drastically. She stared wide-eyed in horror, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. "What?" Wu Neng turned to his wife and said, "Honey, are all the ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Country like this? Do they all have to shout, 'Use thunder to shatter the darkness' before a fight?" The wife raised her fist and said angrily, "I told you not to watch their cartoons, but you wouldn't believe me. If you teach our child bad habits later, I won't forgive you." The girl, having been blocked, thought angrily. The power of Guei Chia was blocked so easily by him. The strength of these two people far exceeds my expectations. There's no other way. The girl, in her anger, prepared to unleash her final move. "I can only use this ultimate move." At this moment, the wife began to make her move. "Stop playing around. Hurry up and finish this so we can go home, soothe the baby, and wash the diapers. What's the point of messing around with this little brat here?" Wu Neng prepared to deal with the girl. "Honey, let me wash the baby's diapers. I want to eat noodles with minced meat tonight." The girl gritted her teeth in anger and looked at the child. "These two are terrifyingly strong. Either one of them could defeat me." The child was still innocently lying in the cradle, sucking its thumb. "For the sake of my mother's last wish, I am willing to do anything." Back to the scene where Mu Chenfeng led several women into a cave. Deep inside the cave, Mu Chenfeng looked up and thought, "After entering the Kunlun's secret realm, I can clearly feel that the spiritual energy here is much denser. If I cultivate here for 3 months, I will definitely have a chance at foundation establishment." Mu Chenfeng turned to Yuya and said, "You wait here for the people from Koga to arrive." Zheng Qi, standing behind, spoke up at this moment. "No way. She's a Koga ninja. We can't let her go. We don't know what dangers lie in Kunlun. If they make a move in secret, we'll be in big trouble." Hearing this, Yuya immediately rushed forward. "Let me go kill her." Li Sisi also chimed in. "Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself." Mu Chenfeng, it's not because you've looked at her a few more times that you're a bit reluctant, is it? Yuya shyly stepped forward and tugged on Mu Chenfeng's sleeve. "Mu Chenfeng, don't you want me anymore?" Mu Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly walked forward. "Kunlun is more dangerous than you think. Whatever their intentions, they must first protect themselves. Planting a thorn in Koga's side is still easier than always being on guard." Mu Chenfeng turned his head, patted Yuya's shoulder, and said, "They have been planning this for a long time. I think Wu Neng might not be able to stop them. Can I trust you?" Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Yuya was extremely shy, blushing as she looked up at him and said, "As long as it's an order from Chenfeng, I will definitely do my best." She watched the group walk forward, clasped her hands, and said, "Amaterasu Amakami, is Lord Chenfeng the messenger you sent to save me?" Mu Chenfeng continued to walk ahead, nonchalantly, with the women following behind. "According to the information I have now, the greatest danger in Kunlun is the soul miasma that is everywhere. The soul miasma has the power to directly attack the soul. So every step we take from now on must be more careful." He turned to Lu Chun and said, "Team 8 came to Kunlun that year, but perhaps they never reached the point of facing the soul miasma." Lu Chun replied, "I don't know. Brother Jie didn't take me on that mission." Zhang Qi said from behind, "You found a way to send Yuya away. Is it because you don't want her to know about this danger?" Mu Chenfeng replied, "Those not of our race are bound to have different hearts. She is not yet worthy of my trust." Mu Chenfeng's group walked up to a wall where there was a skeleton. Mu Chenfeng said, "If she listens to me, I can help her. If she doesn't, then just let her stay in Kunlun." Moving forward, they saw a photograph in the skeleton's hand. The people in the photo were laughing at a little girl in their arms. Mu Chenfeng picked up the photo and said, "These are all the members of Team A." Lu Chen replied sadly, "Sister Hong, I've been looking for you for so long, so you were here." Mu Chenfeng handed the photo to Lu Chun and said, "You didn't come to Kunlun that year?" Lu Chun looked at the photo, her eyes welling up with tears. That year, I fought with an expert from the Eagle Country and was captured. Brother Jie arranged for me to go home and recuperate. Back then, she was locked in a cage, and outside, a group of aggressive-looking men were training. A bald old man brought a plate of food to Lu Chun. Eat something. At that time, she was very angry and spat in the bald old man's face. She gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for your numbers, I wouldn't have fallen into your hands." He immediately rushed forward, pointed a gun at Lu Chen's head, and roared, "Captain, let me kill her first." That bald old man rushed over, knocked the gun away, and said, "For our superhuman team, the top priority is to ensure the mission is completed. The thing in Kunlun is of great value to our genetic science research. We still need people from the Long Kingdom to enter Kunlun, so don't act rashly." The other guy was so angry he couldn't do anything but fire a shot into the air. "This is pissing me off. Pissing me off." The bald old man calmly picked up the plate of food, walked towards Lu Chun, and handed it to her, saying, "I have nothing to say to you. I can assure you, you'll be fine before the mission is completed." Lu Chun, furious at that moment, kicked the plate of food away, not touching a single bite, and cursed wildly, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." The bald old man turned and left, looking back on his way out to say to Lu Chun, "We have had many people die at the hands of Team A. You had best pray that I live a little longer. That way your death will be less painful." Back to Hu Jie's side. At this time, Team A was in a fierce battle. Want to kill a member of my Team A? I suggest you go to bed early. You can have anything in your dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, that group of people was dealt with by Hu Jie in an instant. The bald old man saw his men being dealt with and said, "You, how did you find us?" Just as he finished speaking, he was pierced from behind by a spear. "On the territory of the Long Kingdom, it's not difficult to find you. Whoever offends my Long Kingdom shall be annihilated, no matter how far." She rushed forward, pointing her sword directly at Mu Chenfeng. "You are very strong, but next time, the result might not be the same." Mu Chenfeng waved his hand, and thousands of swords appeared behind him, preparing to charge straight at the girl. "Next time, you won't have this chance." Back at Wu Neng's house, Wu Neng and his wife and child were together. "Who's talking?" Wu Neng turned back in alarm and asked his wife, "Are you and our son okay? Is our son okay?" The wife looked at Wu Neng with a sorrowful expression and said, "We're fine. You should focus on healing your injuries first." Then she placed her son in the cradle. "They have angered me." Her entire body emitted an extremely terrifying blue aura. She gritted her teeth and said, "The first layer, our ancestors said not to enter Kunlun, but they must all remain here." Wu Neng's entire body also emitted a yellow aura. He said to his wife, "Honey, activate the fourth layer of Kunlun. Let's act together." Tan Xiaoqing smiled at Wu Neng. "We are husband and wife. Of course we do things together." Then the two of them, hand in hand, walked together. "But by doing this, you will also become an ordinary person with me." The two walked towards that door. "What's wrong with being an ordinary person? At worst, I'll set up a fortune-telling stall to support you and our son. Go fishing in my free time. That's what truly experiencing life is." Wu Neng looked at the door and said with a smile, "When our son grows up, we'll teach him to cultivate. That way, the lineage won't be considered broken." The two auras began to merge. The wife said, "It's just a pity that, after the fourth layer is opened, the Kunlun secret realm will no longer exist." The husband and wife began to step through the door. "Isn't this the mission of our family?" Wu Neng stared straight ahead. "This Mu Chenfeng has a mysterious background. He can probably find a way to Peng Lai as well." Back to this side. Mu Chenfeng was preparing for a fierce battle with a girl named Ying. He said, "In the Long Kingdom, the person who can kill me has not yet been born. What do you think you are?" A raging fire erupted, surrounding the girl. Mu Chenfeng turned his head in alarm and shouted to the women behind him, "Retreat 10 steps. Something's not right. Prepare for a fierce fight." The fire burned more and more intensely, causing everyone inside to be stunned. Looking up, she raised her sword, trying to absorb this strange flame. Mu Chenfeng mused, "This demon blade has already developed a spirit. If it's given enough room to grow, it could possess energy comparable to the Qi condensation realm." Mu Chenfeng held out his hand, and a stream of light appeared in his palm. Has the spiritual energy of Kunlun changed? From a distance, that flame was clashing with Ying's demonic aura. Suddenly, the flame went out, and everything around seemed to disappear as if nothing had happened, leaving those far away stunned, looking at each other, not understanding what had occurred. Li Sisi asked Mu Chenfeng from behind, "Where did they all go?" Mu Chenfeng turned his head and replied, "I don't know. Let's keep moving." around Mu Chunfeng and the women. They were surrounded by countless sword formations. Mu Chunfeng turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Mu Chunfeng carefully observed the surrounding situation. This fog has the power to attack the soul. Do not leave the range of the Peachwood sword. Looking back, they saw a group of ninjas lying on the ground, groaning in the fog. Mu Chunfeng picked up a long spear and said, "It seems this is a weapon left behind by Team A. It was originally an ordinary item, but in this environment, its quality is close to that of a magical artifact, carrying a very strong soul attack power." Then Mu Chunfeng gave the long spear to Lu Chun. However, it's fine for dealing with ordinary people. Against experts above the Xiantian realm, at most it can only daze the opponent for a moment with no real effect. Lu Chun took the long spear and replied, gritting her teeth, "Sister Hong always carried her weapon with her. You bastards." The scene shifts to Yuzhou. At this moment, a young woman appeared at the door. She is Wan Qian, the chairwoman of the Wan Corporation. She walked in gracefully and said, "Uncle Liang, I came to visit you as soon as I got back from the Eagle Country. Have you been well lately, Uncle?" Uncle Liang was inside making tea. Seeing Wan Qian enter, he said, "This old body of mine is still quite sturdy. This is tuna tea from Yongnan County. It only recently became available in Yangzhou. You should try it. The taste is very good." Wan Qian walked in, placed her handbag on the table, and slowly sat down. She looked at Uncle Liang and said, "Uncle Liang, the tea I brought back for you from the Cherry Blossom Country last time, 500,000 per gene. Why didn't you drink it?" Uncle Liang brought the teacup to his nose, took a sniff, and replied, "I threw it away. This Uncle Liang of yours only likes domestic products. Foreign goods, no matter how expensive, I find them inferior to the tea here." Wan Qian also lifted her teacup to smell it and said, "What a wonderful aroma. It truly is good tea, Uncle." Then she slowly pushed the bag towards Uncle Liang. "Uncle Liang, you must try this box of coffee. It's the latest genetically modified product from the Eagle Country. It tastes quite good." Hearing this, Uncle Liang laughed heartily. "I'm old now. At this age, I not only like local things, but also things left behind by our ancestors. These newfangled things are more suitable for you young people." After laughing for a moment, Uncle Liang became pensive and said to Wan Qian, "Little Qian, I heard that you and Mr. John from the Wilson Pharmaceutical Group in the Eagle Country are friends. Is that right?" Hearing this, Wan Qian's heart skipped a beat, but she calmly replied to Uncle Liang, "No, Uncle Liang, you've misunderstood. He and I just have a normal business relationship. The Wilson Pharmaceutical Group in the Eagle Country is very famous. We can make money without losing anything, so why not make it?" Wan Qian looked at Uncle Liang thoughtfully and said, "Besides, the cooperation with the Wilson Group has to wait for Uncle Xia's approval." Uncle Liang stroked his chin and said, "Your Uncle Xia, his tastes have changed in recent years. He no longer likes our steamed buns. Now he prefers the rice balls from the Cherry Blossom Country." Uncle Liang stroked his chin, looked at Wan Qian, and continued, "But on second thought, it makes sense. After all, he's been sick for so many years. It's understandable to try some new things. It's a pity that we discovered his change in taste too late." Wan Qian placed her hands on her teacup and said, "This time, Uncle Xia will step down. That position will surely be yours, Uncle Liang." "Uncle Liang, I'd like another cup." Uncle Liang slowly poured tea into the cup and said to Wan Qian, "You silly girl, ever since you were little, you've loved coming to my place for snacks, and you never forgot to ask for 2 more cups of tea. Later, I'll have Xiao Hu bring 2 caddies to the car for you." Wan Qian stood up, slowly picked up her handbag, and said, "Uncle Liang, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't disturb you any longer. If you don't like this coffee, then I'll take it back." Seeing that Wan Qian was about to take it, Uncle Liang reached out to stop her. Genetically modified coffee is a new thing. We old folks aren't too fond of it, but the young people under us can still give it a try. Don't people always say we should combine the East and the West? Wan Qian bowed to bid farewell to Uncle Liang and prepared to leave. "Yes, little Qian will visit you again next time." Then she slowly walked out the door. After she left, Uncle Liang said to Hu Huangli, "Xiao Hu, take the tea to little Qian's car. You must personally see her take it with her own hands." Xiao Hu said, "I understand." Then he picked up the coffee box and said, "The latest genetically modified coffee from the Eagle Country. Such a good thing, now that it's on our turf. It's ours." After that, he told a nearby intern to take the coffee box home. At this moment, Wan Qian had reached her car, and someone opened the door for her. Xiao Hu quickly ran out with 2 packets of tea and said to Wan Qian, "Miss Wan, this tea is a gift from Director Liang." Wan Qian said coldly, "Put in the car. I don't like taking things from other people's hands." Xiao Hu saw Wan Qian's impatient attitude, but still forced a smile. Director Liang specifically instructed that I must personally see Miss Wan take it with her own hands. I hope Miss Wan won't make things difficult for me. Hearing him say that, Wan Qian's face turned cold, and she irritably reached out to take the 2 packets of tea. After that, without another word, she got into the car and sped away. Sitting in the car, Wan Qian said irritably, "Notify everyone below, cancel all operations. There's no chance anymore." The female subordinate who was driving turned her head in surprise and asked, "Miss, should we notify the superhuman team?" Wan Qian said anxiously, "Do you want me to die like that old man, Xia Shizhong? Xia Shizhong is struggling in despair, but I'm still young. I still have many opportunities. Let's go, let's go." None of these old guys in the company are easy to deal with. At this moment, a girl was leisurely walking down the street while eating ice cream. She was the intern Tian Wanyu, an intern who doesn't work overtime and has no friends. "I'm so bored. Wanyu wants to go to Kunlun to have fun too." Woohoo! As she was walking, a stylishly dressed young man suddenly jumped in front of her, blocking her way and saying, "Hey beautiful, let's be friends. I want to." With her mouth still full of ice cream, Wanyu mumbled while chewing, "Sorry, I'm not naive." That young man immediately rushed forward, and from behind Wanyu, another guy appeared out of nowhere, holding 2 roses. He rushed up to grab her and said, "Little sister, look what I have in my hand." She coldly turned and walked away, leaving the 2 guys looking bewildered. "Big brother, take a closer look at what you're holding." He stopped to look, and the 2 roses had somehow turned into a blade of grass, leaving him stunned in amazement. "Impossible." The young man looked again and found that he was holding a spring onion. "Oh my god, I must have seen a ghost. Why is it a spring onion?" When he turned back and said to the young man, "Boring. I stopped playing this little trick of yours when I was 3. As soon as she finished speaking, a large woman rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and cursed through gritted teeth, "You thief! How dare you steal my vegetables? Come with me to the police station to confess." And so, Wanyu continued walking forward. She crossed a bridge and said, "Brother Hu, you finally called me. Wanyu is about to die of boredom." She picked up the phone, and a voice came from the other end. "Don't be hasty. The superhuman team from the Eagle Country is about to arrive in Kunlun. Your mission is to deal with them." Wanyu laughed and replied, "Kill them all?" The voice on the other end said again, "Bring one back alive. As for the rest, it's up to your mood. Play with them however you want." Wanyu laughed heartily. "Hee hee, thank you, Brother Hu. When you get back to Yuzhou, I'll treat you to candy." At this moment, that young man came running towards Wanyu from a distance, panting heavily. "You damn brat, don't run. Son of a bitch, you dare mess with me? Today, whether you like it or not, you're gonna have a good long drink with me." Before he could finish his words, she rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar with one hand, lifted him up, and said, "All right, jump down here with me, and I'll drink with you." After saying that, she grabbed the young man, lifted him high into the air, scaring him so much that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he cried his eyes out. With a loud scream, he fell into the water with a splash. The young man cried his heart out, screaming frantically. As soon as his head broke the surface, he yelled, "I've seen a ghost! I've seen a ghost! Mommy! I want my mommy." Wanyu, while eating her candy, turned and walked away with a scoff. So boring. At this moment, on the highway, a convoy of vehicles was moving. The people in the cars were all ready for battle. That is Kunlun Mountain. 10 years ago, the superhuman team was completely wiped out here. This time, we people of the Eagle Country must reclaim the glory that belongs to us. Hearing this, a young man in the back replied, "We can't contact Miss Wan Qian, Captain. I'm worried there will be problems with this mission." The captain clenched his fist and made a decisive gesture. "Most of the Wan Corporation's assets are in the Eagle Country. She wouldn't dare to play tricks on us. I think she just wants to avoid suspicion. After all, we are in the territory of the Long Kingdom. Even without her help, we are all genetically modified warriors. With our strength, we have no rivals in this Long Kingdom." The convoy continued to move forward, but they didn't expect that the girl, Tian Wanyu, had been watching them for a long time. She tightened a silk thread in her hand and said decisively, "I've waited for you for so long. You've finally arrived. Don't disappoint me." The convoy continued to speed along, one car after another, full of momentum. Suddenly, a car was cut in half. The soldiers inside let out blood-curdling screams and were immediately sent to meet King Yama. They were dead before they could even scream. Debris from the vehicle was scattered on the road. The cars behind slammed on their brakes, dodging her attack. A guy who had just rushed out of his car screamed frantically, "We're under attack! We're under attack! Get out of the cars, you guys!" Cut to another scene. Mu Feng and his female companions were still venturing deep into the cave. At this moment, the group, protected by Mu Feng's sword formation, was leisurely moving forward. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out, blocking Mu Feng's group, leaving him and the girl stunned. Mu Feng's sword collided with the giant hand, creating a violent explosion. Mu Chenfeng was also a little surprised to witness this scene. This mist has the power to attack the soul. If it weren't for the protection of the peach with sword, I'm afraid we would have been dead long ago. Mu Chenfeng turned his head and said to the girls behind him, "Moreover, the deeper we go, the more I can feel this power growing, stronger and stronger." Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Lu Chun rushed forward with a very resolute attitude. So what? Back then, Team A also went deep into the Kunlun's secret realm, and they were fine, weren't they? Mu Chenfeng flicked his finger, and the peachwood sword immediately shot from in front of him straight into the mist. Mu Chenfeng said, "They're all heirs of the Long Kingdom. It's not strange for them to have a few protective magical artifacts on them." A stream of true qi emerged from Mu Chenfeng's hand, but even so, they could only preserve their lives. I guess they were completely wiped out that year because their vital energy was severely damaged in Kunlun, and then they happened to encounter ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Country. Misfortunes never come singly. Lu Chun gritted her teeth and said, "No matter the cost, not a single one of those people from that year will escape." After walking for a while longer, Mu Chenfeng's group arrived in front of a mound of earth. On it, a fox was lying next to a stone pillar. The stone pillar emanated an extremely strong spiritual power, and on top of it sat a wooden box. "It's Granny Hui. Is it your true form?" Mu Chenfeng immediately gripped his sword, and a green aura emanated from his entire body, growing more and more intense. "You girls step back. Let me see what mystery this wooden box holds." Seeing Mu Chenfeng being so rash, Li Sisi immediately rushed forward and grabbed his hand. "Young Master Mu, before we figure things out, it's best not to touch that box." Mu Chenfeng was unmoved by Li Sisi's words. He turned his head slightly and said, "This bit of soul-invading power is useless against me. Don't worry." After speaking, Mu Chenfeng turned towards the stone pillar and slowly advanced, thinking to himself, "The world thinks my strength comes from my cultivation realm, but no one knows that my greatest reliance is this soul, which is even more ancient than the primordial era." Thinking this, Mu Chenfeng moved closer. The wooden box on the stone pillar emitted wisps of smoke, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Mu Chenfeng lifted the box and slowly opened it, wanting to see what mysterious thing was inside. Before he could see clearly, a loud explosion accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke burst out, startling the girls behind him in terror. Li Sisi rushed forward, shouting, "Get back quickly! Yulin, protect Zheng Qi." Inside, Mu Chenfeng was resisting the gray mist. He shouted loudly. Ancient sword chain formed the array. Mu Chenfeng slowly emerged from the gray mist, the swords around him plunging straight into the ground, forming a formation. Mu Chenfeng shouted, "Ha!" Immediately, a fierce gale arose. The gray mist gathered where Mu Chenfeng was standing, surrounded by the formation created by the peach with swords. The girls immediately rushed to Mu Chenfeng's side. "Huh, what is this? Is it alive? My brother Feng is so amazing." Mu Chenfeng opened the wooden box. He wondered what was inside, but it turned out to be half a fish, looking very terrifying. It said this fish comes from the Void River, and the Void River connects to the northern underworld. Li Sisi, standing behind, saw the half-fish and was immediately stunned, her jaw dropping. She covered her face, her expression filled with horror. The northern underworld is the immortal realm of Penglai. Lu Chun, standing behind, also saw the half-fish and spoke up. In the northern underworld, there's a fish named Kuan. When this fish has cultivated enough, it can transform into the divine bird Kuan Peng, soaring 90,000 miles high. Therefore, this fish is also called the void-devouring Kuan. It is extremely poisonous, but also extremely nourishing. Lu Chun recalled that scene, her face filled with fear. It said that if used correctly, a cultivator can immediately ascend to immortality. Even an ordinary person who eats this fish can be cured of all illnesses. Suddenly, Lu Chun recalled that scene and said angrily, "It was because of this monstrous thing that all of Team 8 died here." Seeing Lu Chun about to rush forward to deal with the fish, Mu Chenfeng immediately grabbed the long spear in her hand. No matter what, this thing is a rare treasure. It would be a great pity to destroy it. Mu Chenfeng closed the wooden box, took out a piece of white cloth from his clothes, and wrapped it up. Teammate died for it back then. I'm giving it to you. I don't think they would object. Whether to keep it or destroy it is up to you. Mu Chenfeng handed the wooden box to Lu Chun. Lu Chun immediately hugged the wooden box, crying silently. Mu Chenfeng turned to Li Sisi and said, "Don't be jealous. No matter how good an object is, it's still just an external possession. Relying on yourself is the only way to go further." Then Mu Chenfeng pointed at Yulin and said, "Look, Yulin's temperament is much better than yours." Li Sisi looked dejected. "My goodness, that's a treasure that can make someone ascend to immortality instantly." Li Sisi thought of the half-fish, her face beaming. "Even if I can't ascend, just looking at it is a feast for the eyes." Meanwhile, Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms, feeling apprehensive about this girl. Countless pairs of eyes are coveting this thing. It might not be a blessing in your hands. Back on the 4th level of Kunlun, at this moment, an old man was being carried by several people in black. Ahead, the female warrior was in a defensive stance, looking at the gray mist around them. Ya, beside her, asked in confusion where this was. "Where are we?" The female warrior maintained her stance and replied, "I don't know, but I can be sure we are still inside Kunlun." Suddenly, a golden light pierced through a ninja's body, and he didn't even have time to let out a tragic scream. The female warrior witnessed this and shouted loudly, "Go now. The mist here has the power to attack souls. We can't withstand it." Everyone charged forward through the gray mist. This place isn't recorded in any of Jiaxia's intelligence reports. It's very likely we will all die here. She turned her head and said, "But everyone, remember, you will forever be the most loyal warriors of Jiaxia." The warriors behind heard this and replied with great confidence, "We swear to die for our country, swear to die for Jiaxia." Just as they finished that resounding cry, another golden light pierced through a person's body, silencing him in despair. The old man witnessed this and laughed loudly. This is its power. As long as I eat it, I can survive." The female warrior turned her head and snorted coldly at the old man. "Wait until you've actually survived, then it won't be too late to say that. Stop boasting and bragging over there." Everyone continued forward, arriving before a large river with a boat moored on the bank. The female warrior turned her head and said to the ninjas behind her, "Find a way across the river. I'll provide cover." 2 ninjas, their bodies shrouded in black energy, charged towards the boat, gliding across the river surface. Seeing this, Ya spoke up, "Anna, don't you think something's wrong?" The female warrior, still holding her sharp sword, replied to Yuya, "What's unusual? They are all warriors of Jiaxia. Even if they die, they will have no regrets or complaints." Looking back, the 2 ninjas had been grabbed and crushed by a giant black hand, and both fell into the river with a splash. Cold sweat broke out on Anna's face. She shouted loudly, "This river is like a void. You can't use it for leverage." In the air, there's also a strange, soul-attacking mist. "Are we all going to die here?" Anna gritted her teeth, refusing to accept this reality. "No one can stop our Jiaxia warriors." Anna immediately slashed a stream of black energy towards the giant gray mist hand, muttering, "If a god stands in my way, I'll kill the god." Then Anna looked at Yuya and said, "Carry him. We're leaving now." Yuya carried the old man, and with a push of their feet, the 2 of them charged towards the opposite bank. Yuya, carrying the heavy old man, panted and said, "So heavy, I can't take it anymore." The old man chuckled and replied, "Thank you. I will definitely support your career." Hearing his sarcastic remark, Ya turned her head and cursed angrily. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, our Jiaxia warriors wouldn't have died here." The 3 of them stood there in silence, watching streams of green energy being pulled forward. "There seems to be something up ahead." Anna stared intently in that direction and said, "Something's not right. Something must have happened in the Kunlun secret realm. Whether we want him dead or alive, we have to wait until the mission is complete to decide." Back to Mu Chenfeng's side, he and the girls were standing by that mound of earth. Mu Chenfeng unfolded the white cloth on which were written 4 words, "No immortals in the world." Li Sisi looked at these words, her jaw dropping in astonishment, her eyes wide. "No immortals in the world? Impossible. How can there be no immortals?" Mu Chenfeng clenched the cloth in his hand, his face filled with intense confidence, and said, "He has only just ascended. How would he know what an immortal truly is?" "How ridiculous," Li Sisi said with a sad face. Celestial Master Zhang was the last person in the world to ascend. How could his words be wrong? Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng turned back to Li Sisi and said, "Does that mean the lifelong efforts of our generation of cultivators are just a joke?" After speaking, he put both hands in his pockets, closed his eyes, and replied, "The path has no end." He had only just ascended. How could he understand anything? Mu Chenfeng turned and patted Li Sisi's shoulder comfortingly. He couldn't possibly understand what the true source of the great Tao is. "Don't overthink it. The path beneath your feet is the most real." Just as he patted her shoulder, suddenly there was a world-shaking explosion, causing everyone to turn their heads in shock. At this moment, Yuya and Anna, with Yuya still carrying the old man on her shoulder, appeared imposingly before Mu Chenfeng's group. Seeing the situation, Lu Chun immediately charged forward with her spear at lightning speed. "You're here. Don't even think about running." Seeing this, Anna also swung her sword to block Lu Chen's long spear. "Many people have wanted to kill me, but in the end, aren't I still alive and kicking with all my teeth intact? Who can kill me?" Hith hith. Being mocked, Lu Chun became furious and thrust her spear at Anna several times in succession. "Only by finishing you all off will those sounds disappear from my head." Watching the two women fight desperately, Mu Chanfeng stood to the side and commented leisurely. "Lu Chun cultivates both internally and externally. Her moves may look ordinary, but her strength is not the least bit weaker than her opponent's." Then Mu Chanfeng raised his head and said to Yulin, "Yulin, you have too little practical combat experience. Watching more will be very beneficial for you. You must watch carefully." On the other side, Lu Chun and Anna were still fighting fiercely, neither giving an inch. Lu Chen's long spear continuously thrust towards Anna, even striking the cliff wall, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Seeing Lu Chen's strength, even Li Sisi was stunned with her mouth agape. "If I were Anna, I would be dead on the spot by now." Mu Chenfeng continued speaking to Yulin. Yulin asked Mu Chanfeng in confusion, "Young master, in our Long Kingdom, what level is Sister Lu Chen at now?" Mu Chenfeng thought for a moment and replied, "At least on the surface, besides me and the two from Longhu Mountain, no one is her match. The last time they fought, Lu Chun was at a disadvantage, only because she didn't have a suitable weapon." Mu Chenfeng reminded everyone to watch closely. "Watch carefully. Anna is about to use her real moves, and Lu Chun is about to win." Hearing this, Anna retorted angrily, "Don't get cocky. There's another way. You'll be liberated in death." After speaking, she slashed a stream of fire towards Lu Chun with astonishing power. Seeing the fierce flames rushing towards her, Lu Chun immediately dodged to the side, avoiding her attack. Lu Chun was also a little surprised by Anna's move. "Many people have wanted me dead over the years, but in the end, am I not still alive and well?" Seeing her move easily dodged, Anna was so angry she gritted her teeth, speechless. Seeing this, Mu Chanfeng couldn't help but applaud and praise. "Excellent. Projecting internal energy externally, and with such fine control. She's just one step away from the realm of the two from Longhu Mountain." Then Mu Chenfeng turned to Yulin and said, "Yulin, watch carefully. When you can control your spiritual energy to this degree, only then will you be considered to have officially entered the path." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. The wooden box was sent flying, and it was unclear what had happened inside. After the smoke cleared, Lu Chun was seen holding her long spear, pointing it straight at Anna. "Have you thought about how you want to die yet? Weren't you so sharp-tongued just now?" Anna gritted her teeth and used the sword in her hand to block Lu Chen's long spear. Breaking through the encirclement, Anna fled the scene at lightning speed. The old man being carried by Yuya saw Anna escape and shouted angrily, "Miss Yuya, help me. I'll give you 10 billion. No, 100 billion. Help me." Hearing him, Mu Chanfeng extended a hand and said, "Do you want to follow a disastrous path or be my friend? How do you want to choose? Don't choose wrong. Think it over carefully." As soon as she heard Mu Chenfeng's words, Yuya threw the old man to the ground with a thud, causing him to scream in pain. "Ayo, my goodness." Yuya immediately ran to Mu Chenfeng's side, shouting joyfully, "Brother Chenfeng, I've always wanted to be your friend." Arriving in front of Mu Chenfeng, Yuya said with a cold expression, "Xia Shizhong has always been cooperating with Jia Xia. The main culprit behind the death of Team 10 years ago was him." As soon as the old man heard this, he went berserk and shouted, "Damn it, you traitor! You're a traitor!" Seeing him screaming, Mu Chanfeng stepped forward and retorted, "For your own selfish desires, you caused the deaths of so many compatriots. Who is the real traitor here?" Stung by Mu Chenfeng's words as if slapped, the old man screamed with all his might, "I'm not wrong. I just want to live. What's wrong with that?" He roared in anger incessantly. "The entire Long Kingdom is full of useless people. I just have terminal cancer, and they can't even cure me. I just wanted to use the void-devouring Kuan to cure myself, but they all oppose me. What's wrong with that?" Suddenly, the old man noticed the wooden box nearby. Seeing the wooden box nearby, the old man suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone says I'm selfish, but I've shed sweat for the company, shed blood for the company, and secretly protected the Long Kingdom countless times. Mu Chenfeng, You answer me, who is truly selfish? Mu Chenfeng, thinking of birth, old age, sickness, and death, held out one hand while the other was in his pocket and said confidently, "You're insane. Birth, old age, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, encountering those one despises, unfulfilled desires, the blazing of the five aggregates. These are the sufferings all living beings must endure. You don't have the power to defy heaven and change your fate, yet you want to do just that. Don't you know that the will of heaven is hard to defy?" The old man rushed madly towards the wooden box, cackling. "My destiny is my own, not heaven's. To hell with heaven and earth. Get out of my way." Under Li Sisi's horrified gaze, he swallowed half of that fish. "Oh no, he's about to eat it. Oh my god, he ate it." Mu Chenfeng stopped Li Sisi, calmly replying, "No need to stop him. If he didn't eat it, he could have lived for a few more months. Now, he's just seeking his own death." The old man ate half the fish, thinking he would be blessed, but instead he fell hard. His face suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he stammered, "What's happening to me? Oh God, what is this?" Mu Chenfeng leisurely walked towards him, followed by several ice-faced girls. "This is the Dharma-ending age. Without cultivation, the thing you've longed for is nothing but a potent poison." Then Mu Chenfeng walked up to him and continued, "Within 7 days, your body will begin to rot, and you will eventually die in agony, as if 10,000 insects are gnawing at your heart and liver. Hee hee." The old man trembled, reaching a hand towards Mu Chenfeng, and said, "Mu Chenfeng, I'll give you everything I have, just kill me. I'm begging you to kill me." Mu Chenfeng turned away coldly, replying to him, "You have done much evil, and now you are deserted by everyone. This is your own doing. I won't let you die so easily. You will die in torment in this dark place, unknown to anyone." After that, Mu Chenfeng and his cold-faced female companions left. Yulin said to Mu Chenfeng, "Young master, letting that old man eat something as good as the void-devouring koan. Isn't that a bit of waste?" Mu Chenfeng paid no mind to the fish, turning to ask Yulin, "Yulin, what do you think suffering is?" Yulin asked Mu Chenfeng in surprise. "What? Young master, I don't know. I only know that I'll do whatever the young master tells me to do. I just want to be with the young master forever." Hearing Yulin's sweet words, Mu Chenfeng turned back, smiling until his eyes crinkled. "If that's the case, then what is there to regret?" Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, Yulin nodded her head repeatedly in joy. "Young master, I understand now. All things in heaven and earth have their own Tao, the forms of heaven and earth, the laws of motion and stillness of yin and yang, the ordered arrangement of the stars, the timing of the changing winds and snow, the life and death authority of spring and autumn, the distinction between the inside and outside of rivers and mountains." Afterward, Mu Chenfeng raised a finger and explained to Yulin, "Thinking too much, worrying too much, in the end, you just become mediocre. You only need to remember 4 words. Do not forget your original intention. Only by persevering with your initial will do you have a chance to see the source of the Tao that belongs to you." Hearing Mu Chenfeng's long speech, Yulin was dumbfounded. She asked blankly, "Young master, what you said is too profound. I don't understand it again." Mu Chenfeng ruffled her hair and laughed heartily. "No rush. Just follow the young master, cultivate slowly, and you'll understand in the future." Just like that, the group walked out of the cave entrance. At this time, they were still on the 4th level of Kunlun. Seeing 2 people still fighting fiercely, Mu Chenfeng stopped by the riverbank to observe, while Yulin asked in constant astonishment, "Young master, please hurry and help Sister Luchen." Li Sisi had already prepared several silver needles in her hand, getting into a stance and saying, "Young Master Mu, I can also lend a hand." Seeing that the two seemed very worried about Lu Chun, Mu Chenfeng held out a hand to stop them. No one is to make a move. Lu Chun has been blinded by hatred. If she doesn't get revenge with her own hands, she will surely fall into the demonic path later. On the other side, Anna continuously shot streams of black energy at Lu Chun. Lu Chun didn't flinch, tightly gripping her long spear in defense. Mu Chenfeng crossed his arms and said confidently, "Anna is too impatient. If she fought steadily and surely, she might have lasted more than 10 moves." Yulin didn't understand and asked, "Young Master Mu, even if she's at a disadvantage, she wouldn't lose so quickly, would she?" Mu Chenfeng replied, "When masters fight, victory and defeat are decided in a hair's breadth. This Anna is no ordinary person. She was painstakingly trained by Jia Xia since childhood, and most of her strength comes from that sword. But in terms of experience, she can't compare to Lu Chun, who has gone through life and death in team since she was young." As soon as he finished speaking, a move shot straight at Lu Chun. Mu Chenfeng said to Yulin, "Yulin, watch closely. In the next round, Anna will surely die. The words had just been spoken when, looking again, Lu Chun had already thrust her long spear straight at Anna. Anna luckily dodged Lu Chen's move, and the long spear shot straight into the cliff face, creating a deafening explosion. Having dodged Lu Chen's move, Anna confidently counterattacked. With no weapon in your hand, what will you fight me with? Come on, let's fight again. I must kill you, go die. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun rushed towards her, true chi condensing in her hands. At this moment, she seemed to transform into a fox demon. A weapon? Oof. My entire body is a weapon. Anna's hand was grabbed by Lu Chun. From Lu Chen's hand, a black bloodline began to spread across Anna's body. Before that bloodline could spread further, Lu Chun was pushed away by Anna. She charged forward, and Lu Chun immediately re-engaged in the confrontation. 10 years of forbearance, just to kill all of you, you Jiaxian ninjas. It's no injustice for you to die at my hands. Looking again, Lu Chun had already rushed in front of Anna, landing a punch on her chest, leaving her no time to react. The sword in Anna's hand also fell to the ground. Anna was terrified by Lu Chen's move. Mother, could it be that in the end, even I cannot inherit your last wish? Mu Chenfeng appeared from nowhere, walked over, and picked up the fallen sword. As soon as he picked up the sword, a ninja's soul emerged from within it, sacrificing one's soul to the blade, becoming the blade itself. Truly a madman. Mu Chenfeng raised the sword. Anna laughed coldly. The power of Gui Che, you can't suppress it. Mu Chenfeng confidently raised the black sword and said, You say I can't control it? You dare to challenge me? Anna knelt on the ground, saying weakly, The legendary demonic blade of Jiaxia. To think it would have the highest bond with someone from the Long Kingdom. I hope you can treat Gui Che well in the future. Hearing her words, Mu Chenfeng let out a cold laugh. How ridiculous. A bunch of frogs in a well. You think I would care about this thing? As Mu Chenfeng spoke, he snapped the sword in two. Anna watched in astonishment as Mu Chenfeng broke the sword. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, What? Mu Chenfeng quietly turned to leave, looking back and saying, This is the Suhi, isn't it? We just need to take a boat downstream to go straight to the northern underworld and find the Penglai immortal realm. Suddenly, Lu Chun, holding her long spear, lunged at Mu Chenfeng from behind, shouting, Mu Chenfeng, I'm sorry. Not at all surprised by Lu Chen's action, Mu Chenfeng turned around and casually grabbed the long spear. He revealed a murderous intent and asked Lu Chun, Don't force me to kill you. Mu Chenfeng flicked his hand, sending Lu Chun spinning several times, the shock leaving her ears ringing and her head dizzy. The two rushed at each other, trading punches and kicks. The two streams of profound energy collided, creating a loud explosion. Lu Chun leaped onto the boat, took a stance, and said, Over the past 10 years, I've come to understand one principle. Only by becoming the strongest can I prevent the tragedy of Team A from happening again. Young Master Mu, I don't want to kill you either. I hope you won't stand in my way. Mu Chenfeng waved his hand, looking at Lu Chun. You think you can stop me? How ridiculous. Looking at Lu Chun on the boat, Mu Chenfeng thought to himself, It was so hard to find a clue to Penglai. I should deal with Lu Chun quickly. Anna, from behind, said to Mu Chenfeng, Mu Chenfeng, you are truly very strong. I'm afraid even the old men in Ingguo are no match for you. Black veins began to corrode Anna's body. She laughed coldly and replied, Right now, I just feel that we are ridiculous. After scheming for so long, in the end, we just let someone else reap the benefits for nothing. Mu Chenfeng walked up to Anna and said, You dare to mock me? She raised her head, her eyes hazy, her body trembling uncontrollably. I'm a dying person. What is there left to fear? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Chenfeng threw an extremely powerful punch, embedding her into the cliff wall and creating a deep crater. Mu Chenfeng said coldly, I don't believe this is the only way to Penglai. Back at No Overtime LLC, Director Liang was sitting and drinking tea. Feeling that today's tea tasted very good, he praised, The taste is not bad. Hu Huangli pushed the door open and said to him, Director Liang, Miss One has already boarded the flight to the far north. Director Liang put down his teacup and replied to him, In these years, the Wan Group just needs to maintain a low-key and stable attitude. He handed a file to Director Liang and said, The list of members of the superhuman team who entered the country illegally has been investigated. Please take a look, Director Liang. Director Liang flipped through the document, and Hu Huangli also began to explain. Director Liang, according to current intelligence, they are all warriors modified by the Vixen Group, with strength equivalent to Hotian Masters. Reading the name John, Director Liang paid more attention. This person is named John, their team captain. His strength is enough to rival a Xiantian Master. Then he continued, Director Liang, although Wan Yu is exceptionally talented, she is only at the peak of Hotian and is still a young girl. Considering the situation, Director Liang replied, Wan Yu is from a family of theatrical magic. Outsiders often mistake theatrical magic for mere illusion, but that's not the case. Traditional theatrical magic is divided into Deheki and Zayaheki. Deheki requires special secret manuals to coordinate, and even within the company, few people know it. As for Zayaheki, it has more unique techniques, so there won't be any major problems. Hu Huangli poured tea for the old man and continued, Director Liang, I'm worried Wan Yu will be at a disadvantage. Director Liang took a sip of tea and said to him, Old Xia can't come back anymore. All the branches are eyeing that position. This time, I want to show everyone that we don't just have mooch and foam. A little girl can also astonish them. Director Liang walked towards him and said slowly, Little Hu, the Long Kingdom has been stable for too long these years. The tastes of many shareholders in the company have changed. Now they prefer to drink coffee instead of enjoying tea. He patted the young man, named Little Hu, on the shoulder and said, This time, we must show our strength. If we don't beat the tiger to scare the mountain, how will they sit still? Calculating the time, Wan Yu has probably already met the superhuman team. Sent a car to pick the girl up and bring her home. Little Hu nodded. Yes, Director Liang, I'll get right on it. Then he turned and walked out the door. Director Liang observed Little Hu's expression, took a sip of tea, and praised with a click of his tongue. Our flavor is still much more fragrant. Cutting back to this side, Wan Yu is still confronting those underlings. She confidently choked a bald man, saying, You all had better try your best. If I don't have fun, you won't have fun either. Suddenly, a man rushed forward, swinging his knife in a horizontal slash, shouting loudly, Come and kill me. The straw man was sliced in two, a terrifying sight. Wan Yu silently appeared behind him, grabbed him, and said confidently, Come on, hit me. You can't catch me. That underling was beaten to his knees, turning his head to curse loudly. Ah, I've cut off a chin, Captain. What a great chance. The moment he finished speaking, Wan Yu gave him a kick, making him scream miserably. The remaining man gripped his knife tightly and charged straight at Wan Yu. You Long Kingdom person, how dare you do this? Go to hell. Just as he charged forward to slash, Wan Yu used another person as a shield, sending him to meet his maker before he could even utter a word. She covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my, to be so ruthless even to your own people? Wan Yu clasped her hands behind her back and said to the two remaining men, the captain of the superhuman team, Your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Witnessing her performance, the two men's faces showed terror, unable to believe her strength. Who on earth are you? I've never heard of you before. Wan Yu replied to them with a cold expression. I'm just a little girl who likes to perform theatrical magic. The superhuman team is so famous. It's only normal that you haven't heard of me. Then she took out several threads from her hand and shot them straight at the two men. In an instant, the threads tightly bound the bald man, making him scream like a stuck pig. However, from now on, you will know who I am. Haha, seeing his comrade dealt with, he had no other choice but to charge forward and fight Wan Yu to the death. Impossible. He frantically slashed at her, shouting as he did, I'm already an SSS rank warrior. I can't possibly lose to you. Wan Yu replied confidently, I don't understand any of the things you're saying. Shall I show you my favorite theatrical magic trick? Wan Yu's movements were swift and agile, easily parrying all his moves, leaving him utterly astonished. The Xiantian realm. Take another one of my moves. His techniques couldn't trouble Wan Yu, and very quickly, the knife in his hand was also snatched away by Wan Yu. Pointing the knife at him, Wan Yu teased, See clearly now? I can take your weapon, and I can also take your throat. Wan Yu brought a hand to her mouth and chuckled softly. Come on, big brother. Let me play with you a little longer. The old man hit by Wan Yu's move was terrified. If I hadn't retreated quickly just now, I'm afraid my lungs would have been injured. Wan Yu confidently displayed her strength. Having power, but not knowing how to use it, still makes you weak in the end. Then she shot out her threads, controlling him. This is a principle I understood at the age of 10. I really don't know what you people are thinking. He was bound like a rice dumpling, angrily grinding his teeth as he said, I'll leave the Long Kingdom immediately and never return in this lifetime. Spare me. Wan Yu dragged him away like a dog, as he ceaselessly begged and tried to entice her. Money. I'll give you money. All my assets are yours. Wan Yu said with disgust, I originally thought you were very strong, but I didn't expect you to be so boring. And you still want to entice me? One, you dragged him away. Let's go, we should head back. Director Liang sat in his chair, watching her every move on the screen. After watching for a while, he turned to Hu Huangli and said, "Has the footage been transmitted to the other subsidiaries?" Hearing the director's question, he turned back and replied, "It has been synchronized with the other subsidiaries, but the companies in other regions also have interns." I'm worried. Hearing this, Director Liang glanced at little Hu with some surprise and asked, "Worried about what?" "I don't care what they think. As long as we don't do anything against common sense and continue to maintain stability and balance, it's fine." He pointed at the iPad screen, then curiously asked about Mu Chenfeng. "Is there any news from Mu Chenfeng's side?" Little Hu replied, "Not for the time being, but with his strength, I'm afraid even the Ning family in Japan can't do anything to him." He continued looking at Director Liang and said, "Director Liang, regarding the couple Wu Wunen and Tan Shaoqing, should we bring them directly to the company? After all, they are rare talents of the Long Kingdom." Hearing this, he laughed heartily. They can be considered part of the main lineage of the Zhengyi Dao. The company shouldn't try to snatch people from them. Letting those two seniors use the talent is a good thing after all. The scene shifts to two old men who enjoy bickering, standing in deep thought. The senior brother said, "Junior brother, do you sense anything?" Hearing the question, the junior brother immediately said, "Senior brother, the 4th level of Kunlun has been activated and the path to Penglai is also open. This time, that kid Mu Chenfeng will definitely not miss this opportunity." Hearing this, the senior brother stroked his beard, turned to look at him, and said, "Junior brother, do you think it's possible that Mu Chenfeng won't be able to cross the Su River to reach Penglai?" The junior brother frowned at his senior brother and said, "Impossible. That kid may seem gentle, but he's actually a ruthless person. As long as he wants something, who can stop him?" The senior brother took a step forward and said without turning back, "This time, Kunlun has gathered more than 20 ninjas and company personnel, and even the superhuman team from the Eagle Kingdom across the ocean has been mobilized. The final outcome is still unknown. Bring that couple back to the Zhengyi Dao. After all, their lineage was passed down by Celestial Master Yu." Hearing this, the junior brother nodded and said, "All right, I'll have Xiao go pick them up." Then the junior brother bowed his head and stammered. Then senior brother, if he can't cross the Su River and can't reach Penglai, what should be done? The senior brother clasped his hands behind his back and said as he walked, "That is the only path. I have already explained the dangers to him clearly. When the time comes, whether he goes or not will depend on his own choice." At this moment, on the river's surface, a loud explosion like an atomic bomb erupted. Was it an earthquake? No. It turned out to be Mu Chenfeng and his female friends who had emerged. They skimmed across the river as if flying, a scene like the outbreak of World War II, with people jumping, yelling, and screaming, utterly terrifying. After crossing the river, Yulin was out of breath, groaning in pain. "We finally made it out." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng turned back and said to his female friends, "I didn't expect that after the 4th level of Kunlun was activated, all the escape routes would be sealed. Luckily, we found a small path. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been trapped." Zheng Qi turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, "Young Master Mu, do you have any plans for what's next?" Mu Chenfeng clenched his fist and said, "Daring to snatch my destined opportunity in all these years. I've never been this angry." Yulin turned to Mu Chenfeng, and seeing his anger, she spoke to comfort him. "Young master, please calm down. Getting too angry is bad for your health. There must be another way to Penglai. No matter what dangers we face, I will stay by your side, so please don't worry." Seeing how adorable Yulin was, Mu Chenfeng patted her head and said, all right, next, young master will take you with me. We'll go to the Zhengyi Dao together later." At this moment, on the other side, Wan Yu came running over, dragging the underling, waving her hands frantically and shouting, "Aren't you guys going to help? You're just going to stand there and watch a girl like me suffer? You're so hateful." Mu Chenfeng walked over, propped his chin on his hand, and said to her, "I remember the Yuzhou branch had a monkey dancing intern. That's you, isn't it? You should call the company. They'll come and pick you up later. What's there to complain about?" Hearing Mu Chenfeng, the girl slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Huh? How could I be so stupid? Why didn't I think of that?" Mu Chenfeng turned and called out to Li Sisi. "Li Sisi, Sisi. Young Master Mu still remembers me?" Mu Chenfeng stopped joking and got straight to the point. "Let's talk business. Yulin will be going with me later. The rest of you should go back with the company." Mu Chenfeng then turned to Zheng Qi and instructed, "Ms. Zheng, you must take her home. After you get back, let Director Liang know to send people and staff to protect her." Li Sisi crossed her arms, looked at Zheng Qi, and teased, "TSK, TSK. Young Master Mu really knows how to cherish a beautiful woman. All right, it's a small matter." Zheng Qi stepped forward, bowed her head, and thanked Mu Chinfeng. Thank you so much. Mu Chinfeng and Yu Lin left coldly. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Only do what's within your power. Otherwise, you won't accomplish what you want to do, and you might easily lose your life. Don't forget, you're the only heir left in the Zheng family now. Hearing this, Li Sisi said to Zheng Qi from behind, "Men are like that, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Don't you worry." Zheng Qi lowered her head sadly and replied, "But some people should also take a look at themselves. Some images are best left as thoughts. Don't hurt yourself." Zheng Qi remained sad, as if about to cry. "I know, he is someone I can never reach." Li Sisi flicked her hair, speaking flirtatiously. "In terms of potential, you're no match for the little brat beside him. In terms of family background, you're no match for Wu Xiaofan. And as for a woman's skills, you're even less of a match for me." Li Sisi turned to leave, but before going, she didn't forget to turn back and say to Zheng Qi, "It's enough that you know this in your heart. Let's go. I'll take you back to Yuzhou." The scene shifts to the foot of Longhu Mountain. After walking for a long time, she finally arrived back here. Things are chaotic abroad now, and it's not peaceful at home either. If I can get the support of the Zhengyi Dao, it might not be impossible to contend for that position in the Wan Corporation. Just as she finished speaking, a group of people in black suddenly approached from a distance. The leader walked over and said, "Chairwoman Wan, our young miss has an invitation for you." Hearing this, she snorted. "Humph, the Wu family is truly resourceful." Wu Xiaofan is supposed to be grounded, yet she still managed to sneak out, calling the wind and summoning the rain. Isn't she afraid Uncle Wu will come back and punish her? Hearing this, the female bodyguard behind her rushed forward and said with a serious face, "Miss, I'll find a way to clear a path to help you escape." The moment she finished speaking, the leader extended a hand, pointed behind him, then bowed and said to her, "We have always acted on orders, Chairwoman Wan. Please don't make things difficult for us." Hearing this, Chairwoman Wan walked forward. "If Wu Xiaofan wants to do something, we can't stop her. You wait here for me to come back." Arriving in front of Tea House, the sign above read Tea, and the door was ajar. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, Chairwoman Wan was politely offered a seat by a young man who pulled out a chair for her. In front of her, Wu Xiaofan had been waiting for a long time. As soon as she sat down, Chairwoman Wan said to Wu Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, returning with such a grand display, aren't you afraid your father will punish you?" Wu Xiaofan replied with a calm expression, "Uncle Xia lost his life in Kunlun. A huge storm is about to hit the company internally. At a time like this, my father is in no mood to manage me." A waiter came in and asked Chairwoman Wan, "Ma'am, what would you like to drink?" Chairwoman Wan said, "An Americano with light ice. No sugar." The server heard the customer's order and was startled. "I'm sorry, miss. This is a tea house. We don't have coffee." Wu Xiaofan then spoke up. "Sister Cici, you've been in the Ing Kingdom for too long. I'm afraid you're still not used to it, are you? This is Longhu Mountain. Where would you find an Americano?" Wan Cici turned to the server and said, "Longjing, Zweiking, you must have those here, right?" The server was startled once again and said, "I'm sorry, we're just a small tea house." Seeing her beating around the bush, Wu Xiaofan picked up the menu and read, "2 glasses of chrysanthemum tea, please." "Thank you." Wu Xiaofan turned to Wan Cici and said, "Sister Cici, it seems you've gotten addicted to drinking coffee abroad. Uncle Liang over there, I'm afraid he hasn't helped you cool down, has he? In that case, drinking plenty of chrysanthemum tea here will surely do the trick." Wan Cici's face flushed red. "You've been following me for a long time, haven't you?" Wu Xiaofan remained perfectly calm, took a sip of her tea, and said, "Sister Cici gave Director Liang a box of genetically modified coffee. All the senior leaders of the company already know about this." Wan Cici picked up her teacup, her face showing a hint of surprise. "That coffee tastes very good, although I couldn't get involved. It's not that easy for me to drink it either." Wu Xiaofan's face tensed slightly. "The entire company developed from Yuzhou. Don't think that the Yuzhou branch only has Mu Chinfeng, okay?" Wan Cici crossed her arms again and said, "Did you call me here just to tell me these boring things?" Wu Xiaofan rested her chin on one hand, looked at Wan Cici, and replied, "Finding you was just on the way. I'm mainly waiting for Mu Chinfeng." Wan Cici crossed her arms, looking at Wu Xiaofan with doubt, and said, "Does Mu Chinfeng really have that much charm? Even the little devil of Yanbei is so mesmerized by him that she's lost her mind. Besides, how can you be so sure that he will come to Zhengyi Dao?" At the mention of Mu Chinfeng, Wu Xiaofan's face lit up, and she said, "You haven't met him, so of course you don't know how formidable Mu Chinfeng is. He went to Kunlun on business. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will make a trip to Zhengyi Dao." Wu Xiaofan brought her fingertips together and said, "As long as I'm willing to wait, I will definitely be able to wait for him." Hearing this, Wan Cece stood up, preparing to leave. Whatever love game you want to play it by yourself. I don't have time to play around with you. Wu Xiaofan said with a serious face. Sister Cece, I advise you to finish your tea before you go. Wan Cece walked straight on without looking back. In the eyes of outsiders, the Wu family might be some formidable figures, but in my eyes, they're just so. Then Wan Cece walked toward the car that was already waiting. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng also arrived. He was getting out of the car. Getting out of the car, he said to Yulin, no matter what happens later, you're not to make a move. Yulin replied, yes, young Master Mu. Mu Chunfeng and Yulin strode forward confidently, the two of them passing Wan Cece like a gust of wind. Seeing this young man's confident demeanor, Wan Cece thought to herself, this person looks ordinary, but he gives me a very special feeling. Then Wan Cece turned to her female bodyguard and said, let's go, follow me up the mountain. Hearing this, the female bodyguard asked doubtfully, Miss, we just received news. Wan Cece asked back, what news? The Yuzhou branch sent another intern. The superb team has been completely wiped out. Hearing this news, Wan Cece almost fainted on the spot. She shouted in alarm, what? And she stormed off in a rage. How did your job? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wan Cece now rushed to the tea house where she had just met Wu Xiaofan. As soon as she entered, she saw Wu Xiaofan still sitting there. Wan Cece immediately asked Wu Xiaofan, why didn't you tell me about that sooner? At this moment, Wu Xiaofan's phone received a message. 9 times out of 10, Mu Chunfeng has already arrived at Jingyi Dao. Wu Xiaofan leisurely picked up her teacup and said to Wan Cece, sit down, have another cup of tea. Wan Cece picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and said, the superb team being completely wiped out is such a big deal. How do you expect me to explain this to the Weixin group? Wu Xiaofan said to Wan Cece with a serious face, you brought outsiders back, so how should you explain yourself to us? And you dare to question me? Picking up a teacup, Wu Xiaofan said, drink some tea to cool down first, otherwise you won't be able to enter Jingyi Dao, nor will you be able to return to Yanbei. Wu Xiaofan snapped her fingers and said, this matter has made many people in the company unhappy, including me. Suddenly, a young man walked in through the door, causing both Wu Xiaofan and Wan Cece to turn and look at him in surprise. He walked over, held an iPad in front of Wan Cece, leaving her stunned. These old geezers are discussing how to deal with you. Wan Cece was scared out of her wits, breaking out in a cold sweat. Why is it a bit hot today? Wan Cece turned to Wu Xiaofan, her tone pleading. Miss Wu, can you help me? What do you want from me? Wu Xiaofan stood up, walked to the back, and said playfully, take a guess? I'll take you into Jingyi Dao. At this time, Mu Chunfeng and Yulin were entering Jingyi Dao, confronting a group of people with swords on their backs. Mu Chunfeng stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, one of you go in and announce that Mu Chunfeng of the company requests an audience with Taoist Master Xianfeng. Old Ling Cheng, standing at the front, immediately clasped his hands and said, forgive me, the sect master has instructed that he is not seeing anyone recently. Mu Chunfeng turned his head and instructed Yulin, step back a bit. Yulin replied, yes, young master, you must be careful. A young man rushed forward, pointed at Mu Chunfeng's face, and shouted loudly, our Jingyi sect has existed for 1,000 years. No one has ever dared to force their way up the mountain. He immediately turned to his senior brother and said, senior brother, let's deal with him first, then have the company's people give us an explanation. The senior brother remained calm. Young Master Mu, even if you are from the company, you cannot do this. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light swept past, terrifying the man. Turning his head to look, he saw it was Mu Chunfeng, holding a glowing wooden sword and pointing it at him. I will not repeat myself a second time. Get out of my way. The group of men immediately rushed forward, drawing their swords to fight Mu Chunfeng. They formed a Bagua formation, 6 people tightly surrounding Mu Chunfeng. Activate the formation, 6 Yang sword formation. Let's see how you deal with this. One person said with a smug laugh. Everyone in the sect says you're the number 1 person in the Long Kingdom, having already entered the Qi condensation realm, but I see you're just a piece of trash. Next, that senior brother rushed forward and slashed at Mu Chunfeng, but he quickly leaned back to dodge. He retaliated with a move, sending one person flying with a kick, causing the man to lose his grip on his sword, his face filled with terror. The senior brother said to Mu Chunfeng, the 6 Yang sword formation, one can only enter, not exit. Mu Chunfeng, you should go back. I really don't want to harm you. Mu Chunfeng acted with extreme skill, unleashing several lightning-fast attacks, light enveloping his body like a formation diagram. Looking again, one could only see the disciples of the Jingyi sect all rolling on the ground, screaming miserably as if they had gone mad. Ah, it hurts so much. Help me, Mom. Mu Chunfeng turned his head and said, "Stand down. The company has business." Then he turned to Yulin. "Yulin, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, suddenly there was a loud call. Mu Chunfeng, turning to look, he saw Wu Xiaofan rush out from nowhere and hug him tightly, laughing happily. Seeing Wu Xiaofan, Mu Chunfeng couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why are you here?" Wu Xiaofan said coquettishly, "I came because I missed you. Aren't you happy?" At this moment, Wan Qian, standing behind, pointed at Mu Chunfeng and asked, "Is that him?" Wu Xiaofan brought a hand to her mouth and asked gracefully, "Do you two know each other?" Mu Chunfeng turned to leave in annoyance. We don't. We just met once at the foot of the mountain." But Wan Qian suddenly ran forward to block him, shouting loudly, "Wait." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, "I want to see Taoist Master Xianfeng and Taoist Master Xianling. If you help me get there, I'll give you a chance to be my friend." Mu Chunfeng paid her no mind. "Get out of the way. I have no interest in making friends with an idiot." Hearing Mu Chunfeng say this, Wan Qian became furious. "Mu Chunfeng, everyone in the company knows what you did in Kunlun. Many people approve, but many also oppose it. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy." Mu Chunfeng turned his head and said to Wan Qian, "Thank you for your concern, but you should worry about yourself first, the Wan Corporation." Hey hit. Seeing that Mu Chunfeng was ignoring her and about to leave, she immediately rushed forward and shouted, "That's why we must ally ourselves, for your own sake and for the sake of your Mu family." Mu Chunfeng turned his head and said to Wan Qian, "I heard your family's foundation is mainly overseas, having been in international trade for several decades. You must have earned quite a bit of money." Wan Qian asked, "Name your price." Mu Chunfeng leaned in close to Wan Qian's face and said, "What if I say I want you?" Hearing these words from Mu Chunfeng, Wan Qian immediately took a step back, her expression shy. "Young Master Mu, you must be joking, right?" Mu Chunfeng held out a hand and said confidently, "You are now the head of the Wan Corporation. If I have you, the Wan Corporation will also be mine." Wan Qian was so angry her face turned bright red. "Ha ha ha, but I have no interest in you." After saying that, Mu Chunfeng turned and walked away. 10 billion. I want 10 billion US dollars. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng picked up Wu Xiaofan, then turned and said to Yulin, "Yulin, wait here for an hour. If the money is in the account, then bring her over." With that said, Mu Chunfeng's figure flashed, gliding swiftly over the wooden stakes embedded in the cliff face. Yulin said, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, two old gentlemen were staying up all night playing games. The junior brother was so angry he crushed the phone in his hand and roared, "If they don't fix this damn matchmaking system, I'm not playing anymore." The senior brother was calmer, raising his teacup and saying, "Junior brother, don't be hasty. It's just a game to kill time." The other old man angrily slammed the table and said, "You don't know, senior brother, I just lost 12 matches in a row. Who can even win this crappy game?" The senior brother calmly pulled a phone out of his pocket and laughed loudly. To be honest with you, junior brother, your senior brother here just reached the king rank last night." The junior brother was so angry he slammed the table, gritting his teeth. "I'll give it to you, you're good." The senior brother stood up, turned to him, and said, "Junior brother, we can put the game aside. The important thing is that we can't let Mu Chunfeng into the Intermountain. But he's already fought his way in. We're not afraid of him coming. We're afraid of him not making a move. After all, the path ahead cannot be walked without the determination to face the entire world." Hearing his junior brother say this, the senior brother said, "Aren't you afraid he'll go berserk? Drag you into this as well?" The junior brother was extremely resolute. "I'm already this old. What is there to be afraid of? Mu Chunfeng is a variable. If this really succeeds, it can be considered that I've done something practical for the future generations of the Long Kingdom." The senior brother replied, "According to the records of the Penglai sacred object, it comes from that place. After several thousand years, we finally have this sliver of an opportunity. Only by personally entering the game can one have a chance to play chess with the heavens and win half the board." The senior brother continued stroking his beard and said, "That couple is also about to arrive." Hearing the mentioned, the junior brother said, "They ran into a bit of trouble on the way, bumping into people from the White Lotus sect, but they're about to arrive." Hearing this, he replied with satisfaction, "That's good. In any case, how to explain it to Mu Chunfeng will still depend on them." After saying that, he muttered to himself and started walking. "Let's go, junior brother. Let's go welcome this talented young man." And so, the two old gentlemen stepped out and immediately saw Mu Chunfeng and Wu Xiaofan walking over with their heads held high. Mu Chunfeng immediately said to the old gentleman, I thought you two would never come out to see me. Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, the old gentleman stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, if we didn't show up. I'm afraid my Jingyi sect would be completely destroyed by you. The old gentleman pointed at Mu Chenfeng and said, Kid Mu, although we were at fault first, you shouldn't go too far. Hearing the two old gentlemen say this, Mu Chenfeng just snorted and walked away. Seeing Mu Chenfeng's unpleasant expression, the junior brother sighed and also snorted. Humph, is this the attitude of someone asking for a favor? Seeing Mu Chenfeng walk away, Wu Xiaofan on the side immediately waved her hand and said, You two seniors, please don't be angry with Mu Chenfeng. He just has a bit of a bad temper. Seniors are magnanimous. You surely won't hold it against him, right? Then Wu Xiaofan leaned into the junior brother's ear and said, Taoist master, it must be quite hard for you all on the mountain. The Wu group plans to donate 10 billion to improve the environment here. As soon as the old gentleman heard this, he couldn't stop smiling. Wu Xiaofan added, Look at these representative buildings of our Jingyi sect. They should be renovated, shouldn't they? He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a sensible girl. Then the two old gentlemen led Wu Xiaofan inside. Come, let's go in for some tea. Inside the house, the four of them sat on chairs, enjoying the fragrant tea. Mu Chenfeng spoke first. We can drink the tea slowly. I want to know, is there another way to get to Penglai? Hearing this, the junior brother became furious, slamming the table, nearly spilling the teacup. He gritted his teeth and said, You brat, I'm your senior after all. Speak with a little more courtesy. Mu Chenfeng couldn't hold back anymore either, his aura exploding. I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't test my patience. The aura emanating from Mu Chenfeng was incredibly terrifying, enveloping the entire room. And the tea on the table froze into ice because of it. The junior brother was in a tense standoff with Mu Chenfeng, while the senior brother was thinking to himself, My junior brother and I are only half a step away from the chi condensation realm. I never expected that this half-step gap would result in such a vast difference in strength, like heaven and earth. The senior brother patted the junior brother's shoulder and said, Junior brother, calm down. On the other side, Wu Xiaofan also patted Mu Chenfeng's shoulder, closing her eyes and advising, You should behave yourself a little. Hearing their advice, the junior brother also calmed down a bit. The senior brother stroked his beard and continued, Mu Chenfeng, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but we are waiting for someone. Just as he finished speaking, a fashionably dressed young man walked in and interrupted, Master, martial uncle, the people have been brought here. After hearing this, the senior brother turned and said to him, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Mu Chenfeng, as for your question, let them answer it. A couple leading a child walked in, their aura extraordinary. Seeing this couple, Mu Chenfeng stood up and said, How have you both lost all your cultivation? The couple sat down, their expressions still calm, as they replied, Where there is gain, there must be loss. There's nothing to regret, young man. Living like this now is also very good. I can live the life of an ordinary person, no longer needing to bear those missions. The senior brother stood up to pour tea for the couple, saying, The contributions of your lineage, my Jingyi sect will never forget for generations to come. The young man, named Wu Neng, respectfully lifted the teacup with both hands and said, Hee, then this cup of tea from the celestial master, my Jingyi sect will accept. Mu Chenfeng sat to one side, observing the situation. Wu Neng turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, If I'm not mistaken, you want to ask for the way to Penglai, right? Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng didn't say another word, stood up and walked straight to the door. I'm not interested anymore. Forget it. Seeing Mu Chenfeng's sulking appearance, everyone in the room couldn't stop laughing. Wu Xiaofan covered her mouth and giggled. Seeing this, the junior brother shot up, frantically reaching a hand towards Mu Chenfeng. Wait. Don't be rash. Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng turned his head and said to the old gentleman, When I wanted to come, you all played hard to get with me. Now that I don't want to listen anymore, you don't want to let me go. What exactly do you want? Do you take me for a monkey you can play with as you please? Wu Xiaofan laughed for a moment, then stood up and said seriously, You two seniors, what you've done is indeed a bit unkind. The senior brother laughed to smooth things over. Since things have come to this, why must you hold on and not let go? What do you say, Mu Chenfeng? Mu Chenfeng decisively turned back around. I know you are using me, and I have my own thoughts, but I must remind you, it has to be mutually beneficial, a win-win, understand? After he spoke, Wu Xiaofan rushed up, hugged Mu Chenfeng, and pulled it back. You with such a bad temper, can't you control a little? Then Wu Xiaofan looked at Wu Neng and said, This gentleman, could you please tell us everything you know, handsome? Seeing the young man hesitate a little, Wu Xiaofan immediately reassured him. please rest assured, as long as it doesn't break the law or go against principles, I can, on behalf of the Wu family, agree to your promise. Don't worry. Wu Neng looked at his wife and said, there's no need for that. It's enough as long as the two of us can live a normal, peaceful life. Wu Neng propped his chin in thought and then said, besides the Su River at the foot of Kunlun Mountains, there is indeed another path in Beiyang that leads directly to the North Sea. Hearing Wu Neng say this, Wu Xiaofan was a little surprised. But isn't Beiyang an inland region? Mu Chanfeng, sitting beside them with his arms crossed, remarked, the seas turn into mulberry fields. Perhaps several thousand years ago, Beiyang was the sea, and the immortal island of Penglai was hidden in this sea. Wu Ning's expression was extremely serious as he explained that the sea around the immortal island of Penglai is hidden by an ancient formation. This is the first barrier you must pass. Only by breaking this formation can you get inside. But the second barrier is the truly difficult one. The Samyao are also on the immortal island of Penglai. Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng also propped his chin in thought. Legend has it that the Samyao are descendants of the Jiuli. In ancient times, the Samyao caused chaos in the present-day Jianghuai region. Emperor Yu conquered the Sanmiao 3 times, finally borrowing the power of the 9 cauldrons and the 6 harmonies of heaven and earth to imprison them on the immortal island of Penglai. The senior brother also added, in this Dharma-ending age, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is scarce. The Samyao have surely broken out long ago. If the ancient formation is broken again, it will definitely break the seal and emerge to bring disaster to the world. Then the old gentleman turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, Mu Chenfeng, if you take this path, you will have to bear the greatest pressure in the world. Do you still dare? Mu Chenfeng calmly crossed his arms and said, if that beast dares to block my way, I will slice it into pieces. Wu Ning's wife finally spoke up at this moment. If you all knew the consequences of this, why did you still come to stop me? If you didn't want to say it, you could have completely buried this secret in your hearts. The senior brother thoughtfully lifted his teacup and said, if the situation continues like this, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will sooner or later dissipate. At that time, if it escapes, the future generations will have no strength to resist. While there is still a chance now, we do what we can. The junior brother, who had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, now finally had a chance to speak. He slammed the table and roared, humph, humph. I would rather have future generations slam their tables and curse our names while drinking than see them struggle to survive in those ruins. Mu Chenfeng remained extremely calm. Why didn't you do these things when you were young? The senior brother shook his head, seemingly in disapproval, and said, there are some things that can't be done just because you want to do them. With that, Mu Chenfeng stood up again and walked towards the door. I already know what I want. You all can take your time drinking this tea. I don't care to drink it. Mu Chenfeng continued walking, and Wu Xiaofan immediately followed, shouting as she went, hey, wait for me. At this moment, a very fashionably dressed young man walked in. It was Bai Xiefeng. From his appearance, he seemed to have some ability, but what specific ability was unknown. Seeing this, Mu Chenfeng said, President Wan, you figured it out so quickly? Yulin stepped forward, sadly bowing her head, and said to Mu Chenfeng, young master, it wasn't me. The young man by Xiefeng walked up to Mu Chenfeng. Coming to the Jingyi sect, I still need 100 billion. I asked for young Master Mu's help. Mu Chenfeng and Bai Xiefeng faced each other. These two with the surname Feng were no simple characters. Mu Chenfeng spoke first, asking, who are you? Bai Xiefeng replied, Bai Xiefeng, master of Pingyang Tower in Beiyang, chairman of the Pingyang Group, Qianqian's fiancé. Hearing this introduction, Mu Chenfeng let out a sneer. Oh, so it's Bai Xiefeng. Next week, the Pingyang building will have a surprise inspection. Bai Xiefeng adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Beiyang is under the jurisdiction of the South China branch. Didn't Director Liang tell you that you don't have the authority to handle it? Mu Chenfeng turned to Yulin at the door and said, Yulin, does the company have this rule? Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, Yulin immediately replied, young master, only in the southwest region do we have this authority. At this time, the young man by Xiefeng began to show off. He smoothed his fashionable hair and said, I have another identity I haven't told you about. I am one of the company's shareholders, the son of the general manager of South China. After speaking, Bai Xiefeng pointed at Mu Chenfeng's face and said loudly with glee, "What do you think, Mu Chenfeng? Do you feel like a complete failure now? Daring to give my Qianqian a hard time. You will regret this foolish act for the rest of your life." Facing the young man by Xie Feng's display, Mu Chenfeng said with an unchanged expression, "So there's that. Next month, I will visit Pingyang Tower as a guest. You all better prepare well." Hearing Mu Chenfeng say this, Bai Xiefeng was astonished. He frowned and said, "There's no need. Pingyang Tower does not welcome you. Nobody likes you. Don't come and bother us." Mu Chenfeng walked past him, glancing sideways as he said, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. Got it?" After speaking, Mu Chenfeng and Yulin left without another word, leaving Bai Xiefeng livid. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mu Chenfeng, you've got some nerve. Do you know who you're threatening?" Mu Chenfeng had already walked some distance, but he still heard his words. He turned his head back and said in the Long Kingdom, "No one can stop me. The Jingyi sect can't, and Pingyang Tower, humph, what the hell is that? Stop putting on a show." Bai Xiefeng couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He clenched his fists, and spiritual energy surged around him. Xiao Fan, standing beside him, was startled by this and stared intently at Bai Xiefeng. Without a second word, Bai Xiefeng charged straight at Mu Chenfeng, intending to launch a sneak attack with a kick. Xiao Fan, standing behind, shouted, "Mu Chenfeng, be careful." Before he could act, Yulin rushed out to intercept. She crossed her arms and blocked Bai Xiefeng's kick. Yulin was indeed no match for him. She was sent flying by Xiefeng's kick. Witnessing this, a startled Mu Chenfeng turned around just in time to see Yulin flying backward. After landing the powerful blow, Bai Xiefeng said smugly, "Just a mere half-step grandmaster daring to take a blow from me is enough for you to be proud of." Mu Chenfeng rushed over to Yulin in alarm and helped her up. Blood was trickling from the corner of Yulin's mouth. She said weakly to Mu Chenfeng, "Young master, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Don't worry, young master." At this moment, Xiao Fan slowly walked towards Mu Chenfeng and the fallen Yulin. She angrily took out her phone and called someone, her tone extremely firm. "Within 3 minutes, I want you to surround Longhu Mountain. Someone from a Jingyi sect must die today." Wu Xiaofan went to Yulin's side, knelt down, and handed her a vial of medicine. "Yulin, use all your strength to dissolve the medicinal power. It can stabilize your body." It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, a helicopter was seen slowly landing where the three of them were. Wu Xiaofan turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, "Do whatever you want to do. No matter what happens out there today, the Wu family will back you up." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng shot to his feet, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Wu Xiaofan, "Sorry to trouble you." Wan Qian suddenly appeared in front of Mu Chenfeng, pointed at his face, and said, "Mu Chenfeng, don't think you can just because the Wu family is backing you." Before she could finish, Mu Chenfeng lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat with one hand. Mu Chenfeng's grip tightened, and he lifted her off the ground, saying, "Can what? My hearing isn't very good. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." Bai Xiefeng was horrified when he saw this. As he rushed towards Mu Chenfeng, he shouted, "Let her go." Just as he charged forward, he was sent flying far away by a kick from Mu Chenfeng. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, making the surrounding scenery seem to tremble. Mu Chenfeng lifted her higher and higher, his grip tightening. "You should be glad you're a woman. I don't like killing women." With that, Mu Chenfeng threw her hard onto the ground. He turned and shouted to Wu Xiaofan, "Xiao Fan, watch her." Wu Xiaofan, with a dangerous expression, pointed a syringe at the woman and said, "Don't worry. One shot of this can paralyze her nerves for 24 hours. She's not going anywhere." Mu Chenfeng slowly advanced towards Bai Xiefeng, who was lying in a pile of rubble on the ground. A junior brother rushed out to block Mu Chenfeng. "Mu Chenfeng, this is the Jingyi sect. The Jingyi sect does not permit private duels." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chenfeng flicked a finger and sent him flying that I don't want to repeat myself. In the Long Kingdom, no one can stop me. Just as he was about to charge forward to continue the fight, his phone suddenly rang, causing Mu Chenfeng to pause. He took out his phone to answer. It was Director Liang. "Director Liang, if you're calling to plead on their behalf, then I'll quit the company immediately." Director Liang on the other end of the line said calmly, "Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Be a bit more steady in your work. I'm not telling you not to do it, just telling you one thing. After Old Xiao left, the South China branch has been getting more and more out of line lately. Go give them a warning." As he spoke, he lifted his teacup for a sip, then continued, "But don't forget, our principle is to maintain stability. If you can avoid killing, try not to kill. If you really can't hold back, that's fine too. The entire southwest region is your strongest backing." Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng replied, All right, I understand. The man took a sip of tea, maintaining his calm demeanor. Our elegance is still the most fragrant. Hu Huangli entered to report. Director Liang. John has arrived at the company and is currently locked in the darkroom. As for Wan Yu, she's been complaining of boredom ever since she got back. Should we arrange something for her? Hearing this, Director Liang turned and replied, tell his people to start researching genetic modification technology. If I don't have enough people, tell me, and I'll find a way to transfer some from Yinbei. As for that girl Wan Yu, there's a fair coming up during the holidays. Arrange for Wan Yu to perform magic tricks there. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Wan Yu burst in and hugged Director Liang. I knew Uncle Liu was the best to me. Looking back at the scene, there was another earth-shattering explosion. And it turned out Bai Xiefeng had gotten back up. He was furious, pointing at him and roaring, Mu Chanfeng, not even the Jade Emperor can save you today. Take this. On the other side, Mu Chanfeng still had his hands in his pockets, his posture extremely confident. As an evil cultivator, you should feel lucky to be alive in this era. Bai Xiefeng charged at Mu Chanfeng with lightning speed. He used illusionary clones and in an instant appeared before Mu Chanfeng. Mu Chanfeng, can you keep up with my speed? Take this. Mu Chanfeng quickly leaned aside, dodging Bai Xiefeng's move. After 300 rounds, he still couldn't touch Mu Chanfeng. Bai Xiefeng leaped backward. He was on the left, then the right. One moment he was seen here, the next he appeared on the other side. He constantly provoked Mu Chanfeng. You must be starting to lose track of what's real and what's fake, right? Are you feeling hopeless and helpless? Ha ha ha, your day of death is near. He circled behind Mu Chanfeng, preparing for sneak attack. Tremble, be afraid, death will slowly descend upon you. Just when he thought he could finish Mu Chanfeng in an instant, suddenly, Mu Chanfeng lunged forward like a flash and tightly gripped Bai Xiefeng's neck. Are you feeling scared now? Ha! We'll see who's scared first. With a loud bang, Mu Chanfeng slammed Bai Xiefeng into the ground, causing the earth around them to crack. Mu Chanfeng let out a scornful laugh and said, too weak. It's a miracle you survived this long. Seeing that Mu Chanfeng was about to finish off Bai Xiefeng, two old men rushed forward, preparing to attack Mu Chanfeng. You two old men can come at me together. Mu Chanfeng turned to face them, fighting 1 against 2. Neither side gave an inch. Mu Chanfeng spoke up from the looks of it. You two want to have a go with me as well, is that right? He drew a wooden sword that radiated immense spiritual energy. Come on. Let me see how strong 2 masters of the Long Kingdom are. The senior brother stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, Young Master Mu, please don't be rash. Our Jingyi sect has absolutely no intention of opposing you. At this moment, Bai Xiefeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and said breathlessly, if he dies here, it will cause trouble for the Jingyi sect. I hope young Master Mu can understand. At this time, people from the company had also arrived. 2 young men rushed up to Wu Xiaofan and shouted, Young Miss, the surrounding manpower has been mobilized. One of them stepped forward to report. As soon as you give the order, young miss, everyone will immediately ascend the mountain. Mu Chanfeng grabbed Bai Xiefeng by the neck, dragged him along, and said, Xiaofan, let's drop it. After all, this is their territory. Let's show the Jingyi sect some respect. Mu Chanfeng pulled Bai Xiefeng away and said, take these 2 to Beiyang. For what happened today, I want an explanation from the South China branch. Suddenly, something happened to Yulin. Wu Xiaofan called out to Mu Chanfeng in a panic. Mu Chanfeng, come quick. What's wrong with Yulin? Hearing this, Mu Chanfeng stepped forward and took Yulin's hand. After checking her condition, Mu Chanfeng confirmed, it's nothing. This is a blessing in disguise for Yulin. Once she recovers, she'll be able to step into the Grandmaster realm. Wu Xiaofan looked at Yulin happily and said, that's great. Mu Chanfeng, you monster. Truly a monster. Entering the Grandmaster realm before the age of 20, I don't know how many people would be jealous to death. Wu Xiaofan said to her subordinate, take Yulin to the best hospital in the Long Kingdom. As for the rest, just send 1 team to follow us. The person nodded and bowed. Yes, yes, young Mississippi. Another subordinate said to Wu Xiaofan, young miss, the chairman is calling. He couldn't reach you. Wu Xiaofan took the phone from the person's hand. As soon as she answered, she was met with a torrent of scolding. Oh, you have any idea what you're doing? Do you know that your father's phone has been smashed to pieces? Get back to Yanbei for me right now. Wu Xiaofan tried to remain calm and said to her father, Dad, your schemes aren't for me. In my opinion, some problems can be solved cleanly with simple and direct methods. I'm going to go catch a bastard. We'll talk later. You're getting old. Don't call anymore. There are many hidden dangers in the company right now. You two just hold down the fort there. As for offending people, just leave it to us, the younger generation, to handle. On the phone, old director Wu was still shouting, "Wu Xiaofan, don't be so reckless. Be a good girl and come back to Yanbei for me immediately." Wu Xiaofan threw the phone back to her subordinate. "Bring them along. We're going to catch someone." And so the group set off. Mu Chenfeng said, "Xiaofan, if you do this, your relationship with your father will become even more strained." Wu Xiaofan replied, "It's fine. My old man just overthinks things, not knowing what tactics to use. As long as the final result ensures maximized benefits, many people will approve." Then she held up 3 fingers and said, "Of course, it's undeniable that some will object. But the more they object, the less I have to worry. Someone will naturally clear the obstacles for me." The scene changes to Beiyang, a subsidiary of the South China Group. This old man is named by Fei, the master of Pingyang Tower. He's on the phone with old Director Wu. "Director Wu, you see, if the kids are being reckless, just let them be reckless. We adults should teach them a lesson." On the other end of the line, old Director Wu replied, "Director Bai, my girl Xiaofan, I can't control her anymore. If she comes to your place, don't mind me, just teach her a lesson on my behalf." The old man drained his glass of wine and laughed heartily. "Ha, they're all our own kids. What's this talk about teaching lessons or not?" At this moment, a female secretary walked in. She placed a document on the table and said to old Director Bai, "There's an outcome on the matter at the Zhengyi sect. The young master and miss one have suffered heavy losses. Currently, Mu Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofan are on their way to Yanbei. Should we intercept them?" The old man took a cigar from the box and said, "What kind of person do you think I, Bai Fei, am? How could I do something so beneath me?" Then he chuckled and pulled his female secretary closer. "Go to the best hotel in Beiyang, book the most expensive private room, and then mobilize everyone in the company to welcome them." He pulled the girl onto his lap and said excitedly, "Remember, it must be grand. It must show our warm hospitality." The girl took out a lighter and lit a cigar. He added, "Oh, right, that elementary school the company invested in, have the students organize a welcoming ceremony too. Performances, presenting flower garlands. Don't miss a single step." The female secretary replied, "Director Bai, if they come to cause trouble, won't we lose face by doing this?" The old man grunted twice, hugging the secretary. "Humph, humph, Mu Chenfeng, he wants to put on a show in Beiyang, so I'll build the stage for him and see how he performs." Then he laughed and said, "That old Liang of his dares to swing a blade at us. I want to see if that blade of his can even strike down." Next, he flicked the girl's nose and said, You still have a lot to learn." After speaking, he pushed the girl onto the desk, preparing to get down to business. The female secretary weakly resisted. "Director Bai, don't. We're at the office." He laughed excitedly. "It's more exciting at the office. I like it here. Let's do it right now." Just as he was about to start, suddenly, the phone rang. "Which blind bastard is ruining my good time right now?" The old man walked over to pick up the phone and saw it was old Liang calling. As soon as he answered, he said, "Oh, Director Liang, what makes you suddenly think of calling me?" On the other end of the line, Director Liang said, "From the sound of your voice, Director Bai, it seems you're not too happy to hear from me." Bai Fei held the cigar in his mouth. Then he sat down, took a puff of a cigar, and laughed loudly. "Director Liang is a meritorious founder of the company. How would we juniors dare? Our family in Beiyang has already reached its limit getting this far. In the future, we'll still need Director Liang's support." Old Director Liang on the other end said, "In recent years, 1 or 2 seniors in Yanbei have all spoken very highly of Pingyang Tower, all saying Director Bai is the pillar of the company." Hearing this, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your support. I still have much to learn from Director Liang." Hearing this, old Director Liang replied, "Director Bai seems to have developed a new taste for foreign hamburgers and French fries these past few years. Why would you need to learn from an old man like me?" The female secretary stood beside him, pouring tea. Old Director Bai continued the conversation. "Times have changed. We must also keep up with international trends, combining Chinese and Western elements. Director Liang, you've called at just the right time. Is there anything our Pingyang Tower can help you with? We will definitely do our utmost." Old Director Liang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Mu Chenfeng is about to arrive in Beiyang. He and Xiefeng have a small conflict. It's just a trivial squabble between kids, nothing significant. We adults must be sensible. Director Bai, please be magnanimous and let it go." The old man crossed his legs and said, "It's a trivial matter, nothing at all. It's not worth Director Liang personally calling me. It's a small thing. I've already made proper arrangements." Hearing this, old Director Liang replied, "Good, I have a meeting soon. I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Old Director Bai was furious. Liang Sheng, humph, give me time, sooner or later I will drag you down. He also lost all interest, angrily slamming the teacup on the table and roaring, "Who told you to pour me tea? Where did this tea come from?" The female secretary said sorrowfully, "It's Sparrow's tongue, sent from the southwest branch a few days ago." The old man couldn't stand it and slapped the girl across the face. "Damn it, give me coffee immediately." The teacup in his hand fell to the floor and shattered. The female secretary had thought she would benefit, but instead got her face slapped swollen. She squatted down to pick up the broken porcelain, mumbling, "Yes, yes, Chairman." The old man angrily pointed at her face and roared, "Pass a message to that idiot Lu Jining. Tell him I'm in a very bad mood. When my mood improves his conditions, perhaps I'll consider them." Scene change to Beiyang Airport. At this moment, a welcoming ceremony involving children is taking place. "Children, when Brother Mu comes out later, what should we do?" A chubby little boy said loudly. "We have to perform, give him a flower garland, to show them the warm hospitality of our Beiyang." The teacher patted the chubby boy's head and said, Right, very good." A young man was smoking next to a car. He was the head of the Lu family, Lu Jining. "Mu Chinfeng, I've waited for you for so long. You've finally come to Yin Beiyang." At this moment, a call came from Old Director Bai's phone. The young man answered and said, "Assistant Bai, what makes you think of calling me?" She immediately said urgently, "In 10 minutes, I want to see you at Tianyu Cafe. Director Bai is waiting for you." He immediately got in the car. "All right, I'm coming right away. I definitely won't disappoint Director Bai." The car screeched and sped off. 8 minutes later, the car arrived at Tianyu Cafe. He walked in, adjusting his tie. "Director Bai has given his word. Once this is done, our Lu family will have a way to survive." He walked into the cafe and immediately waved. "Assistant Bai, have you been waiting long?" He continued to walk step by step towards the girl. Waiting long. Just as he got close, he fell flat on his face, startling the girl. His nose was bleeding. He looked up and said, Been waiting long, haha." This young man was truly a lecher. Even with his glasses shattered, his face still wore a silly grin. After falling flat on his face, the young man scrambled to the table and with great difficulty managed to sit down on a chair. He embarrassingly raised a hand to wipe the blood from his nose. His glasses were completely broken. He stammered, "I wonder what instructions Director Bai has. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely complete the task for Director Bai." That assistant Bai extended a hand, gave him a handkerchief, and said, "At your age, you still have no shame? Making a fool of yourself in front of everyone, completely disgracing the Lu family. Hurry up and wipe your bloody nose, it's disgusting." He took the handkerchief from Assistant Bai, chuckling. The Lu family is just a thing of Beiyang's past. There's nothing left of the Lu family anymore. In Beiyang now, one must look to Director Bai and learn from him to have a future. At this moment, a waitress also brought tea and placed it on the table. He continued, "Now, all I think about every day is my small supermarket's business getting a little better, paying off my debts, and then getting a new car. It's that simple." Assistant Bai took a sip of tea, then replied to him, "There are some things Director Bai can't conveniently do, but he needs to know what Mu Chanfeng has been doing in Beiyang. Do this well, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." As soon as he heard Mu Chinfeng's name, the young man immediately became extremely interested. He nodded repeatedly. Oh, my family's ancestral hall, is it?" The girl raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't you push your luck. Get it back to you? Dream on. That belongs to our Pingyang Tower." The young man immediately pleaded, "Assistant Bai, please be merciful. Give me back my ancestral hall. The person over there has left. You can go back anytime." With that, the girl pushed a key towards the young man. He was ecstatic, hurriedly reaching out to grab the key, and shot up from his seat, thanking profusely. "Thank you, Director Bai. Thank you, Director Bai. I'm going back to pay respects to my ancestors right now." He scrambled to leave, and in his haste, fell flat on his face again with an earth-shattering thud. This time, the right lens of his glasses also broke. Damn it. He looked up, his face looking foolish, and said, "Assistant Bai, rest assured, I will definitely not mess this up." The girl looked at his pathetic state, filled with exasperation, and sneered, "What an idiot. Get lost." Scene changed to the Lu family's ancestral hall. After getting the key, the young man rushed here. Standing before the door, he looked up and thought, "After so many years of humiliation, I'm finally home." He slowly cut his left arm, and a drop of blood began to trickle down. Then he slowly walked in, his fist clenched, letting the blood fall drop by drop. He thought to himself, "Bai Fei, sooner or later, you will regret today's decision." He walked to the front of the hall, hurriedly knelt, and kowtowed repeatedly. "Unfilial descendant Lu Jining has come late to pay respects." I hope the ancestors will not blame me. Two young men in a car saw him kowtowing like a madman and whispered to each other, "Look, he's even bleeding. Should we report this to our superiors?" The young man next to him quickly replied, "No need. That Liu guy has been suppressed by Director Bai for so many years. What trouble could he possibly stir up?" Scene changed to the motorcade. Mu Chenfeng is walking towards a large building. Mu Chenfeng and the girls with him got out of the car. Mu Chenfeng walked in leisurely, wearing a grass wreath around his neck that looked like an Olympic laurel. As he walked, Mu Chenfeng said, "Director Bai really thinks highly of me to put on such a show." Wu Xiaofan quickly snatched the grass wreath and threw it aside. She said to Mu Chenfeng, "They know we're here to cause trouble, so they're helping us set the stage. You have to consider the master before hitting his dog. No one can bring themselves to strike a smiling face, right?" Hearing this, Mu Chenfeng replied, "I wonder what scheme he's plotting. Tomorrow, let's just go straight to the South China subsidiary." At this moment, Lu Jining ran over from a distance, shouting, "Mu Chenfeng, stop right there." Before the young man could get close to Mu Chenfeng, he was blocked by two bodyguards. Hearing the hoarse shout, Mu Chenfeng turned around and said, "What do you want with me? Someone from the South China subsidiary? Why are you here?" The young man, Lu Jining, yelled frantically, pointing at Mu Chenfeng's face and scolding. "I heard you. Mu Chenfeng are the outstanding talent of the Long Kingdom's younger generation. I'm not convinced. I want to challenge you. If you win, I'll be your underling and learn swordsmanship from you. If you lose, you give me 200,000. What do you say? Do you dare?" Hearing these ridiculous words, Wu Xiaofan stood to the side and interjected, "It seems you don't lose out in this deal at all. You're a martial artist, after all. How did you end up in this state?" The young man looked up to the sky and sighed twice. Damn it, because at that moment, Wu Xiaofan had thrown a card towards him. "There's 200,000 in the card. Take my money and get lost immediately. Truly scum." The young man was expected to be angry, but instead, he suddenly snatched the card and stuffed it into his pocket. He mumbled and then shouted, "Mu Chenfeng, faced with my challenge, you're hiding behind a woman?" After stuffing the card into his pocket, he again pointed at Mu Chenfeng and shouted, "Are you scared of me?" The old man in the car witnessed this scene, unable to stop laughing. "Ha ha ha, see? These shameless acts still need to be done by a professional. It's truly professional. So satisfying to watch." The female secretary slowly poured wine for him and said, "It's all because of Director Bai's brilliance. Even a piece of trash can be put to good use in Director Bai's hands. Everything has its value." He raised his wine glass, looked in that direction, and said, "Well said. Come, let's continue watching the good show." Over here, Mu Chenfeng was standing in front of Lu Jining, extending a hand and saying, "It seems you want everything. Come on, I'll give you a 3-move head start." Without another word, Lu Jining rushed towards Mu Chenfeng with lightning speed, which surprised Mu Chenfeng a little. As he rushed over, he stuffed the card into Mu Chenfeng's jacket pocket. Mu Chenfeng instantly drew a wooden sword radiating spiritual energy. "That's fast, but if you think you can beat me with just that little bit of skill, you're too naive. You're just a brat." That Lu Jining also drew a wooden sword and thrust it straight at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng, holding the long sword, shouted angrily, "Besides me, in this Dharma-ending age, no one else could have reached that realm." Seeing Lu Jining's sword thrust, Mu Chenfeng shouted, "That's not right. This isn't swordsmanship. What kind of magical artifact is your sword?" That Lu Jining, his face full of excitement, shouted, "Scared now that you've seen my family's heirloom artifact?" Mu Chenfeng had expected to be at a disadvantage, but with a sudden flick of his hand, the man's sword clattered to the ground. Lu Jining, who was laughing gleefully, suddenly deflated. "Damn it, let me do this again." Before the young man could react, Mu Chenfeng sent him flying backward with a palm strike. Given a chance, and you don't know how to use it, you're truly foolish. Lu Jining clutched his head and fled, shouting over his shoulder as he ran, "You just wait, I'll be back." Just when it seemed he was running away, Lu Jining suddenly ran back towards Mu Chenfeng, thinking he was about to do something. It turned out he was just picking up his wooden sword. "I'm not stupid. I have to take my sword when I run." Then he continued to flee, shouting, "I'll be back. You just wait." Seeing Lu Jining's childish actions, a surprised Wu Xiaofan turned to ask Mu Chenfeng, did this guy come here to be a comedian?" Mu Chenfeng put his hands in his pockets, closed his eyes, and replied, "I don't know. Maybe he wants to use me to make a name for himself." Yesterday, Wu Xiaofan adjusted Mu Chenfeng's collar and said, "Your collar is crooked. Let me fix it for you." Wu Xiaofan took a piece of paper from Mu Chenfeng's pocket. She asked in surprise, "What's this?" Mu Chenfeng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo, don't make a fuss for now. Let's talk when we get back to the hotel." At this moment, they were back in the hotel room. Mu Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofan were in the room. After checking, Wu Xiaofan Xiaofan turned to Mu Chenfeng and said, I've checked. There are no listening devices. Mu Chenfeng said, I've used my spiritual energy to isolate us from the outside. No secret art can escape my notice. Mu Chenfeng took out the piece of paper and said, now let's see what message Lu Jining went to all that trouble to pass on to us. As soon as he took out the paper, Mu Chenfeng immediately realized something was wrong. It's Lu Chun. Why is it Lu Chun? After a quick look, Mu Chenfeng didn't seem to care, but Wu Xiaofan on the side was alarmed. Why is it her? Mu Chenfeng looked out the door and said, Xiaofan, we've underestimated Beiyang. Then he turned to Wu Xiaofan and said, Xiaofan, help me contact Lu Jining. The path to Penglai must be in his hands. Let's see if the price we offer can move him. Meanwhile, the old man in the car was saying, tonight's play is all set. Are you comfortable? It turned out the old man was holding his young and tender secretary. She replied, everyone is in position, just waiting for nightfall. She continued, saying, Director Bai, Miss One is in their hands. After all, she is the young tower master's fiancée. To just ignore her like this isn't very good. Hearing the female secretary's words, the old man suddenly became furious, pushed her away forcefully, and yelled, Humph, what the hell do you know? The old man's face darkened with anger, and he clenched his fist, saying, not only will we not save her, but if we get the chance, it would be best to eliminate her while we're at it. The female secretary broke out in a cold sweat with fear and replied, Director Bai, if you do this and the young master finds out, I'm afraid. The old man said with a cunning look, so what if he knows? Pingyang Tower is still mine to command. Then he pulled the female secretary into his embrace. As long as Wan Qian dies, Mu Chenfeng will have to take the blame whether he wants to or not. By then, I won't even have to lift a finger. The Wan Corporation will take care of him. Back to Wu Xiaofan and Mu Chenfeng. The two were sitting and drinking tea. Chenfeng looked up and said to Wu Xiaofan, the night breeze is gentle, so comfortable. It would be nice if it could always be this peaceful. Wu Xiaofan sat down, rested her chin on her hand, and said, you should know that this kind of peace is an extreme luxury for people like us. Mu Chenfeng asked curiously, how are they? Wu Xiaofan rested her chin on her hand, looked at Mu Chenfeng and said, what else? They've been given sedatives and are now sleeping in bed. But, Mu Chenfeng, let me remind you, we're in Beiyang. I'm afraid tonight won't be peaceful. Hearing this, he said, I'm only afraid they won't come. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 arrows shot towards them from out of nowhere. Quick as the wind, Mu Chenfeng rushed out and caught the 2 arrows. He said to Xiaofan, Xiaofan, go back into the room. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll go meet them for a bit. At this moment, a man was holding binoculars, looking at the adjacent building. Damn it, who shot that arrow so fast? Target has moved. Target has moved. Team 2 can proceed. Before he could finish, Mu Chenfeng appeared behind him, startling him. Mu Chenfeng said calmly, a welcoming ceremony and a midnight raid. Director Bai's scheme isn't just this, is it? As soon as Mu Chenfeng finished speaking, whoosh, a bullet flew towards him. But somehow, Mu Chenfeng was even faster. The bullet grazed past him, stunning everyone. Then came Mu Chenfeng's powerful counterattack, knocking the man off the tall building. Mu Chenfeng turned to the blonde man and said, at your level of cultivation, you can't be foolish enough to think guns and bullets can threaten me, can you? Haha, this sloppily dressed blonde man was the captain of the blood color team. He raised his gun, sneered at Mu Chenfeng, and said, I may not be able to kill you, but keeping you here won't be a problem. Mu Chenfeng also sneered contemptuously and said to the blood color team captain, how should I address you, brother? As soon as the man opened his mouth, he immediately opened fire wildly at Mu Chenfeng, then muttered a curse. Damn it, my name doesn't matter. You just need to remember that I'm the captain of Pingyang Tower's blood color team. He fired continuously, expecting to finish Mu Chenfeng in an instant. But unexpectedly, Mu Chenfeng dodged his hail of bullets with perilous skill. Mu Chenfeng shouted as he charged forward, your status doesn't seem low. Guess how much money Director Bai would pay to ransom you? The other man was no slouch either. Mu Chenfeng was fast, but he was faster. He circled behind Mu Chenfeng and pointed his gun at him. Then you guess if you're detained in Beiyang, will Director Liang come and get you? Mu Chenfeng immediately counterattacked. Your movement technique isn't bad, but you're too naive if you think you can keep me here, brother. He threw a series of punches, but the other man unexpectedly escaped Mu Chenfeng's encirclement. He continued to point his gun at Mu Chenfeng and said confidently, Wing Chun, please enlighten me. The gun fired, but the bullet was blocked by something. An invisible blue shield protected Mu Chunfeng from the bullet, leaving people utterly astonished. The man sensed something was wrong and immediately jumped backward. Mu Chunfeng said calmly, "It seems Director Bai has underestimated me." Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, the blonde man flew into a rage. He continuously fired at Mu Chunfeng, cursing wildly as he shot. So what if you're at the Qi condensation realm? 35 years ago, that old man was just one step away from the Qi condensation realm. And didn't he die at Director Bai's hands? Mu Chunfeng used Lingbo Weibu to dodge, moving left and right, up and down, driving the blonde man nearly to tears. Help! No one is an exception, including you. In an instant, Mu Chunfeng was right beside the blonde man, who nearly fainted on the spot. Oh my god, what's happening? As soon as the words were out, Mu Chunfeng used the Tathagata's palm, landing a strike on him and making him let out a blood-curdling scream. So powerful. In just a moment, in the blink of an eye, my hand has been crippled by him. He grimaced and said to Mu Chunfeng, "My weapon is so hot. No matter how powerful your fists and feet are, they're still just flesh and blood. How can they stand against guns?" Though one of his hands was crippled, his was not. He pointed his gun at Mu Chunfeng and said confidently, "The times have changed, Mu Chunfeng. Today, you're going to meet King Yama." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chunfeng rushed forward and sent him flying with a kick. He was kicked hard into a water tank, screaming wildly. Mu Chunfeng said contemptuously, "A frog in a well." Truly pathetic. After speaking, he reached out his hand, and in an instant, a pile of wooden swords, like blades of light, prepared to shoot towards the captain. I will let you know who holds the true power of a victor. As soon as Mu Chunfeng finished speaking, a swarm of wooden swords flew over, piercing straight through the captain's body, causing him to scream wildly. Help me, Mom, it hurts so much. It hurts so much." After a round of heart-wrenching screams, he regained his composure and tried to speak calmly to Mu Chunfeng. "So what if you kill me? You've already fallen into the trap." Mu Chunfeng heard his words, but seemed unconcerned. He turned his face away, letting the man utter his threats. Seeing that his words had no effect on Mu Chunfeng, the man became a little flustered. Director Bai's goal has been achieved. He doesn't need to act himself. Someone else will kill you for him. Mu Chunfeng had thought of sparing him, but suddenly, Mu Chunfeng was startled, turned back angrily, and roared at him. "You people have underestimated me, and even underestimated Xiao Fan. This is absolutely unforgivable." The captain now had his head bowed, but he still tried to act as if he was fine. "It's just a pity I can't repay." What followed was Mu Chunfeng's massacre of that captain. "I have no interest in listening to your nonsense, so it's better if you die." Cut to Wu Xiaofan's side. At this moment, the girl was on the phone with someone, while Wan Qian and Bai Xiafeng lay unconscious on the bed. Wu Xiaofan shouted into the phone, "What the hell? You'll be here in 10 minutes? What are you coming for? To collect my corpse?" A voice replied from the other end, "Young miss, we've been intercepted by a group of people. Please, you must hold on. Wait for us a little longer." As soon as the words were spoken, a man in black burst through the door and reported, "Young miss, we'll cover your retreat. The enemy has a Xiantian master. We're about to be overwhelmed." Wu Xiaofan was shocked to hear there was a Xiantian master. "Good, very good, Bai Fei. You've done well, calculating my every move without a single mistake." With that, she pointed to the man and woman lying on the bed. "Take both of them. They'll be useful at a critical moment." At this moment, a car was driving down the road when suddenly a loud explosion roared. Wu Xiaofan, sitting in the car, remained incredibly calm despite the scene. "They're tailing us closely. I wonder if Director Bai is doing this to save people or to kill people." The young driver next to her, wearing sunglasses, shouted frantically, "Team 2 is down. The young miss is in my car, requesting backup, requesting backup." Wu Xiaofan looked ahead and saw a large truck blocking the middle of the road. "No need for such a fuss. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." The question now is just how far Director Bai is willing to go. In the car, at this moment, an extremely scantily clad woman, with what could be called a perfect figure, held a gun pointed straight at Wu Xiaofan, firing several consecutive shots. Not at this moment. Wu Xiaofan dodged the bullets the woman fired at her. While dodging, she silently cursed this ostentatious display. "Does Director Bai want to kill me?" Wu Xiaofan immediately opened the car door, intending to flee. Several young men in black also dragged the other two people out of the car. Wu Xiaofan screamed like a madwoman, telling them to quickly take the people away. The woman began to slowly aim her gun as she walked down, approaching Wu Xiaofan. As she walked, she said, "Director Bai never intended to make things difficult for Miss Wu. Our target is only them." Hand them over to me. She stared intently at Wu Xiaofan, saying, after you hand over the young master and Miss Wan, Miss Wu can leave at any time. I won't make things difficult for you. Wu Xiaofan tossed a piece of candy in her mouth, then leisurely replied, these chess pieces were so hard to get. Wouldn't I be at a huge loss if I handed them over to you? Nice try. I'm not stupid. She immediately offered Wu Xiaofan a deal. As long as Wu Xiaofan released the people, she could open up the Beiyang market for her. She continued to entice Wu Xiaofan. Miss Wu, this is a gesture of great sincerity from Director Bai. Please consider it. Wu Xiaofan covered her mouth with her hand and replied softly, is that all? Director Bai is too stingy. Then Wu Xiaofan turned to the two people being restrained by the men in black, and then said to the female assassin, I remember Director Bai only has this one son, right? Plus Wan Qian's status in the Wan family. Won't Director Bai reconsider? This deal doesn't seem very profitable. Director Bai doesn't want to face the pressure from the other families alone, right? As soon as Wu Xiaofan finished speaking, the female assassin rushed out like a gust of wind. Whoever Miss Wu wants to kill, I can do it for you. Seeing her rush off so quickly, Wu Xiaofan shouted in panic, stop her. Wan Xin can't die. The female assassin rushed towards the two men in black. Slash! A single blade finished each of them off. Both fell to the ground, and she took a stance. Truly insane. You people from Pingyang Tower are all a bunch of lunatics. As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them were dealt with by her in the blink of an eye, without even having time to say a word. She walked over to Wan Qian's side and said, after Miss Wan dies, I don't care, nor do I understand, how chaotic the Long Kingdom will become. At this moment, Wu Xiaofan collapsed to the ground in despair, burying her face in the ground and crying like a child. Meanwhile, the female assassin was still threatening. I only need to know that we must complete Director Bai's mission. With that, she raised her knife, intending to rush forward and finish off Miss Wan. Seeing this, Wu Xiaofan screamed frantically, it's over, it's over. Just as she was about to strike the fatal blow, a loud shout suddenly echoed from above. Sword, come. Hearing the shout, the female assassin immediately looked up. She then counterattacked. There's another master? At this moment, the guy with glasses swooped down in an incredibly ridiculous posture. An explosion rang out in midair. The handsome guy made a super cool entrance. Watch me. Seeing this person, the female assassin immediately recognized him. You're Lu Jining. You useless piece of trash. Don't you want to make a living in Beiyang anymore? Lu Jining raised a finger and said, Miss Wu, I'm not late, am I? As he spoke, he struck a super cool pose towards Wu Xiaofan. Wu Xiaofan calmed down and said, next time, can you come a little earlier? A little later, and I would have been meeting King Yama. Then, both of them continued to look at the female assassin opposite them. Wu Xiaofan said, it seems you can go back now. There's nothing you can do anymore. The female assassin still held two swords in a stance without any intention of retreating. You think my mission has failed? Ridiculous. You're mistaken. She immediately brandished her twin swords and rushed towards the two of them. I can still capture you and have Mu Chunfeng come for an exchange. Seeing the woman charge, Lu Jining also got into a fighting stance. I'm still here. How dare you underestimate me? Lu Jining rushed forward, launching a powerful palm strike towards the woman, but she immediately bent backward to dodge it. She swayed left and right, dodging every one of Lu Jining's moves. She began to angrily curse the young man. You useless trash. I've never thought anything of you, Dai. Lu Jining just lightly flicked his finger and broke the woman's technique. Is this all the skill you have? It's not that easy to make things difficult for me. Seeing the young man react so quickly, the woman immediately retreated hastily to dodge. She gritted her teeth and said, you dare to deceive Director Bai. How audacious. Daring to hide your sword control technique. Realizing he had been seen through, the young man humbly replied, you think so highly of me? If I hadn't pretended to be a fool, I would have died long ago. How could I have survived until now? With that, Lu Jining rushed straight toward her. On her side, she remained in a defensive stance, waiting for the young man's attack. She continuously dodged and counterattacked his moves. Lu Jining said confidently, the squad leader of Pingyang Tower's Blood Body Squad, your abilities are only this much. At this moment, she turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain, and cursed loudly. Damn it all. You damn useless trash. You deserve to die 10,000 times. The young man Lu Jining chuckled. Very surprising, isn't it? You didn't expect this, did you? He launched a powerful blow, knocking her back, and everyone around saw this scene. Unable to defeat Lu Jining, the woman ordered her subordinates behind her to fire at the group opposite them. Fire! Fire! Kill them! Kill them all for me! Lu Jining swung his sword, creating several flashes of sword light that blocked the incoming bullets. He continuously reassured Wu Xiaofan. Miss Wu, don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you. The young man wielded his sword with incredible skill, astonishing everyone. Lu Jining just dashed a few times, and the men in black on the opposite side fell one after another. The female assassin trembled all over, taking out her phone to call someone. Lu Jining actually grew to this extent right under our noses. I must report to director by immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Chanfeng descended like a god from the heavens. The young man said confidently, Wu Xiaofan, it's quite lively on your side. At this moment, the female assassin had fallen at Mu Chanfeng's feet. Her phone dropped to the ground. The screen shattered, looking like it was about to explode. Mu Chanfeng stood there, majestic and imposing. The men in black were dealt with by his wooden sword, falling like felled trees. The female assassin was still staring at her phone, not forgetting to report to Director Bai. Mu Chanfeng glanced at Lu Jining behind him. Go and lend a hand. We can't leave anyone alive here. Then he looked at Wu Xiaofan and said, Xiaofan, go find us a safe room. Wu Xiaofan clenched her fist and said confidently, okay, leave it to me. Lu Jining stood in the room, clicking his tongue in admiration. TSK, 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 Miss Wu is still the impressive one. Right under their noses without being discovered. Seeing him teasing her, Wu Xiaofan retorted, Humph, do you understand the principle that it's darkest under the lamp? At this moment, Mu Chanfeng walked in from outside and spoke up. I've checked. There are no suspicious people around. Then Mu Chanfeng sat down on a chair and said to Lu Jining, so now, can you tell me who you really are? Lu Jining pulled open the curtains and slowly introduced himself. My name is Lu Jining. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. No one is forcing you. Mu Chanfeng threw a stack of documents on the ground, held out his hand and said, I had the company investigate all information about you. Can you explain why a good-for-nothing has the strength of a half-step chi condensation expert? And that photo, where did you get it? Mu Chanfeng questioned in a stern voice. He clenched his fist, and a powerful blue spiritual energy emanated from him. Mu Chanfeng gritted his teeth and said, if you don't tell the truth, don't even think about leaving here. Lu Jining was startled, raised both hands and said, don't attack. I took that photo myself. Lu Jining took out his phone and said, see for yourself. Mu Chanfeng looked at the phone in his hand. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face. You have a way to get to Penglai? Hearing this, Lu Jining replied, I do, but I can't get past that restriction. Mu Chanfeng returned the phone to Lu Jining, then said, so now, back to the first question, who are you really? The scene shifts to the chairman's office of the Wan Corporation. At this moment, he was watching the news in his room. The old man received an urgent report, angrily slamming his hand on the table and shattering the teacup on it. Lu Jining, you dare to deceive me? Seeing this, the female secretary beside him spoke up to console him. Director Bai, please calm down. Director Bai, according to this news, Lu Jining has at least the strength of a half-step chi condensation expert. This time, the Blood Kill Squad and the Blood Body Squad have suffered heavy losses. In my opinion, perhaps we should summon the Revenge Squad. Hearing this, Director Bai burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, good that they're dead. Good that they're dead. The old man rushed forward.